The spring sun was warm, and everything was coming back to life. Looking around, there was a large pond covering several acres, its banks overgrown with wild grass. With a splash and a startled cry, a grayish figure fell into the water. Lu Laojian, who was working in the fields, lifted his head and listened carefully. He thought he heard a sound coming from the pond behind the hill at the end of the village, something like an animal falling into the water. His wife looked at him in confusion. "What's wrong? Did you hear something?" he asked. "I didn't hear anything," she replied. "All I hear is you breathing hard. Are you trying to take a break?" "You old woman, what are you talking about?" "Maybe I just imagined it," he said, shaking his head before bending down again to continue working. The crops looked good this year, and he hoped for a good harvest. Meanwhile, in the pond at the edge of the village, the woman who had fallen in slowly opened her eyes underwater and began to float upward. Something faintly glimmered at the bottom, but she thought it was just her imagination. Struggling, she grabbed some grass at the edge and pulled herself onto the bank, completely exhausted. Her face was pale, and her expression was strange. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through her head. Unable to bear it, she fainted. Later, in a small room at the east end of Yaoding village, a pale woman lay on a bed. She let out a soft sound, her eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. Lin Manhwa sat up straight, staring blankly at the unfamiliar room. A familiar pain throbbed in her head, though not as strong as before, and strange memories began to fill her mind. The body's original owner had been a village girl from nearby Tawagu. She had parents and 3 older brothers. At 16, she married into Yaoding village. After a year of marriage, she still had no children. Her husband was the second son of the family, not favored by his parents. Life in the household was decent. Her mother-in-law managed everything. The eldest brother was honest and steady, married to a strong-willed woman from the same village. The mother-in-law didn't like that daughter-in-law much, but her luck was good. She became pregnant soon after marriage and now had 2 sons and a daughter. There was also an unmarried younger brother and sister in the family, both quiet but hardworking. Altogether, the family lived a fairly stable life. Unfortunately, life didn't go as she wished. 2 years ago, the court called for soldiers, and her father-in-law, elder brother-in-law, and husband were all taken. Under her mother-in-law's pressure, her husband went to serve and never returned, dying on the battlefield. Her hard days began after her husband left. She often had little to eat, and because of her gentle nature, she was constantly bullied by her mother-in-law and sister-in-law. The past 2 years had been difficult, and the family's life grew worse. Her husband's younger brother and sister were reaching the age for marriage. One day, after going hungry, she went out to cut grass for the pigs, slipped, and fell. A hunter, who lived at the foot of the back mountain, helped her up. Someone saw it, and soon gossip spread through the village. For a bride price of 5 taels of silver, her mother-in-law promised her to that hunter. The man was about 25 or 26, with only 2 acres of poor land, often hunting in the mountains to make ends meet. Because of his poverty, no one in the village wanted to marry their daughters to him. Tomorrow would be the day the hunter came to take her as his bride. "Oh, sister-in-law, you're finally awake. Tomorrow's your big day. Why did you jump into the lake? If that hunter hadn't seen you, what would you have done?" Her sister-in-law spoke with fake concern, secretly pleased, thinking that if the hunter knew she'd rather drown than marry him, he might regret it. Still, she found it strange that he had brought her back instead of leaving her. "Sister-in-law, you're joking. I just slipped and fell into the lake," Lin Manhua said, looking at her elder brother-in-law's wife, Lu Hohat. Lu, with her neatly tied hair, gave a mocking laugh. Even sick, Lin Manhua's delicate face looked gentle and lovely. Lu cursed silently, thinking, no wonder that hunter wants to marry her even for 5 taels. He must be taken by her looks. "Sister-in-law, you seem fine now. Hurry and make dinner. Mother and the others will be back soon." Lu, proud of having 2 sons, often ordered Lin Manhua around. But the Lin Manhua of today was no longer the same. She didn't bother to argue. After all, she would be leaving tomorrow. Why should she care? It's been a while since you cooked, sister-in-law. You can do it yourself today. I really don't have the strength. What did you say? Lu looked at her in surprise, as if she were a different person. I said, you can cook yourself, Lin Lanhua repeated calmly. Lu stared at her, puzzled. This quiet, steady tone was nothing like the obedient woman she used to know. Little sister-in-law, you must be thinking you'll get married tomorrow and finally have someone to rely on. Let me tell you something, Madame Lu said mockingly, looking at Lin Lanhua. That man is just a poor hunter with only 2 acres of thin land. I bet the bride price for you has already emptied his savings. You won't have an easy life after marrying him. She thought to herself, she should be trying to please me. If her life gets too hard after marriage, maybe I'll lend her a little grain. Sister-in-law, if you have time to argue with me, you'd better go cook. Otherwise, Mother will be angry when she comes back. You just wait. Madame Lu didn't dare to argue with her mother-in-law, so she stormed out angrily. Lin Lanhua put on her shoes and walked to the dressing table. In the mirror, she saw a 19-year-old woman with a pale face and delicate features. Her appearance was similar to her own in the modern world. Even her name was the same. Lin Lanhua had been born into a military family. Her grandfather and father both held high ranks in the army. She had trained since childhood and later joined the military herself. Unfortunately, she was shot and killed during a mission to capture a group of arms smugglers. When she opened her eyes again, she had become this woman. Since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it, she thought. She decided to observe her surroundings before making any decisions. Just as she was about to stand up, she heard noises from the yard. The people who had gone to work in the fields were back. The Zhou family owned about 11 or 12 acres of land, and during the busy farming season, everyone worked in the fields. Only Madame Lu stayed home to cook, using her son as an excuse. Since Lin Lanhua was getting remarried next year, the old lady hadn't asked her to work in the fields. Is everyone dead in this house? Can't anyone bring me a basin of water? Do I have to do everything myself? The old Madame Zhou scolded angrily. On her way home, she had heard gossip about her second daughter-in-law being carried home by that poor hunter, and the whispers had made her furious. Lin Lanhua heard the noise from inside, but ignored it. She quietly packed her things for tomorrow. There wasn't much to take. Most of her dowry had been tricked away by her sister-in-law, leaving only a few sets of clothes. Seeing that neither of her daughters-in-law came out to help, the old lady grew even angrier and kept muttering as she washed her hands with the water her younger son had fetched. When Lin Lanhua finished tidying up and came out, Madame Lu had already prepared the meal. Lin Lanhua went straight to the table and sat down without greeting anyone. On the table were dark wheat buns, boiled wild vegetables, and a plate of fried eggs with Chinese tune. Quite a luxury for them. Old Madame Zhou glanced at Lin Lanhua and said, Lin, you're ready. The hunter will come to take you tomorrow. Times are hard, so we won't hold a wedding feast. From tomorrow on, you'll no longer be part of the Zhou family. The table fell silent. Zhou Qingtai, the eldest son, wanted to speak, but his wife tugged at his sleeve, and his mother gave him a sharp look, so he kept quiet. The younger siblings, Zhou Xiaomei and Zhou Qingyin, also lowered their heads. Seeing their expressions, Lin Lanhua guessed they had already discussed her marriage in private. She pretended not to notice. Got it, she said calmly. From the original owner's memories, she knew that old Madame Zhou was a strong-willed woman whose word was law in the family. Since she had spoken, she likely wouldn't go back on it. Lin Lanhua thought to herself that with her own skills, she could survive anywhere, living off the land and water if needed. She just didn't know what kind of person the hunter was, but she would find out later. Old Madame Zhou saw her calm reaction and felt relieved. Since the girl would be leaving tomorrow, she decided not to provoke her further. After dinner, Lin Lanhua returned to her room. With nothing else to do, she began checking the things she would take with her the next day. Halfway through, her sister-in-law Lu came in and started rummaging through the bundle on the table, as if afraid Lin Lanhua might be hiding some money. What is it, sister-in-law? Are you here to see what I'm missing so you can add something to my dowry? Lin Lanhua asked lazily. She hadn't wanted to bother with her, but Lu always liked to pick fights and had often bullied the original Lin Lanhua before. Lu gave an awkward laugh, then said boldly, "You're funny, sister. This is the Zhou family, and your surname is Lin. Soon you'll belong to the Zhao family. I just came to check and remind you not to take anything that belongs to the Zhou family." Lin Lanhua replied casually, "Oh, that's a good reminder. I just remembered that my dowry chest and wardrobe are still with you. Since you said I'm no longer part of the Zhou family, then the Zhou family shouldn't be keeping my things either. You'd better return them." Lu looked uneasy for a moment, then grew angry. "Nonsense. You gave those to me yourself. They're mine now." Lin Lanhua didn't get angry. She just said calmly, "Really? I don't remember that. Maybe you should think about it again, sister-in-law. No matter how many times you think about it, it's still mine," Madame Lu said stubbornly, acting as if nothing could scare her. Lin Lanhua didn't argue. She turned calmly and walked out of the room, locking Madame Lu inside before she could react. Then she went to the storage room, found a hatchet, and headed toward the main house. When Madame Lu realized she was locked in, she started banging on the door and shouting. The noise drew everyone's attention. They came out of their rooms and were shocked to see Lin Lanhua walking into the main house with a hatchet in her hand. The eldest son was not in the room. He was talking privately with their parents, and the younger children were with their grandparents. So Lin Lanhua entered the main house without anyone stopping her. She closed the door behind her, found her dowry chest and cabinet, and chopped them into pieces. The things inside were unharmed, but she left them scattered among the broken wood. When she finished, she opened the door with the hatchet still in her hand. Madame Lu, who had just been let out by the eldest son, saw the mess inside and was furious. She raised her hand to slap Lin Lanhua, but Lin Lanhua had already expected it and lifted the hatchet to block her. Seeing this, Madame Lu quickly pulled her hand back and shouted, "Lin Lanhua, what are you doing?" Lin Lanhua smiled and said, "Nothing much. I just chopped up my own dowry chest and cabinet. I like things clean and don't want anyone else using my belongings. Since I can't take them with me, I destroyed them. Father, mother, brother, sister-in-law, you don't mind, do you?" "The younger generation is getting bold," the old woman muttered. Seeing that this matter didn't concern her directly, she turned and went back to her room. The old man, realizing the eldest son's wife had been greedy for the second son's family's things, wasn't pleased with Lin Lanhua's actions, but chose not to interfere. Madame Lu gritted her teeth. "You, how dare you?" she said, stepping forward to strike again. Before she could reach Lin Lanhua, someone pulled her back forcefully. Zhou Qingkai, the eldest son, was also unhappy with his sister-in-law's behavior, but he knew his own wife's temper well. She had bullied his younger brother's wife many times before. He said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, sister-in-law, but your way of handling this might have gone a bit too far." Lin Lanhua didn't bother to respond to him. She gave him a calm glance, put the machete back, and quietly returned to her room, not caring what the others thought. Madame Lu was still upset, but her husband pulled her back to their room. After everyone had gone to their rooms, Zhou Xiaomei waited for a while before gently opening her door and walking to her second sister-in-law's room. She had heard the argument earlier but hadn't come out. She knew her second sister-in-law could handle herself. Zhou Xiaomei, whose name was Zhou Lan, was the youngest in the family. Growing up under a strict mother and later a strong-willed eldest sister-in-law, she had become quiet, honest, and hardworking. In the past, Lanhua often looked after her, so they were the closest among the sisters-in-law. Second sister-in-law. Zhou Xiaomei began softly. Thinking that her sister-in-law would be married off tomorrow and might never return, she didn't know what to say. "Why are you here, Xiaomei?" Lanhua asked gently. She knew the original Lanhua had cared for Zhou Xiaomei often, and the girl must be reluctant to part with her. To be fair, no one in this family was truly bad. The mother-in-law only blamed her because she had no children and her husband had died. Madame Lu was unpleasant, but the father-in-law rarely interfered, and the younger brother and sister were both honest people. The original Lanhua had always been gentle. After her husband's death, with no children and little support, her health had slowly declined. Will you come back to visit us, second sister-in-law? I guess I can't call you that anymore, Zhou Xiaomei said quietly, lowering her head. If you want to see me, you can come anytime. We'll still be in the same village, Manhwa replied with a smile. I will, second sister-in-law. Please take good care of yourself, Zhou Xiaomei said, thinking about her own upcoming marriage and the uncertain days ahead. This is for you, she added, placing a red hairpin on the table. It was something she had treasured for years, a gift from her second brother when times were better. After setting it down, she turned and went back to her room. Lanhua looked at the rough red hairpin and couldn't help but smile. She carefully put it into her bundle. The next morning, Lanhua got up early and put on a red dress that was neither new nor old, a gift from her late husband. She had once quarreled with her mother-in-law over it. She stayed quietly in her room. Zhou Xiaomei brought her some breakfast. Madame Liu, who had likely been scolded by her husband the night before, stayed locked in her room and didn't come out. The person is here. You can go now, said Zhou Qingyin, the younger brother who had been told by old Mrs. Zhou to keep watch at the door early that morning. After speaking, he stood aside silently. Lin Lanhua picked up her bundle and slowly walked out of the room. Hearing the news, a few others came out as well. They nodded slightly, but said nothing. Lanhua will be part of your family from now on. The harvest hasn't been good these past 2 years, and our family situation is what it is, so we can't be too particular. Take her with you, and treat her well in the future, said old Mrs. Zhou politely before letting the hunter take Lin Lanhua away. Lin Lanhua felt as if she were being traded, but she knew this hunter had no relatives or friends and lived alone, which might actually suit her. She looked carefully at the man before her, tall and strong. It was said that his parents had fled here long ago. His mother passed away soon after giving birth to him, and his father, known as Old Zhao, relied on his hunting skills to save enough for 2 small plots of land and a couple of shabby rooms. He worked hard to raise his son until the boy was about 15 or 16, but then died from exhaustion. Since then, Zhao Desheng had lived alone at the foot of the mountain, farming and hunting, keeping to himself and rarely dealing with the villagers. Zhao Desheng also studied the woman behind him. She had a gentle face and fair skin, rare in the countryside. Though she still looked weak, her eyes were clear and steady, somehow different from before. He thought of how he had found her yesterday, fainted by the pond behind the village, her clothes damp. His eyes darkened slightly at the memory. Not long after they left, villagers who had heard the news gathered at their doors or in the open space in the village to watch. Zhao Desheng, who was not close to anyone there, said nothing and simply led the woman forward. Lanhua. A voice called out from the crowd. Lin Lanhua turned and saw a young woman in a green dress, plain-looking. After thinking for a moment, she remembered. It was Zhou Xiangcao, the daughter of Zhou Jin, the eldest son of Zhou Laokai, who was a distant relative of the village head. She and the original Lanhua had gotten along fairly well. Lin Lanhua didn't want to talk to her, afraid of revealing too much, so she only glanced at her without speaking. Zhou Xiangcao blushed as everyone turned to look at her. Without saying a word, she ran away. Watching her back, Lin Lanhua felt a strange sense of familiarity. As the two walked farther away, no one noticed a pair of eyes filled with jealousy and hatred staring after them. After walking for about half an hour, they finally saw a small farmhouse at the foot of the mountain. It had 2 old thatched mud houses, and the fenced yard was quite spacious. Smoke was rising from the kitchen chimney. Someone was cooking inside. A tall young man came out of the main room, smiling happily when he saw Zhao Desheng. Brother Desheng, sister-in-law, you're here. Come in quickly, the meal is ready. Thank you, Gongzi, and thank your wife for the trouble, Zhao Desheng said gratefully to Zhou Ergang. Some time ago, Zhou Ergang had gone up the mountain to cut firewood but accidentally went too far and fell. Luckily, he met Zhao Desheng, who was out hunting, and Desheng carried him down the mountain. Otherwise, he might have had to spend the night in the wilderness, where wild animals often appeared. Since then, Zhou Ergang had always called him Brother Desheng with great respect. When Zhao Desheng was getting married, it was Zhou Ergang who asked about it and found out that Desheng hadn't prepared anything. So he and his wife quickly helped to put together a decent meal. In the countryside, poor families often couldn't afford a proper wedding feast. As long as the bride price or grain was given, the bride would simply be brought home without much ceremony. Zhao Desheng's mother had passed away early, and his father was gone too. No one had taught him about wedding customs, so he hadn't prepared anything. "Brother Desheng, sister-in-law, come to the table. The food's ready," said Zhou Ergang's wife, Zhang Dongmei, as she brought in a plate of stir-fried winter melon with eggs. "The conditions are simple, so let's not worry about formalities. Let's all eat together. Where's Tiniu?" "He's playing in the backyard, Brother Desheng." Just then, they heard footsteps, and Tiniu came running into the front yard, calling out, "Uncle, Annie." He remembered his mother telling him that this was Uncle Desheng and his new aunt. Lin Manhwa followed Zhang Dongmei into the kitchen. "Sister-in-law, you shouldn't be doing any work today. It's your wedding day. Just sit and relax," Zhang Dongmei said with a smile, noticing that Lin Manhwa didn't look very cheerful. "Please don't take it to heart. Brother Desheng lost his parents early and doesn't have close relatives, so he doesn't know much about wedding customs. He didn't mean to treat you poorly. His family may be poor, but he's a good man and capable. Life will get better." "I understand. Thank you for telling me this," Lin Lanhua said sincerely. She thought Zhang Dongmei was a kind person, honest and respectful, without looking down on her for being remarried. The dishes were all served. Lin Manhua sat alone on one side, while Zhao Desheng and Zhou Ergang sat together. Zhang Dongmei sat with her son, Tiniu. "This is my good brother, Gongzi. This is his wife and their son, Tiniu. Gongzi, sister-in-law, this is your sister-in-law. I'm a simple man and not good with formalities, so please forgive me if I say something wrong," Zhao Desheng said awkwardly, repeating the few lines Gongzi had taught him. "Brother Desheng, you're being too polite. Now that you've married your wife, and maybe later have a child, your home will be lively. Living a good life together is the most important thing," Zhou Ergang quickly replied. Lin Lanhua looked gentle and kind, not like someone with a restless heart. His wife had said she was hardworking too. "Yes, Brother Desheng, now that you have a wife, you'll have someone who truly cares for you," Zhang Dongmei added. "Thank you, Gongzi and sister-in-law. When you have free time, you can bring Tiniu over to visit me. It'll be nice to have company," Lin Lanhua said sincerely. The couple seemed honest and kind, and she appreciated their warmth. After the meal, Zhang Dongmei quickly cleaned up, then left with Zhou Ergang and Tiniu. Only Zhao Desheng and Lin Lanhua remained in the house. They sat facing each other in silence, neither knowing what to say. Lin Lanhua looked at the tall man before her. He had tidied himself up a bit. His beard was freshly shaved, though not perfectly. Up close, his features were strong and rugged, and she found him pleasant to look at. "Do you want to say something?" she asked. "I met you yesterday by the pond behind the village when you fainted. How are you feeling now?" Zhao Desheng asked, thinking she had fallen into the water because she didn't want to marry him.
"I'm fine.
I was cutting grass for the pigs and slipped by accident. I'm not very strong, and after struggling in the water for a while, I finally climbed out but fainted from exhaustion. Thank you for helping me home yesterday." "I see," I thought. Zhao Desheng's voice grew quieter, and his face turned slightly red. "I also have something to say," Lin Lanhua continued. "I'm still weak from falling into the water, and we don't know each other well yet. Let's take some time to get along first. If we find we're not suitable, we can separate later. I'll earn money to return the bride price, and you can marry someone else." She believed that as long as she prepared herself, she would be able to live on her own if needed. Hearing this, Zhao Desheng lowered his head slightly. Out of her sight, his eyes were filled with doubt. The last time he saw her, when she had fallen, her eyes had been dull and lifeless. But now, the woman before him seemed completely different. When Zhao Desheng looked up again, the doubt in his eyes was gone. He looked at Lin Lanhua sincerely and said, "That's fine. As long as you don't feel wronged, we can try living together for now." If later you still want to leave, I'll help you find a way. I won't let you have nowhere to go. Zhao Desheng was a man with a strong sense of responsibility. No matter what doubts he had about Lin Lanhua, since he had married her, he felt he should take care of her. Lin Lanhua nodded. She thought he was a good person and didn't find his request unreasonable. Since she didn't yet understand this time and place, it was fine to get along for now. If she couldn't leave later, she could still learn to adapt. But that was something to think about in the future. Zhao Desheng smiled slightly and said, "Let's keep this matter between us. There's no need to tell anyone else." Lin Lanhua nodded again, feeling touched. Zhao Desheng seemed like a kind man, and the thought of staying and getting along with him grew stronger in her heart. After finishing their talk, it felt awkward to just sit there. Zhao Desheng went out to cut some bamboo to make another bed, so they could sleep separately. He didn't mind rough conditions. He could sleep anywhere. Lin Lanhua returned to her room to tidy up her things. She only had a few pieces of clothing and nothing else. The room had just one bed and an old cabinet. Inside the cabinet were two patched-up sets of clothes belonging to Zhao Desheng and a worn-out quilt. The thatched roof let in sunlight through small gaps, and the mud walls were cracked in many places. When she sat on the bed earlier, she had noticed that under the old sheet was a layer of straw. The window paper was yellowed and full of holes. She remembered that when Zhou Er and Zhang Dongmei left earlier, they had taken the bowls and stools with them. Now, this home probably had only 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks, 3 old clay jars, 2 stools, and 1 table. In the corner were a few farming tools still covered in dirt. Other than that, there was nothing, truly a bare and poor home. Lin Lanhua couldn't help but wonder where Zhao Desheng had gotten the 5 taels of silver for the bride price. After putting her clothes away, she saw that it was still early. Her body was weak, so she lay down to rest, deciding to recover her strength first. When the warm white sky turned golden and the glowing sunset shone into the room, Lin Lanhua slowly woke up. Lin Lanhua opened the door and saw the sun setting in the distance. The sky looked like a painting filled with deep colors, taking away her worries and calming her restless heart. She thought, since she was already here, she should accept it peacefully. Her parents were being cared for by her older brother, and both were strong-minded soldiers who would be fine. "You're awake. I saw there's still food in the kitchen, so I didn't cook more. I'll heat it up, and we can eat soon," Zhao Desheng said. He had always managed simple meals on his own. They ate dinner together, and when Lin Lanhua stood up to clean the dishes, Zhao Desheng stopped her. "You've just recovered. Go rest, I'll take care of it." Lin Lanhua shook her head and continued cleaning. "I rested a lot this afternoon and feel much better. Let me do it." Seeing she was determined, Zhao Desheng didn't insist. "Then I'll go fetch some water from the stream behind the house. I'll be back soon." Lin Lanhua had seen the small stream earlier that day. It wasn't far, so he should return before dark. After washing the dishes, she put them into an old, worn cabinet. Inside, she found a bag of brown rice, half a bag of yellowed flour, and some sweet potatoes and potatoes, enough for about a month. When she finished tidying up, Zhao Desheng still hadn't returned. Taking advantage of the remaining daylight, she walked around the yard and found a small vegetable patch in the back. It looked recently tended, with a faint layer of green sprouts, though she couldn't tell what was planted. Looking toward the forested hills behind the house, she realized it wasn't far from the pond where she had fallen into the water that day. She remembered seeing something glowing at the bottom and thought she might go back to check when she had time. As she tried to recall more, the memory slipped away. Hearing movement in the front yard, Lin Lanhua came out and saw Zhao Desheng easily carrying 2 buckets of water. Noticing his damp hair, she guessed he had washed up in the stream. Then she suddenly remembered she hadn't bathed for several days. Poor families didn't pay much attention to such things, and she didn't have many clothes to change into anyway. Seeing that the 2 buckets seemed meant for her, Lin Lanhua's face turned slightly red. She wondered if she might smell bad. Why else would he think of this? "I just washed up in the stream. I'll heat some water for you so you can wash too," Zhao Desheng said as he walked to the stove to start a fire. "There's no bathtub at home, only a wash basin and a foot basin. You'll have to make do with those for now," Zhao Desheng said after pausing, realizing he didn't have a proper tub since he usually just rinsed off with cold water. Lin Lanhua nodded. A simple wash would be fine. Zhao Desheng carried the hot water into the room and brought her the wash basin. Thank you, Lin Lanhua said sincerely, touched by his thoughtfulness. After Zhao Desheng left the room, Lin Lanhua locked the door, washed herself quickly, and changed into a clean but slightly worn inner garment. When she finished, she carried the basin outside to pour out the water. Zhao Desheng quietly entered, took the bucket, and carried it away. Watching his back, Lin Lanhua felt a little uneasy at the thought of sharing a room with him. But she soon brushed it off. After all, she had once slept on the ground beside several men during missions. Zhao Desheng brought in the newly made bed, set it down, glanced at Lin Lanhua, pressed his lips together without speaking, then closed the door and turned back. By then, Lin Lanhua was already under the blanket. When she turned her head, she saw Zhao Desheng looking at her quietly, his eyes unreadable in the dim light. Lin Lanhua felt a flicker of alarm. She realized she might have underestimated this man and had let her guard down too much. What's wrong? She asked. Zhao Desheng shook his head. Nothing. You should rest. He turned his back to her. Lin Lanhua looked at his silhouette. The bamboo bed was bare except for him. The spring night, though close to summer, was still cool. She could tell from his build that he was strong. He would have made an excellent soldier. Neither of them spoke again. Only the sound of their breathing filled the room. Lin Lanhua closed her eyes, trying to fall asleep while thinking about her next steps. Though she was a woman, her parents had trained her strictly. She had learned combat, physical training, military theory, and all the usual studies of her peers. She just didn't know if any of it would be useful in this ancient time. Turning her head toward Zhao Desheng, she thought about the mountains behind the village. Maybe she could go hunting with him and sell the game in town. She also knew many medicinal herbs. Perhaps she could gather and sell those too. From the original memories, Lin Lanhua learned that this era was not very peaceful. The country she was in, called the Great Xia Dynasty, had unclear geography and history, but from the people's way of life, it seemed somewhat like the Song Dynasty. Thinking about this, Lin Lanhua slowly fell asleep. When she woke up the next morning, Zhao Desheng was no longer on the bamboo bed. Lin Lanhua got up, stepped down, and walked out of the room. Zhao Desheng was in the kitchen making breakfast. Hearing her movements, he looked up and said, "There's hot water in the kitchen. Go wash up and get ready for breakfast." Breakfast was coarse grain porridge. Watching Zhao Desheng eat, Lin Lanhua thought that the food at home would last no more than 20 days. "Is there any work to do at home?" she asked. "There are only 2 acres of rice fields, and I've already taken care of them. There's also a piece of dry land my father cleared. I've planted sweet potatoes and potatoes there. There's nothing much to do for now. You should rest well first. Then after breakfast, I'll go to the back mountain to look around and dig some wild vegetables," Lin Lanhua said, planning to explore the area and check the place where she had fallen into the water that day. "Don't go too far. I'll go into the mountains later to chop some firewood." After breakfast, Zhao Desheng greeted her and went up the mountain with his axe. Lin Lanhua carried a basket and followed a small path to the large pond at the end of the village, guided by her memories. The grass was green, birds were singing, and willows hung over the banks, a bright spring scene. It was the season for spring plowing, so everyone was busy in the fields. There was no one by the pond. Lin Lanhua went to the spot where she had fallen into the water, but found nothing unusual. She decided to come back when she felt stronger and went to dig some wild vegetables nearby. There were plenty of purslane, bracken, and water celery by the pond, and she also found some shepherd's purse. She dug a good amount of each. As the sun rose higher, Lin Lanhua carried her basket home. From her memories, she knew that villagers usually ate 2 meals a day. For now, she didn't know what else to do, and Zhao Desheng hadn't returned yet. Her body was still weak, and after being in the sun for a while, she felt dizzy. She guessed it was because she had been frail for too long. She fetched a basin of water to wash her face and hands, then boiled some hot water in the kitchen. Just as she was drinking it, she heard someone calling from the front yard. When she went out, she saw Zhou Xiangxiao, the woman who had called her yesterday in the village. Lin Manhua opened the fence gate and led her into the main room. "Xiao Xiao, what brings you here? Come in and sit down. I'll get you some water." Lin Manhua turned to the kitchen to pour a bowl of water. When she came back, she saw Zhou Xiangxiao looking around curiously. A thought flashed through her mind. Could this girl like Zhao Desheng? "What are you looking for?" "Have some water. It's such a hot day. Why did you come?" she asked, watching Zhou Xiangxiao's expression carefully. "Nothing really. I came out to pick some wild vegetables and thought I'd stop by to see you. Are you home alone?" Zhou Xiangxiao looked at Lin Manhua, whose face looked healthier than yesterday, and felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. Lin Manhua noticed the girl's nervous hands and avoiding eyes. It seemed she really did like Zhao Desheng. "Desheng isn't home. He went up the mountain to cut firewood and probably won't be back until the afternoon. Did you need something?" "No, nothing," Zhou Xiangxiao said quickly, shaking her head. She lifted the bowl and drank, her lowered eyes filled with quiet jealousy. After finishing her water, Zhou Xiangxiao didn't stay long. She had only used the excuse of picking wild vegetables to stop by and take a look. Lin Manhua watched her leave, a thought flashing through her mind, but she couldn't quite grasp it. The evening glow spread across the sky, and the setting sun cast golden light over the thatched house at the foot of the mountain. Thin smoke rose from the chimney, creating a peaceful and beautiful scene. Zhao Desheng came down the mountain carrying 2 wild chickens and a bundle of firewood. Seeing the warm light over his home, he thought of the gentle woman waiting for him inside. The feeling of being awaited made him both dazed and quietly happy. When Zhao Desheng returned, Lin Lanhua had just finished cooking. She wasn't very skilled, so she made coarse grain porridge, a cold fern salad, and wild mushroom soup. Only after cooking did she realize there were no seasonings at home, just a bit of salt. Seeing the 2 wild chickens tied up in the corner, Lin Lanhua called to Zhao Desheng, who had already washed his hands and face. "Dinner's ready. I'm not a great cook, so don't mind the taste.
I can eat anything."
"You should eat too. What are you planning to do with those 2 wild chickens?" "I'll go back to the mountain tomorrow to see if I can find more. The day after, I'll take them to town to sell and buy some supplies. Can I go with you tomorrow?"
Lin Lanhua asked.
She also wanted to see if she could find something useful in the mountains. "You want to go too? The mountain path is rough, you." Zhao Desheng looked at her determined face, then at her thin figure, and couldn't find the right words. "Don't worry, I won't slow you down. Please take me with you." Lin Manhua looked at him with a pleading gaze, her soft voice carrying a gentle tone that made it hard to refuse her. Seeing her expression, Zhao Desheng's heart skipped a beat. He quickly lowered his eyes and nodded. When Lin Manhua noticed the redness on his ears, she remembered how she had just spoken and felt her own face warm up. Neither of them spoke again for a while. After dinner, they packed up, washed, and went to bed without saying much. The next morning, after breakfast, they each carried a basket and headed up the mountain. Zhao Desheng led the way, and Lin Manhua followed closely, stepping in his footprints. From time to time, Zhao Desheng turned to check on her. Lin Lanhua looked at the tall wild grass on both sides and at Zhao Desheng walking ahead. She picked up a stick, worried that a snake might suddenly appear from the grass. They walked through the quiet forest, surrounded by towering ancient trees. The twisted branches blocked out the sunlight, and the spring breeze made the knee-high grass sway gently. The rustling sound mixed with the steady hum of insects, and the moist air carried the faint scent of wildflowers. This deep mountain lay beyond the pond at the edge of the village, a place rarely visited. The forest was vast and silent. Seeing Lin Lanhua gripping her stick tightly, Zhao Desheng worried she might be scared. "Don't be afraid. I come here often. There aren't any wild animals around. It's quite safe."
"I'm fine."
"Let's keep going," Lin Lanhua said, shaking her head. Zhao Desheng saw that she truly wasn't afraid, not just pretending to be calm, and his thoughts grew complicated. In these mountains, The danger wasn't only from wild animals, but also from the rough terrain, the confusing paths, and the wild plants and mushrooms that might be poisonous. But the greatest danger lay deeper in the mountains, hidden, unseen, and unpredictable. Some threats could be spotted, but many more remained invisible. People in the village had always been warned since childhood not to go deep into the mountains. It was easy to get lost, and even if one was lucky enough not to meet wild animals, hunger might drive them to eat poisonous fruits. Worse still, one might accidentally step into an unknown pit and die there, turning into bones that no one would ever find. Zhao Desheng took Lin Lanhua into the mountains, but didn't go too far. When he felt the place was safe enough, they stopped.
Few people come here, he said.
You can walk around and look for mushrooms and fruits you know. Don't touch anything you don't recognize, and don't pick any pretty flowers you don't know. They might be poisonous. Lin Lanhua, feeling a bit tired, wiped the sweat from her forehead. After hearing that, I don't think I'll dare to come again. Zhao Desheng frowned at her careless tone. I'm warning you about the dangers here.
Don't take it lightly. Stay close to me.
I'll just set 2 traps nearby. I understand. I won't wander off. Don't worry, Lin Lanhua replied. Though her body hadn't fully recovered, she still had a good sense of caution. Even if she got lost, she believed she could take care of herself. It was the turn of spring and summer, and the mountains were full of mushrooms and wild fruits. Since few people came here, Lin Lanhua soon found many mushrooms growing in clusters. It had rained the night before, and now the mushrooms were sprouting from fallen trees and pine needles on the ground. She felt as if she had stumbled into a treasure trove, happily picking mushrooms here and there, without realizing how far she had gone. At first, Zhao Desheng watched her with amusement, thinking she looked like a little mouse stealing food. But after a while, when he turned around, she was gone.
Lanhua.
Lanhua. Zhao Desheng called out, following the fresh footprints she had left on the ground. Lin Lanhua was now full of regret. After walking too far, she turned around and realized Zhao Desheng was nowhere in sight. Just as she was about to retrace her steps, a wild boar suddenly burst out from the bushes. Seeing the boar charging toward her with a loud snort, Lin Lanhua turned and ran. Though she knew many survival tricks, her body was still weak, and she couldn't possibly outrun a wild boar with sharp tusks. Relying on her quick movements, Lin Lanhua managed to avoid being caught by the wild boar, but she knew she couldn't keep running forever. She spotted a large tree down the slope with a thick branch jutting out and quickly came up with a plan. Using the slope for momentum, Lin Lanhua leapt up, grabbed the sturdy branch, and climbed swiftly into the tree. She had barely caught her breath when the wild boar charged to the base of the tree, snorting angrily and ramming the trunk. Looking down at the boar, Lin Lanhua swallowed nervously. For a moment, she thought about how tasty pork would be, but then shook her head. Right now, it wasn't clear who would end up as dinner. Luckily, she had been running roughly in the direction they came from, so Zhao Desheng should be nearby. If they worked together, they might be able to take down the boar. When Zhao Desheng heard the commotion and rushed over, he saw the wild boar furiously ramming the tree. On the swaying branches above sat Lin Lanhua, who, to his surprise, looked calm and composed. Without hesitation, Zhao Desheng grabbed 2 stones from the ground and hurled them at the boar, hitting it squarely. Enraged, the boar turned and charged at him instead. Zhao Desheng dodged and ran in circles, leading the boar away. Once Lin Lanhua saw them disappear into the distance, she carefully climbed down and followed in their direction. Are you okay? Did you get hurt? Zhao Desheng asked anxiously when he returned after dealing with the boar. Wild boars in the mountains were fierce. Being knocked down, bitten, or rammed by one could easily be fatal. I'm fine. Luckily, I ran fast enough and didn't get hurt. What about you? Lin Lanhua asked, feeling both relieved and happy that Zhao Desheng cared about her. In this unfamiliar world, it was comforting to have someone looking out for her. If he hadn't arrived in time, she might have been injured even if she managed to defeat the boar. Brother Desheng, thank you for saving me. If it weren't for you, I might not have made it out alive today, Lin Lanhua said sincerely. It's fine, I'm okay too. But don't wander off again. I lured the boar into an old trap I dug before. Let's pull it out and head home, Zhao Desheng said, relieved that she wasn't hurt, though a bit upset that her recklessness had put her in danger. I told you not to run off on your own. Why don't you ever listen? Lin Manhwa knew she was wrong and quickly promised to behave, so Zhao Desheng let her go. They walked to the trap, where the wild boar inside was barely alive, bleeding heavily. The smell of blood could attract other animals, so Zhao Desheng quickly pulled the boar out. It looked to weigh about 150 to 160 pounds, and he could drag it by himself. They hurried home, afraid the scent would bring more wild beasts. By the time they got back, it was already noon, around 1 o'clock, Lan Hua guessed. After putting down her basket and drinking some water, Zhao Desheng decided to take the boar to the county right away to sell it while it was still fresh. Lan Hua had also gathered a lot that day: black mushrooms, oyster mushrooms, pine mushrooms, straw mushrooms, and wood ear fungus. The black mushrooms made especially tasty soup, her favorite. She kept some for herself and planned to take the rest to see if anyone would buy them. You don't need to come with me, Zhao Desheng said, looking at her. It's a long way to the county. I can go alone. You'd just get tired. I'll bring the money back to you, or buy whatever you need. Lan Hua frowned. I can walk just fine. I'll go with you. I can help carry things and maybe buy a few supplies. Seeing she wouldn't change her mind, Zhao Desheng frowned slightly, pressed his lips together, and finally nodded. He had a hand cart at home. He loaded the wild boar onto it, covered it with straw, and placed some firewood on top. Zhao Desheng pushed the cart in front, while Lan Hua followed behind with her basket and 2 wild chickens. They didn't meet many people on the way. After walking for about an hour, they reached the county town. Since the cart looked like it was just carrying firewood, no one paid much attention. Where should we go? I don't know who buys wild game here, Manhwa said, looking around but seeing no stalls. Zhao Desheng stopped her. I know a place that buys it. Don't wander off. Let's go ask first. Hearing that, Lanhua said nothing more and followed him. They arrived at the back door of a restaurant. Zhao Desheng knocked, and a boy of about 16 or 17 came out. Seeing them, he looked puzzled. Hey, it's me, Zhao Desheng, Zhao said, noticing the boy didn't recognize him. I've brought wild game here before. Oh, Brother Desheng. What brings you here today?
The boy asked.
Li Ernia looked at the wild pheasant and the basket in Lin Lanhua's hands. You're here to deliver game, right? Yes. Please help us pass a message to the shopkeeper, she replied. Li Erniu agreed cheerfully. He went through the kitchen, turned into the main hall, and told the shopkeeper the news. It was around 3 in the afternoon, not yet mealtime, so the restaurant was quiet. The shopkeeper followed Li Erniu to the back door. Brother Zhao, said shopkeeper Li of the Wufu restaurant, a man in his 40s with a kind face. When he saw Lin Lanhua, he asked, and this lady is? Zhao Desheng smiled slightly. Shopkeeper Li, this is my wife. Her surname is Lin, he said, looking a bit shy. The shopkeeper was surprised for a moment. Brother Zhao, you're married now? Congratulations. Lin Lanhua greeted him politely.
Hello, shopkeeper.
The shopkeeper looked at the graceful woman in plain clothes and thought to himself that this hunter was quite lucky. Still, he asked curiously, so, what brings you here today? Zhao Desheng removed the firewood and straw from his cart, revealing a wild boar underneath. Shopkeeper Li, we were lucky today. We found a wild boar that fell into a trap. It's still fresh, so we brought it right away. Would you like to buy it? Shopkeeper Li looked surprised. Brother Zhao, you've got real skill. It's fresh, I'll take it. He checked the boar's blood. It was still bright red and not clotted, clearly freshly hunted. Wild boar is rare. I'll take the whole thing at 25 coins per gene. What do you think? The market price for pork was 18 coins per gene, so 25 was fair. Zhao Desheng agreed right away, saving himself the trouble of selling it piece by piece. My wife also picked some mushrooms and caught a few pheasants yesterday. Would you like to buy those too? Of course, said shopkeeper Li. I'll pay 60 coins for each pheasant, and I'll take the mushrooms as well. The pheasants were still alive, and the mushrooms were fresh, so he bought them all. After leaving Wufu restaurant, Lin Manhwa calculated their earnings. The wild boar sold for 3 taels and 7 chien, the pheasants for 120 coins, and the mushrooms, black fungus, straw mushrooms, and oyster mushrooms, were cheaper at 5 or 6 coins per jean. The rare black pine mushrooms, however, sold for 12 coins per jean, almost as much as pork. Altogether, the mushrooms brought in 180 coins, making a total of 4 taels of silver. Since it was still early, the couple hurried to the market to buy supplies. The two of them found a small blacksmith shop in an alley and bought an iron pot, a kitchen knife, a hoe, and a machete. The knives they had at home were just barely usable. The small iron pot cost 500 coins, the kitchen knife and hoe 300 each, and the machete 120. Altogether, they spent 1,220 coins. Lin Manhwa sighed as she paid, thinking how quickly money disappeared. After leaving the blacksmith shop, they went to a general store and bought some salt, sugar, candles, bowls, chopsticks, lard, and a few simple toiletries, spending another 300 coins. Lin Manhwa remembered they still needed to buy clothes and food, basic necessities, and they couldn't spend all their money. She tightened her purse. Brother Desheng, let's buy some clothes, bedding, and food to take home. I'm not sure if the money will be enough, but we should save a little for emergencies. We can't spend it all. Zhao Desheng listened to her gentle nagging without any impatience. Instead, he felt a quiet happiness and enjoyed hearing her talk.
Don't worry, he said.
We still have some money saved at home, and I'll work hard hunting to support you. Seeing his calm expression, Lin Manhwa smiled slightly. Money was meant to be earned, not just saved. The basic things they needed still had to be bought. They found a modest fabric shop. The shop assistant greeted them warmly. What would you like to buy? We just got some new linen, the best in the county. Noticing their simple clothes, the assistant introduced sturdy and affordable fabrics. Lin Manhwa asked about the prices. Coarse cloth was 180 coins per bolt, linen 150, and fine cotton 500. She bought 2 bolts of dark blue coarse cloth. She also bought 2 bolts of dark linen, mainly for hunting clothes. Linen was cheap, and it wouldn't matter if it got torn by branches. The fine cotton was expensive, but she gritted her teeth and bought 1 bolt for making underclothes. She also bought a quilt and a mattress, spending a total of 2 taels of silver. The fabric shop assistant recommended a grain store, so they carried their purchases there. At the grain store, they asked about prices. A dough of rice cost 100 coins. 1 dough was about 12.5 jean in modern measure, which meant 8 coins per jean. Millet was 6 coins per jean, white flour 7, and black flour 4. Millet is also called yellow rice, but this kind still has its husk. The dark flour is made from unhulled wheat, which feels rough to eat and can scratch the throat. Lin Manhwa was used to eating rice, but since her family had little land, they had to buy most of it, which cost a lot. Still, there was no other choice. Food at home was running low, so she had to buy some. In the end, Lin Manhwa bought 5 dough of rice, 10 jean of white flour, and some mung beans and soybeans. Altogether, it cost 700 coins. They placed the cloth and grain on a handcart padded with straw. Zhao Desheng pushed the cart while Lin Manhwa carried some smaller items. Together, they walked home under the setting sun. As Lin Manhwa watched the ox carts and donkey carts passing by, she thought that once they earned more money, she must buy one too. Otherwise, walking everywhere was really tiring. They took the mountain path around the village, and by the time they reached home, it was already dark. Still, both were in good spirits. Zhao Desheng lit a candle they had just bought and, seeing Lin Manhwa putting things away, went to the kitchen to cook. After tidying up, Lin Manhwa helped him with the fire. She wasn't much of a cook. Her skills were about the same as Zhao Desheng's, maybe even worse. Zhao Desheng looked at Lin Manhwa by the stove, feeling a bit puzzled. He could tell she wasn't good at cooking, but a friend's wife had told him that Lin Manhwa was known to be hardworking and skilled in the kitchen. That didn't seem to match the woman before him. After dinner, both were tired from the day. They washed up and went straight to rest. Lying on the bed with her back to Zhao Desheng, Lin Manhwa could sense his doubts about her. But since he didn't question her, she pretended not to notice. From her observations over the past 2 days, Zhao Desheng seemed reliable. With no parents or relatives, he was actually a good match for her. Lin Manhua could feel herself blending more and more with this body, realizing she truly had to stay in this ancient time. From the memories of the body's original owner, she learned that this dynasty suffered from severe land concentration, heavy labor duties, and frequent conscription. All signs showed that the empire was in decline. Natural disasters, unrest, and danger everywhere. A rebellion could break out at any time. It was only a matter of when. The population kept shrinking, and the law forbade women without sons from living alone. Divorced or separated women had to return to their parents' homes, but life there was also hard, and they would soon be married off again. Her family had always treated their only daughter kindly, but Lin Manhua didn't want to go back. Returning would make it easy for others to recognize her, and it would also limit her freedom. Besides, her family was poor. She had 3 older brothers, and one of them hadn't married yet because of their poverty. Even if she went back, there wouldn't be a place for her to stay. She had once planned to save more money so that when she left one day, she could live on her own without worrying about survival. But after learning more about the situation, she began to feel lost. In this era, people needed identification papers wherever they went, and traveling far required a special pass. Without these, even if she managed to reach another place, she couldn't settle down. Worse, villagers might report her, which could bring endless trouble. If she ran into danger outside, she wouldn't be able to handle it alone. No matter how strong she was, she couldn't fight off dozens or even hundreds of people. Even a tiger has moments of weakness. How could she, a single woman, manage on her own? She couldn't return to her family, couldn't live alone, and couldn't run away. After thinking it over, staying with Zhao Desheng seemed the best choice for now. He had given her all 4 taels of silver from today's sale, without hesitation. Living with him might not be such a bad idea. From his attitude, he didn't seem unwilling. Though he was still a bit suspicious of her, he took his role as a husband seriously and cared for her in every way. Lin Manhua was open-minded. Unlike most women of this time who valued reputation above all else, she believed that if things didn't work out later, she could always find another way to leave. The only problem was how to explain her unusual behavior to him. If she told the truth, he might think she was something strange. That was her biggest secret. She would have to find the right time and reason to tell him, to ease his doubts. Lost in thought, Lin Manhua didn't realize when she fell asleep. The next morning, after buying some grain, she finally had a bowl of white rice porridge for breakfast. Though it didn't taste as good as modern food, it was considered a luxury in the village. There was also a plate of stir-fried purslane with pork fat. After eating, Lin Manhua smacked her lips and thought that fine grains really did taste better, though they were expensive. Zhao Desheng had a big appetite, and most village families ate little meat, relying mainly on grain. The food they bought yesterday would last only about 2 months, and they still had just over 1 tael of silver left. She decided not to spend that silver, keeping it for emergencies. She planned to go into the mountains more often to earn some extra money. Having no money made her uneasy. Times were unstable, so it was best to store some food just in case. Last night, while washing up, I suddenly remembered that I hadn't bought a bath bucket yet. The wardrobe and cupboard at home are also old and broken and need to be replaced, but that all costs money. Today, Lin Manhua planned to go to the fields with Zhao Desheng to do some weeding. They each carried a hoe and went to work. In spring, weeds grow fast. If you don't come for a few days, they cover the ground again. Fortunately, their dry field wasn't very big, so the 2 of them finished by mid-morning. Zhao Desheng wanted to check on the paddy field and told Lin Manhua to go home first. Lin Manhua was a bit tired, so she went home to rest. She was wondering what to do next when she heard someone calling outside. She went out and saw a young man standing at her gate, looking inside. When he saw her, he quickly came forward and called out, "Little sister, how are you?" The young man looked about 20, with tan skin, tall and thin, and had an honest face. Lin Manhua remembered that this was her brother from her mother's side, Lin Chongsheng. Her family had been quite lucky. Years ago, a poor scholar who was friends with her father had given names to all the children, so they didn't end up with the usual village names like Chunhua, Chiohua, Taidan, or Erniu. Third brother, what brings you here? Lin Manhwa opened the gate and invited him in. Little sister, the family heard that you were married off to a poor hunter from the Zhou family. Everyone's been worried, so they sent me to find out if it's true. I went to the Zhou house to look for you, but they said you weren't there and told me not to come again. I asked around the village and finally learned you were here. They didn't lie. I'm no longer part of the Zhou family, Lin Lanhua said calmly. Hearing this, Lin Chongsheng clenched his fists in anger. How could the Zhou family treat you like that? I'll go home, tell father and the others, and we'll go demand an explanation. Little sister, pack your things.
I'll take you home right now.
Forget about this marriage to the hunter. As he spoke, Lin Chongsheng pulled Lin Lanhua toward the house, urging her to pack. Seeing how worried and upset he was, and knowing he truly cared for her, Lin Lanhua quickly stopped him. Third brother, I'm doing well here.
Please don't worry.
Lin Chongsheng didn't believe her. He pulled Lin Lanhua into the house and, seeing the bare walls and old, broken furniture, became even more determined to take his younger sister home. Little sister, stop lying to me. Look at this place. How could you be living well here? Lin Chongsheng was strong, and Lin Lanhua couldn't break free. He wouldn't listen to her, and the two were struggling when suddenly a fist came from the side and hit Lin Chongsheng in the face, knocking him down. Are you all right? Zhao Desheng pulled Lin Lanhua behind him, glaring angrily at the man on the ground. He lifted his foot, ready to step forward. I'm fine. Don't do anything. This is my third brother for my family. Lin Lanhua quickly stopped him and explained. Zhao Desheng froze. He had just come back from the fields and, seeing a man pulling at Lin Lanhua, had acted out of anger. He hadn't realized it was his wife's brother. After explaining, Lin Lanhua hurried to help the dazed Lin Chongsheng up. Brother, are you okay? This is Zhao Desheng, your brother-in-law. Zhao Desheng now looked embarrassed and uneasy. Seeing his awkwardness, Lin Lanhua couldn't help but smile to herself. On their first meeting, he had punched her brother. She helped Lin Chongsheng to sit in the main room. Zhao Desheng stood nearby, wanting to speak but hesitating. Lin Chongsheng, feeling humiliated, stayed silent. Finally, Zhao Desheng carefully said, Brother, are you all right? I didn't mean it.
I thought you were hurting Lanhua.
What nonsense. How could I hurt my own sister? You hit me for no reason. You hunters really are unreasonable. Let me tell you, my sister married you, without our family's knowledge. I'm taking her home, and this marriage doesn't count. Lin Chongsheng was furious. His mouth hurt from the blow, but he refused to lose his temper's edge. Brother, I already said I'm fine here. I'm not going back, Lin Lanhua quickly replied. Lin Chongsheng looked at his stubborn sister. Don't worry, little sister. Father and mother will agree to take you back. You can stay in my room. I'll just build a small shed for myself. Seeing Lin Chongsheng, who was sincerely thinking about her, Lin Lanhua felt a little touched. No, third brother, I'm really doing fine here. Brother Desheng doesn't have much land, but he can hunt and earn money. He even gave me a tael of silver yesterday. Lin Lanhua quickly took out the remaining silver from yesterday to prove her words. She went on to say that they had just bought new grain, and Zhao Desheng had even bought fine rice for her, showing how much he cared. But he's all alone, without any relatives to help him, Lin Chongsheng said worriedly.
Don't worry about that.
Having no relatives means fewer social obligations. Besides, I still have you all, don't I? Lin Chongsheng paused for a moment, looking at his younger sister in surprise. She seemed different. Her personality had changed. Noticing his puzzled look, Lin Lanhua realized that the original her had been too timid to speak so firmly. Standing nearby, Zhao Desheng tried to ease the tension. Third brother, don't worry. I'll take good care of Lanhua. But Lin Chongsheng ignored him and asked directly, Little sister, you seem different from before. Lanhua gave a faint smile. Maybe I've learned something after what happened with the Zhou family. I realized I have to stand on my own or I'll always be bullied. Hearing this, Lin Chongsheng felt relieved. gently patting her head like he used to when they were children. That's right. You used to be too kind, and that's why people took advantage of you. It's good that you've changed. Manhwa nodded with emotion. Yes, it's better to be a little stronger in life. Seeing that he couldn't join the conversation, Zhao Desheng went to the kitchen to cook. He used plenty of rice, made a mushroom soup, stir-fried some shepherd's purse, and prepared a plate of cold fern salad. When the meal was ready, the siblings had finished talking. Although Lin Chongqing wasn't entirely satisfied with his brother-in-law, who was 4 or 5 years older than his sister, he didn't make things difficult since Manhwa seemed happy. Looking at the bowl of white rice, Lin Chongqing couldn't help swallowing. His family had many mouths to feed and little land, so white rice was a rare treat. Worried that his brother-in-law might be spending too much to impress him, he said, "If you have money, you should save it to buy more land. We're all family, no need for a fancy meal." Manhwa picked up some food for him with her chopsticks. "Eat, third brother. This isn't a special meal. I told you, my husband knows how to earn money." Zhao Desheng quickly said, "Yes, third brother, but there's still more in the pot." Seeing his sister and brother-in-law so generous, Lin Chongqing felt both surprised and pleased. After the three finished eating, Lin Chongqing watched his brother-in-law busying himself, while his sister relaxed like a boss. He felt quite satisfied. Though they were poor, his brother-in-law clearly cared for his sister. Lin Chongqing was getting ready to go home. There was a lot of work waiting, plenty of land, many people, but only 3 brothers working in the fields. Their father's health had been poor for years, so he rarely worked anymore. Their mother stayed home to take care of him. The 2 older brothers were married and had children, so there were many mouths to feed, and the family's burden was heavy. Because of that, Lin Chongqing was already 20, but still unmarried. Lin Manhwa told Lin Chongqing that she and Zhao Desheng would visit their parents the day after tomorrow, and asked him to let them know so their parents wouldn't worry. "Brother Desheng, I have something to tell you," Lin Manhwa said seriously. Seeing her solemn expression, Zhao Desheng had a feeling he knew what she wanted to say.
What is it?
He asked. "You've probably noticed that I'm not the same as before. First, after falling into the water, I started to see things more clearly. Second, when I was in the water, for some reason, I suddenly gained a memory. It felt like the memory of a woman general. And when I came up from the water, I thought I saw something glowing beneath the surface." Zhao Desheng found the first part reasonable, but the second part left him stunned and speechless. Seeing his disbelief, Lin Manhwa said, "You don't believe me? Then ask me about any big event that happened in our village before. I can tell you everything." Zhao Desheng was still trying to make sense of it all, and didn't know how to respond. After a moment of silence, seeing how calm and sincere she looked, he finally believed her.
Then.
"Are you feeling all right? Any discomfort?" "I'm fine," Lin Manhwa said. "And, because of that general's memory, I think I might even know some martial arts, though I haven't had a chance to test it yet." Zhao Desheng didn't really believe that part. As long as you're fine, that's what matters. Whether you know martial arts or not doesn't matter. Lin Manhwa smiled. "Don't be so sure. In a few days, we can test it out. Maybe you won't even be able to beat me." Although Zhao Desheng had been hunting since childhood and was a man, he had never received proper training, so he might not actually be better than Lin Manhwa. "All right, whatever you say," Zhao Desheng said with a small smile, watching Lin Manhwa's proud and charming expression. When she met his gaze, Lin Manhwa blushed slightly, feeling a bit uneasy inside. Zhao Desheng spoke first. "You must be tired today.
Take a rest.
I'll go cut some bamboo to strengthen the fence around the yard." Even though Zhao Desheng didn't fully believe in the strange events that had happened, he was at least half convinced. After hearing Lin Manhwa's explanation and having eaten an extra meal to host his brother-in-law, Zhao Desheng felt full of energy and wanted to find something to do. Now that he had a wife, he looked at the shaky fence around their home and felt it wasn't very safe. Carrying a machete, Zhao Desheng went to the bamboo grove behind the mountain and soon cut down 2 large bundles of bamboo to bring back. After resting for a while, Lin Manhwa came to help him. "Brother Desheng, tomorrow let's go into the mountains to see if we can find some wild game to bring to my mother's house, all right?" Lin Manhua knew that Zhao Desheng's parents had passed away early, so he wasn't familiar with many customs. The day after tomorrow, they would visit her family, which was like a formal return visit after marriage. It was the first time the new son-in-law would visit, so he needed to bring some gifts. Otherwise, her family might not feel at ease. Zhao Desheng understood that Lin Manhua was thinking of him, helping him avoid any awkwardness with her brothers, so he gladly agreed. He actually knew about this custom. His good friend Zhou Er had just bragged about what he brought to his in-laws and how well his brother-in-law treated him afterward. So when his wife mentioned it, he remembered and said, "I can go alone. The mountains are dangerous. You should stay home. We should go together. I told you I know some martial arts. I can help you," Lin Lanhua insisted again. "It's not that. I'm just worried about you. Stay home. I'll be fine on my own," Zhao Desheng said, still hoping she wouldn't go. "I want to go with you. I know the mountains are dangerous, but I promise I won't wander off. If anything happens, I'll climb a tree right away. I'll be fine." Seeing that he couldn't change her mind, Zhao Desheng had no choice but to agree, though he repeatedly reminded her not to stray too far. Early the next morning, the two of them got up, carried their baskets, took their knives, and headed into the mountains. It rained last night. Two people were walking through the lush green forest, following a winding path. The ground was covered with fresh grass, and from a distance, the scene looked like a peaceful painting. Not far away, an early riser who was out picking mushrooms saw them and stared with growing jealousy. Xiang Sao, what are you looking at? I've called you several times and you didn't answer." "Hurry up and pick the mushrooms," said Wang, Zhou Xiangsao's second sister-in-law, giving her a gentle push when she noticed her staring blankly into the distance. Zhou Xiangsao came back to her senses, lowered her eyes to hide her feelings, and said softly, "It's nothing, second sister-in-law. Let's find more mushrooms." After the rain, mushrooms had sprouted everywhere. Many villagers were already in the safer parts of the back mountain, busy collecting them. When they met other villagers, they greeted each other before going back to their own work. Zhao Desheng led Lin Lanhua to the other side of the forest they had visited before. He told her not to wander off while he went to check the traps he had set earlier. This time, Zhao Desheng kept a close eye on her, calling out from time to time. If she didn't answer, he would keep calling until she did. Lin Lanhua, feeling helpless, decided they should go together to check the traps and pick mushrooms along the way instead of splitting up. After checking all the traps, they found only 2 wild chickens, though they came across plenty of mushrooms. Zhao Desheng wasn't satisfied. He led Lin Lanhua deeper into the forest, hoping to find a better catch to bring to his in-laws the next day. The forest could be dangerous, and since Lin Lanhua was with him, he avoided the risky areas. As the sun began to set and they still hadn't found any good prey, Zhao Desheng decided it was time to head back. "Sure." Lin Lanhua grabbed his arm, pointed to her ear, then toward the front, signaling that she had heard something. Zhao Desheng listened carefully and indeed caught a faint sound. They quietly set down their baskets and crept around a patch of low bushes toward the noise. After a few steps, they saw an animal that looked like a deer eating grass and tender leaves in the dense woods ahead. Zhao Desheng motioned for Lin Lanhua to crouch down and stay still. Before she could react, he quietly moved forward. Lin Lanhua wanted to stop him, but was afraid of scaring the animal away. She looked around carefully, keeping alert. She quietly moved with her machete, circling around to block the direction where the prey might escape. As she got closer, Zhao Desheng turned to check if Lin Lanhua was hiding well. To his surprise, she wasn't waiting where he had told her to stay, but was instead approaching the roe deer from another direction. Worried that she might get hurt if the deer charged, Zhao Desheng quickly drew his bow, aimed, and released an arrow. Sensing danger, the deer tried to flee, and the first arrow missed. Zhao Desheng hurried to shoot again. Seeing the situation, Lin Lanhua threw her machete. It flew through the air and struck the deer's hind leg. The deer stumbled, dragging its injured leg as it tried to run, but Zhao Desheng's second arrow hit its neck. The deer fell to the ground and stopped moving. Lin Lanhua walked over, picked up her machete, and saw that the deer was barely breathing, so she didn't strike again. How could you be so bold? What if it had charged at you? You're not strong enough to handle that. It would have hurt you badly. Zhao Desheng looked at her with both anger and worry. Lin Lanhua smiled. It's fine. I told you I know some martial arts.
See?
Without me, the deer would have gotten away. Zhao Desheng was impressed by her skill, but still upset that she had taken such a risk. Even without you, I could have hit it. Don't do that again, it's too dangerous. Seeing his serious expression, Lin Lanhua laughed. All right, let's go. It'll be dark by the time we get home. What's that? Lin Lanhua turned and noticed a plant nearby that looked like a yam vine. She walked closer and confirmed it. Excited, she called out, Brother Desheng, look. This is yam. What's a yam?
Can you eat it?
Zhao Desheng asked, puzzled. Lin Lanhua explained, it's called Dioscorea apposita. The root is edible, like potatoes or sweet potatoes. And see these little bumps on the vine? When they grow, they can be used as medicine. People call them yam beans. I didn't expect to find them here. I wonder if there are more around. But they're not ready yet. We'll have to wait until autumn to harvest them. Hearing this, Zhao Desheng examined the vine carefully, his eyes lighting up. So, it's a medicinal plant. I've seen many like this before. When autumn comes, I'll take you into the mountains to find more. Lin Lanhua said this is not only medicine but also food. Later, we can ask Boss Lee from the restaurant if he wants to buy it, and then check with the pharmacy too.
All right.
But how do you know so much about this? Zhao Desheng asked curiously. There were plenty of these plants in the mountains, but no one recognized them. How did Lin Lanhua know? Lin Lanhua smiled mysteriously. Of course, it's all in my head. I know many kinds of herbs. In fact, her grandfather had been a traditional doctor, and her mother knew a little as well. Growing up around them, Lin Lanhua had learned to recognize many herbs. She couldn't treat illnesses, but she did know a few simple remedies for things like stomachaches or mild fevers. Beyond that, she wasn't sure. In your head? You mean from that memory you mentioned before? Zhao Desheng asked, thinking of the general's memories she had talked about earlier. Lin Lanhua nodded without explaining further. I don't know that many. You carry the deer, and let's get going. She memorized the spot and started walking back. Zhao Desheng carried the deer and followed her. When they reached the place where they had left their basket, he put the deer inside, lifted it onto his back, and they headed home together. By the time they got home, it was already dark. After washing up, Lin Lanhua saw Zhao Desheng busy cleaning the deer, so she went to cook. Before she came, there hadn't been a woman in the house. Zhao Desheng, being a rough man, didn't know how to dry vegetables or pickle them. He just ate whatever was available, and if there wasn't any, he went without. There were no chickens or ducks either. The eggs they had on their wedding day were ones Lin Lanhua had brought herself. So there were hardly any ingredients at home, only some wild vegetables to eat. While the rice was cooking, Lin Lanhua saw that Zhao Desheng had finished cleaning part of the deer. She hadn't eaten meat for a long time, so she asked him to cut a piece to stew. Seeing her eager expression, Zhao Desheng smiled fondly. Let's keep the wild chicken for ourselves and one piece of the deer meat too. We'll take the rest to your parents' house tomorrow, so they can have something nice to eat. Lin Lanhua felt a little shy, but couldn't deny she had been craving meat after so many days of plain food. Her family lived in Tawago, the next village over from Yaodang. It took more than half an hour to walk there. In those days, country families were poor. Unless they needed to buy salt or grain, most people wouldn't go to town for 10 days, or even half a month. That's why, even though Lin Lanhua had been married for 2 or 3 days, her family had only just heard the news. Lin Lanhua was unsure how to handle her family situation and chose to ignore the Lin family. Zhao Desheng was not very familiar with the customs of returning home, so he didn't mention it. If it weren't for Lin Chongxing coming to their house, neither of them would have thought to visit the Lin family. The next morning they woke up early. After breakfast, Zhao Desheng carried a large roe deer, weighing about 20 pounds, along with 10 pounds of rice. Lin Lanhua carried a coarse cloth and a bag of candy she had bought earlier, and they left early. The Lin family learned early that day that Lin Manhwa was bringing her new husband to visit. Everyone stayed at home waiting. Second sister-in-law Lin complained a lot, saying it was a waste of time for farm work. She also said that since her younger sister-in-law married into the Zhou family, she didn't come back often. She also mentioned that the marriage was arranged without consulting the family and that the bride price was only 5 taels of silver. The family didn't benefit at all, and now they were coming to visit. Second sister-in-law didn't like her younger sister-in-law's delicate nature. The family had 3 brothers who all loved her, but she couldn't stand up for herself. She thought it was ridiculous that she might be bullied by the Zhou family. Dad, Mom. When they reached the door, Lin Manhua called out. The Lin family had 3 sons. The yard was spacious, but the surrounding wall was made of roughly similar-sized wood. Lin's parents had been eagerly waiting. Soon, Lin's mother came out, opened the door, and pulled Lin Manhua inside, tears in her eyes. Seeing her bent and frail mother, Lin Manhua hesitated and called out, Mom, Lanhua, my daughter, my poor girl. Lin's mother, with rough hands, held Lin Lanhua and kept looking at her. Her father then came out and said, Hurry, let your daughter and son-in-law in. It's a happy thing that Lanhua has returned. Stop crying, wife. Lin's mother wiped her tears. Yes, yes, coming quickly. Is this your husband? Come in. She also heard from the 3rd son that the man was good to Lanhua. Now seeing him tall and strong and that he looked good, she felt satisfied. As the saying goes, marrying a man means relying on him for clothes and food. You need a man who treats you well, or else, like in the Zhou family, having many family members doesn't help. You're just the one being bullied. Lin Lanhua handed the coarse cloth to her mother. This is the coarse cloth I bought earlier. I brought 2 pieces for the little nephews to make clothes. She also brought some candy to sweeten their mouths. This is Zhao Desheng. Lin Manhua signaled Zhao Desheng to bring the roe deer and rice to Mr. Lin. Zhao Desheng looked at the warm-hearted Mr. and Mrs. Lin, quickly took out the roe deer meat and rice from his basket, and happily handed them to Mr. Lin. This is the roe deer we caught yesterday, a little something for the family. Mr. and Mrs. Lin looked at the gifts they were holding, their eyes wide with surprise. The gifts were very valuable. As a son-in-law visiting a farming family, they came empty-handed, and the family wouldn't mind much. A bag of sugar, some snacks, a piece of meat, or a small jar of wine, 1 or 2 of these would be enough to show respect. But they brought over 20 pounds of meat, plus sugar, cloth, and rice. This was quite extravagant. Mrs. Lin didn't want to accept the gifts, worried that her daughter and son-in-law might spend all their savings and have a hard time later. She also worried that Zhao Desheng might be unhappy. You 2 should enjoy your life. We're happy just seeing you. You can take these back home. Mr. Lin also waved his hand to refuse. But Lin Lanhua didn't listen to her mother's refusal. She firmly pushed the cloth into her mother's hands and carefully placed the roe deer and rice in the kitchen. The 2 sisters-in-law from the Lin family saw such generous gifts and were happy. They hurriedly called their children over to greet everyone. The Lin family was thriving. The eldest son, Lin Chongjun, had a wife named Wang, and they had 2 sons and a daughter. The oldest was 8, the daughter 6, and the youngest 4. The second son, Lin Chongshan, was married to Yang. They had 1 son and 1 daughter. The daughter was 5 and the son 3. The third son, Lin Chongsheng, was 20 and still unmarried. Seeing the children lined up in front of her, Lin Lanhua sighed inwardly. The Lin family was truly prosperous, with many children. She greeted each of them. Mr. Lin and his 3 sons invited Zhao Desheng to sit down. The men chatted on the side. Mrs. Lin told her 2 daughters-in-law to prepare the meal and pulled her daughter into a room to look her over carefully. In front of her son-in-law, Mrs. Lin didn't say much. Now there were only the 2 of them in the room. She had many words to say, but couldn't. Seeing Lin Lanhua, her eyes suddenly turned red, and she couldn't speak. Mom, don't cry. I'm doing well. Life is good now, Lin Lanhua said, feeling sad for her mother. Good, good, don't cry, Mom. How is your son-in-law treating you? Mrs. Lin asked, noticing that her daughter's husband was still caring for her. He treats me very well. There are no elders at home, so we're free. He listens to me about family matters. Even if I sleep until noon every day, he doesn't mind, Lin Manhwa said, teasing her mother gently. Nonsense. How can you sleep until the sun is high? That would make you a lazy wife. You girl, didn't your mother teach you anything before? To live well, you need to be diligent. Keep the house tidy so that when the man comes home, he feels comfortable. You also need to learn how to manage the household. The roe deer meat can be sold for money. You all brought enough for a big family to eat once, and there's nothing left, just enough to fill your stomach, Mother Lin said, poking her daughter's forehead with her finger. Seeing her mother scold her, Lin Manhua felt a bit upset but replied obediently, I understand, Mother. Don't worry. We do things within our means. The family has some savings, and money can be earned anytime. Today, I finally came back for a visit. Let's all be happy together. Mother Lin felt warm inside hearing this, but still couldn't help but scold her daughter. After scolding enough, Mother Lin couldn't help but share her worries with her daughter. Your third brother is already 20, and he hasn't found a wife yet. Our family has many mouths to feed, but our income is really limited. Seeing our situation, others wouldn't want their daughters to marry into such hardship. We only have 8 acres of land, and your brother's farm a few more acres. Without that, life would be even harder. Listening to her mother talk on, Lin Manhua felt uncomfortable inside. She had a thought but didn't say it right away. In the kitchen, second sister-in-law Lin quietly approached third sister-in-law Lin, who was busy working. Sister-in-law, don't you think the little sister feels very different from before? If it were before, she would be shy and soft-spoken when she saw you. Now, she seems much more confident. Big sister-in-law Lin, who was tired of her talkative younger sister-in-law, replied impatiently, What are you saying? Didn't third brother just come back and say that little sister has changed a lot? Besides, being more confident is good. When Lin Manhua's family moved into Lin's house, she was 10 years old. Big sister-in-law Lin, who was honest and caring, looked after her. Later, she married into the Zhou family and didn't have a good life, so she felt sorry for her. When second sister-in-law Lin came to the house, Lin Manhua was about to get married and didn't have much emotional connection with her. Sister second Lin didn't mind sister Big Lin's attitude and kept talking to herself. Hey, do you think her new husband is really rich? Otherwise, how could he bring so much meat, rice, sugar, and cloth? I heard he's a hunter. They say the bride price for the Zhou family was only 5 taels of silver, which is enough to marry a young girl. Where does he get all that silver from? Sister Big Lin, being honest, couldn't stand Sister Second Lin's scheming attitude. When a new son-in-law comes to the house, he should bring some decent gifts. Do you think he would come empty-handed? Besides, whether he has money or not, what does that have to do with you? Sister Second Lin was still not giving up. It's so boring. I just want to talk. Do you think he really has a way to make money? Maybe we should ask Lan Hua and bring Long Shan and his brothers along. Sister Big Lin was speechless. That's impossible. You're just imagining things. Even if he does have a way to make money, why would he bring you along? We're family, what's the big deal? Sister Second Lin said casually, still chattering. Sister Big Lin knew her younger sister-in-law liked to take advantage and always wanted to grab things for herself. But besides that, she was diligent and respectful, with a kind heart. So she let her be and stopped paying attention. Though they were chatting idly, soon the smell of food wafted from the yard. The aroma of rice and the scent of venison attracted the children playing outside, who gathered at the kitchen door. Other villagers, smelling the delicious meat from the Lin family, wondered what kind of wealth they had gained. This smell was too tempting. Third brother, quickly take this bowl of meat to your great-grandfather's house, then come back to eat, Mother Lin said, handing a big bowl of meat to Lin Chongqing. Lin's eldest brother was still alive, and their family was doing fairly well. They often helped out. Today, his daughter had come back, and they had planned to invite her for a meal. But since the eldest uncle had 2 sons, each with their own families, and there were over 10 people in the family, it was hard to invite just 1 or 2. Their own eldest uncle treated his family well. Lin Chongqing was happy to go, carrying the bowl and walking cheerfully. As he smelled the meat, he kept swallowing saliva. Uncle's wife, you're the only one at home. Lin Chongqing saw that the door to Uncle Lin's house was open and went straight in, seeing the woman tidying the chicken coop. Uncle Lin's wife was over 50, hunched over, with dark skin, but she looked kind and gentle. Big auntie, I won't sit anymore. Today, my younger sister brought her husband to our house and brought some roe deer meat. I am bringing you a bowl. Lin Chongqing poured the meat from the bowl into the pot in Debo's kitchen. He turned to leave, but was stopped. Manhwa has returned home. Ask her to bring her husband to visit us. Debo's wife was happy to hear that Lin Lanhua was back. The story of Lanhua marrying into the Zhou family had already spread in the village these past few days. A few days ago, Debo even went to Lin's father to ask for an explanation from the Zhou family. It's not proper to marry off a daughter quietly like that. Later, Lin Chongqing brought back the news, and the family finally relaxed. Also, before, Lanhua married into the Zhou family, but the second son of the Zhou family went to war. They didn't divorce or annul the marriage, so Lanhua was still considered part of the Zhou family, and they made the decisions. The wife of the Zhou family was known to be very strong-willed. Lanhua suffered a lot after marrying in. Now, although they are poor, the couple supports each other and keeps working hard, hoping to get ahead someday. Lin Chongqing quickly broke free from Debo's wife and ran away, saying as he ran, I can't come today. I'll invite Debo's family another day. Debo's wife watched her nephew's back and said, You little rascal, running so fast. I haven't finished asking you. Mother Lin and her two sisters-in-law are hardworking. They raised chickens and ducks, and in the backyard vegetable garden, they had already planted cabbages and greens. Now, these vegetables are ready to eat. Besides the roe deer meat brought by Zhao Decheng, there was also a dish of stir-fried greens, green beans, and garlic sprouts with eggs, cooked with the roe deer meat, and a big pot of cabbage soup made from the meat. The two sisters-in-law cooked a large pot of mixed grain rice with rice and coarse grains mixed together. They didn't want to cook only rice because they had a big family. Everyone was happy, and the meal was as good as a New Year feast. Lin Chongqing ran back home. The family had already set the table, a big table. The adults sat down, and the children ate on the side with bowls. Father Lin took out a small jar of homemade wine and shared a few sips with his son and son-in-law. The women ate and chatted happily. After finishing the meal and tidying up, it was already noon. Father Lin, being older and having drunk wine, went to rest in his room. Zhao Decheng and Lin Lanhua stayed to chat with others for a while before getting ready to leave. She didn't stay long this time and left. You and your son-in-law have come all this way. Stay a little longer. Lin's mother looked at her daughter, who hadn't been there long, and hurriedly urged her. The two sisters-in-law also tried to persuade her. Lin Lanhua quickly declined, saying, No, it's the busy farming season. My brother and sister-in-law need to rest a bit, then go back to work in the fields. After leaving the Lin family, Lin Lanhua thought about her family's situation and came up with an idea. It seemed urgent to start training Zhao Desheng. Luckily, Zhao Desheng was a hunter and had some skills. During the off-season, he should practice enough. Later, she could have him teach her third brother. Then, the three of them could go hunting in the mountains together. She would say she was also practicing with Zhao Desheng, which could bring some income to the family. Facing this potentially chaotic world, it was important to have the ability to protect oneself. Even if no trouble happened, she could pass on this skill to the next generation.
It was a useful craft.
Zhao Desheng noticed that Lin Lanhua seemed distracted all the way and didn't say a word. He was a bit confused and asked, What are you thinking about? Lin Lanhua snapped back to her senses and shook her head. She hadn't started teaching yet, so it was useless to mention it now. Thinking about it, training was really urgent. I want us to start training early tomorrow. I remember being a female general. I know many things. I will teach you. From now on, we will practice every morning. Once we get good, I can go hunting with you. Zhao Desheng looked shocked, as if he didn't understand what she was saying. Lin Lanhua pouted and said, I already told you I know martial arts. It seems you didn't believe me at all. No, I believe you, Zhao Desheng hurried to say. He knew he needed to comfort his wife, but He didn't sound confident and looked guilty. Lin Manhwa took the opportunity to say, "All right then, starting tomorrow, early morning training. Don't sleep in." Zhao Desheng nodded uncertainly but agreed. The next day, at dawn, Zhao Desheng got up. Lin Manhua had told him yesterday that they would start training early every day. He was a bit skeptical but still got up early and went to boil water in the kitchen. Lin Manhua was also thinking about today's training. She got up early, tied her hair back, washed up, and then took Zhao Desheng to run back and forth on the hillside behind their house. This was her way of building their endurance. Zhao Desheng ran very easily, and Lin Manhua didn't run for long before her ears were filled with her heavy breathing. Lin Manhua slowly adjusted her breathing and kept running at a steady pace. Meanwhile, Zhao Desheng was running up and down, watching his wife. He felt a bit silly. Does his wife really know martial arts? But he didn't rush to judge. He decided to see how Lin Manhua practiced first. Lin Manhua knew that training should be gradual. After running for over 2 hours, she took Zhao Desheng to a quiet spot in the woods to practice boxing. Watching her perform the moves properly, with clear and simple techniques, Zhao Desheng started to notice the skill. Every move was sharp and powerful, with no unnecessary tricks. He began to believe what Lin Manhua had said earlier. He unconsciously mimicked her movements for a while. Soon, he became more familiar and confident. Seeing Zhao Desheng practicing beside her, Lin Manhua said, "Brother Desheng, I'll teach you this set of boxing moves. I'll demonstrate the first few, so watch carefully." She repeated the first few moves several times, then asked Zhao Desheng to copy them. "You've mostly remembered the moves, but your actions aren't perfect. I'll call out commands, and you follow along. I'll correct your form. 1, 2. Lin Manhua noticed Zhao Desheng's squat wasn't quite right. She placed her hands on his shoulders and said, "Squat a little lower, a bit more." Seeing her face close to his, her soft hands on his shoulders, Zhao Desheng's whole body tingled like an electric shock. His muscles tensed, his mind went blank, and his face turned red. Lin Manhua looked at his flushed face and calmly withdrew her hands, thinking to herself that this man was truly innocent. He looked so overwhelmed just from a simple touch. Kind of amusing. 3. When she called out the command, Zhao Desheng quickly pushed aside his thoughts and focused on practicing boxing. However, he kept making mistakes, and Lin Manhua immediately corrected him, which made him even more distracted. It was a sweet kind of torment. After finally teaching Zhao Desheng the boxing moves, Lin Manhua was sweating. Zhao Desheng looked at her and said, "Lanhua, you should go back and have breakfast. The food is warm in the pot. I'll practice a little longer. Just like before, I will definitely embarrass myself today. First, I need to comfort my wife and bring her back home." Lin Manhua is not as physically strong as Zhao Desheng. When she gets tired, she stops. After relaxing her muscles, she's ready to go home. "Okay, I'll go back first. When you finish practicing later, try to shake your legs like I did earlier and relax your muscles so you won't be sore tomorrow." Zhao Desheng thought Lin Manhua looked a bit strange earlier, but he also questioned her and obediently agreed. The moves she just showed still somewhat surprised Zhao Desheng. Every day, the two practice for an hour in the morning and evening. Sometimes, it's a bit longer. They often go up the mountain together and do some outdoor survival training. After about 20 days, Lin Manhua's skills improved quickly, and Zhao Desheng also made rapid progress. Their relationship gradually warmed up through these daily interactions. During this time, they also had good catches in the mountains. They caught a wild pig and a spotted deer. Whenever it rained, Lin Manhua happily took Zhao Desheng to pick mushrooms. They also found some herbs, though none were very rare. All in all, they earned quite a bit of money. The wild pig weighed about 140 jin and brought in 3.5 taels of silver. The deer was full of valuable parts. The meat was sold at Wu Fu Lu for 40 coins per jin, totaling 150 jin, earning 6 taels of silver. The deer's tail was sold for 5 taels and the antlers for 10 taels at the pharmacy. They also bought many household items, bathtubs, a large wardrobe, a cabinet, a rice jar, and some chairs. They bought some locks and gradually added to their belongings, spending quite a bit. Since both of them sensed that the world might not be peaceful and they didn't have much land, they relied on buying food. They bought a lot of grain, enough for over a year, just from rice alone. Lin Lanhua looked at the belongings they had bought with her own hands and felt very proud. Then she turned her head and asked, "Our mountain behind the house has plenty of game and good harvests. How did you live before?" Her life seemed pretty miserable. This question puzzled Lin Lanhua a bit. When they were buying things earlier, Zhao Desheng even took a brick from the corner of his family's wall, inside which was a bag holding 5 taels of silver. He didn't seem like someone who was very short of money, so why was his family so shabby? Actually, Lin Lanhua had overlooked an important issue. When Zhao Desheng's father died, he was only 17 years old. He had grown up in the mountains with his father, hunting, but he didn't dare go too deep into the forest. The animals he caught were sold for money to buy food, and after that, he had almost nothing left. Now, I should mention the taxes of this time. Because the country was unstable, the government collected heavy taxes. They taxed land and households. The land tax was 10%, and the household tax was based on the number of people. An adult man had to pay 2 bushels of grain, women counted as half a person, and children paid 7 quarts. However, crops didn't grow well. A good acre of rice paddy could produce 2 or 3 bushels of grain. Average rice paddies could produce about 2 bushels if well cared for, and poor land only about 1 bushel. The taxes were heavy. Families with many people paid a lot, leaving little for themselves. Villagers grew potatoes and sweet potatoes on their dry land because these crops produced a lot and could be eaten as food. Zhao Desheng's family had 2 acres of medium-quality rice paddies. In the past, after paying taxes, they had little left. Luckily, he and his father knew how to hunt, which helped them survive. Later, Zhao Desheng's father died and they paid 2 fewer bushels in taxes, but that still wasn't enough for Zhao Desheng to eat. His father, having experienced hunger and wild animals in the mountains, was afraid to take Zhao Desheng too deep into the forest. After his father died, only Zhao Desheng was left. Young and full of energy, and without any family ties, he slowly explored deeper into the mountains. Over time, he found a few safe places and managed to catch some big game, which over the years left him with a few silver coins. But Zhao Desheng was alone. As long as he ate enough, his family would not go hungry. He hunted animals and traded them for silver, then bought buns, steamed bread, or cakes in Linshui County or the town to take home, enough for 7 or 8 days. His family also stored a lot of grain. Sometimes, Zhao Desheng cooked his own meals. As a rough man living simply, with nothing much in the house, he didn't think much of it. Since Lin Lanhua came, the 2 of them went into the mountains to hunt and make money together. They discussed and gradually bought furniture. They were very happy and looked forward to a better life. Recently, the forests we often go to are ones I cleared out myself over time. It took a lot of effort and earned me quite a bit of silver. I even got some injuries before, which cost a lot to treat. Also, I used to be alone, so I didn't have many worries, Zhao Desheng casually explained. Lin Lanhua listened and felt a little sorry for the man. When his mother passed away, he was still a young child, never having experienced maternal love. His father was a rough man who struggled to raise him and finally left when he was 17, leaving him alone with no relatives or support, only able to survive on his own. Seeing the worried look in Lin Lanhua's eyes, Zhao Desheng felt a twinge of sadness. He wanted to tell her he was fine, but he hesitated and said nothing. Silently, he reached out and took her hand. He didn't speak, but he really wanted to hug her and tell her that having her by his side during this time made him very happy. However, he also knew that Lin Lanhua didn't fully accept him. Although she discussed things with him, she seemed to see him more as a friend or partner. Still, he was slowly sinking into deeper feelings. Lin Lanhua didn't resist. After a month of being together, she was satisfied with Zhao Desheng's behavior. He was smart, hardworking, honest, brave, and considerate. He didn't have the typical male chauvinism of this era and always took care of her. He was truly a good husband for home life. In her previous life, she grew up in a military family and had to join the army. Now, in this strange new world as a woman, she knew she couldn't join the army again. She had no desire or ability to conquer the world. Since she didn't need to defend her homeland, she thought it was better to live peacefully. She didn't feel much attachment to this ancient era. With its low productivity and frequent disasters, dynasties changed often. It was just like the saying, seeing the rise and fall of the world, never rich or poor. Gradually, she began to accept a simple, peaceful life with Zhao Desheng. She couldn't deny she had some feelings for him, but they were limited. However, she needed to clarify things with Zhao Desheng soon. She could see he was uneasy, perhaps worried she might leave. Plus, she didn't sleep in the same bed with him, and she was quite capable and outstanding. Occasionally, she noticed him looking at her with complex emotions, a hint of sadness in his eyes. But this simple-minded man didn't say anything, probably just hiding his sadness inside. Lin Manhwa decided to have a serious talk with him and also bring up Lin Chongqing's situation. Looking at Zhao Desheng, who was once again covered with a faint sadness, Lin Manhwa felt a bit amused. Zhao Desheng, she called him. Hearing his wife call him by his full name, Zhao Desheng paused. Seeing him behave like a little dog with his ears upright, Lin Manhwa couldn't help but laugh. Zhao Desheng also smiled softly. Seeing how nice he looked when he smiled, her face turned a little red. Still, she straightforwardly said, I think you're a good person. Let's just be good to each other from now on. Zhao Desheng was surprised, as if hit by a happy shock. He froze for a moment, then quickly promised, I will treat you well from now on. After saying that, he did something he had always wanted to do. He held Lin Manhua's hand tightly and pulled her into his arms. Caught off guard, Lin Manhua didn't resist and quietly let him hold her for a while. Seeing him seem to want to hold her forever, Lin Manhua felt happy inside. She patted his shoulder and said, But we should take things slowly. Things will happen naturally when the time is right. Although she accepted Zhao Desheng openly, she still felt a little shy when talking about intimate matters. At first, Zhao Desheng didn't understand what she meant. Seeing her blushing and embarrassed in his arms, he realized what she was talking about and also blushed. Don't worry, I won't force you. We'll take it slow. Being able to get Lin Manhua's approval meant a lot to him. For a while, both of them blushed and didn't speak, holding each other again. Finally, Lin Manhua slowly shared her plans for the Lin family. I plan to invite Chongqing over. You can teach him the martial arts we practice and take him hunting. It can help with the family expenses. When he's ready, he can go out on his own and later teach the next generation. It's a good skill to have. She also felt that these peaceful days might not last long. Having martial skills and some self-protection would be helpful. If trouble like bandits or unrest happened, having many men in the Lin family to band together would increase their chances of survival. But since her older brother and second brother were married and had children, they couldn't come, so she didn't mention it. Zhao Desheng was a hunter and sensed that something was off in the peaceful Lin Shui County. The increasing number of refugees and beggars on the streets made him think. Now, hearing Lin Manhua's words, he agreed naturally. Since he had no relatives here and the Lin family was connected to the Yu family, who treated them well, he felt it was a good choice. A while ago, I visited the Lin family. They seemed to have good manners, especially the older brothers-in-law from the Yu family. Zhao Desheng looked at his own house and asked, Where does that family live? He was thinking about sleeping with his wife. Lin Manhua ignored his small thoughts and said, You sleep on the bed, and I will give him your bamboo bed. Let him sleep in the main room first. We still have some silver, so we can build a small side room nearby. I was also thinking about digging a cellar at home to store food. Currently, the food was just piled inside the house with only 2 broken rooms, and they were full. Yes, and make the wall higher. Zhao Desheng nodded quickly as he looked at the food stacked in the house. In the past, their home was empty, with nothing to steal, so they didn't worry about thieves. Now, they had to be careful. Lin Manhua happily agreed. Let Chongqing come help you. You can also call Gongzi. When the time comes, we will pay him. You can also let him practice with you both. But tell him it's your own idea and don't mention me. When Chongqing comes, I will go into the mountains with you and say I taught you. Remember that. Zhao Desheng had lived alone for a long time and knew that his wife's idea might not be accepted by others. He thought it was best not to talk about it outside and agreed with his wife's plan. He also thought that since his wife said the world might not be safe, it was better not to dig the cellar at home, or it might be hard to protect. He was secretly thinking about where in the mountains it would be safe to dig a cellar or find a hidden cave. While they were talking, it suddenly started to rain heavily outside. Luckily, they didn't go out today, or they would have been soaked. Manhwa looked at the mountains outside through the window. Even in the heavy rain, the mountains stood firm. Something in her mind became clearer. She remembered Zhao Desheng saying that the villagers never dared to go deep into the mountains. She thought that if trouble came, they could hide in the mountains. But the path was dangerous. There were many wild animals like wolves, jackals, tigers, and leopards. The last time she and Zhao Desheng went into the mountains, they saw a pack of dogs chasing a roe deer. Manhwa was stunned. Such scenes only appeared in animal documentaries in modern times. She never thought she would see it with her own eyes. The scene was very bloody and made her realize that the mountains in this era were much more dangerous than her previous world. She had to reconsider whether it was safe to live in these mountains. They also became more determined to stick together with the Lin family. First, because it was her maternal family, and she felt naturally familiar and close to them. Second, because the Lin family had many men who were honest and upright. If anything happened, they could support each other. She thought it would be good to explore the mountains and see if there were any valleys, preferably with only one entrance, so it would be hidden and safe. In a few days, after arranging the family matters, the two of them could follow the stream to the back pond and walk into the mountains to see if they could find a good place to live. It was raining outside. Manhwa didn't want to go out and stayed at home. But she was restless. She didn't know how to do things like patch shoes or sew clothes like modern women. The fabrics at home were sewn by her mother. Manhwa used the excuse that her family was busy and asked her third brother to take the fabrics to her mother for sewing. Chongqing also helped cover for her, saying that his younger sister and brother-in-law were so busy they didn't have time to sit still. But he didn't know what they were doing exactly. Her mother didn't get any information from her third son. She had planned to finish sewing clothes and personally deliver them to her daughter, also to check on her son-in-law's family. But just as she finished sewing, her daughter and son-in-law arrived home. Yesterday, Manhwa and Zhao Desheng had agreed to teach Chongqing some martial arts skills and also to build a side room and repair the wall at home. They used this as an excuse for her third brother to stay a few days. The eldest and second brothers could stay at home to work in the fields. Early in the morning, they arrived at the Lin family. Zhao Desheng carried a wild chicken. At home, Lin's mother and some children were there. The third brother was working in the fields, and the two sisters-in-law were washing clothes. After explaining their purpose, Lin's father said, "Building a side room doesn't take much effort. Just call in the three brothers Chong, Jun, and Sean, and it will be done in a few days. No need so many people. Just call in the third brother. Let him stay a few days at home. I'll also take him into the mountains to teach him some hunting skills I've learned over the years. The eldest and second brothers have wives and children, so they should stay at home. Besides, it's not good if everyone is away." Zhao Desheng quickly refused. Manhwa also advised, "There's no need for so many people at home. The eldest and second brothers should stay, so they don't delay the work in the fields." Their parents still refused to give up and kept persuading them. But both Manhwa and Zhao Desheng were firm and left with the wild chicken. They didn't know that this caused a quarrel in the Lin family. In the evening, the Lin family all returned home. They were having dinner together when Lin's father and mother mentioned building a side room and a wall for Manhwa. Oldest son Lin said, "We will go help with the construction. Tonight, we won't stay at their house. We'll go back home. Third son can stay there. Later, the two of us will take turns going, so only one person needs to stay at home." He added, "We're not busy these days. Also, Wang and his wife can help. We don't need too many people at home. With more hands, it will be done faster." His father agreed, Yes, I think the same. You three brothers go together to help, and it will be finished quickly. That way, they won't have to work so hard. Lin's second son also said, that makes sense. Our family should stick together. Little sister, what are you thinking? When we all go to help for a few days, the work will be done. Seeing his three sons talking like this, their father felt comforted. He believed his sons were good and caring. Although the family was poor, everyone worked together and life was better that way. Thinking about what his son-in-law said about teaching their third son to hunt, the old couple also thought it was a good idea. The past few years had been tough, with war and bad harvests. Having some skills in fighting or hunting could be helpful. The son-in-law also suggested that their third son stay longer at his place so he could learn some hunting skills and martial arts, and teach their son as well. The parents agreed. Originally, the second daughter-in-law, Yang, didn't plan to say much, but when she heard about this, she immediately disagreed. We're all family. Why only teach the third son? If we're going to teach, we should teach all the brothers together. Why favor one over the others? Old second brother Lin glared at his wife. Be quiet. It's none of your business. Then he turned to his parents and said, it's all this troublemaker's fault. I don't have any strong opinions about this. My skills are good enough, and who I teach is up to me. Old first brother Lin and his wife quickly said they had no particular opinion. Mother Lin looked at Yang, who still wanted to speak up, and said, you think the mountain is so easy to get into? If luck isn't on your side, you could lose your life inside. If life were better, I wouldn't have agreed for third to go. Besides, third is all alone, without a wife or children. If second goes and something happens, who will support this family and take care of you three? And your temper, if something really happens, you'll end up eating my Manhwa. When second Zhou died in battle, I said we should bring Manhwa home. But you were the loudest and most against it. I thought our family was not doing well, so I gave up. Now, why are you thinking of my Manhwa again? Trying to get something for nothing, not even helping out. Mother Lin got angrier the more she spoke. She thought her daughter-in-law was too petty, only wanting to take what was hers. Second brother Lin listened and felt guilty. Mother, don't be angry. I will teach her a lesson. Please don't get upset and ruin your health. Old first brother and his wife also hurried to comfort her. Father Lin saw how his wife was acting and didn't like his daughter-in-law's behavior either. But as head of the family, he didn't want to make things worse. All right, stop arguing. The son-in-law is just trying to teach third, so he won't delay the work at home. Once he learns, he can teach old first and old second. If they have time, they can also go and learn from the son-in-law. And for the younger generation, old first son Huai and is already 8 and knows some things. When the time comes, let him practice too. Hearing this, second brother Lin felt even more guilty. It was all because his wife was talkative and caused trouble, making his parents sad and himself look bad. Sometimes he felt helpless. His wife was hardworking and capable, but she loved to find small advantages and be stingy. Their family was poor, especially in the past 2 years, which made them very afraid. Their little daughter almost didn't survive, so she opposed bringing her sister home. Yang's wife also paused, realizing she had overstepped. She had jumped high, but now everyone was ignoring her. She felt guilty when she heard Mother Lin bring up old issues. Mother Lin glanced at Yang and snorted, I never said not to bring the older and second children. You troublemaker, your attitude is really unpleasant. Yang knew she had been too anxious and said the wrong thing. She lowered her head and didn't argue. That's just her nature, quick-witted but not a bad person. At first, she opposed Lin Lanhua returning home. One reason was that the Lin family had really struggled those 2 years. The children often went hungry and cried out in hunger. Her daughter almost lost her life. She thought the Zhou family's conditions were a bit better, but Lanhua would have to suffer a little. Another reason was that the family was crowded, with no extra space for Lin Lanhua. If she returned to the Lin family, she might suffer even more than in the Zhou family. Everyone in the family understood that they didn't have enough money and felt powerless. So, the matter of bringing Lin Lanhua back was dropped. The Lin family members never said much about it. Mostly, They felt sad about their own helplessness. They couldn't even protect their daughter or sister. Now, Mother Lin's words made the family a bit upset with Yang for being careless earlier. But they didn't blame her for the past. Instead, they advised Mother Lin that life was gradually getting better. There was no need to dwell on the past. If the family stayed united, their days would surely improve. The Lin family was like that. Although Yang sometimes caused trouble, the man in charge and the other women were sensible and wouldn't be easily influenced by her. The family was united, so Yang couldn't cause much trouble. Second brother Lin repeatedly promised his parents that he would discipline Yang properly. Mother Lin was naturally gentle. After losing her temper this time, she felt much better. She relaxed and reminded everyone that Zhao Desheng's family was moving in on May 10th. The older and second children would go together. Once the new room was built, they would return home. The third child would stay there a few more days. Today was only April 20th, so there was plenty of time. Since the family wasn't busy, Father Lin decided that the third child could go tomorrow to help cut trees and make mud bricks. After the recent fuss, Longxing Lin was a bit overwhelmed and didn't want to stay at home. He agreed quickly to go. Lin Manhwa remembered the strange things she found at the bottom of the water before. She pulled Zhao Desheng to the place where she had fallen in last time. Last time, I fell in at this spot. I thought about it carefully. When I floated up from the water, the shining light I saw was real, not a mistake. You stay here and watch. I will go down and check. Zhao Desheng quickly held onto Lin Manhua, who was about to take off her coat, and looked unhappy. Tell me exactly where, and I will go in to see. Don't go yourself. In ancient times, people were very conservative. Women's purity was considered very important. A woman's body was only for her husband. If a man from outside saw her, it would be considered bad behavior. Now, in broad daylight, if others saw her, people would gossip. The gossip could be so bad that it might ruin her reputation. Also, if another man saw her, Zhao Desheng would be very angry. He didn't want anyone else to see his wife. Lin Manhua understood Zhao Desheng's worries, but she felt a strange pull to go down. She wasn't a woman raised with strict rules about women's virtue, so she didn't care about small rules.
She was determined to check.
Zhao Desheng couldn't stop her, so he carefully looked around to see if anyone was nearby and kept watch. Lin Manhua took off her coat and gently stepped into the water. She swam slowly along her memory to the spot where she fell in that day, searching carefully around. She looked for more than a minute, even coming up for air, but found nothing. It was like the shining light that day was just an illusion. But Lin Manhua believed she hadn't seen wrong. She searched again thoroughly, but still found nothing. Where could it be? Thinking about how she felt before, she closed her eyes and focused carefully.
It seemed she caught a faint hint of something.
Using her sharp intuition, she swam forward. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared again in front of her eyes. Lin Manhua quickly swam toward the light. Under a bed of water plants, she saw a beautiful, shining clam shell lying quietly. The shell was glowing all over, clear and shiny. The water plants attached to it were also green and bright, very eye-catching. Lin Manhua brushed away the water plants from the shell and gently picked it up, turning it over to look. The shell was glowing brightly in the water, very beautiful and delicate. It seemed magical, grabbing people's attention as if it wanted to pull them in.
Lanhu, Lanhu.
Where are you? Zhao Desheng looked at the water surface where Lin Manhua hadn't surfaced for a long time and called anxiously. He called several times but received no response. Watching the calm, ripple-free water, Zhao Desheng suddenly felt uneasy. Unable to bear the worry anymore, Zhao Desheng jumped into the water without hesitation and swam toward the direction where Lin Manhua had been. At this moment, Lin Manhua was indeed facing some difficulty. When she tried to surface, a fragment of a scene flashed through her mind. The image was by the shore, a blue silhouette reflected on the water surface. This startled her and caused a headache. Lin Manhua shook her head, ready to swim back, but suddenly she realized that the shell she was holding in her hand was missing. She was very surprised. She was sure she had been holding the shell during her swim, and it couldn't have fallen out. This was very strange. Lin Manhwa swam around nearby, searching, but still couldn't find the shell. Without any water plants covering it, the shell was glowing and should have been more visible, but she just couldn't find it. Even the mysterious feeling she had before was gone. While she was thinking, she heard the sound of water splashing and Zhao Desheng calling out. Turning her head, she saw Zhao Desheng looking anxious and searching for her. Only then did Lin Lanhua realize she had been underwater for a long time, and Zhao Desheng must be worried sick. She quickly surfaced, waved to Zhao Desheng, and called out to respond. Seeing that Lin Lanhua was safe and sound, Zhao Desheng felt relieved. He hurriedly swam toward her. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Desheng reached her, his eyes fixed on her to make sure she was unharmed. Then he reached out and held Lin Lanhua's hand tightly. Lin Lanhua felt her hand trembling a little, feeling a bit guilty and touched at the same time. Zhao Desheng came over, and Lin Lanhua stopped searching for the shell. Letting Zhao Desheng pull her along, she swam back with him. Zhao Desheng was the first to climb ashore, then reached out to help Lin Lanhua up. Lin Lanhua was very light and easily was pulled into Zhao Desheng's arms. Immediately, Zhao Desheng's other hand followed, wrapping around her waist and pressing her head gently against his chest, holding her tightly. For a moment, Lin Lanhua was stunned by Zhao Desheng's actions. Smelling his familiar scent made her feel a bit uncomfortable, and she gently struggled. "Don't move. I just want to hold you," Zhao Desheng said softly, holding her even tighter. He showed no intention of letting go. At this moment, he didn't care if anyone was around. He held Lin Lanhua tightly, afraid that it was just his imagination. "What's wrong?" Lin Lanhua noticed something was off with him. She stopped struggling and instead reached out to hug his waist, patting his broad back gently. Almost instantly, his hands tightened even more, making it hard for Lin Lanhua to breathe. "Cough, cough. I can't breathe well. Could you loosen up a bit?" Lin Lanhua felt more confused. Usually, he was quiet and reserved, always caring for her, but he never showed his feelings so openly. Finally, the man spoke in a deep, husky voice, more subdued than usual. "You haven't surfaced for a long time. I called out to you several times on the water, but you didn't respond." His breath brushed against Lin Lanhua's ear as he spoke. She wanted to reach out and scratch him, but she was tightly held and couldn't move her hands. Lin Lanhua suddenly realized that Zhao Desheng thought she had been in danger and was frightened. Her heart felt a little sore and she spoke softly. "I was thinking about some things just now. I stayed in the water a bit longer. Don't worry." Zhao Desheng didn't say anything else. He just held his wife quietly. He had really been frightened just now. The thought of life without Lin Lanhua in the future made him feel uncomfortable. He hadn't been with anyone like this for a long time, and he knew he would always be with her. His parents had passed away, and he had been lonely for too long. The month he spent with Lin Lanhua made him very happy. Moreover, Zhao Desheng's parents had been very loving when they were young. His father often talked about his mother. Zhao Desheng had grown up listening to these stories and had dreamed of having a wife one day, taking good care of her and supporting the family. After talking with his wife about their future, Zhao Desheng felt very happy. He was glad she would stay with him and that Lin Lanhua could go into the mountains to hunt with him, always together. Although it was dangerous, he didn't feel at ease leaving her alone at home. Such days were the best. They walked home wet. When they arrived, Zhao Desheng went to the kitchen to boil water. Lin Lanhua thought it would take a while to boil, so she changed out of her wet clothes in her room to avoid catching a cold. Just as she took off her clothes, she heard footsteps outside the door. Hearing the noise, Lin Lanhua quickly wrapped herself in her inner garment. Zhao Desheng suddenly pushed open the door with a loud bang. He saw Lin Lanhua wearing only a thin undergarment, and her delicate figure was faintly visible under the light cotton clothing. He was stunned and stood there, staring blankly at her. Seeing his helpless look, Lin Lanhua turned around, acted confidently, and calmly tidied her clothes before continuing to get dressed. When Zhao Deshang regained his senses, his face turned red. A strange tingling sensation spread down his body. He quickly turned away, afraid of being caught. He stepped outside, closed the door, took a deep breath to calm himself, then went to the kitchen to continue boiling water. But his mind kept replaying the scene he had just seen. Lin Manhwa found it amusing and sighed secretly. She thought that people in this era were really conservative. She hadn't seen anything, but just his reaction showed he was full of blood and energy, inexperienced. Actually, Zhao Deshang wasn't hopeless. He was attracted to Lin Manhua from the start and liked her in his heart. He was young and vigorous. His wife was right there with him. They had slept in the same room for a long time. Though he couldn't touch her, just smelling her warm scent made Zhao Deshang's mind wander. Zhao Deshang poured the hot water into the bath bucket, mixed it to the right temperature, and then, blushing, called Lin Manhua. Lin Manhua didn't refuse. She let him bring the water into the room, pour it into the bath bucket, and then she took off her clothes, ready to soak in the bath. When she raised her hand, she noticed a tattoo of a shell on her right arm. She had never seen it before. Thinking about the strange shell she saw today, Lin Manhua guessed that the shell tattoo was related to the shell she saw earlier. But how did it appear on her body, for no reason? She felt nothing, which was very strange. Lin Manhua rubbed her hand, but there was no response. She pressed harder, but still felt nothing. Thinking about the strange feeling she had earlier today, Lin Manhua placed her hand completely on the tattooed area and closed her eyes to quietly sense it. While her eyes were closed, she didn't notice that a shell on her arm was faintly glowing. The light gradually dimmed and disappeared. Lin Manhua only felt a slight warmth in her arm. Suddenly, a shell appeared in her mind, as if her spirit was seeing it. It seemed to float in her thoughts, surrounded by a white mist, with only the glowing shell as a real object. She tried to get closer to the shell in her mind, but it didn't seem possible. She circled around it and found nothing special. Back in front of the shell, Lin Manhua reached out and tried to open it by prying at the shell's opening to see what was inside. Just as she touched the shell, before applying force, it suddenly opened and she was instantly pulled inside. Inside the shell, Lin Manhua found herself in a closed space with white walls that had uneven patterns. She observed for a while and realized this was probably the inside of the shell. The space was oval-shaped, with a wide, slightly raised top. The surface was smooth, and at the back where the upper and lower parts connected, there was a groove. She approached and saw that the groove was filled with water. Inside, a beautiful shell lay quietly, surrounded by two large, round white pearls, very rare. Looking at the shell and pearls, Lin Manhua guessed that the shell was alive and the pearls were inside it. But she wondered why they were outside now. She also found it strange that she seemed to be able to feel the shell and even enter it. Carefully examining the shell's surface, she discovered a small hole that looked like it was meant for inserting something. She thought about the pearls in the groove, which looked about the same size as the hole. Lin Manhua picked up a pearl and tried to see if she could fit it into the hole. To her surprise, it fit perfectly. As she pressed the pearl into the hole, the shell trembled, and she quickly steadied herself. Suddenly, many shimmering golden lines appeared on the inner wall of the shell, crisscrossing like engravings, shining brightly. Lin Manhua looked closely and found that these golden lines formed images, like a series of pictures. The scene remains continuous. First, there is a woman riding a sword, wearing a shell-shaped headpiece decorated with pearls. Then, there is a fight scene, after which the shell falls into a dark whirlpool, and finally, the shell drops from a high place into the water. Lin Manhua watches the scene with a faint sense of suspicion and is very surprised. Thinking about her crossing over, Lin Manhua believes that perhaps parallel worlds really exist, each with its own colorful stories happening quietly in different times and places. Looking at the picture on the shell, Lin Manhua guesses that this shell might be a spiritual object from another world, possibly from a cultivation or fairy realm, accidentally left behind in this world. Since she can enter it, she feels lucky. If it was meant for her to find, and she can use it, she will cherish it. She won't use it for bad purposes. If its previous owner was powerful enough to find it, she will return it to him. After thinking this through, Lin Lanhua feels very happy. Although she doesn't yet know exactly what this object can do, she is still quite pleased. Wow! Lin Lanhua notices that there are still 2 pearls inside the groove. But didn't she take one earlier? She has some ideas in her mind and wants to test if her guess is correct. She reaches out and takes another pearl, quietly watching the movement inside the groove. The shell slowly opens, revealing white clam meat inside. Then, at a certain bump, it slowly spits out a pearl that looks exactly like the other one. The pearl is smooth and shiny, about the size of a pigeon's egg, very beautiful and eye-catching. Lin Lanhua reaches out again and takes both pearls. After the shell slowly releases 2 pearls like before, it stops moving. Looking at the pearls in her hand and thinking about her family situation, Lin Lanhua feels a bit greedy and takes 2 more pearls. After collecting the pearls, Lin Lanhua plans to leave. As she thinks about going out, her mind instantly returns to the bath bucket, still clutching 5 pearls in her hand. She looks at the towel draped over the bath bucket, places her hand on it, and thinks about putting the pearls into the shell. The towel immediately disappears. Lin Lanhua tries to take the pearls out again, and succeeds. She tests other objects too, and all succeed. She is very happy because she now has a storage space. From her quick estimate, the inside of the shell is very large, at least as big as 2 football fields. In these unstable times, there's a place that greatly increases the chance of survival. Plus, there are pearls that can be exchanged for money or supplies. Just thinking about it makes me very happy. But there is a problem. I need to figure out how to tell Zhao Dachin about this. For now, I don't plan to tell Zhao Dachin about the space. Although I have decided to accept him, I won't share this secret with him now. I understand the principle of keeping a treasure to oneself. If I could, I wouldn't tell anyone until I can't hide it anymore, then I would. However, I need a good reason to take out the pearls to exchange for money. Zhao Dachin is not a fool. In fact, he is very smart. How can I convince him with a good reason? These pearls are round, large, and of excellent quality. They could even be used as tribute. Zhao Dachin might not have much experience, but he knows these things are valuable. He has some good judgment, especially since he often visits Lin County. When I exchange the pearls for money and buy supplies, unless I spend too much, I can't hide it from him. While I was taking a bath, Zhao Dachin washed himself outside with cold water. When I finished washing and came out, Zhao Dachin entered the room and took out the water from the bathtub. He always says less and does more, and he treats me very well. Brother Dachin, come quickly. Zhao Dachin was stunned for a moment, then followed into the room. As soon as he entered, he saw Lin Lanhua sitting at a new table she had bought, with 5 beautiful, shiny, round pearls on it. They sat quietly on the table, emitting a faint glow, very attractive. Zhao Dachin looked at the pearls, then at Lin Lanhua, and was momentarily stunned. Lin Lanhua quietly observed his expression. She saw that he was amazed and surprised by the precious gems, but his eyes were deep and clear, without greed. Today, I found these in the pond, inside a clam shell. But after I took the pearls, the shell disappeared. Zhao Dachin seemed to not hear her clearly. His mind felt overwhelmed. Everything was so amazing that he forgot how to speak. After a long moment, he finally recovered and was deeply shocked by Lin Lanhua's strange experience.
Did you
just find these in the middle of the lake? Thinking about finding Lin Lanhua's location, Zhao Desheng asked, It's nearby, but this time the position of the shell is different from when I fell into the water last time. I don't know why, it's very strange. Yes, from what you said, it seems to have a spirit of its own and can even move, Zhao Desheng said, surprised. Lin Lanhua's words were also meant to avoid revealing any loopholes. Whether she could be found later or not, she could decide for herself. Maybe it's your luck. Since you found such a good pearl, you should keep it safe and not let others discover it. Zhao Desheng was happy that his wife found the pearl, but he also understood the danger of possessing something so valuable. Yes, I don't plan to tell my family about it. But we can't keep such a good thing for ourselves. If others find out, it could cause big trouble. It's better to secretly exchange it for silver and hide it safely. In ancient times, a common person with no power or influence, if others discovered these pearls and reported to the authorities, they would investigate. If the origin was unclear, it could lead to legal trouble. Or, if someone wealthy and powerful took an interest, they could easily cause trouble for your family. These things can't be kept unless you have the ability to protect them. After hearing Lin Manhua's words, Zhao Desheng agreed, thinking that since the money would be hers, he wouldn't say anything. The two of them then whispered and discussed how to exchange the pearls for silver. The next morning, Lin Chongsheng left early from his home to visit Zhao Desheng. When he arrived at Zhao Desheng's house, it was just dawn. He knocked on the door, but no one responded. The house seemed empty. He thought to himself, so early in the morning no one is home. Maybe they went out or got up too early. Lin Manhwa doesn't raise chickens, ducks, or pigs, so even if she had money, she never considered buying these. Also, the two often went hunting in the mountains together and had no time to take care of poultry. So, besides them, there was no other living thing at home. Right now, the yard was empty, and apart from the sounds of birds and cicadas, it was very quiet. Lin Chongsheng thought that maybe they needed a guard dog to watch the house. Otherwise, when no one was home, thieves could come and go freely. While he was pondering this, he heard some movement coming from the hillside behind the house. He saw his sister and brother-in-law walking together, facing the morning light. The two bathed in the morning light, looking very suitable for each other, truly a perfect match. Lin Chongsheng saw this scene. He didn't know what true love was, but he felt happy inside. He was glad his younger sister had a good future. Third brother, is there something you came to the house for so early in the morning? Mother asked me to come and help out. My brother-in-law has no close friends or family, so he's often alone and can't manage everything. Lin Manhua guessed what was happening and felt touched by the care from the Lin family. It's good that you came, third brother. Things haven't been busy at home these days. Let Dachin practice with you and then try out the nearby mountain. Don't worry about me, little sister. You all should do what you need to do. Don't let me hold you back. Third brother, what are you saying? Nothing is a problem. We should practice morning and evening. During the day, we still need to work. Zhao Desheng knew that his third brother was honest and simple, so he explained everything clearly. Lin Manhua also helped, and Lin Chongsheng settled in smoothly. In a few days, they would build a side room and repair the wall. Zhao Desheng took Lin Chongsheng and Zhou Er to the mountain to cut some trees they had chosen, then dragged them back home. Building the house mainly needed wood and yellow clay. These materials were available in the mountains, just requiring some effort. They also needed to make mud bricks using straw and mud. The wall plaster required rice husks and mud, and the roof needed reed mats and straw. Since the family grew rice, they had plenty of straw and rice husks, which were ready to use and didn't cost any money. Lin Manhua didn't consider building a brick house. The area was in the south, where winters weren't very cold, and summers were humid and hot. Building with wood was fine, and brick houses would be too flashy and expensive here. What she couldn't stand was the toilet problem. There was a small outhouse built on the mountain edge nearby, but it was smelly and disgusting. Lin Manhua refused to go there, afraid she might fall. To fix this, Lin Manhua went back to Lin County and specially paid extra to have workers make long tiles. She planned to build a toilet in the yard with a pipe and water flushing system. She also didn't need to use manure to water the vegetable garden in the backyard, or it would smell terrible. She planned to compost some green manure and gather some fertile soil from a mountain to expand the garden. They didn't plan to raise chickens or ducks, as she had no experience and was too lazy to bother. If she wanted eggs, she would trade with villagers, which was cheaper. Previously, Zhao Desheng had already cut some wood, and Huang clay had been collected and brought home. The clay was being sun-dried in the form of earthen molds, and the wood was also being peeled of bark and left to dry. Thinking about starting to build the side room next month, which is hard work, Lin Manhua planned to exchange some eggs with villagers in a few days. She also intended to go into the mountains a few times to hunt small animals. If she caught a wild chicken, she would cut its wings, keep it in a cage for 2 days, and then share it with everyone for a meal. At home, there are still many medicinal herbs drying. These are common herbs Lin Lanhua knows well, such as yellow essence, dendrobium, Ophiopogon, Pinellia, and Lingji mushrooms. Lin Lanhua recognizes all of them. When she finds herbs in the mountains, she picks them easily. She also knows some simple processing methods. Once the herbs are prepared, she plans to take them to a pharmacy in Linshui County in a few days to ask about them. At noon, Zhao Desheng returned with Lin Chongsheng and Zhou Ergang, who had just finished chopping the trees earlier. Lin Lanhua usually eats 3 meals a day. The two of them also eat 3 meals at home. Since chopping wood is physically demanding, Lin Lanhua specifically told Zhao Desheng to come back for lunch. On the way back, Zhao Desheng had already talked to them about it. Lin Chongsheng and Zhou Ergang looked surprised when they saw the food. The rice was mixed with a little beans, but not much. The dishes were rich, including eggs, vegetables, and a fish caught by Zhao Desheng yesterday from the pond. Zhou Ergang felt a bit embarrassed. These days, life is tough for everyone. Brother Desheng, we can just eat casually. Sister-in-law is too polite, he said. Dezeng, eat boldly. 1 or 2 meals won't make me poor, and it won't make us rich either, Zhao Desheng said generously. Lin Lanhua quickly served them each a big bowl of rice. Brother Desheng is right. Don't be polite, Gongzi. Third brother is the same, she said. Zhou Ergang looked at Lin Lanhua, who showed no sign of displeasure, and secretly admired her generosity. Although Lin Lanhua didn't cook often in her past life, she knew all the steps and seasonings needed for cooking. The dishes she made tasted quite good. Little sister, your cooking has improved a lot, Lin Chongsheng exclaimed. It was very different from before at home, but he probably forgot that in the past, most of the cooking was done by their mother and sister-in-law, and Lin Lanhua was just helping. Zhou Ergang nodded repeatedly. Zhao Desheng smiled and then ate his meal quietly, everyone eating until their stomachs were full. After finishing their meal, the 3 of them continued into the mountains. Together, they cut more trees, and with the ones they had already chopped, they estimated that they would have all the wood they needed by the day after tomorrow. The next day, Lin Chongsheng was a hardworking man. He woke up early while his sister and brother-in-law were still asleep. He quietly went to the kitchen to boil water and wash up. Soon after, Zhao Desheng also dressed and came out. He washed up in the kitchen and started preparing breakfast, thinking he could eat right after exercising. Lin Chongsheng watched his brother-in-law quietly and carefully making breakfast, while his sister was still sleeping. He couldn't quite understand it. Usually, women in the village wake up early to cook, and men don't usually do it themselves. But now, his brother-in-law was cooking. Lin Chongsheng scratched his head. He cared about his sister and didn't know what to say. He felt a bit uneasy but wasn't sure if he should advise him or how to do it. He also wondered if he should help, but he had never cooked at home before. In the end, Zhao Desheng noticed Lin Chongsheng coming in and out, looking at him many times. He guessed that Lin might be feeling uncomfortable, so he asked casually, "Third brother, are you used to living here? If you're not comfortable, just tell us. You can treat this place like your own home." Lin nodded hesitantly and finally asked brother-in-law, "Do you usually cook breakfast at home?" Zhao Desheng slightly smiled, realizing that his actions might confuse Lin. He explained, "I wake up early in the morning, so I usually cook breakfast. Lanhua can sleep a bit longer. I take turns cooking lunch and dinner." "That's not right. Usually women do the cooking. It's not proper for you, brother-in-law, to do all the cooking," Lin Chongsheng said. "It's okay. I used to cook myself before. It's nothing special when the food is already prepared," Zhao Desheng replied. "No, that's not right. Men should work outside and women should handle the inside," Lin Chongsheng said. At home, he only worked hard in the fields, while his mother and sisters took care of the house. He felt that his brother-in-law's way of doing things was not proper, but he didn't know how to advise him. He thought about going home to talk to his mother and ask her to teach his younger sister. Zhao Desheng seemed to understand what Lin Chongsheng was thinking. "Cooking is something I enjoy doing. I really like Lanhua and don't want her to get up early to cook. Please don't tell your mother," Hearing Zhao Desheng's words, Lin Chongsheng was stunned. How could my brother-in-law say such things? He's not worried about me making fun of him. Suddenly, a laugh broke out. The two looked back and saw Lin Manhwa standing at the door of the kitchen. Third brother, did you hear that? Your brother-in-law is willing to do it himself. But you can't tell your mother about this, she said. Lin Chongsheng felt a bit embarrassed because his little sister overheard their conversation. After thinking for a moment, he spoke up. My little sister is lazy. How can I let my brother-in-law do the cooking himself? Next time, she should get up early to cook. Seeing his brother-in-law's indifferent expression, Lin Chongsheng still scolded his little sister. The food was kept warm on the stove. Lin Manhwa finished washing up and was the first to leave the house. Zhao Desheng also called Lin Chongsheng to follow. Lin Chongsheng closed the courtyard gate and hurried to catch up. When he reached his brother-in-law, he nudged Zhao Desheng with his elbow and asked, Is little sister going too? Or is she going somewhere else? Zhao Desheng was about to speak when Lin Manhwa turned around and said, It's none of third brother's business. The young girl was clearly upset about what Lin Chongsheng had said earlier. Seeing Lin Manhwa like this, Zhao Desheng naturally understood that it was a matter of mutual support between husband and wife. He smiled and told Lin Chongsheng, Third brother, don't worry. You'll find out soon enough. A few steps later, the three of them reached the foot of the back hill. Zhao Desheng, following their previous plan, first told Lin Chongsheng about the training. Running first, then practicing boxing. In fact, Zhao Desheng and Lin Manhwa had already started training in martial arts and combat techniques. They often practiced in the forest, judging terrain, temperature, and humidity, and learning outdoor combat skills. But training needs to be gradual. These skills would come later. For now, Lin Chongsheng and Zhou Ergang needed to improve their physical fitness and learn some self-defense and attack moves. After explaining, Lin Chongsheng was eager to try. But suddenly, a figure rushed past him. Watching the girl run so fast, he was stunned. Lin Manhwa had been training for a long time, and she was very skilled because she had trained before. Her quick improvement amazed Lin Chongsheng. Seeing his stunned older brother, Zhao Desheng patted his shoulder heavily and said, Manhwa has been practicing with me all along. She's already making progress. Third brother, you need to work hard too. Stop daydreaming and get started. He ran out quickly as well. When he regained his senses, Lin Chongsheng hurried to catch up with his brother-in-law, stammering, Manhwa. She's just a girl. Isn't it bad for her to practice this? But she looks pretty skilled. No wonder Lin Chongsheng was scared. Lin Manhwa wasn't just running. She was also jumping and flipping her body, moving quickly and smoothly. Haha, there's nothing wrong with it. Third brother doesn't know everything. Manhwa is very talented, and she has a lot more to learn, Zhao Dachin said with a laugh, replying as he ran. Third brother, don't ask questions now. Focus on breathing and stay concentrated. Lin Chongsheng quickly followed his brother-in-law's advice. He was curious if he could be as good as his sister. No, even better, because he was a man. They had only run back and forth twice on the hillside at the foot of the mountain. Zhou Ergang had just arrived. Zhao Dachin had told him yesterday. When he saw Lin Manhwa running as well, he wasn't surprised. Actually, he was already surprised when he heard Zhao Dachin yesterday. Lin Chongsheng and Zhou Ergang had just started running and got tired after a few laps. Zhao Dachin told them to rest nearby, relax their muscles using the method Lin Manhwa showed. Then he and Lin Manhwa continued running. After finishing, they took them to a quiet forest where they often practiced boxing. It was still early morning, and some villagers had already woken up, but no one came here. This was at the end of the village, near the back mountain, so few people would come. Lin Manhwa ignored the others and practiced on her own. Zhou Ergang and Lin Chongsheng watched her fierce boxing moves, their mouths wide open in shock. Brother Dachin, is sister-in-law really that good? Lin Chongsheng was also stunned. Yes, Brother Dachin. Oh no, Brother Dachin's wife. Why is my little sister so amazing? Zhao Dachin smiled mysteriously. Of course. She has practiced for a long time, and Lanhua has a high talent. You two should work hard too. Maybe you won't be as good as Manhwa. Lin Changsheng and Zhou Ergang kept saying it was impossible.
Stop talking nonsense. I'll teach you a set of boxing now.
I'll do it once, and you remember as much as you can. Then I'll break down the moves for you. Having been with Lin Manhwa for a while, Zhao Dachen's way of speaking also became more like hers. Whether they understood or not, Zhao Dachen started practicing boxing. The two, who had doubts at first, quickly paid close attention. After that, she simply taught the two of them a few basic moves, correcting their actions one by one. Lin Manhwa had recovered well after some time, and her overall strength and skills had improved quickly. Her physical abilities were almost back to normal. To be able to use her skills openly in the future and to go hunting in the mountains with Zhao Dachen, Lin Manhwa deliberately showed off today. After all, she would be training with them regularly, so she needed to earn their trust first. Of course, there were some more advanced moves she didn't plan to teach Lin Changsheng and the others. Their training time was limited, and Lin Manhwa also didn't want to reveal too much. The old folks weren't fools. They believed what they were told, but some military fighting techniques were obvious to anyone with experience. So Lin Manhwa practiced those secretly with Zhao Dachen, exchanging moves quietly. When Lin Manhwa was almost done practicing, she went to correct Lin Changsheng and the others, freeing Zhao Dachen to do his daily exercises. Zhao Dachen knew Lin Manhwa's skills, which even he couldn't match, so he naturally continued his training. On Tuesday, the two of them had no objections. They had just watched Lin Manhwa perform, so she was like their senior brother, no, their master's wife. You two can rest now. We'll continue tomorrow, Lin Manhwa finally spoke, ending their painful training. Seeing the two rough men sitting on the ground, exhausted and without any grace, Lin Manhwa firmly told them to relax their muscles to avoid soreness the next day. After Zhao Dachen finished his training, he came over to urge them and demonstrated how to relax their muscles. Once relaxed, the four of them returned to Zhao Dachen's home. Zhao Dachen had prepared breakfast early in the morning, and it was still hot. After working out for a while, everyone was starving. The three men wolfed down their food, then grabbed their machetes and headed into the mountains. Lin Manhwa finished eating slowly, tidied up her dishes, and went to the backyard to check on the vegetables. She picked some cabbages to eat at noon, then carried her basket and left for the market in town. It was a market day, so there weren't many people. She walked to the meat stall, where the butcher greeted her warmly from afar. Little sister-in-law, looking to buy some meat? Come take a look. It's freshly slaughtered this morning. Boss, how much are you selling the meat for? Lin Manhwa looked at the meat on the stall. It was indeed very fresh. Her family ate a lot of meat daily, and they hadn't been to the mountains these days, so their home had no meat at all. The pork seller looked excited and quickly called out, 5-spice pork costs 20 coins per jean, fatty pork 18 coins, lean pork 16 coins. Little sister, come and see what you'd like. Lin Manhwa often traveled to Linshui County. She had bought meat there before, and the prices were similar. She chose a good piece of 5-spice pork, picked a few bones, and spent 50 coins. She also bought some missing seasonings from a grocery store. While there, she overheard a customer mention someone selling tofu in the alley ahead, and she started to feel hungry for some. After leaving the grocery store, Lin Manhwa headed toward that alley. She had only taken a few steps when she saw Zhou Xiangsao carrying 2 blocks of tofu come out of the alley. She was wearing a green dress, but because of her angle, she didn't see Lin Manhwa and turned into another alley instead. Watching her green back, Lin Manhwa's mind suddenly remembered something she had been ignoring before. She lowered her gaze to hide her sharp expression, then looked up as if nothing had happened. She walked into the alley, reached the tofu stall, and bought 2 blocks of tofu for 4 coins. Carrying her basket of vegetables, Lin Manhwa thought about an idea and went to a shop that sold cosmetics. Back home, she didn't see any vegetables being sold at the market. Since it was busy today, she picked 2 melons from the backyard instead. Dinner was for 3 big men who ate a lot, so plain rice wasn't enough. Lin Manhwa mixed in some beans and potatoes, making the meal quite filling. After preparing several dishes, Zhao Dachen and the others returned. They came back for lunch and also dragged back the trees they had cut in the morning. Now the yard was full of wood. Yesterday, Zhao Dachin and Lin Chongsheng had finished gathering the wood in the dark. The three of them had been in the forest for 3 days. Zhao Dachin shared many tips on moving around in the mountains, recognizing directions, and identifying plants and animals. These skills weren't learned overnight, but gradually taught. Lin Chongsheng and Zhou Ergang carefully took notes. They continued practicing and chopping trees for 3 days, preparing enough wood for Zhao Dachin to build a small house. It just needed to dry before use. They also went to pick yellow clay for future use. Zhou Ergang helped at Zhao Dachin's house for 4 days. After that, he only came early in the mornings to exercise and didn't return during the day because he had his own work to do. On Tuesday, there was a brother named Zhou Dagong. He was honest and steady. As the eldest son, he married early and had 2 sons and a daughter. Zhou Dagong's wife came from a family in the village. He only had an older brother, and his parents had passed away years ago. His brother was not capable. After his parents died, he went out to make a living and has not been heard from since. Although Zhou Dagong's wife's family was not well off, she was straightforward, quick, and hardworking. She caught the eye of Zhou Laoshuan's wife, who arranged for her to marry her eldest son. After marriage, they lived peacefully and cared for each other. Zhou Ergang, the younger brother, was 15 years old. The family was already making plans for his marriage. He also had a younger brother, 2 years his junior. Before, Zhou Ergang was saved by Zhao Desheng. The whole family was very grateful. They appreciated Zhao Desheng helping their son, brother, and brother-in-law for so many days without complaint. Zhou Laoshun even asked his eldest son and second daughter-in-law to help build a house together, so Lin Manhwa wouldn't have to handle everything alone. While the family was busy, Lin Manhwa took the chance to send Lin Chongsheng back to his family for a couple of days. She also asked him to visit a family in Tahuago that raised dogs to see if he could bring back a puppy to guard the house. Lin Chongsheng didn't suspect anything and obediently went home the next day. After sending Lin Chongsheng away, only Lin Manhwa and Zhao Desheng were left at home. Lin Manhwa then shared her new discovery. I looked at her back and remembered. The day I fell into the water, I saw that same back. When Zhao Desheng heard Lin Manhwa say this, he was first shocked, then angry. She's too cruel. Seeing you fall into the water, she didn't save you or even call for help. We're all from the same village. We greet each other when we meet. She's really vicious. On the way back from the market, Lin Manhwa carefully thought about it. Her body was weak, so she probably did fall into the water herself, not pushed by Zhou Xiangcao. But Zhou Xiangcao indeed did nothing to help. She saw Lin Manhwa fall and just walked away, ignoring her. She glanced at Zhao Desheng, recalling when she came to find him before, and pouted. Did you know her before? Zhao Desheng looked at his wife's strange expression and asked curiously. Not really. I only know she's from the village. We haven't met often or talked much. Lin Manhwa smiled faintly and said softly, Is that so? You've only seen her a few times. Why would Zhou Xiangcao like Zhao Desheng? She looked over the man's face and figure. Yes, he was quite good, tall and strong, much better than most men in the village, though he was a bit poor at home. Although his wife smiled, Zhao Desheng always felt uneasy. He scratched his head and asked, What's wrong? Lin Manhwa wouldn't let Zhao Desheng know that Zhou Xiangcao was interested in him. She casually said, It's nothing. I just think this girl has bad manners. She's very enthusiastic in front of others, calling me sister-in-law and such. She even came to visit me before. I didn't expect her to be like this in private. And after she saw me in trouble and didn't help, she still dared to come to my house. She's quite bold. Yes, wife. You should stay away from her. Their family has a bad reputation, Zhao Desheng said, feeling that his wife's attitude was a bit strange. Lin Manhwa lazily nodded and took out some rouge and powder she bought. I bought this today. Tomorrow, we'll go up the mountain to hunt some game. When we come back, I'll help us disguise ourselves. We'll go to the county seat, sell those pearls, and stock up on food for emergencies. After spending so much time together, Zhao Desheng noticed that Lin Manhwa liked wandering in the woods. She was very skilled, so he didn't stop her from going into the mountains. Hearing her plans, he hesitated a bit. The county seat is far. Walking there takes a lot of time and is tiring. Maybe we should rent a car in Linshui County and find a reason to go to the county seat. Zhao Desheng thought that just going to sell wild game with a rented car didn't seem believable. The pearls were too valuable. If someone suspicious found out, it could cause big trouble. Lin Lanhua also thought of this. She suggested, what if we say you have a relative who once fled and settled in the county seat? You can go look for him. No one would know. Zhao Desheng considered it and thought it was possible. He agreed. The two discussed and decided to rest early. They had been sleeping on the same bed for several nights, but Zhao Desheng still felt a bit uncomfortable. Although they each had their own quilt, the weather was getting warmer, and the quilts were thin. Zhao Desheng often caught a faint, fresh scent near his nose, coming from Lin Lanhua. He was disturbed by this scent and couldn't sleep. He clenched his hand under the blanket, then loosened it. Lin Lanhua also felt a little shy, but she remained calm after so many days. Especially when she noticed Zhao Desheng's uneven breathing beside her, she felt even more composed. A few days ago, Zhao Desheng was the same. He thought he would probably take a long time to fall asleep tonight. He felt amused but didn't mind. Just as he was about to sleep, a hand reached out from outside the blanket, grabbed his wrist, and then stopped moving. Wow, you've improved a lot, he thought. This guy actually made a move, and he's holding on pretty tight. Lin Lanhua felt a mix of surprise and amusement, but didn't resist. She simply said goodnight. Seeing that his wife didn't fight back and allowed him to hold her wrist, Zhao Desheng felt very excited and happy, with no sleepiness at all. But he knew his limits. He kept his happiness to himself and didn't disturb her sleep. Still, he wasn't entirely a gentleman. He held her soft little hand, gently touched her fragile wrist, pinched her fingers, and stroked the back of her hand. Although his movements were small, they still disturbed Lin Lanhua's peace of mind. She felt a tingling, numb sensation, especially when Zhao Desheng's hand gently stroked her, like an electric shock. Feeling shy and a little embarrassed, Lin Lanhua softly said, "Stop messing around, go to sleep." Zhao Desheng turned over to face Lin Lanhua. Under the moonlight, he saw her shy expression, both pitiful and adorable, and felt very happy. He also realized that Lin Lanhua was more responsive to softness than firmness, and he made up his mind. Quickly, he reached out with his other hand, wrapped it around her arm, and gently pinched it. He leaned his head close to hers, their faces very near, and he could smell her hair. Unable to resist, he carefully moved closer to her earlobe, paused, lightly touched it, then quickly pulled back as if shocked. Lin Lanhua was a bit overwhelmed by Zhao Desheng's behavior. She shook her head and struggled a little, but didn't break free. Zhao Desheng, acting like a troublemaker, held her hand tightly and gently swayed, pressing his forehead against her shoulder and rubbing softly. Lin Lanhua was surprised. How did this rough man turn into this? Acting like a gentle tiger was quite charming, but she, a strong woman, couldn't handle such tricks. Feeling both helpless and sweet, she didn't resist. Instead, she reached out with her other hand and gently tapped Zhao Desheng's forehead. "Stop messing around and go to sleep," Zhao Desheng chuckled softly. Inside the blanket, he excitedly opened and closed his hand that was holding Lin Lanhua. The next day, Zhao Desheng woke up to find himself sleeping face-to-face with Lin Lanhua, their noses almost touching. His gaze lingered boldly on Lin Lanhua's face, especially on her rosy lips. Zhao Desheng swallowed hard. Gently, he reached out to touch Lin Lanhua's face but stopped halfway, as if afraid of waking her. He carefully pulled his hand back and then supported himself on the bed, quietly getting up. After Zhao Desheng left the room, Lin Lanhua slowly opened her eyes and slightly smiled. Today is Tuesday, and she came early for training. After training, she went home. The two of them carried baskets into the mountains together. To make their story more believable, they went deeper into the mountains today, planning to find some good game to bring to the city, preferably alive. They wandered around the forest for a while and found a deep pond with animal footprints around it. Instead of wandering further, they set a few traps nearby based on the animal tracks. Then, they climbed two tall, lush trees, each guarding a different direction, waiting patiently for animals to come. They waited over half an hour until they finally heard some movement. Holding their breath and staying still, they saw a group of wild deer emerge from the forest. The two of them cheered quietly, signaling each other to wait until the herd came to drink at the pond. Both aimed at a deer and shot at the same time. Sure enough, they hit two large wild deer, causing the herd to be startled and scatter in all directions. They had aimed at big deer, but the smaller ones escaped quickly, and some they didn't have time to hunt also ran away. In total, they caught 5 large wild deer, one of which was still alive. It had been shot in the hind leg by Manhwa and then trapped in one of their earlier set traps. These wild deer were very large, each weighing around 150 kilograms. Carrying them out was difficult. If they didn't take them, the bloodstains might attract other animals, and if they waited until tomorrow, there would be nothing left. Zhao Desheng wiped the sweat from his face and said, "We need to leave quickly. First, let's make a wooden raft. The one alive can be pulled along. We should be able to leave the mountains before dark. Then, we'll go to Ergang's house to borrow a donkey cart, head to Linshui County before nightfall, sell 3 of the deer, and buy another donkey cart. With the remaining game, we'll head straight to the city tonight. With these bloodied wild deer, the two people dared not delay, or else, as it got darker, the smell of blood might attract other wild animals, making it hard to escape." Lin Manhwa placed some deer blood in another direction, so even if animals came, they could buy some time. After making the wooden raft, the two carried the prey and set out. They worked quickly and finally left the deep mountains right at the right time of the Shenhour. Back home, they didn't delay further. Zhao Dachun hurried to the village to borrow a donkey cart from Zhou Rigong, and they headed towards Lingshui County together. The cart carried 4 wild deer, and Zhao Dachun alone took the remaining one, with Zhou Rigong driving the cart and Lin Lanhua walking beside him. Zhou Rigong already knew what had happened and was very shocked. The couple was so brave to go deep into the mountains alone. It was dangerous, but the harvest was impressive and quite enviable. Deer meat is expensive. With so many deer, about 1,000 pounds, they could sell it for a lot of money, enough that they wouldn't have to worry for half a lifetime. Zhou Rigong felt very jealous. The 3 moved quickly without stopping and finally reached Lingshui County before dark. Lin Lanhua and Zhao Dachun first took 3 deer to Wufu Tower. The shopkeeper was very surprised to see these wild deer and bought all 3. The deer were fresh and large, and the restaurant paid 40 coins per jin of deer meat. The price was fair and they didn't bargain much, happily making the deal. Each wild deer weighed about 300 jin. The restaurant paid 40 taels of silver for 3 deer. When they received the money, both were very happy, especially Zhao Dachun, who had never earned so much silver before. They were lucky this time, encountering a herd of deer and earning so much money. But such things shouldn't be done often. They were lucky this time and didn't attract any big animals. Otherwise, they might have attracted bears, wild boars, or tigers, which could be life-threatening. "Lanhua, let's buy some dried food for the road, and also get a donkey cart." Zhao Dachun looked at the sky. It was still bright, but the county was lively at night, with many vendors. They quickly went to the livestock market. Zhao Dachun carefully checked the teeth and limbs of a sturdy donkey and chose a healthy one. The cart's bed needed to be reserved, but it was too late now. After buying what they needed, they met up with Zhou Rigong again, took apart Zhou Rigang's donkey cart, and fitted the bed onto their own donkey. Zhao Desheng took out 2 taels of silver and gave them to Zhou Ergang, asking him to help find a carpenter in the village to make a cart. "Brother Desheng, you don't need that much money. 1 tael of silver is enough for the cart. You should take this one back quickly," Zhou Ergang said, handing over the extra silver. Zhao Desheng pushed his hand away. "Gongzi, thank you for helping me today. You can keep the remaining silver. That's not right. I just drive the cart, I didn't do much. Besides, we are brothers. I can't take your money. Just keep it," Zhou Ergang insisted. They argued back and forth. Lin Lanhua saw this and said, "Since Gongzi doesn't want it, we can buy some food for you in the county. It's getting late, so you should go home soon. Don't stay out too late." It's hard for Gongzi to ride his donkey back alone. Hearing this, Zhao Desheng had no choice but to accept the one tael of silver. He didn't stop Zhou Ergang from leaving. Zhou Ergang sighed in relief and quickly rode away on his donkey. "All right, Brother Desheng, don't be upset. When we come back, we can buy some grain for their family. Money isn't everything. Food is more important. While we're in the county, we can also ask around for news," Lin Lanhua said. Zhao Desheng agreed. They loaded their donkey cart and set off that night toward the county seat. Linchuan County belongs to Yongzhou Prefecture and is relatively close to the city. They traveled overnight and finally reached Yongzhou after 3 days. Yongzhou is surrounded by mountains, making transportation difficult. It's not very wealthy, but the city is much livelier than Linchuan County. The prices at common shops like fabric stores and silver shops are also quite affordable. When they entered the city, Zhao Desheng and Lin Lanhua saw many raggedly dressed people begging along the streets. Some were refugees, some were beggars. None looked healthy, all pale and thin, with dull eyes. When people passed by, they just sat there silently, holding broken bowls, asking for help. The passers-by looked indifferent, as if they were used to seeing this. Few people gave them money, perhaps because they were struggling to survive themselves and didn't have enough to spare. There were also many pitiful people selling themselves to bury their parents. Seeing this, Zhao Desheng and Lin Lanhua felt very sad. They gave a few copper coins to the old and weak along the way. After a while, they had spent quite a bit of money. They found a street urchin, about 12 or 13 years old, and asked about the big restaurants in Yongzhou. The little beggar looked at the two people, who didn't seem to come from a wealthy family. There was something on the donkey cart, which made him guess. "If you want to sell things at a restaurant, go to Ingbin Pavilion. The shopkeeper there is quite honest and kind. If you want to eat, go to Yongfu Restaurant. People say their food tastes good." Lin Lanhua looked at the small, thin, and young beggar. His eyes were clear, and he seemed to understand how to read people's expressions. He was a little clever, which surprised her. But thinking about his situation, she felt a bit sad and pitied him. After hearing the beggar, the two decided to visit Ingbin Pavilion. They gave the beggar some coins and asked for directions. Then they drove the donkey cart to the back door of Ingbin Pavilion and knocked. "Who is it?" "Come in." A young man, about 17 or 18, opened the door. Seeing the two disheveled people at the door, he said coldly, "What do you want?" Zhao Desheng knew they looked tired from traveling and didn't mind his attitude. He smiled and said, "We are hunters. We caught 2 wild deer. Do you buy such things?" The young man was surprised for a moment and then doubted. "Are you telling the truth?" "Don't trick me." Zhao Desheng lifted the straw on the donkey cart and revealed a deer antler. "Look, how could I lie to you?" The young man saw that there really was a wild deer, and it looked quite large. He quickly invited them into the backyard to settle them. He ran to the front hall to call the shopkeeper. When the shopkeeper heard about the wild deer, he hurried over.
"Wow.
The wild deer is still alive," the shopkeeper said, surprised, looking at one of the deer still alive. "It's good luck. This deer fell into a trap we set. It only hurt one leg. We fed it grass and water on the way here, so it's still alive," Zhao Desheng explained to the shopkeeper. The restaurant was indeed honest, just as the beggar said. The 2 wild deer weighed about 350 and 380 jin. The larger one was heavier. The owner offered a good price, 55 coins per jin for the bigger one, and 40 coins per jin for the smaller. They earned about 34 taels and 9 xian in total. When leaving, the shopkeeper told them to bring good game in the future. They smiled and agreed, but inside, they didn't think much of it. The two of them did not rush to find the pawn shop. Instead, they first went to a clothing shop. Lin Lanhua bought a set of very good quality clothes and a plain-colored cloak of similar quality. Zhao Desheng bought a simple rough cloth linen outfit. Later, they went to another clothing shop. Lin Lanhua bought 2 more sets of rough cloth linen clothes. After shopping, they found a modest inn. They rented a decent room and asked the young clerk to bring some hot water and food to the room. They had been busy traveling for many days and hadn't bathed in a while. Now that they were staying at the inn, they didn't want to miss this good chance. They carefully washed themselves, ate some food, and asked the clerk to tidy up the room. They closed the door carefully. Lin Lanhua took out the money from selling the deer. She received 40 taels in the county, having just sold 2 deer for 34 taels and 9 coins. She spent 5 taels on a donkey, gave Zhou Ergang 1 tael, and spent 5 taels on clothes. Her outfit was quite expensive, and with some small expenses, they still had about 63 taels left. Lin Lanhua acted as if it was normal and showed no particular reaction. Zhao Desheng was quite surprised and thought to himself that he used to be quite naive, but luck was on his side this time. They discussed how to plan their money. Buying grain was necessary. Since they now had money, they also needed to prepare some common medicines for illnesses. In this ancient time, even a cold could be deadly, so they had to stock up early. Lin Lanhua knew many herbs, but she hadn't studied them systematically. She didn't understand the medicine principles or prescriptions, and taking the wrong medicine could be deadly. So, they decided to go to a pharmacy. Lin Lanhua also wanted to buy a small dagger for self-defense. The dagger was small, light, easy to carry, and not easy to notice, making it suitable for protection. However, daggers were quite expensive. She decided to pawn her pearl first. After discussing, Lin Lanhua and Zhao Desheng changed into rough cloth linen clothes and went outside to find a little beggar to ask about the pawn shops in the city. They avoided the more shady shops, mainly worried about being cheated or forced into unfair deals, which could cause trouble. After weighing their options, they chose an old, reputable shop with a good reputation and decided to go there again early the next morning. Having learned the information they wanted, the two finally felt ready to explore the city properly. First, they went to a grain shop. The prices were similar to those in the county town. They decided not to buy much now, planning to buy more when they returned to Linshui County. While walking, they saw a jewelry shop. Zhao Desheng looked at Lin Lanhua and took her hand. Seeing the shop, Lin Lanhua teased, "Are you planning to buy me jewelry, Desheng?" Zhao Desheng, rarely blushing, shyly said, "I noticed your family doesn't have much jewelry. Let's go in and look. If we find something suitable, we can buy a few pieces." Lin Lanhua held Zhao Desheng's hand and said casually, "No need. I don't use these things. It's not worth spending money on. Let's go." She didn't like wearing jewelry. Even her hair was styled simply, and she only used a few basic hairpins. Zhao Desheng didn't believe women didn't like jewelry. Just a few days ago, Zhou Er told him women liked jewelry. He thought Lanhua might be worried about spending money, so he didn't insist. Instead, he silently remembered the shop. Taking this chance, they bought some medicine at a pharmacy. They saw the doctor and, pretending they were going on a long trip through mountains and valleys, planned to prepare some medicine just in case. The doctor frowned when he heard. Usually, wealthy families prepared medicine like this, but it was rare for poor families. Seeing their simple clothes, he was surprised they could afford medicine. Still, the distance between the Daxia dynasty's towns and counties was quite far, so preparing medicine was necessary. If they fell ill on the road, they might not find a doctor, leaving them at the mercy of fate. "What medicines do you need?" Lin Lanhua and Zhao Desheng had already discussed this at the inn. Lin Lanhua, combining her modern knowledge of household medicines and Zhao Desheng's advice, suggested they prepare. Zhao Desheng, lacking experience, trusted her judgment completely. Now Lin Lanhua spoke. "We want to prepare medicines for fever reduction, colds, stomach issues, diarrhea, injuries, snake bites, and detoxification. And some wound ointment." The old doctor frowned at the list. So many medicines? He looked at them again. Could they afford all this? However, both of them looked at each other with clear eyes and serious expressions, not seeming unreliable. The senior doctor temporarily trusted them and used professional terms to describe a long list of treatments for clearing heat, releasing the surface, warming the middle, and regulating qi. Lin Lanhua listened in confusion. When she saw the doctor write the prescription, she leaned in to look. The handwriting was messy, but she managed to recognize a few characters. She then asked the doctor to clearly write the symptoms being treated on the prescription. Does this young lady recognize characters? The doctor was surprised. He thought she came from a modest background and didn't expect her to be literate. Lin Lanhua nodded. I only recognize a few characters. That's quite rare, the doctor said, then asked how much of each medicine she needed. He checked that the herbs wouldn't spoil. Lin Lanhua ordered quite a lot of each, totaling about 10 taels of silver. Seeing their situation, the doctor casually mentioned detox pills, costing 1 tael of silver each. These medicines were valuable but effective and common in Sichuan and Shu regions. They could save lives in critical moments. Lin Lanhua had money and wasn't stingy with life-saving items. She bought 10 pills and 8 bottles of wound ointment, spending 14 taels of silver. Including other common medicines, the total came to 24 taels. The mountains were dangerous. Lin Lanhua only knew some common hemostatic herbs. Compared to the specialized medicines in a clinic, these were very different. It was wise to prepare more medicines. She planned to take her family into the mountains to seek refuge, and their situation couldn't afford such extensive supplies. So she prepared thoroughly. Zhao Desheng watched from beside her, knowing that his wife was preparing medicines not just for them. He said nothing and listened to his wife. After gathering the medicines into 2 large bags, using a cloth bag provided by the clinic, Zhao Desheng hurried to carry them, not wanting his wife to tire herself. They carried their things and pretended to ask some elderly people about where the refugees had settled before, claiming they were looking for relatives. Of course, they didn't get any useful information. They didn't mind. On their way back to the inn, they specifically asked the young clerk and the shopkeeper about it, even mentioning they planned to go to the city the next day. After doing all this, it was getting late. They ate in the street and then went straight back to their room. Inside, they discussed their plans for the next day before going to bed. The inn's bed was smaller than a typical bed at home. 2 people lying on it had their heads close together, skin touching. Desheng Zhao felt secretly happy. He turned over casually, facing Lin Lanhua, and pretended to breathe softly near her ear. Watching her trembling eyelashes, he smiled even more. At this moment, Lin Lanhua just wanted to curse him as a little wolf. She had already noticed that Desheng Zhao's calm and serious attitude was all an act. Now that she showed some signs of loosening up, he started revealing his true nature. Last time, he had clung to her arm and acted spoiled. Now he was teasing her again. It was really... But she couldn't help feeling a little affected. She turned over as if nothing was wrong, trying to avoid Desheng Zhao's teasing. But today, he took things further. As she turned, he pressed against her back, his firm chest lightly touching her soft body, and his breathing sounded close to her ear. His teasing made Lin Lanhua blush and feel angry. She snapped, "Keep your head away from me. I can't sleep." Desheng Zhao smiled charmingly, deliberately leaning closer to her ear and blowing softly. When he saw her shiver suddenly, he almost laughed out loud but quickly pretended to be innocent and said, "Sorry, my wife," then pulled back. Because of her reaction, Lin Lanhua felt embarrassed and angry, pretending to ignore him. Desheng Zhao didn't press further. He finally stopped bothering her and didn't disturb her anymore. After her breathing became steady again, Desheng Zhao gently reached under the blanket, feeling his way to hold Lin Lanhua's waist, and pulled her closer to him. In her sleep, Lin Lanhua seemed to sense something. She shifted her head slightly on the pillow. Desheng Zhao kept his breathing light, afraid of waking her. After a while, seeing she was still quiet, he also fell asleep peacefully. Suddenly, Lin Lanhua opened her eyes. Her breathing was calm and steady. As a soldier, she was usually very alert. When Desheng Zhao moved just now, she immediately knew what he was doing, but she just wanted to see what he would do next. She curled her lips, smelling his scent, and then peacefully drifted back to sleep. The next morning, they got up and prepared to leave. Lin Lanhua put on the fine clothes she had bought earlier, covered them with a rough linen coat, and tidied herself up so that no one could see the luxurious clothes underneath. Then, they carried a bundle and left. The inn was booked until tomorrow, so the medicinal herbs stayed at the shop. Yesterday, The two of them had already chosen a place. Lin Manhwa carried a bundle, walked alone into a quiet alley, quickly took off her rough cloth clothes, and dressed herself up. Then she put on a silk cloak from the bundle and a hat. Finally, she packed her clothes into the bundle, placed it in a discreet corner of the alley, tidied up her outfit, and walked out directly. After a while, Zhao Desheng, dressed in common rough cloth clothes, entered the alley, took the bundle from the corner, and carefully made his way through the winding paths toward the pawnshop they had agreed on yesterday. Lin Lanhua arrived at the entrance of the wealthy pawnshop, looked at the signboard outside. This was the well-known, reputable shop. She carefully observed the people around, found nothing unusual, and then stepped inside. It was still early, and there were no customers in the pawnshop. The shop assistant was lazily dozing off. Cough, cough. Lin Lanhua deliberately cleared her throat to make a sound. The shop assistant jolted awake, startled, thinking it was the shop owner. He hurriedly looked up and was momentarily stunned when he saw the elegantly dressed Lin Lanhua. Lin Lanhua coughed again. Was this shop assistant too slow? He quickly recovered and asked, "Honored guest, is there something you need? Are you here to buy or pawn something? This customer didn't seem like someone short on money. Tell your shop owner to come here. I have a good item to pawn." Lin Lanhua spoke in a disguised voice, very different from her usual tone. It was because of this disguise that Zhao Desheng agreed to let her act alone. The shop assistant smiled and said, "May I see the item first, so I can decide whether to call the shop owner out?" Lin Lanhua played it mysterious and replied calmly, "Go and invite your shop owner to come talk to me." The shop assistant was still eager to ask more, but Lin Lanhua's deep, mysterious eyes stared at him steadily, giving off an unstoppable aura. Knowing his limits, he sensed she was a big customer. He decided to invite her to a side room to wait a moment and then turned to call the shop owner in the back. The shop owner had just woken up. Looking at the noisy shop assistant, he felt a bit disdainful. "What's going on? Making such a fuss early in the morning? Shopkeeper, a customer is outside insisting that you come talk to her. She looks wealthy and honest, not like a scammer. Maybe you should go see her." The clerk scratched his chin, still nervous and impatient. The shop owner looked at the clerk, knowing he wouldn't lie, and quickly finished preparing. Lin Lanhua waited quietly in the side room. Soon, a middle-aged man in his 40s and the clerk entered together. The shopkeeper saw the well-dressed woman, and his eyes flashed with interest. He smiled and said, "Dear guest, if you want to sell something, let me take a look first," then ordered the clerk to bring some tea. Lin Lanhua calmly replied, "Our family is facing some trouble. We plan to pawn our family heirloom to get some money. I came to your shop to see the price." The shopkeeper knew these were just excuses, but he didn't ask further. He said, "You came to the right place. Our pawn shop is known for being honest in the city." "Exactly. I heard about your reputation, so I came to ask for a price." "Please, take a look at this," Lin Lanhua said calmly as she placed a pearl on a tray on the table. The shopkeeper saw the large pearl, and his eyes widened. If this was sent to the capital, it would cause a big stir. Seeing the excited shopkeeper, Lin Lanhua asked softly, "Are you satisfied with this?" The shopkeeper's eyes shone with confidence. Though he tried to hide it, his smile was deep.
Yes, yes.
Such a large pearl is rare, even in the capital. "Dear guest, what price do you want for it?" he asked, leaving the question to Lin Lanhua. "Shopkeeper, you are experienced and must know the value of this pearl. Name a price, and if it's fair, I will sell," Lin Lanhua replied calmly. The shopkeeper looked at her composed and confident manner, feeling a bit troubled. The pearl was very valuable, especially such a large one. It was hard to set a price. If he offered too low, she might not sell. If too high, she might refuse. He hesitated. Lin Lanhua waited patiently without disturbing him. Seeing her relaxed attitude, the shopkeeper finally decided to offer a fair price. "Honestly, dear guest, this is a very precious item, but I can only offer 5,000 taels. How does that sound? Of course, if you took it to the capital or sold it at an auction, the price would be higher. But now, the world is unstable. Transporting it is dangerous, and once you reach the capital, without connections, it's hard to say whether it will bring good or bad luck. I think the price I offered is quite fair. This price is much higher than Lin Manhwa expected. She nodded in agreement and calmly took out 2 pearls, not caring that the shopkeeper was stunned. I want to buy 3 pearls in total. Look at the shopkeeper's reaction and the shop's situation. Based on what I've heard before, I guess the shopkeeper has connections. Offering 3 pearls shouldn't be a problem, Lin Manhwa said. Although the shopkeeper was surprised by how many pearls Lin Manhwa had, he didn't want to miss this good opportunity. He nodded repeatedly and said he would buy them. He asked Lin Manhwa to wait in a side room. He then went to get a banknote worth 14,000 taels of silver and 1,000 taels of silver in coins. Lin Manhwa took the banknote and the silver coins, then left through the back door of the pawn shop. She made sure no one was following her. She took a winding route to the quiet alley where she had arranged to meet Zhao Desheng. She found her bundle, took off her cloak and clothes, and changed into rough cloth clothes. She wrapped her original bundle in a patched bag and quickly left the alley. After walking around outside to make sure no one was following, Lin Manhwa met Zhao Desheng. They exchanged a glance, and everything was understood without words. They casually strolled outside for a while, ate some food, and then slowly returned to the inn. Once back in the room, Lin Manhwa confirmed no one was eavesdropping outside. She then untied the bundle, revealing the silver inside, and took out the banknote. Zhao Desheng looked at the silver and the banknote on the table, stunned. The first banknote showed 1,000 taels, but it was a thick stack. How much money was there? He asked in disbelief. Wife, how much money is this? Lin Manhwa calmly replied, 15,000 taels. With this money, they could live peacefully for the rest of their lives. Such a large amount of money, Zhao Desheng looked at it without any greed. Instead, he was mostly happy and excited, though a faint worry lingered in his mind. Lin Manhwa was very pleased with Zhao Desheng's reaction. These are just 3 pearls worth of money. The shopkeeper gave 5,000 taels of silver for 1 pearl. I think it's too shocking to take out 5 such treasures at once. Also, the pawn shop might not be able to provide that much money all at once, so I only pawned 3 pearls. Zhao Desheng only nodded. The pearls belonged to his wife. She could pawn as many as she wanted. If she chose not to pawn one, he wouldn't argue. Moreover, his wife's reasoning was very sensible. If delays at the pawn shop caused trouble in the local government, the risk of exposure would be even greater. You're right, I'll listen to you. But, wife, now that you have money, will you abandon me? Zhao Desheng's eyes flickered with a hint of worry. He liked Lin Manhwa very much. Whether she had money or not, he was still worried she might dislike him. Especially now that she was no longer short of money, he asked this half seriously, half joking. Lin Manhwa naturally caught the worry in Zhao Desheng's eyes. It seemed he was afraid she would change because she had money. It was clear some words needed to be said up front. As long as you treat me sincerely, I will do the same for you. But let me be clear, if you do anything to hurt me, I'm not the type to cry or cause a fuss. I will just get rid of you and go live happily myself. Understand? Hearing this, Zhao Desheng was not angry. Instead, he was very happy. He was glad his wife was understanding and always eased his worries at critical moments. It was precisely because of Lin Manhwa's understanding that Zhao Desheng liked her even more. He felt anxious and afraid she might leave him. I promise I won't. I swear with my life, I will only be good to you for the rest of my life. Only you. You must also keep your promise. Only I will be yours forever. You're so cheesy. But if you keep your promise, I will too. Lin Manhwa listened to his confession. His tone was so flirtatious that she was truly surprised. It seemed he had been pretending before. I didn't expect you to be such a Zhao Desheng. You really kept your true self hidden. Oh no. Does Lanhua dislike me that way? Zhao Desheng understood Lin Lanhua's personality well. She preferred to be soft rather than hard, and she especially couldn't refuse when he acted stubbornly. Lin Lanhua's face was already red. Zhao Desheng, that rascal, kept leaning toward her while talking. Now he was comfortably propping his face, staring at her, and his breath was blowing on her face.
Ah,
How could this rascal be so good at this? However, in an instant, Lin Lanhua became a bit suspicious again. She wondered where this person had learned these skills. He had always been a loner, without a woman, and his family never taught him these things.
could it be?
Seeing the woman quickly calm down and her eyes growing stranger, Zhao Desheng touched his face nervously, feeling a bit scared and confused. He wondered if he had made a mistake. Lin Lanhua raised her hand and gently pinched Zhao Desheng's face, speaking with suspicion. Where did you learn these skills? You look quite experienced. You haven't been to those places before, right? Based on his previous behavior, he seemed inexperienced and didn't often interact with women, but these tricks? Zhao Desheng thought it was terrible his wife misunderstood him. Lanhua, listen to me. I've never been to those places. These are all things I heard about them in the village. Seeing his hesitant manner, Lin Lanhua became even more suspicious. Learning these things in the village was not believable at all. She was really about to laugh out of anger. You can't learn these things in the village. I'll give you one more chance. Explain yourself clearly. Seeing that his wife was truly angry, Zhao Desheng also panicked. He quickly grabbed Lin Lanhua's arm and explained, Lanhua, don't doubt me. I really learned this in the village. I'll tell you slowly. Do you know the widow from the He family in the village? Lin Lanhua thought carefully and quickly remembered this person from her original memories. There were few people with the surname He in the village, and her husband had also died in battle, just like the original owner's husband. So she remembered her. The widow from the He family was also pitiful. When the draft started, her father-in-law was of draft age, just a few months apart. So, there were two suitable candidates in the family. The widow's husband volunteered for the army and was later reported to have died in battle. He was the only son in the family. After he died, his parents' health declined. Hearing that he had died in battle, they couldn't bear it and passed away. Only the widow and her 5-year-old son remained. I know this person, but does it have anything to do with you knowing these tricks? Lin Lanhua's mind was full of guesses, but she didn't jump to conclusions. She waited for him to continue. Our home is at the end of the village, near the mountains, in a quiet place. I have met her before. Before Zhao Dachin could finish speaking, Lin Lanhua quickly pulled away from his hand, frowned, and for a moment, she wanted to turn and leave. She just stood up. Seeing his wife's reaction, Zhao Dachin instinctively held her, still about to speak. But then he remembered what he had just said. Oh no, this is a big misunderstanding. Lanhua, listen to me. I saw her and Jean Lizy from the village sneaking into the small woods a few times. I overheard some things, but I didn't mean anything bad. Please don't be angry. Initially struggling, Lin Lanhua stopped and looked stunned. Then she felt awkward, but she still stubbornly said, Who knows if what you're saying is true? Seeing that Lin Lanhua no longer struggled, Zhao Dachin turned her around and gently sat her on a bench, placing his hands on her shoulders. Didn't you ask me before why I didn't let you go to the woods behind the village pond? Because Widow He and Jean Lizy often met there secretly. I was afraid to let you go, in case you saw something inappropriate. I also accidentally saw them a few times before I stopped going there. But what does that have to do with your tricks? Although I hide quickly, there were 1 or 2 times I couldn't avoid hearing them at the corner. Jean Lizy and Widow He acting sweet and coquettish, making Widow He laugh happily. After you came to our house, I once went to the village to find Gongzi and saw Jean Lizy. Thinking about what they did, I shut up. Don't say any more. I hope you're not lying to me or else. Lin Lanhua interrupted him, guessing what he was about to say. But this man stubbornly wanted to argue. I haven't finished yet, wife. Zhao Dachin bent down, leaned close to her ear, and whispered flirtatiously, I did all that just to make you happy. I really didn't lie to you. Lin Lanhua had never seen such tricks before. Her face turned red like a shrimp. But Zhao Dachin wasn't satisfied and added more, deliberately breathing heavily near her ear and pitifully asked, Lanhua, tell me, do you like it? I don't like it at all. I don't like it one bit. Don't learn it in the future. Lin Lanhua pretended to stay calm. But Zhao Dachin chuckled softly beside her ear, making her even more embarrassed. Really, Manhwa, I see you seem to enjoy it. After saying that, he blew out a breath. Lin Manhwa felt shy and angry, her ears and neck tingling uncomfortably. She deliberately turned away, stretching her neck to try to distract Zhao Decheng. Sit down quickly. We've decided to exchange the silver notes for silver, he said. Zhao Decheng knew it was the right moment. If he kept teasing her, he might lose control himself. Luckily, he had already found a good way to deal with his wife. He decided to go along with her and stop teasing her. There would be plenty of chances later. He sat back on the bench, looking serious as he listened to his wife speak. Seeing Zhao Decheng like this, Lin Manhwa quickly calmed down. They made a plan to split up and act the next day. After deciding which moneylenders to visit to exchange silver, they went out shopping again. Lin Manhwa had been looking for a chance to buy some food to store in her shell space. But it was hard to hide this from Zhao Decheng. In this unfamiliar city, he didn't let her go out alone, so she had no opportunity. They visited tea houses and restaurants to learn about the current situation and the court affairs. The current emperor of the Great Summer Dynasty has been in poor health since he was young. He had a son after he turned 30, who is now under 3 years old. Last year, the emperor's health worsened, and the Empress Dowager's brother, Prime Minister Yang, took control of the court. He was involved in corruption, bribery, and chaos in the government. Several princes and generals guarding the borders were unhappy with the court. This year, natural disasters and wars have caused suffering across the land, and the people are fleeing their homes. The court seems helpless. From what they learned, the dynasty is in danger of collapsing. Knowing this, Lin Manhwa felt the situation was worse than she had imagined. She needed to prepare faster. If princes or border generals rebelled, there could be widespread conscription and chaos, leading to suffering for the people. Fortunately, she now had money and her shell space. Even if she couldn't hide in the mountains in time, as long as she was careful and avoided trouble, surviving would still be easy. Having learned most of the important information, Lin Manhwa pulled Zhao Decheng back to the inn. The next morning, the two of them got up early to prepare. Lin Manhwa gave Zhao Decheng 200 taels of silver out of the 1,000 taels they received yesterday, just in case. She kept the rest on herself. In fact, as soon as they separated from the inn, Lin Manhwa put the silver into her shell space, along with her bundle and other belongings. They had already researched the moneylenders. They targeted 4 in total, exchanging 14,000 taels of banknotes separately. The two of them split up to carry the silver, agreeing that if either encountered trouble, they would go outside the city to the abandoned city god temple 5 miles away and wait. If no one appeared after an hour, they would return to the inn. With their skills and disguises, as long as they didn't face a direct fight or a large group of enemies, escaping would be easy. Lin Manhwa went to the first moneylender calmly. She entered easily and exchanged 6,000 taels of silver. This was the largest moneylender in the entire Great Xia dynasty. Exchanging such a large amount at once was not unusual, and the staff didn't ask any questions, simply giving her the silver. After leaving, Lin Manhwa carefully observed her surroundings to make sure she wasn't being followed. Only when she was certain did she walk into an alley, put the silver into her shell space, and found it very useful. Next, Lin Manhwa went to the second moneylender and exchanged 2,000 taels of banknotes. This lender was smaller, but 2,000 taels was still not noticeable. They easily exchanged the banknotes for silver. All the silver was exchanged smoothly. She then hurried into a small alley to change her clothes and head back to the inn. But just a few steps later, she heard a commotion. Come on, hit him hard. Don't let anyone see. Cover his mouth. Hurry. Lin Manhwa followed the sound and saw 2 young men beating up a dirty-looking person. Nearby, a proud young man in a brocade robe was giving orders from above. Lin Manhwa looked carefully and recognized him. It was the little beggar she had met that day in the city. As a soldier, Lin Manhwa was naturally compassionate, respecting the elderly, loving children, helping the weak, and aiding those in trouble. She couldn't just stand by and do nothing. She decided to intervene. From her observation, the little beggar didn't seem to be a bad person. She quickly tore off the fabric from her inner garment to cover her face. The young man in fine robes and the servant heard the noise and turned around. Seeing Lin Manhwa, the young man in fine robes was furious. "Hurry up and get out of here, or I'll beat you too." He nodded slightly toward the two servants, who then looked at Lin Manhwa with fierce expressions. Lin Manhwa ignored them, quickly moved closer to the young man, and struck out with a quick kick. Ah! The young man in fine robes was knocked to the ground by her kick. The two servants saw their master was hurt and hurried to help him up. One of them rushed forward to attack Lin Manhwa. She dodged swiftly behind the servant and kicked him in the back. The servant fell flat on the ground. After helping the young man in fine robes to his feet, he was very angry. As a son of a noble family, even the prefect was polite to him. He didn't expect to be beaten by a woman. "Vile woman, how dare you hit me? You're asking for death," he shouted. Lin Manhwa was too lazy to listen to his threats. She lifted her foot and kicked one of the servants in the stomach. The servant was sent flying. She then sidestepped to avoid the young man's attack and elbowed him, knocking him to the ground. Seeing the situation was bad, the young master tried to run away. Lin Manhwa quickly followed, knocking him out with a hand strike. She then used the same move to knock out the two servants. The young beggar was stunned. He had thought he was going to be beaten to death, but someone came to save him, a woman. "Are you okay?" Lin Manhwa asked as she approached the wide-eyed beggar.
"I'm fine.
"Thank you for saving me, but you should leave quickly. This is the residence of Yang Tongji's family. He's often reckless and vengeful. If he finds out you saved me, you'll be in big trouble. Be careful of his revenge," the beggar said, regaining his composure. He stood up slowly, brushed off his clothes, and pointed at the young man in fine robes, introducing his savior. Lin Manhwa thought to herself that he really was someone with status. Luckily, her disguise hadn't been revealed yet. She looked at the beggar, who was reminding her to be cautious. "Just leave quickly. Be careful in the future, and it's best not to stay in the city. Otherwise, this young master will surely seek revenge." She didn't ask why they had attacked him, only urging him to leave. She also took out 10 taels of silver and handed them to the beggar. He refused to accept it, but Lin Manhwa insisted, stuffing the money into his arms. After the incident with the little beggar, Lin Manhwa was worried something might go wrong. She didn't return to the inn but left the city directly and went to the city god temple to wait for Zhao Dachin. Meanwhile, the little beggar used the 10 taels of silver Lin Manhwa gave him to buy some medicine at the pharmacy, spending half a tael, then bought some dry food, and quickly left the city. Zhao Dachin also successfully exchanged his silver, but he didn't go straight back to the inn. Instead, he visited the jewelry shop he and Lin Manhwa had seen earlier. As soon as he entered, a friendly clerk came over to greet him. Although Zhao Dachin had no experience, he looked very serious and intimidating when expressionless. The clerk saw that Zhao Dachin's clothes were not fancy, but that he carried himself confidently, so he didn't underestimate him. "May I ask what you are looking to buy, sir?" "I'm looking for jewelry to give to a young woman. Then you should see these silver hairpins. They are popular in the city and perfect for young women to wear." Zhao Dachin examined them carefully, but felt none of them suited his wife. "Are there any other hairpins?" "Yes, but the prices might be an issue." The clerk was worried he couldn't afford them. "Price isn't a problem. Just show me what you've got." Seeing that Zhao Dachin was indeed wealthy, the clerk smiled more brightly and immediately brought out a selection of more exquisite and beautiful hairpins. Zhao Dachin quickly liked a purple orchid hairpin. The pin was entirely black, with a white jade flower at the top, decorated with 2 green and white leaves, and a green jade leaf tassel hanging from a silver chain. The whole piece looked pure and elegant. "How much for this orchid hairpin?" "Ah, sir, you have good taste. This is a new arrival here, exclusive to our shop in the city. It's one of a kind, and the flowers are made of jade. Just tell me the price." Zhao Dachin interrupted the clerk's chatter. "This hairpin is precious. It costs 60 taels of silver," the clerk carefully quoted. Without hesitation, Zhao Dachin paid the money. Although it was his wife's money, he planned to work hard to earn more for her in the future. The hairpin was truly beautiful and perfect for his wife. The clerk, seeing the sale was certain, happily wrapped it up and even gave him a small, delicate box to hold the hairpin. Walking out of the jewelry shop, Zhao Dachin touched the box in his pocket, suppressing his excitement, and hurried back to the inn. Zhao Desheng returned to the inn. After a long time, he still didn't see Lin Lanhua's figure. He was very worried. Why hasn't she arrived yet? The two moneylenders Lin Lanhua went to are close to the inn, so she should have returned by now. Zhao Desheng couldn't sit still. He paced around his room, opened the window, and kept an eye out for any sign of Lin Lanhua. After more than half an hour, Zhao Desheng couldn't bear it anymore. He paid for the room and asked the clerk to bring the donkey cart. He got on the cart and decided to look around near the two moneylender shops. Zhao Desheng checked both moneylender shops but found nothing unusual. He asked the people nearby, but no one seemed suspicious. He frowned, feeling clueless. In the end, he decided to go outside the city to look. Maybe Lin Lanhua had already left town. Driving his donkey cart along the street, Zhao Desheng also bought 2 bags of grain to put on the cart, along with some cloth he had bought earlier. This helped hide the silver coins under the straw. After checking that the cart was fine, he headed out of the city. But just a few steps later, a group of soldiers approached aggressively. Zhao Desheng couldn't avoid them. The soldiers whipped his donkey, nearly tipping over the cart. He quickly calmed the donkey and adjusted the items on the cart, hiding the silver coins underneath the straw. He didn't argue with the soldiers. He was just curious about what they were doing. He noticed that in front of the soldiers were 2 plainclothed men with bruised faces and deep, intense eyes, watching the soldiers closely. On impulse, he turned his cart and followed them at a distance. Eventually, the soldiers entered a quiet alley. Zhao Desheng didn't go in but watched from afar. Soon, the 2 men came out with the soldiers, holding a picture and comparing it to people on the street, asking if anyone had seen the person in the picture. Zhao Desheng quietly drove his cart closer. The soldiers saw only a man driving a donkey cart, didn't ask questions, and let him go. He took a quick look at the picture the soldiers held. The face was covered with a cloth, so he couldn't tell what the person looked like. Without delay, he asked the people around him and confirmed his suspicions. Then, he quickly drove his cart away. The soldiers were probably looking for Lin Lanhua because they had just been comparing women, and the alley was near the money shop Lin Lanhua was heading to. From the soldiers' appearance, it seemed Lin Lanhua had already escaped. I wonder what happened to her, and if she was hurt. She quickly drove the donkey cart out of the city and headed straight to the city god temple. Zhao Desheng was driving the donkey very fast, kicking up a lot of dust along the way. Someone nearby cursed quietly, "Are you rushing to be reborn?" In no time, they saw the roof of the city god temple in the distance. At this moment, Lin Lanhua felt that life was full of unexpected surprises. After leaving the city, Lin Lanhua went directly to the city god temple. But as soon as she entered, she saw another person inside. It was an old woman dressed in ragged clothes, probably in her 40s or 50s. She looked like a beggar or a homeless person and seemed sick. She was lying on a pile of straw mats, not moving. Lin Lanhua looked carefully and suspected the woman might be dead. Over the past few days, she had seen many homeless people and beggars in the city. This woman probably fled from somewhere else. From her worn-out straw shoes and the calluses around her ankles, it was clear she had been walking long distances in rough shoes. Her calves were hardened from walking so much. Lin Lanhua didn't rush to get close. Instead, she tore a piece of cloth to cover her mouth and nose, then slowly approached the woman, keeping about a meter away. She was cautious because these homeless people might have been fleeing danger, and what they had encountered or eaten, or if they were sick, was impossible to know. In ancient times, natural disasters or wars often caused many deaths, and diseases could spread quickly. These homeless people might carry contagious viruses, so Lin Lanhua had to be very careful. However, she had heard that there was no news of a plague in the city recently. Still, the message might not have reached her yet, so caution was best. As she got closer, she saw the woman's face was very red, probably still alive, maybe with a fever or some other illness. Her cheeks were sunken, and she looked very thin and weak. While she was thinking, a clear, high-pitched voice came from behind her, calling, "Benefactor sister." Lin Lanhua was startled. She turned around and saw the young beggar girl she had rescued earlier in the alley. "Why is he here?" Lin Lanhua frowned, thinking the little beggar was following her without her noticing. She was about to ask when she heard the little beggar speak in a frightened voice, "Grandma, wake up. How are you?" as he ran to the person lying on the ground. His actions quickly broke Lin Lanhua's earlier guess. This was the beggar's grandmother.
No wonder.
It seemed that the beggar and the old woman had come here a few days ago. "Child, don't cry. Do you know what illness your grandmother has?" Hearing Lin Lanhua's voice, the beggar snapped out of his panic and immediately stood up. He moved aside a broken stone in a shabby corner of the city temple, revealing 2 broken clay jars filled with water. It was clear he had hidden them earlier. No wonder there was water in the broken bowl beside his grandmother. After finding the jars, he spoke again. "It's a cold wind illness.
A kind doctor told me.
Unfortunately, we have no money to buy medicine, so my grandmother has been sick. The money from my benefactor sister helped me buy medicine for the cold. I am about to make medicine for my grandmother now." Hearing it was a cold wind illness, Lin Lanhua felt a little relieved, but still kept her scarf on. She took out a fire starter and handed it to the worried little beggar, who was struggling to light a fire. "Thank you, benefactor sister. You are the savior who helped Little Stone. I will repay you someday." Before Lin Lanhua could respond, the beggar bowed 3 times to her. Lin Lanhua helped him up, clearly not agreeing. "Get up quickly. Repaying kindness is good, but saving your grandmother is more urgent now. Don't perform these formalities. In the future, be a good and kind person, take good care of your grandmother, and live an honest life." Seeing the situation of the old woman and the child, Lin Lanhua couldn't bear to leave the beggar watching over his grandmother. She went to the nearby woods to gather some firewood and also fetch some water. She entered the woods carefully, making sure no one was around. She found a dense bush, carefully hid the bag with silver coins inside the shell, and then went to collect firewood. Near the city temple, there was a small river, making it very easy to fetch water. Lin Lanhua carried the water in the clay jar and the firewood back to the temple. At this moment, the old beggar's grandmother regained a bit of consciousness. Perhaps she had spoken with the young beggar, and she expressed deep gratitude to Lin Lanhua. Although she was too weak to stand, she was still helped by the young boy, Xiao Shi too, and bowed to thank Lin Lanhua. "It was just a small favor. I didn't do much. You should focus on recovering your health." Lin Lanhua looked at the elderly woman and her grandson, feeling a little sad. The current government was corrupt, and the common people were suffering greatly, living in constant danger. In other parts of the Great Xia dynasty, countless ordinary people might also be quietly dying without anyone noticing. The old woman took her medicine and ate a small bun bought by the young beggar. Her spirits seemed to improve a lot. While waiting for Zhao Decheng, Lin Lanhua asked the two about the situation in other parts of the Great Xia dynasty. The old woman's family name was Zhao, and her grandson was named Zhao Shi, nicknamed Xiao Shi too. They were originally from Tanzhou. This spring, Tanzhou experienced a flood that destroyed and submerged many villages. The rest of her family was gone, leaving only her and her grandson, homeless and without support. The government did not help the disaster victims. Desperate, the old woman dragged her grandson from Tanzhou. Yongzhou was poor, and along the way, fewer people suffered from disasters. Most victims headed east to Hangzhou or north to Azhou. Fortunately, the two of them were somewhat lucky. Although they endured many hardships, they did not encounter any violent or robbing people. They survived by eating tree bark, roots, wild vegetables, and fruits, finally reaching Yongzhou. However, as soon as they arrived in Yongzhou, the old woman fell seriously ill. She only managed to hold on until they found a dilapidated temple to hide in. The young beggar watched his grandmother collapse and went into the city to beg for help. He managed to gather a few coins and took a long trip to a medical clinic where a kind doctor treated her. But they had no more money for medicine, so they could only drag on like that. If it weren't for Lin Lanhua today, who gave Xiao Shi 10 taels of silver to buy medicine, the old woman wouldn't know how much longer she could hold on. As she spoke, the old woman struggled to sit up and thank Lin Lanhua. She also asked Xiao Shi to thank her and wanted to know her name and hometown, thinking that if they settled down someday, they would set up a memorial for her and repay her kindness, if possible. Lin Lanhua politely declined, telling them to focus on recovering their health. Is the benefactor sister waiting here for someone? Little Stone kept looking towards the official road near the city god temple, guessing that Lin Lanhua was waiting for someone. I am surnamed Lin.
Just call me Sister Lin.
Yes, I am waiting for someone, Lin Lanhua quietly replied, sighing that this boy's eyes were sharp and he was quite clever. Oh, by the way, Little Stone, why did that young master from the Tongji family hit you today? After talking for a while and seeing the old lady looking tired and falling asleep, Lin Lanhua softly asked about what had happened earlier. Little Stone shook his head, confused. I don't know. When I first came to the city, I saw that person knock over someone's stall. The stall owner didn't get any compensation and was even beaten by the young master's men. I heard people say he's from the Tongji family and he's very arrogant and bossy in the city. This morning, I went begging on the street. I saw him with 2 young servants carrying many things walking into an alley. I quietly followed, hoping to find some leftovers. Then I saw him with a very beautiful girl, talking and laughing. But then the young servant saw me, and the young master got very angry. He said something to the girl, and then he told the servant to catch me. They wanted to beat me to death. Listening to Little Stone's story, Lin Lanhua guessed that the young master from the Yang family probably had a mistress outside, and that girl was her. But Little Stone accidentally saw them, and afraid he would tell others, he wanted to silence him. She thought he was just a helpless little beggar, so killing him wouldn't matter. That's probably why they dared to do it. But even if the young master was afraid of being caught, he wouldn't really want to kill someone, right? There must be another reason. She couldn't figure it out, so she gave up. Anyway, she had disguised herself and probably wouldn't come back to the city again. She probably wouldn't meet him again. Lin Lanhua casually chatted with Little Stone. Soon, she saw Zhao Decheng approaching on the official road. She came out of the city god temple. Zhao Decheng saw her from afar, feeling relieved. He hurried his donkey cart closer, carefully looked at Lin Lanhua, and saw she was not hurt. His heart slowly eased, but he still asked worriedly, Lanhua, are you all right? Of course, I'm fine. I just had a little trouble in the city. I was delayed for a while. I left early to avoid unnecessary trouble. Zhao Desheng saw that Lin Lanhua was followed by a small beggar and did not ask further. He only said, It's good that you're safe. I waited a long time at the inn and was worried because I didn't see you. Big brother, Sister Lin only came to save me, so she didn't have time to find you. Please don't be mad at her, Little Stone said, afraid that he might cause trouble for his benefactor. At this moment, Zhao Desheng recognized that this little boy was the same beggar he had met at the city gate when he first arrived in the town. He was curious about how the boy was with his wife, but before he could ask, the boy spoke first. Hey, you didn't say anything, so I didn't notice. Little kid, how did I figure out that the person who saved you in the city was me? Things are very different now from back then. Lin Lanhua had just wanted to ask, but the boy had already seen through her disguise. That was strange. Speaking of this, Little Stone finally showed some of the child's natural spirit. He proudly said, It's just a feeling. When I saw Sister Lin's back at the city temple, I felt like it was the same person as this morning. I called out and it turned out to be Sister Lin. I have a good memory. I can remember anyone I meet once. Lin Lanhua thought to herself that it wasn't her disguise skills that were the problem, but that this boy had sharp eyes. How do you usually recognize someone? Lin Lanhua was curious about his ability. It's just a feeling. Some people are recognized by their smell. I don't really know how to explain it, but I just know, Little Stone said, unable to clearly describe that feeling. Lin Lanhua thought it was probably something he was born with. He was still young and inexperienced, so he couldn't explain it well. But He was truly a good candidate for a scout. Too bad this was ancient times. If he were in modern times, trained in the military system, he would definitely shine. Zhao Desheng saw his wife staring intently at the dirty, smelly boy and felt a bit unhappy. Although the boy looked under 15, he didn't quite sit well with him. Still, he didn't show his feelings in front of the boy. "Sweetheart, who is this?" he asked. "This is Little Stone. I saved him this morning by chance." Lin Manhwa recounted what happened that morning and explained the reasons behind Little Stone being beaten. "That's right. I saw a group of officials in the city loudly searching for a woman and a young beggar. It was probably you. I asked around, and people said that young Master Yang from the official's family was kind enough to care for a weak woman and a young beggar, but they were robbed. The woman apparently knows martial arts and is now out catching bandits. I also heard that young Master Yang is planning to marry the daughter of the local magistrate. He's probably worried that this might ruin the marriage and cause trouble for his family." Zhao Desheng sighed as he spoke. The magistrate is just below the governor, and young Master Yang is abusing the common people in the city. No one dares to say anything. This world is full of disasters and chaos. You never know when trouble might come to you. It's really hard to live like this. Lin Manhua, who was a soldier in her past life, felt angry when she heard this. She looked up at Little Stone but didn't say anything. Zhao Desheng saw her expression but didn't mention it in front of Little Stone. He pretended to be thirsty and took the donkey to the river. Lin Manhua told Little Stone to go back and take care of her grandmother. She also went along. Little Stone looked sadly at Lin Manhua's back, lowered his head in sadness, and turned to wipe his tears as he entered the city god temple. He didn't know if Sister Lin would come back later. When he was sure no one was around, Lin Manhua moved closer to Zhao Desheng. "The bundle? I hid it in the woods nearby. Let's go get it first." Zhao Desheng nodded. He had guessed where the bundle was since he didn't see his wife's bag earlier. He led the donkey cart to follow his wife to get the bundle. They hid it on the cart and then returned to the city god temple. Inside the temple, Little Stone heard the donkeys braying and his eyes lit up briefly, but then they dimmed again. He knew they would leave soon. It was no use to hope too much. Sister Lin had already helped him by rescuing him and giving him silver. He shouldn't ask for more. Lin Manhua saw Little Stone's pitiful look when she entered the temple. She felt sad but kept her emotions in check. She sighed quietly. "Little Stone, I want to talk to you about something," she said. Little Stone immediately put away his sad expression and cheered up. "Sister, what is it? I want to ask if you and your grandmother have nowhere to go. Would you like to come with us? Our home is in a village below Linshui County." Little Stone's eyes shone brighter and brighter. He looked excitedly at Lin Manhua as if he couldn't believe it and asked carefully, "Is what Sister said true? Are you really taking me and Grandma with you?" His voice choked a little, tears welling up in his eyes, as he looked at Lin Manhua with hope. "Of course. Why would Sister lie to you?" Lin Manhua replied confidently, seeing his hopeful expression. Hearing this, Little Stone was overjoyed. Tears fell heavily, as if he needed to release his feelings. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, glanced at Zhao Dachin, then looked at Lin Manhua. Having experienced hardship and being sensitive, he noticed Zhao Dachin's displeasure when he was talking to Lin. Zhao Dachin didn't expect the boy to be so sharp. However, he had already discussed this with his wife outside, and they had agreed. So now, he naturally spoke. "Yes, we can leave once we put your grandma on the donkey cart." As he spoke, Little Stone's eyes immediately lit up. He quickly, gently woke Zhao Grandma. She woke up and, understanding that Lin Manhua and her family wanted to take her and her grandson along, felt very grateful. She was old and had been through a lot. She could see that the couple was not bad people and seemed capable. The grandmother and grandson had no relatives or friends in Yongzhou. Traveling with this couple might be their only hope. If something happened to her, she thought, she could rely on these two to take care of her grandson for a couple of years. Since Zhao Grandma agreed, to avoid complications, the four quickly packed up and set out. Actually, there wasn't much to pack. The grandmother and grandson had nothing left Their home had been washed away by the flood. They only had a few broken pots and chipped bowls they had picked up. Unaware of what happened afterward, a poor old beggar and a group of soldiers arrived at the city god temple. They searched thoroughly but found nothing. It can't be. That little beggar lives here, and he's with an old grandma, the old beggar said loudly, red-faced and angry. The soldiers made a wasted trip, finding nothing. They didn't know how to explain to their superior. All of them were angry. Seeing the old beggar still arguing, they beat him up, gave some harsh words, and then left. The old beggar curled up on the ground, secretly cursing that the little beggar had run away too quickly. After bringing sick Aunt Zhao out of the city, Zhao Dezhang and the others slowed down their pace as they traveled some distance away. It took them 4 days to return to Lin County. When they arrived, it was still early, so they went to see a doctor for Aunt Zhao. Her cold had improved a lot, and she looked much better. Zhao Dezhang bought a lot of food from the grain shop. Lin Manhwa took an old and a young child to a clothing store to buy 2 sets of clothes. She also bought 2 outfits for her parents and some fabric suitable for young women and children. They had also bought fabric from the city, but it wasn't enough. Then they bought 2 new quilts. Their house only had 2 broken rooms, which were too small. Maybe Zhao Dazhang and Lin Chongsheng could build a small shelter nearby to stay for a few days. Since the weather was hot, they weren't worried about cold. They only returned home when the donkey cart was full. To lighten the load, Little Stone got off and walked. Aunt Zhao also wanted to get off, but Lin Manhua didn't let her. Finally, they reached home. From afar, they saw Lin Chongsheng digging bark in the yard. He also saw the group and was surprised. "Little sister, brother-in-law, you're back.
You found your family."
Seeing the thin and pale old and young, Lin Chongsheng's happy face quickly changed. He had heard Zhou Ergang say that the 2 went to the city to find Zhao Dazhang's relatives, and these 2 might be them. "Yes, this is Dazhang's cousin, and this is my little nephew. They used to live in Yongzhou, but later moved to Tanzhou. Unfortunately, there was a flood in Tanzhou this spring, and their family was lost. Only this grandpa and grandson survived. If we hadn't gone to the city and met them, we wouldn't know what their situation was," Lin Lanhua explained on the way back. She said they were relatives of Zhao Dezhang, and both had the surname Zhao. Aunt Zhao sighed. "Yes, if we hadn't met Dezhang and them in Yongzhou, I wouldn't know what to do with all of us, old and young. I don't think I can hold on much longer. If I leave Little Stone alone, who knows what will happen." She remembered the hardships of fleeing and tears streamed down her face. Little Stone also started to cry nearby, holding onto his grandmother's clothes and silently wiping his tears. Seeing the 2 of them crying, Lin Chongsheng was confused and unsure what to do. He hurriedly tried to comfort them. Zhao Dachin and Lin Lanhua also helped to soothe them. After a while, the grandfather and grandson finally stopped crying. Lin Lanhua and her group arrived home tired from their journey. They each went to wash up and change clothes. Lin Chongsheng held the puppy he brought back from Taohua Valley and played with Little Stone, who had just finished washing. Their laughter filled the yard. After washing, Lin Lanhua went into the kitchen. She was surprised to see Zhao Dachin already cooking. Later, Zhao Daniu also came in to help. Lin Lanhua then asked Zhao Dachin to go make a straw mat so they could partition the main room later. Zhao Daniu didn't expect Lin Lanhua's home to look like this. On the way here, she could tell that the couple was capable and that they bought cloth and grain in the county town, which suggested they weren't short of money. She was surprised that their home was in such a state. But Zhao Daniu was not someone to look down on others for being poor. Besides, she and Little Stone had nothing, so she had no right to complain about others. Seeing Zhao Daniu's attitude, Lin Lanhua nodded secretly. Little Stone was busy helping out too, which made Lin Lanhua more pleased. At least, the grandfather and grandson were not vain or materialistic. Their characters could stand the test. "Daniu, you and Little Stone can stay in the main room for now. In a few days, we will build a small extension. Things are a bit busy at home these days, so you can stay here with Little Stone. The men will handle the work," Lin Lanhua said, giving reassurance. She wanted to ease their worries and prevent them from overthinking. Manhwa, there's no need for that. Danyu and Little Stone can just set up a simple straw shelter outside for a couple of days. We've slept in the wild before when we ran away, so a straw shelter is fine, Zhao Danyu said. She understood that kindness has limits. While she appreciated their help, if they relied only on others and couldn't stand on their own, it would become burdensome for those helping. Danyu, don't worry. It's not a big problem. Once the extension is built, I'll ask Dachin to help build 2 small rooms for you and Little Stone next to my house. I also know some simple herbs. I can teach Little Stone to recognize them. He has some skills himself. When you're at home, you can also help me dry the herbs. I'll pay you for your work. When Little Stone is a bit older, if he wants to learn hunting, he can learn from Dachin, Lin Lanhua said. Lin Lanhua is not someone who keeps secrets. Besides, she genuinely likes Little Stone. Giving someone a fish is good, but teaching them how to fish is better. Old Lady Zhao listened nearby as Lin Lanhua made plans for the grandson and grandmother. She was very touched and immediately thanked Lin Lanhua many times. Earlier, she learned from Little Stone that Lin Lanhua had given them 10 taels of silver. She bought medicine with 9 taels left, and they didn't ask for it. Now Lin Lanhua is making plans for them again. She feels lucky to have met such a kind person. Thinking about the future, Old Lady Zhao feels happy. She will have a house and some silver. She plans to find 2 acres of land nearby. When Little Stone learns skills and can support himself, he can marry a wife. Life will be better then. She also feels she has honored her ancestors. If possible, she wants to visit her hometown again.
Sigh.
Feeling reassured, Old Lady Zhao relaxes and feels lighter. She quickly takes over Lin Lanhua's work in the kitchen, busy and bustling, so Lin Lanhua can't help. After dinner, Lin Lanhua tells Lin Chongqing to go home and stay. Tomorrow, she will build a simple shelter. She asks Zhao Desheng to hang up the grass curtain and prepare a bed for the grandson and grandmother. They plan to go to the village chief tomorrow to explain the situation and get the household registration documents. After settling the grandson and grandmother, Lin Lanhua and Zhao Desheng are ready to rest. Zhao Desheng had already tidied up the beds. Lin Lanhua shared her plans for Old Lady Zhao and Little Stone with Zhao Desheng. He agreed. Since they brought them here, they should help settle them. On the way back, Zhao Desheng also carefully observed Little Stone. He found that Little Stone was very smart and sharp and would make a good hunter. They also discussed going to see the village chief tomorrow. The village chief of Yaoting Village is a good person, so they probably won't cause trouble. But the grandson and grandmother have no official ID, which makes things difficult. To handle this properly, they might need to secretly give some money. Also, earlier, they moved into the room and placed silver under the bed. Now, seeing Lin Lanhua organizing the silver, Zhao Desheng suddenly remembered the money he used to buy a hairpin. He hadn't told his wife yet. He had planned to give her the hairpin first, but when he met Old Lady Zhao and others, he didn't say anything. Is it still okay to tell her now? Should he give her the hairpin now? Seeing that Lin Lanhua was almost done counting the silver, Zhao Desheng decided to give the hairpin to his wife tonight. He had been busy day and night and hadn't found the right chance. The hairpin was still with him. Hey, why is 60 taels of silver missing from your bag? Did Brother Dachin count the money openly when exchanging silver at the bank? Zhao Dachin's bag was short of silver. Lin Lanhua looked down and checked again, casually asking Zhao Dachin, but she didn't hear his reply. Just as she was about to lift her head, Zhao Dachin suddenly reached out, placed his hand on her shoulder, and tucked something into her hair bun. Lanhua, I took that 60 taels to buy you a hairpin. This money is a loan for me. In the future, I will give you the money I earn from hunting. Don't be angry. Zhao Dachin was actually nervous inside. He spent her money without her permission and hadn't told her yet. Lin Lanhua touched the hairpin in her hair bun. She felt happy to receive the gift, but she knew Zhao Dachin's behavior of acting first and asking later deserved a small punishment. Since your attitude is good this time, I'll forgive you. But if you earn money from hunting and want to pay me back, your hunting earnings are always mine. How can you use my money to pay me back? She said with a long, slightly dangerous tone. Yes, yes, wife, I was wrong. Zhao Dachin couldn't find the words at first. He stammered, his face turning red. Seeing Lin Lanhua trying not to laugh but almost smiling, he suddenly realized she was teasing him on purpose. He quickly shoved the silver back under the bed. Then he stood up, turned around, and picked up the still dazed Lin Lanhua, carrying her horizontally onto the bed. He even thoughtfully took off her shoes, but his big hand pressed on her thigh, preventing her from escaping. After removing their outer clothes and shoes, Zhao Dachin leaned over Lin Lanhua, deliberately close to her ear, and said flirtatiously, "Wife, I was wrong. Please forgive me. How should I apologize? What do you want me to do?" Lin Lanhua didn't expect Zhao Dachin to act like this.
He was such a shy, reserved man.
She was too scared to move, as something was pressed against her waist. Seeing his wife pretending to be still, Zhao Dachin gently took the hairpin from her hair bun, played with it, and asked, "Lanhua, do you like this hairpin?" He noticed Lin Lanhua's action of taking the hairpin. When he opened his eyes, he saw the hairpin in Zhao Desheng's hand. He was surprised and thought it was very beautiful, a jade orchid hairpin, elegant and pure, very pretty. "Like it? This hairpin is so beautiful. Honey, if you like it, then I forgive you," Zhao Desheng said casually, but he quickly became playful again. Worried he might cause trouble, Lin Lanhua hurriedly said, It's forgiven, it's forgiven." She also changed the subject. "We need to find a safe place to hide the silver quickly. Leaving it at home is too risky. The wall isn't high, and if someone finds out, it could cause trouble." Zhao Desheng understood that Lin Lanhua was shifting the topic. He knew she wasn't fully ready yet, but he believed she would trust him completely someday. He didn't rush and followed her lead. "Lanhua, the money you got from selling the pearl, take some and spend it yourself. Hide the rest well, so others can't find it. It's best not to tell me. Tomorrow, I will go with Zhao Dajiang and Little Stone to register our household. You should hide the money yourself." Zhao Desheng knew Lin Lanhua wasn't someone who cared about money, but he still hoped she would keep some for herself. "Brother Desheng, what are you talking about? This is our money. Besides, why keep the silver if we don't spend it? I can't spend so much money alone. I'll keep 2,000 taels at home for now and hide the rest. When I need it, I'll take it out," Lin Lanhua said. She wanted to hide the money herself. She had space in her storage, so she put it there. No one could find it. It was safe and convenient to access anytime. Just 100 or 200 taels is enough. All right, stop talking about these formalities. Isn't this our money? It's both of ours. You have a share too. Lin Lanhua understood his feelings. She knew he didn't want to spend her money, but he also didn't want her to suffer because they were poor. That's why he was hesitant. "I understand, Lanhua. Thank you," he said, coming over to her. After they finished discussing, Lin Lanhua went to sleep peacefully. But the man beside her was still awake. Zhao Desheng thought for a moment. He didn't know why he suddenly felt so awkward. He had even bought a hairpin with some of that silver when they were in the city. Thinking of the hairpin, Zhao Desheng gently touched it several times. He turned to look at his wife, who was almost asleep. He quietly placed the hairpin under the pillow, then softly moved closer to her, reaching out to hold Lin Lanhua in his arms. Half asleep, Lin Lanhua smelled the familiar scent and felt the man's closeness. She didn't resist and naturally rolled into his embrace. Her hand rested on his waist, giving a gentle pat, and she mumbled some unconscious words. These were actions from her subconscious because she knew that if she resisted, this man would stay awake all night. During their days in the city, it was always like this. Zhao Desheng looked at Lin Lanhua, who had willingly snuggled into his arms, and smiled slightly. He hugged her, secretly pleased with himself, and then fell asleep peacefully. The next morning, Lin Lanhua and Zhao Desheng got up early as usual to train. Little Stone was not in good health, so the couple decided to wait a while before training with him again. For now, they wanted him to rest and recover. Aunt Zhao also woke up early. After receiving their instructions, she helped tidy the house and prepared breakfast. When the couple returned from training, Little Stone was already awake. After breakfast, Zhao Desheng took the grandfather and grandson to Zhou Erjing's house first to see if they had eggs, so they could exchange some to bring to the village chief's house. The others in Zhou's family had gone to work in the fields. Zhou Erjing was still at home, preparing to find Zhao Desheng. Yesterday, when Lin Chongsheng returned home, he told him that Zhao Desheng and Lin Manhwa had come back. He had planned to visit today, but unexpectedly, Zhao Desheng came to see him first. "Brother Desheng, I heard from Chongsheng yesterday that you're back."
Come in quickly.
These two are... Actually, Zhou Erjing had guessed when he saw Zhao's family. Zhao Desheng had told him he was going to find relatives in the city, and these two frail-looking people seemed to be just that. They looked pitiful but had clear eyes, not seeming to be scheming. Zhao Desheng's mother and wife were also at home. Zhao Desheng greeted them one by one, then explained the background of the two people. "This is my maternal aunt, who unfortunately got separated from us in Yongzhou many years ago. Later, they moved to Tanzhou and settled there. But this year, Tanzhou experienced a flood. Sadly, all their family members were lost, leaving only this old woman and a young child. They had no home and no one to care for them. The government didn't help either, so they fled to Yongzhou. Luckily, I and Lanhua met them, and we brought them back," Zhao Desheng explained to Zhou Erjing's family, following a prearranged story. "That was quite a coincidence. Afterward, Auntie settled down in our village. Dachin is a reliable boy, and they can help each other in the future." Zhou Ergang looked at Zhao Desheng, who had found family but faced a tragic ending, and didn't say much. Zhou Ergang's mother felt sorry for the Zhao family and comforted them a few words. "Auntie Zhou, I came to ask if you still have eggs at home. I'll exchange some and then go to the village chief to register Annie and Little Stone." "Yes, yes." Dachin came at a good time. "We haven't sold the eggs at the market yet. We've been saving them. How many do you want?" "I'll give you 3 for 2 coins," Auntie Zhou replied generously, not being stingy. However, Zhao Desheng still paid Auntie Zhou the market price of 1 coin per egg. These eggs were saved by their family little by little, and Zhao Desheng didn't want the old lady to suffer a loss. After exchanging the eggs, Zhao Desheng took his people to the village chief's house. Auntie Zhou looked at the copper coins Zhao Desheng forcefully handed over and sighed at how honest and upright he was. She turned to Zhou Ergang and said, "Gongzi, if Dachin needs help with anything in the future, you should help him actively, understand? Mother, why are you saying this all of a sudden today? I've always been quite proactive. Big brother Dachin is my lifesaver," Zhou Ergang said. Ever since Zhao Desheng saved him, he often went to find Zhao Desheng when he had free time. Gradually, they became good brothers. The rest of the Zhou family also learned about Zhao Desheng from Zhou Ergang. Thanks to his help, their relationship has always been good. Auntie Zhou also thought about something. She said, "Dachin's aunt has nothing at her house. She probably plans to build a small house nearby. She's not busy these days, so you should often go and see if she needs help. He also teaches you martial arts, right? Remember to be grateful and help her when you can, okay?" Auntie Zhou was getting older and more talkative. Zhou Ergang didn't mind and nodded repeatedly. Meanwhile, Zhao Desheng also explained to Auntie Zhao about Zhou Ergang's family. They're all good people. In the future, Auntie Zhao can chat with Auntie Zhou when she has free time. He also shared some basic information about other families in the village. But Zhao Desheng lived at the end of the village, farther from the center, and often went into the mountains to hunt, so he didn't have much contact with most villagers. Soon, Zhao Desheng took the two of them to the village chief's house. The village chief's surname is Zhou. In this area, the Zhou family is very prominent. The village head is also surnamed Zhou. He is about 45 years old, with some white hair, but he is a kind person. Most villagers trust him. When the village chief saw Zhao Desheng and the 2 grandchildren behind him, he guessed their purpose. He smiled kindly and said, "Desheng is back. I heard from Ergang that you and your wife went to the city to find your relatives. Have you found them?" But when he saw the old and young people beside Zhao Desheng, his smile faded a little. Zhao Desheng explained the situation of Aunt Zhao and Little Stone clearly. "This time, I came to see the village chief because Aunt Zhao and Little Stone want to settle here. However, their house was washed away by the flood. They have no documents or papers. Do you know if there are any rules for settling in without papers? The village chief looked at the old and young pair. They looked pale and thin. He saw that the boy's calves were muscular and his ankles had calluses, so he believed Zhao Desheng's story. But they had no proof of identity, and it would be hard to register them at the government office. He frowned and thought carefully before speaking. I won't hide from you. This kind of situation is not easy to handle. Without any documents to prove who they are, the government office usually won't accept it, said the village chief. He pulled Zhao Desheng aside and whispered, Desheng, it's not that I don't want to help you. But to settle them here, it costs a lot of money. The officials won't take risks for less. For people like them, it might cost about 10 taels of silver.
You should think about it.
If you don't have the money or don't want to pay, just let them stay for now. When you are better off later, you can come back. I won't say anything about it, and no one in the village will gossip. Think carefully. Recently, Zhao Desheng had paid 5 taels of silver as bride price to marry his wife. The village chief thought Zhao Desheng was poor, so he said this. These days, everyone's life is hard, and there's no need to spend all their savings just for household registration. It's okay. If I need to spend money, I will. I was lucky and caught some big game recently, so I saved some money. It should be enough, Zhao Desheng said. He then handed 11 taels of silver to the village chief, which was extra money given as a gift. The village chief was surprised. He had thought Zhao Desheng was very poor. But Zhao Desheng took out 10 taels of silver without hesitation. People should not judge by appearances. However, he put 1 tael back and refused to take it. Zhao Desheng insisted on giving the gift. Village chief uncle, please don't refuse. This is quite troublesome for you, and it has taken up a lot of your time. We can't let you come all this way for nothing, right? Village chief Zhou couldn't refuse anymore, so he accepted. He then talked with Zhao's family about settling in the village, asked for the relevant information, and advised them to live peacefully in the village in the future. From then on, the village chief would handle the rest of the matters. They just needed to wait for the household registration documents. After everything was settled, Zhao Desheng thanked the village chief again and left with his people. Meanwhile, Manhwa directly put the money into her shell space. She pretended to go for a walk nearby and then returned. When she came back, Lin Chongsheng was already there. Yesterday, Manhwa told him she wanted to help Zhao's mother build 2 small houses nearby, so they needed more wood from the mountain. He came early to help, finishing the work on the trees they hadn't cut the day before. Manhwa asked Lin Chongsheng to go with her to the mountain to cut suitable trees for building the shelters. They also needed to build a home for the donkey, so it wouldn't have to sleep on the ground. They had to cut more wood to be prepared. They didn't go far, just near the house, and cut many trees. After dragging the wood back home, Zhao Desheng arrived with Zhao's mother and little stone. He briefly explained the household registration process. Zhao Desheng and Lin Chongsheng then started building the shelter. They used some dried wood from their previous stockpile at home if they didn't have enough. Manhwa took little stone and Zhao's mother to the riverbank to pick up some round stones to pave the ground. This way, when it rained, the yard wouldn't turn into mud, and they wouldn't get muddy shoes just by stepping outside. Since they also needed to build 2 rooms for Zhao's mother, Zhao Desheng would have to take Lin Chongsheng and Zhou Er to the mountain to cut more trees. Manhwa planned to send the energetic grandparents and grandchildren to find stones everywhere, which could be used to build walls or a cattle pen. The stones should be similar in size, smooth and flat on the surface. They didn't like staying at home all the time, they always wanted something to do. The days ahead would be busy. Manhwa planned to go with Zhao Desheng to Lin's house today to deliver the things they bought in the city to Lin's parents. They finished dinner early and went back to Lin's house with Lin Chongsheng. When Lin's parents saw their daughter and son-in-law come home, they were very happy. Yesterday, Lin Chongsheng told them that Zhao Desheng had found relatives who had suffered hardships, leaving only an elderly person and a child. When they saw the colorful fabrics and various snacks in the hands of the 2 people, Mr. and Mrs. Lin looked angry and refused to accept them. In the end, after some persuasion, they finally took the gifts. The fabrics were placed in the old couple's room, and the snacks were opened and shared among the children. Mrs. Lin divided the treats while reminding her grandchildren to remember their aunt's kindness. Big sister-in-law Lin also agreed, saying, "Yes, your aunt always brings you many things when she visits. You should remember her kindness." Big brother Lin's son, De Wang, who is now 8 years old and can remember things clearly, knows that this aunt also gives them new clothes made from the fabric she brings. He then nodded in agreement. The two granddaughters, aged 5 and 6, didn't understand much, but followed their older brother's lead and responded politely. The other two young grandsons, aged 3 and 4, saw the food and drooled, completely ignoring what their grandmother and others were saying. Mrs. Lin handed out some snacks to each child and told them to go play. De Wang watched over his younger siblings. The adults also ate a little and started chatting. Mrs. Lin quickly looked at her daughter and saw that she looked healthy and well-dressed in new clothes. She also wore a beautiful orchid hairpin she had just noticed, which made her very happy. Second sister-in-law, Lin, also saw the hairpin early on. She recognized it as a good quality piece, made of jade, and looked beautiful and delicate. She asked, "Manhwa, did you buy that hairpin in the city? It must have cost quite a bit, right?" Manhwa touched the hairpin on her hair and replied calmly, "Big brother De Chung bought it for me in the city." "Mother, do you think it looks nice?" "Yes, very pretty. It suits you well." "I'm relieved that your husband treats you well," Mrs. Lin said, glancing at her second daughter-in-law and then at Zhao De Chung, who was chatting with Mr. Lin, feeling very satisfied. Second sister-in-law Lin seemed to ignore Mrs. Lin's look and asked again, "It looks so nice. Do you know how much that hairpin cost?" The hairpin looked like it was worth at least 5 taels of silver, maybe 10. Her brother-in-law must be very generous to spend so much money without hesitation, earning so much from hunting. Lan Hua knew her sister-in-law was talkative and didn't want to argue. She casually said, "Big brother De Chung bought it for me secretly. I don't know how much it cost." Mother Lin couldn't stand her second daughter-in-law's behavior. She spat and said, "How much money you spend is none of your business. It's your money, after all." Seeing Mother Lin seem about to get angry, the second daughter-in-law quickly smiled awkwardly. "I'm just worried that my brother-in-law might not manage money well and might spend it recklessly." Before Lin Lanhua could say anything, Mother Lin was already displeased. "What do you mean reckless spending? Dachin is happy to spend money on Lanhua. It's none of your concern." This time, the second daughter-in-law didn't dare to argue and kept quiet. Mother Lin was annoyed with her second daughter-in-law. She told her to go take care of the chickens and then pulled Lanhua aside to give her some advice. "Although your second sister-in-law's words are harsh, her point is true. You and your husband have money, so save some to buy land and add some things to the family. Don't spend it recklessly, understand?" Lanhua knew Mother Lin was only looking out for her. She nodded obediently without arguing and thought about how things would be when she got home. After Mother Lin finished her talk, Lanhua invited her mother and 2 sisters-in-law to sit together. The family gathered to listen as Lanhua shared what she had learned about the city. The city still looks peaceful on the surface, but many refugees and beggars have appeared. "We heard from the streets that there have been natural disasters and accidents in many places. The northern border is also tense with foreign tribes. It seems the court might start conscripting soldiers again soon. The affected areas in the south are small now, and the impact isn't big, but if disasters continue elsewhere, who knows what will happen." The refugees said that the court's relief efforts are limited, and they can't control the situation. "Our plan is to buy more grain now while prices are still low and store it at home." Hearing about the city and the chaos in other regions, Father Lin felt worried. "Dachin is right. We should start planning early. After this year's harvest, we shouldn't sell the grain. We should pay the taxes and keep the rest at home, just in case." At this time, the head of the family, Father Lin, made the decision. The others in the family naturally agreed. Lanhua saw that her father and mother didn't plan to buy extra grain to store. She wanted to speak, but thinking about the family situation, probably lacking money, she realized she had some herself. She subtly glanced at her 2 sisters-in-law nearby, but ultimately kept silent. The family discussed this issue for a while, asking many questions. Only then did Lin Lanhua and Zhao Dachin get up to leave. When Lin Lanhua and Zhao Dachin returned home, Mother Zhao and Little Stone had already gone to bed early. The two of them also planned to rest, as the next few days would be spent preparing to build the house. Over the next 10 busy days, everyone worked hard. Lin Lanhua's older brothers came to help for 2 days, and Zhou Dagong from the Zhou family also helped for a few days. Finally, they gathered all the materials needed for building the house. With only 2 days left before construction started, Zhao Dachin and Lin Lanhua decided to go into the mountains to try their luck and hunt some game, saving money on buying meat. Since they had a rare 2-day break, Zhao Dachin had already told Mother Zhao yesterday that today he and Lin Lanhua would go into the mountains. He asked her to rest well. Unexpectedly, Mother Zhao got up early and made several pancakes for them. After washing up and having breakfast, Zhao Dachin and Lin Lanhua took the pancakes Mother Zhao had made and headed into the mountains. A few days ago, during the day, they cut trees and dug yellow clay. By evening, Zhao Dachin was so tired he fell asleep. Lin Lanhua was also exhausted. The house was crowded with people, so Zhao Dachin didn't bother her. He hadn't had much time alone with his wife for a long time, so he was very happy walking hand in hand with Lin Lanhua. They were lucky. Not long after entering the mountains, they caught 3 or 4 wild chickens. However, that wasn't enough. They needed to find bigger game. Zhao Dachin, trained by Lin Lanhua, was good at identifying directions and moving skillfully. They felt very comfortable in the mountains. Back at home, Mother Zhao was also busy. She told Little Stone to watch the house and not run around. She went to Zhou Ergang's house to exchange some eggs with Ergang's wife. In a few days, they would start building the house. Since they didn't raise chickens or ducks, they had no eggs. Mother Zhao had 9 taels of silver, which she had also given to Lin Lanhua. They didn't want it. They were busy helping with the house, and Zhou Ergang's family helped because of Zhao Dachin. They refused money, so Mother Zhao and Little Stone helped with the work. Mother Zhao didn't feel right about accepting care from others without doing her part. Today, she wanted to exchange some money for eggs and buy some meat at the market. I just changed eggs at home on Tuesday and then met a girl about 16 or 17 years old. From her clothes, it looked like her family was quite well off. She was very friendly and greeted Aunt Zhao warmly. "Madam, where are you headed?" "I know everyone in the village. Just tell me, and I can take you there," said the girl, who was Zhou Xiangzhao. I had heard from villagers that Zhao Desheng had found Aunt Zhao, but I hadn't seen her before. Today, I finally met her, so I wanted to show off a little in front of Zhao Desheng's aunt. "Girl, who are you?" Aunt Zhao looked at the girl with bright eyes, unsure of her intentions. She became a little cautious. "Oh, I am the niece of the village head. Just call me Xiangzhao." Zhou Xiangzhao deliberately revealed her identity as the village head's niece. Today, she was dressed in her best clothes. It was such a coincidence to meet Aunt Zhao. She thought it was a blessing from heaven. "Thank you, girl. I plan to go to the market soon to buy some things. Tomorrow, we're building a new house, and I know the way myself, so you don't need to trouble yourself." Zhou Xiangzhao had heard that Zhao Desheng was building a house and that the old house of Aunt Zhao's family was also being rebuilt. She knew that their house had been washed away by a flood, so they probably had nothing left. Zhao Desheng must have saved a lot of money. She remembered seeing Zhao Desheng selling game in the county and asking around. With his family background, who would think he had money? It was all because of that wicked Lin Lanhua, a widow who was not modest at all and didn't deserve Desheng. Why didn't she drown when the flood came? Humph. But she wouldn't be proud for long. Now that Desheng's aunt has been found, she, a useless chicken, will soon be abandoned. Why does Aunt Zhao have to go shopping herself? You're not familiar with the area, and what if something happens? Lanhua is also unkind. She doesn't consider your feelings. "I can go with you," Zhou Xiangzhao said, trying to flatter Aunt Zhao and show her kindness. Aunt Zhao, you might not know, but Lanhua used to be married to the second son of Zhou Qingsai's family in the village. She didn't get pregnant for 3 years after marriage, and her husband was said to have died because of her. It's really sad. If she hadn't fallen on the way up the mountain and been rescued by Desheng, and if no one in the village had seen her and spread rumors, she might still be living in Zhou's house, not knowing what life is really like. Zhou Xiongxiao subtly revealed that Lin Lanhua was a widow and that she had married Zhao Daqin with some clever planning. Daughter Zhao naturally understood the hidden meaning behind Zhou's words. She truly believed she was Zhao Daqin's older sister and deliberately said these things to her, hoping to make her dislike Lanhua and even persuade Zhao Daqin to divorce her. However, she didn't realize that she was not actually Zhao Daqin's real older sister and couldn't truly control his decisions. Even if she could, she wouldn't do such a thing. The young couple looked happy together, and Lanhua had even saved their family. How could she commit such ungrateful acts? This girl was really mean-spirited, speaking nicely but actually misleading others. Luckily, she was just an onlooker, so she didn't follow her words. Daughter Zhao listened with a blank face. Zhou Xiongxiao thought she was angry because she heard her talk about Lin Lanhua, which made her even more proud. She added more details. Well, Sister Lanhua hasn't been in good health. Not long ago, she accidentally fell into the water. I don't know if she hurt herself. It's been almost 3 months since she married Daqin, and she still hasn't shown any signs of pregnancy. Daqin is already in his mid-20s, and he still doesn't have a child. He must be anxious. Seeing Zhou's enthusiasm grow, daughter Zhao didn't want to bother with her anymore. She deliberately looked cold and said, "The market is just ahead. I can go by myself, no need for you to lead the way." Zhou Xiongxiao thought Zhao was truly angered by her words and believed she had achieved her goal, so she didn't bother to continue. Daughter Zhao watched Zhou walk away, without hesitation, her back full of happiness. She really looked down on such a person, so petty. No, when Lanhua returns, she must tell her about this. From the way Zhou talked about Daqin, it seemed she was interested in him and was deliberately trying to stir trouble between Lanhua and him. Truly shameless. When Lin Lanhua and Zhao Daqin returned home, it was almost dark. Zhao Daniu was in the backyard vegetable garden. She was very active and skilled at planting. Since she arrived, she had expanded the garden quite a bit, planting many seasonal vegetables. Unlike before, when Zhao Daqin only grew cabbage, radishes, and melons, Lanhua was also new to farming. She learned everything from Zhao Daqin. Since Zhao Daniu arrived, she took care of the backyard garden, and the vegetables grew much better than before. I have been living in this house for about 10 days. Aunt Zhao knows that we eat 3 meals a day. Since we went into the mountains and will come back hungry, she prepared the food early and kept it warm in the pot, waiting for us. When Little Stone saw the figures on the mountain, he had already boiled some water. He was curious about the wild boar that Zhao Desheng had brought back. He kept asking questions, and Zhao Desheng patiently answered. Hearing the noise, Aunt Zhao came out from the backyard. She was very surprised to see the wild boar in the yard. Then she noticed the blood on Zhao Desheng and asked, "Wow, this is a wild boar, and such a big one. How did you two come across this? What happened to Desheng? Is he hurt? Where is he hurt?" Aunt Zhao was worried because in ancient times, wild boars in the mountains could be dangerous. They had big tusks and could bite through bones. Some villagers had been killed by wild boars coming down from the mountains. Even if they didn't bite, wild boars liked to push people around, which could cause a lot of trouble. It's fine. I'm not hurt. That's just the boar's blood," Zhao Desheng quickly explained, seeing Aunt Zhao misunderstand. Aunt Zhao finally relaxed and admired Zhao Desheng and his wife's skills. They could handle such dangerous animals and come out safe. She thought it would be great if Little Stone could learn a few tricks from them in the future. The food is ready and kept warm in the pot. You've both had a long day and must be very hungry. Wash your hands and eat first. Okay, let's eat first. Afterward, we'll clean the wild boar and let everyone try some tomorrow, Zhao Desheng said, already very hungry. While eating, Aunt Zhao guessed Zhao Desheng and Lin Lanhua's personalities. She thought they probably kept some of the wild boar at home to eat. Aunt Zhao was very frugal and couldn't help but advise, "Desheng, Lanhua, let's keep some of this pig at home to eat. The rest can be sent to the county to exchange for money. Building a house only needs a few good ingredients. We don't need so much pork. Lin Manhwa knew Aunt Zhao was very thrifty. She had told her many times about cooking oil and other ingredients. Now she explained everything carefully to her again. This pig will stay at home for eating. Third brother and second brother have been busy helping for many days. Our eldest and second brothers, along with the eldest from the Zhou family, also came to help for several days. We don't have much to offer in hospitality. Tomorrow, we'll cook more pork and enjoy a good meal. Any leftovers can be marinated and saved. Once the house is finished, my parents, siblings, and the Zhou family members will come over to celebrate together. Seeing that the couple was determined, Grandma Zhao didn't say anything more. They respect her and treat her as a true elder, but she also knows she shouldn't act overly authoritative or bossy. After dinner, Zhao Desheng went to gather wild boar meat. Little Stone volunteered to carry a lantern and light his way, chattering happily as he followed around. Since arriving here, he's been much more relaxed, acting more like a child. He quickly made friends with Little Iron Bull and the other children in the village. However, because he's been through hardships, he's thoughtful and caring. He and Little Iron Bull rarely fall or get hurt because he takes good care of them. At home, he's also very helpful, sweeping, washing dishes, fetching water, and he personally feeds the donkeys in the backyard. Although Lin Manhwa was impulsive to bring this grandson and granddaughter home, after spending some time with them, she feels they are quite good. Both are diligent and keep the house tidy, so Lin Manhwa and Zhao Desheng don't have to worry. When they go out for a few days, they don't have to worry about the house. Early the next morning, Lin Chongsheng, his older brother, second brother, and sister-in-law set out from the Lin family's house early to help build the new house. Lin's second sister-in-law was kept at home by Lin's mother and wasn't allowed to go. They had just argued recently, and the family was not very kind to her. She's been staying quiet at home lately, not wanting to attract attention, so she didn't dare say much now. Lin's eldest sister-in-law was helping Lin Lanhua cook. She loved her younger sister-in-law very much, and Lin's mother saw this, so she allowed her to go and help. Meanwhile, Zhou Ergang's family also woke up early. Knowing that Zhao Desheng was building the house today, they had already finished their work in the fields and set aside the day to help. Zhou's father and Zhou's mother didn't go. Zhou Dagong, Zhou Ergang, and Zhou Ergang's wife, Zhang, went together. Two families arrived at Zhao Desheng's house around the same time. Since they were building a house, they didn't bring their children along to avoid causing trouble for Zhao Desheng and his family. Lin Manhua and her family woke up early. Zhao Dama and Lin Manhua were in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Since they arrived early, they probably hadn't eaten much, so she cooked a big pot of porridge. Zhao Dama was good at making pancakes and cooked several. "Everyone is here now, so let's eat something," Lin Lanhua said, seeing how early they arrived. She quickly invited them to eat. They had enough bowls and chopsticks from previous purchases. Seeing that no one moved, Lin Lanhua personally served each person a bowl of porridge and handed out a pancake. Only then did everyone feel shy and find a place to sit and eat. The men, including Lin Chongsheng, had helped earlier and received the same treatment, so they didn't show any surprise. Sister-in-law Linda and sister-in-law Zhou, who were visiting for the first time, watched as everyone ate so much food, including fine grains mixed with coarse grains. They felt both sad and surprised but didn't say anything to spoil the mood in front of everyone. After eating, the men started working. Sister-in-law Linda and sister-in-law Zhou helped clean the kitchen. When they saw the pork in the pot and hanging from the beams, they found it even more unbelievable. Could all that be for eating? Sister-in-law Linda licked her dry lips and tentatively asked, "Lanhua, what is all this meat?" Lin Lanhua had been here for a while and knew life in the village was hard. People only ate meat during festivals or special occasions. She also understood that her way of doing things might have surprised them, so she explained, "Yesterday, Desheng and I went up the mountain. Luckily, we found a big wild boar. Since it didn't cost us anything, we kept it at home to add some dishes. Later, my sister-in-law and younger sister will help prepare a few main dishes for lunch." Unintentionally, the two listeners spoke first. "Lanhua, How can you not be careful with so much pork? You should sell some at the market or in town to get some money. Keep some for yourself to live better. Sister-in-law Zhou Er was also surprised and added, Yes, sister-in-law, with such good food, just a bowl of rice is a fine meal. A few slices of meat are enough. There's no need to keep so much. You should save some to exchange for money and make life easier. Mrs. Zhao was calmly listening nearby, hearing these stories many times before. She had told them, so often her lips were almost raw. However, Lin Manhwa didn't listen at all and continued doing her own thing. She had given up trying to persuade her. Let her be. Still, the food Lin Manhwa cooked was more delicious and satisfying, proving the truth of the saying, the smell is irresistible. Lin Manhwa knew they all acted for her good. She was not angry and explained kindly that she was not short of money. She wouldn't want to pretend to be poor and eat plain rice every day. She trusted that the Lin and Zhou families were not gossipy and wouldn't talk much about others in the village, so she dared to do things her way. Fortunately, she understood that their frugal habits wouldn't change just because she told them to. She could only watch more carefully when cooking. It was still early. After the women finished cleaning the kitchen, they went to help the men working outside, handing over stones, bricks, and tools. It was still enough time before noon to prepare the meal. Mrs. Zhao, being older, stayed at home to watch over the fire for cooking wild chicken and ribs, which had been prepared the day before by Zhao Desheng. She didn't need to worry about it. When the meal was ready, the women all gathered, and within minutes, the dishes were cooked and served. Because there were many people, they set 2 tables, one for the men and one for the women. On the tables, there was a bowl of chicken soup, a pot of ribs with cabbage, a large plate of fried meat, a dish of braised pork, and plates of stir-fried melon, green beans, eggs, and pickled vegetables. The men helping out from the other families looked at the feast in shock. It was more lavish than a New Year celebration at home. Most of the dishes were main courses, with generous portions. It was even better than a formal banquet. Everyone was so impressed that when Zhao Desheng invited them to sit, no one dared to start eating first. Lin Manhua repeated her earlier words, explaining that the wild pig didn't cost much money. She also said a few polite words before inviting everyone to eat. Zhao Desheng, being perceptive, helped each man by serving a big scoop of meat. Only then did everyone start eating. Because Lin Manhua's family had plenty of seasonings and was generous with ingredients, the dishes looked, smelled, and tasted wonderful. No one at the table spoke much. Everyone enjoyed the food happily. The women ate more delicately, but the men ate with great enthusiasm, as if they were clearing the table with the wind. After a satisfying meal, it was noon, and the sun was shining brightly. Zhao Desheng had already taken Lin Chongsheng to fetch some water earlier in the morning. Now, the grown men were relaxing under the eaves, chatting casually, while the women were busy tidying up the dishes and the kitchen. They worked like this all day. In the evening, everyone ate dinner at Zhao Desheng's house before heading back home. Since many people came from both families, there was no worry about safety. They stayed and played at Zhao Desheng's house for a long time, only leaving when it was completely dark. Lin Manhua also gave each family about 10 jin of pork and some bones. They didn't ask for payment and said that if every day had such good meals, they would be happy to work every day. Since they were family, they didn't feel right to take money. Lin Manhua couldn't argue with them alone, so she and her husband gently persuaded them to take the meat. Afterward, everyone gradually came over to help. Lin Chongsheng and Zhou Ergang kept helping at Zhao Desheng's house. Others occasionally helped at their own homes or came by now and then, saving Zhao Desheng and his family a lot of work. Although the helpers weren't always the same people, there weren't many. Only Lin Manhua and Zhao Dajiang's mother were busy preparing meals, so they managed easily. Neither Lin Daisa nor Ergang's wife came back to help. They worked hard from early morning to late at night for nearly a month. The side room at Lin Manhua's house was almost finished, and the 2 simple earthen houses for Zhao Dajiang's mother and Little Stone were also built. However, the furniture was not yet fully ready. They ordered the furniture from a family in the village, also surnamed Zhou. This family was related to Zhou Ergang, his cousin Zhou Chongzhen. Zhou Ergang's previous donkey cart was made by him. Originally, Zhao Desheng wanted Zhou Ergang to use a new donkey cart, but Zhou Ergang refused and insisted on taking the old one back. Zhou Chongzhen was skilled, so Lin Manhwa chose the style of the furniture and asked him to make it. Zhao Desheng's house was finished. Lin Manhua and her husband, along with Zhao Dajiang's mother, discussed choosing an auspicious day to hold a small celebration. Since Zhao Desheng didn't have many relatives in the village, they only invited the Zhou family and the Lin family to join the fun. They also planned to invite the village head, as he had helped a lot with their settlement and the foundation of the new house. The date for the wine celebration was set for 5 days later. Lin Manhua decided to take advantage of the next 2 days to go to the county to buy some things. She had been busy with house matters and had no time to go to the county before. The furniture for the new side room at home had already been ordered and was just waiting to be delivered. However, some small decorative items were missing, so she needed to buy those herself. She also had prepared medicinal herbs that were still piled up at home. She hadn't had time to ask about them in the county either. She planned to visit the pharmacy during this trip to see if she could sell some, which would bring an extra income. Lin Manhua wanted to go alone, but Zhao Dachin was worried about her. So in the end, they went together in a donkey cart. As they happily left the village, Zhou Xiangcao saw them and was filled with anger. She cursed Lin Manhua silently, her teeth clenched. On the way back to the village, they saw Xiao Shitu catching fish by the river. Zhou Xiangcao recognized him as Zhao Dachin's nephew. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly came up with a plan, walking toward Xiao Shitu. Xiao Shitu, what are you doing here? Zhou Xiangcao asked softly with a gentle smile. This sister? We don't seem to know each other. How do you know my name? Xiao Shitu, who had experience fleeing and begging, was naturally cautious. He pretended to be naive but was secretly observing the woman in front of him. Seeing Xiao Shita's innocent look, Zhou Xiangcao's smile grew even gentler. You don't know me, but I know you. Is your uncle Zhao Dachin? And you and your grandma just arrived in our village, right? I heard from the village chief. Xiao Shitu still didn't understand what she was trying to do. He pretended to be happy and said yes. Zhou Xiangcao gently patted Xiao Shita's head. You're so cute, Xiao Shitu. It's a pity you just arrived and don't have any friends to play with. I wonder when Auntie Lan Hua will give you a little brother. Xiao Shitu's suspicion grew. He knew what a little brother was, but it had nothing to do with the woman in front of him. Why was she saying this all of a sudden? Seeing his innocent expression, Zhou Xiangcao kept her tone casual. You could ask your grandma to urge Uncle Dachin to give you a little brother. Then you'd have someone to play with. Isn't that a good idea? Xiao Shitu found her words strange and didn't want to argue anymore. He nodded randomly and ran off, leaving Zhou Xiangcao with his back. Zhou Xiangcao watched him go and cursed silently. That kid has no manners. Little Stone ran straight home. Only Grandma was there. Uncle Dachin and Sister Lin hadn't returned yet. His way of calling them had been corrected many times, but he couldn't change it because he always remembered that the brave woman who saved him told him to call her Sister Lin. He remembered this clearly and didn't want to call her auntie. Little Stone was still young and didn't understand about boys and girls. He didn't understand what Sister Zhou was trying to say. But he was a good, obedient child who asked questions when he didn't understand. He told Grandma everything that happened and described the woman's appearance. Grandma told him to stay away from that woman because she had bad intentions. Little Stone remembered this and decided he would stay far away from her next time. When Grandma heard Little Stone's description, she remembered who Sister Zhou was. Little Stone couldn't tell, but after what happened before, she guessed what the girl was thinking. She had been too busy earlier and had forgotten about it. Tonight, she decided to tell Lin Manhua about it. Meanwhile, because Zhao Dachin was coming along, Lin Manhua couldn't find a moment to secretly buy some herbs to keep in her space. So she gave up and followed the original plan. They first went to the pharmacy because Zhao Dachin had been seriously injured before and was treated at Huichun Hall. This pharmacy was well known in the area, so they came here again. As soon as they entered Huichun Hall, a clerk came over to greet them. Are you here for treatment or to buy herbs? he asked. Lin Lanhua shook her head. No, I want to ask if you buy medicinal herbs here. The clerk, who had seen many things, was not surprised. Yes, we buy herbs, but the pharmacist needs to see the quality first. Then we decide whether to buy. We have brought all the herbs. They are on the donkey cart. These are samples. Please have someone look at them. Lin Lanhua opened her cloth bag, which contained several smaller bags with different herbs. Please wait here a moment. I will call the master to come, the clerk said. Lin Lanhua and Zhao Dachin nodded and stood aside so they wouldn't block others waiting for treatment. Soon, the clerk returned with a thin, elderly man. He said to Lin Lanhua, "This is masterly. Please show him the herbs." Lin Lanhua asked Zhao Desheng to open the cloth bag. Inside, he took out 2 small bags, opened them, and handed them to Master Li. Here are some Huangjing and another one is Maidong, along with a few other herbs. Master Li took the cloth bag, carefully examined a handful of Huangjing, and smelled it. Good quality, all top grade. I'll check the others now. Following her instructions, Lin Lanhua took out a few more cloth bags, revealing the herbs inside. Master Li inspected each one carefully, just like before. Very good, very good. The herbs are all high quality. Please accept them, shopkeeper. The shopkeeper, surnamed Huang, came out from behind the counter after hearing this. He said to Lin Lanhua and the others, Maidong costs 20 coins per gene, and Huangjing is more common. Usually 8 coins per gene. Dendrobium is expensive. We sell it for 400 coins. After Mr. Huang finished speaking, Lin Lanhua said, We are selling these herbs. They are on the donkey cart. Please help carry them into the shop. Shopkeeper Huang nodded and said, Of course. He then exchanged a glance with Master Li. Master Li understood immediately. He followed everyone and watched as the shop assistants poured the herbs onto the drying rack. He casually reached out and looked over them again to confirm they were all of the same good quality. Lin Lanhua also noticed Master Li's actions but didn't mind. The herbs belonged to others, and checking them was fine. This was probably to prevent anyone from substituting inferior herbs. Their herbs were carefully prepared, and genuine quality could withstand scrutiny. The shop assistants weighed the herbs. Huangjing was the most abundant, with about 200 jin, since it was the most common herb. Maidong was also plentiful. The other herbs were weighed as well, with Dendrobium being the rarest, known as the immortal grass, which was indeed seldom seen. In the end, the shopkeeper calculated and paid Lin Lanhua a total of 22 taels and 460 coins. Lin Lanhua took the money. Zhao Desheng, holding the cloth bag handed by the shop assistant, asked about how much the Rejuvenation Hall usually bought herbs. It turned out that Rejuvenation Hall had branches in many places, so they could accept a large amount of herbs. However, for very common herbs, each place could gather them locally without needing to import from elsewhere, so the quantities were small. But Lin Lanhua's herbs were all processed and of good quality. The shopkeeper specially instructed that if they had more herbs in the future, they could send them directly to their shop. After Master Li examined them, the shop assistants would weigh them directly. They successfully sold the medicinal herbs and found a new way to earn money. Lin Lanhua and Zhao Desheng were very happy. They decided to teach Xiaoshidu, and as long as he worked hard, he would have a stable life. Next, they went to the county antique shop. Lin Lanhua had been thinking about buying a dagger for a long time and decided to try her luck there. At the shop, the shopkeeper indeed had many daggers. Although the two looked ordinary, the shopkeeper was friendly and showed them several options. In the end, Lin Lanhua chose 2 small, sharp daggers, costing a total of 10 taels of silver. Such items were highly skilled crafts in ancient times, and usually only wealthy families could afford them, making them a luxury item. Afterward, they bought some household items and helped Zhao Dainiu buy everything they needed. They also bought plenty of salt, sugar, and soy sauce for the upcoming celebration. Zhao Desheng even bought 2 jars of good wine. Their last stop was the grain shop, where they bought a lot of grains, both refined and coarse, as well as miscellaneous grains. Once they had bought everything, Lin Lanhua and the others didn't want to wander around the town anymore. They drove the donkey cart back home. When they arrived, it was in the afternoon. Only Xiaoshitu was at home, playing with the puppy. He named the puppy Gulu. Xiaoshida took Golu everywhere, so the puppy was very attached to him and followed him wherever he went. Zhao Daniu was very active and told Xiaoshida to stay at home and watch over things. She carried her hoe and went to work in the fields. When Zhao Daniu arrived, she knew how much land they had. When Zhao Desheng and the others were busy, she was the one working in the fields. She was experienced in farming. Although she was a woman, she knew everything she needed to. Working in the fields was no problem for her. When Xiaoshita saw Lin Lanhua and the others return, he happily ran over. He helped Zhao Desheng and Lin Lanhua carry the things from the donkey cart into their house, taking some items that he could manage. Elder sister Lin, what are you guys doing? Seeing Lin Lanhua and Zhao Desheng bringing many things into his house, Xiaoshita seemed to realize something. He hesitated and asked Lin Lanhua. It's nothing. I bought these today at the market. Your house doesn't have anything, so I thought they'd be useful, Lin Lanhua said casually. She had money, so she didn't mind spending a little. If it weren't for Xiao Shitu and Aunt Zhao knowing their limits and understanding things clearly, she wouldn't bother to think about them. No need, Sister Lin. I haven't used the silver you gave me before. My grandma and I have been living at your house, so I can't accept these things. Xiao Shitu was very touched but also knew it was not right, so he kept shaking his head and refused repeatedly. It's okay, Xiao Shitu. Sister Lin is just helping you at the start. It won't be like this in the future. You need to live your own life. Later, you should practice with Uncle Dachin, and I will teach you how to recognize herbs so you can become a strong, brave man. Xiao Shitu nodded, choking up but not speaking, though his eyes were firm. By the way, starting tomorrow, you also need to wake up early for training. Don't be lazy. Because Xiao Shita's health had been poor from fleeing famine, he hadn't been allowed to train for over a month. But starting tomorrow, he'll begin training. Xiao Shitu knew that Lin Lanhua and the others trained every morning. He had seen Lin Lanhua's skills and had longed to be as good as her. Now he could finally practice with her, just like Sister Lin, and protect his grandma and sister. He was very happy to get Lin Lanhua's approval to start practicing. His eyes sparkled as he looked at Lin Lanhua. Don't worry, Sister Lin. I will learn well and never be lazy, that's good. After packing the things, Lin Lanhua saw it was still early and asked Zhao Desheng to drive the cart. They loaded a few bags of grain to send to the Lin family. The Lin family was poor and had many people. Even if they kept some grain for the autumn harvest, it wouldn't last long. Plus, they sold some grain every year. Now it was a time when crops were scarce and their family was almost out of food. Lin Lanhua had money and didn't mind buying some things for her parents. Zhao Desheng had no objections either. Thinking about how Lin Chongsheng had been busy helping the family for almost 2 months without asking for a penny, and how her older brothers sometimes came to help, Zhao Desheng had no complaints. Besides, he had no relatives or friends in the village. His wife's family had many brothers, so they needed to stay in touch and help each other. Lin Lanhua also planned to give some money to her mother, so she could use it, and she would take the opportunity to prepare more food in the space to send over. These gifts were based on what Lin Chongxing told her, that since they learned about the uncertain times from Lin Lanhua and her family, the Lin family's food supplies had been greatly reduced. Lin's father and mother decided to tighten their belts and live frugally. While drying some vegetables, the whole family looked hungry and tired. The two of them drove a donkey cart and arrived at the Lin family home in less than an incense stick's time. At this moment, only Lin's father, mother, and children were at home. Lin Lanhua asked Zhao Desheng to bring in some things. Lin's mother hurriedly stopped him, saying, "You two, you have money, but you don't know how to buy land. You keep sending these old things over now, and then we have enough to eat and use. Desheng, you don't need to do this. We have enough food at home. Don't worry about us. Take your things back and don't buy these anymore. Live your own good life." Lin's father also firmly refused. "We won't accept these things. Take them back. Live your own good life. Your older brother and sister-in-law are capable. As long as they work hard, they won't go hungry. You don't need to worry about us." Seeing his stubborn parents, Lin Lanhua felt both annoyed and helpless. These things don't cost much. Besides, This is my way of showing respect to you. We have also prepared quite a bit at our place. It's all within our means. Nothing serious. I know my older brother and sister-in-law are capable, but you're getting old. As your daughter, I should show my respect. Looking at De Lang and the others nearby, Lin Lanhua continued to advise, and besides, parents should think about their children too. They're still growing. How can they endure being shortchanged? If they grow up like this, they'll be shorter in height. Lin's mother, noticing how thin and worn out De Lang looked, was also saddened. She lowered her eyes, tears falling. Afraid of being seen, she quickly turned and walked toward her room, wiping her tears as she went. Lin Lanhua naturally saw this. She signaled Zhao Desheng to continue bringing things in and followed her into her mother's room. Lin's father, noticing his wife's actions, angrily wiped his face and forced a smile as he said to Zhao Desheng, "Desheng, you're thoughtful. In the future, just talk to their 3 brothers if you need anything. Things are tough at home. Sorry to make you laugh at us. We are all family," my father-in-law said. "Does a son-in-law not count as part of the family? Since I married Lanhua, I am like your son. There's no shame in me taking things from my son. Besides, my 3 older brothers are all good men. This is just a temporary difficulty. Things will get better, and they will have great success in the future." Zhao Desheng knew how to comfort his father-in-law at this moment. Hearing this, Lin's father was moved and happy. They started talking and sharing things happily like close friends. Lin Lanhua entered her parents' room and saw her mother sitting on the bed, crying. She felt a little helpless and gently moved closer, sat beside her, and used a handkerchief to wipe her mother's tears. "Mom, what's wrong? Your daughter came to see you, and you're still unhappy." Lanhua, Her mother couldn't speak for a long time. Tears kept flowing, and she cried uncontrollably. Seeing her mother almost crying herself out, Lanhua said nothing and kept patting her back until she finally stopped crying. "It's all right, don't cry anymore. I already know. Mom, I know you feel sorry for me, but I also feel sorry for you." Lanhua guessed some of what was going on. Her mother looked at her with tearful eyes. "It's all my fault. When second brother Zhou died in battle, our family was in a bad situation. We had just married your second sister-in-law, and soon after, we had 2 more children. That's why you had to suffer so much at the Zhou family, and later, my marriage to Desheng was unclear. My heart. I understand the family's situation. I have never complained," Lanhua said. She truly never blamed her family. Although the Lin family didn't take her home, her mother sometimes visited her and gave her some money. She knew life was hard, so she never complained. Maybe that's why her mother felt more guilty. "Stop crying. Isn't life better for you now? Desheng doesn't care about money. He keeps it all with me. I can spend it freely, and he has no objections. Everything I bought for you, and the family was with his approval. He is very considerate of me. He even heats the bathwater himself. He had savings from before. Now life is easier for me. I've come to accept it. Please don't keep dwelling on the past. Let's all live happily together." Hearing that Lin Lanhua needed Zhao Desheng to pour her bathwater, she wanted to teach her daughter a lesson. When she realized her own attitude, she couldn't help but laugh through her tears. Life is shared by 2 people, and it's a matter of willing sacrifice and enduring hardships. Seeing Lin mother smile through her tears, Lin Lanhua also relaxed. She then took 50 taels of silver from her bosom and handed it to her mother. "Mother, this is 50 taels of silver. It's my pocket money for you and father. Keep it, buy whatever you want." Seeing Lin Lanhua give 50 taels at once, her mother was stunned. After a while, she recovered and asked, "Lanhua, where did you get so much money? Did you and your husband do something bad?" "No, mother, it's all from our hunting." "Don't worry about it. Then it would be better if you use this money to buy land and farm. Why give it to me? Just live your own life well. Our family isn't doing great, but it's not that bad. You don't need to keep giving money to support us. This isn't for you, mother. It's my own money for you and dad. I'm your daughter. If I have some money, I want to show my respect. You should keep it safely. We have more around us, don't worry." The mother and daughter argued for a long time. Finally, Lin mother couldn't resist and accepted the 50 taels, shedding tears again. Actually, Lin Manhwa wanted to give more, but her parents wouldn't accept it, and it was awkward to ask about the money's origin. So she just gave 50 taels. After giving the money and gifts, they didn't stay long. They refused Lin father and mother's invitation to stay for dinner and rode their donkey cart home. After they left, Lin father followed Lin mother into the room. Seeing her eyes a bit red and swollen, he asked, "What did your daughter tell you?" Lin mother thought about how Lin Manhwa couldn't help but cry again and quickly stopped herself. She didn't say much. "My daughter is doing well. She's thinking of us, her older brother, sister-in-law, and nephews. She brought a lot of things and also gave me 50 taels of silver."
What?
50 taels? Lin father thought he must have heard wrong. 50 taels of silver is no small amount, enough to cover most of a normal family's expenses for half a lifetime. That's right, 50 taels. Look, it's right here. Lin mother took out 5 shiny silver ingots from under her pillow. Where did they get so much money? And you, wife, how can you be so polite as to accept it? You should return it quickly. Is Lanhua crazy or what? He had money, but didn't keep it to buy land himself. Instead, he gave it to us. No, I will return it to them right away. It's all your fault, you old wife, said Mr. Lin as he stood up, ready to take the silver and go after Lin Lanhua and the others. But Mrs. Lin stopped him. It's fine. This is Lanhua's way of showing respect to us. I refused at first, but my daughter insisted on giving it. Besides, I see they buy things often, so they probably aren't short of money. Let's keep this money for now, so they don't spend it recklessly when they're young. If they run out later, we can give it to them again. But this much money, it's a pity to keep it here. They can use it to buy land and live peacefully in the future. Mr. Lin hesitated a bit, but still felt it was not right. Mrs. Lin argued with him for a while, and finally, Mr. Lin reluctantly agreed to keep the 50 taels of silver. Mr. Lin thought for a moment and said, "Let's keep it for now. But we must not tell anyone else in the family. I trust our 3 brothers, but I worry about the daughter-in-law. Everyone has their own little thoughts and cares about their own family. If they find out we have this money, who knows what they might think? We should hide it well and not say anything, to avoid disturbing their peace." Mrs. Lin nodded. "That's what I think too." Actually, she was mainly worried about the second daughter-in-law, who was very scheming. The eldest daughter-in-law wasn't much of a concern. As evening fell, when the rest of the Lin family returned home, they were told one after another by Delang about the food the aunt had sent that afternoon. The family was both happy and angry, feeling guilty. The main couple of the eldest household and the second and third brothers wanted to return the things. Only Lin's second sister-in-law didn't say anything. She knew she was narrow-minded and not impressive, but sometimes she really looked down on the pride of the Lin family. Honestly, it was just about saving face and suffering for it. At this point, they looked at the situation at home. The children no longer played much, and they couldn't even eat enough. How could they have the energy to play? The adults could endure, but the children couldn't suffer so much. It was like this. The main men still stubbornly refused to change, just for a bit of pride. They didn't care if the children suffered. Finally, the brothers and sisters were scolded by their parents. "Enough, stop arguing. This is your sister's kind heart. Things are tough at home now, so just accept it. But remember your sister's kindness. When you become successful, you should help her more." When Father Lin spoke, the 3 brothers nodded in agreement and stopped their activities. They weren't blind or deaf. They sometimes heard the children crying from hunger. They could see and hear everything, and they only regretted their lack of ability. Little sister cares so much about the family. The 3 brothers will definitely protect her and her husband well in the future. When Lin Lanhua and Zhao Desheng returned home, it was still early evening. Zhao Desheng went to check the water in the fields. The rice was almost ripe, so they needed to be especially careful now. Fortunately, Aunt Zhao was watching closely, and the rice was growing well without any pests or diseases. Aunt Zhao had already prepared the chicken coops, using extra materials from the furniture maker without spending extra money. Now she was going around the village looking for small chicks. Little Stone was still obediently staying at home to guard the house. That afternoon, Lin Manhwa left in a hurry, so Little Stone didn't get a chance to tell her about meeting Zhou Xiangzhao. Now he was telling her everything clearly. When Lin Manhwa heard about this, she found it a bit strange. It seemed that the girl still hadn't given up. However, the things she said to Little Stone made her confused. Was she trying to persuade Aunt Zhao to target her? The girl had bad intentions and was quite clever, but she was mistaken. Aunt Zhao was not Zhao Desheng's real aunt. She was someone Lin Lanhua had saved by chance. She didn't dare interfere in their affairs, and even supported Lin Lanhua. This girl was like a cockroach that wouldn't die, like a toad crawling on your foot, not biting but making you uncomfortable. If she really wanted to argue with her over these matters, it wouldn't be worth it. Still, her attitude was irritating. Lin Lanhua didn't want to let Zhou Xiangsao's issues affect her mood. She decided to put it aside for now. As long as she didn't offend her directly, she didn't bother to care. She asked Little Stone to go to the village and find out where Grandma was. After he left, she returned to her room and took out the calligraphy set she had bought earlier. Since she had written prescriptions in the city and revealed that she could read and write, she naturally bought brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones from the bookstore. She drew a design of a modern military shovel on her desk, planning to ask a blacksmith to help her make a few. But she knew that the current iron smelting technology was still basic, with many impurities left in the metal, so the tools might not be very sharp. She knew that adding a bit of quicklime could remove impurities from the iron ore, but she had to be careful to hide it from her master when adding it. Even if she managed to add it secretly, her master would surely notice the difference when the item was finished, as he was not foolish. For now, she thought she would need to disguise the military shovel when making it. However, if others recognized it as a military shovel later, it could cause trouble. So, she might just make it look like a regular chopping knife. As long as she disguised the knife well, it wouldn't be easily recognized. Sometimes, Lin Lanhua wondered if she was overthinking things, but she believed that these precautions helped her avoid trouble. If there was really a risk, she would be worried all the time, which made her feel uncomfortable. Lin Lanhua stored the blueprint of the military shovel in her shell space, hoping she could make it someday. While no one was at home, she quietly put 2 bags of rice into her shell space. She felt very frustrated because she didn't want to do it, but she had no chance to buy more. She couldn't take too much from home because the people there were clever and too much rice would be noticed. Sometimes, she only dared to secretly put a little rice into her space for emergencies. She still hadn't found a good chance to buy a large amount of rice in the county. It was getting late. Zhao Dachun and Zhao Damao had gone home one after another. Lin Lanhua and Little Stone had finished cooking. After they ate, Zhao Damao watched Lin Lanhua clean the kitchen, and Zhao Dachun took Little Stone to the river to fetch water. Lanhua, I want to talk to you about something. Do you know Zhou Xiangzhao, the niece of the village chief? When Lin Lanhua heard Zhao Damao mention Zhou Xiangzhao, she nodded. I know her. Little Stone also told me today that he met Zhou Xiangzhao. Is there something else, Damao? Are you here to ask me to have a baby? It's about Zhou Xiangzhao. I'm getting old and forgetful, so I forgot to tell you. I saw that girl about 2 weeks ago when I went to buy vegetables in town. She specifically spoke badly about you. I think she has bad intentions, probably likes Dachun and is trying to ruin your reputation. Lanhua, don't take it to heart. Sometimes, it's not about fearing thieves stealing but about thieves thinking too much. Also, you and Dachung should prepare to have a child. Once you have a baby, that girl will probably settle down. Granny Zhao looked at Lin Lanhua's indifferent expression and worriedly advised. I know Brother Dachung isn't that kind of person. He wouldn't do anything to hurt me. I will be careful. You don't need to worry. Lanhua, listen to me. You don't know some people's tricks. If that girl is willing to be shameless, she can do anything. Be careful. Lin Lanhua nodded. She really didn't expect Zhou Xiangzhao to cause trouble behind the scenes. She truly isn't willing to give up. Granny Zhao and the others probably won't pay attention to her anymore. Chung is always with me. No matter what small trick she tries, it probably won't work. It's nothing serious, and I shouldn't go bother her. Besides, if I do, it would just reveal I like Chung. That would be a loss. It's better to wait and not mention it for now. In the next few days, because of the wedding feast, everyone was preparing all kinds of things. The pork they had slaughtered earlier was not finished, so Manhwa and Granny Zhao didn't go into the mountains. They planned to go after the feast. The dishes were from their own land. The day before the feast, Manhwa and Granny Zhao went to town to buy seasonings, 2 chickens, and 2 ducks. They also bought tofu and other vegetables. About 20 people from both families, plus Chung, were coming. Manhwa planned to set up 3 tables, making it spacious. The tables and chairs were already prepared. Manhwa had 2 of her own, and the tables and chairs from Granny Zhao's house were also ready and delivered. The children could stand and eat later. Everything at home was enough. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a formal wedding feast. It was just inviting these 2 familiar families to come and have fun, to add some liveliness to the new house. So, there was no need for gifts like at a formal wedding. However, both Zhou and Lin families were sensible. They knew that for such occasions, it wouldn't be proper to go empty-handed. Knowing that Cheng's family didn't raise chickens, Granny Zhou brought her own hen and some eggs. She also asked her eldest son to bring 20 jin of grain to Cheng's family. In the countryside, that was a big gift. On Lin family's side, Mother Lin also brought a chicken and many eggs. She had heard from her 3rd son that Manhwa's family didn't raise livestock, and they bought eggs in the village. She felt sorry for them at the time. Wasn't that wasting money? Raising a few chickens at home doesn't take much effort, but her daughter refuses to do it. When it's time to eat, they have to buy food, which is a waste. It's really careless. Both families finished breakfast at their own homes, tidied up, and then went together to Zhao Desheng's house. When they arrived, it was almost mid-morning. Manhwa and the others had already gotten up early. Zhao Desheng had already slaughtered the chickens and ducks and was busy cleaning up. Mrs. Zhao and Manhwa picked a lot of vegetables from the backyard and were washing them. When everyone arrived, they didn't waste time. The men went to help Zhao Desheng or did some heavy work, while the women went to Manhwa's side to organize. They washed and cut vegetables, and although it looked messy, everything was in order. The yard became lively and busy. Old Mr. Lin and old Mr. Zhou sat under the eaves, chatting. The children ran around in the yard, playing with small stones. This was a task Manhwa had taught Xiaoshi to do, to take care of the kids. More people mean more strength. A few capable daughters-in-law started helping. Mrs. Zhao, Sister Lin, and Sister Zhou were in charge of stir-frying the dishes. When they used a big spoon to scoop oil from the oil jar, it startled those who had never seen such a sight. 1 big spoonful of oil was enough to cook 3 dishes. Sister Lin, Sister Zhou, and their mother watched from the side, their hearts pounding. Finally, Sister Zhou spoke first. 1 dish doesn't need so much oil. Just take some out. This is too wasteful. No need, Sister Zhou. For eggplant cooked in oil, you need enough oil to make it tasty. We still have plenty of oil at home. The older sister-in-law and younger sisters-in-law are just cooking normally, Manhwa said. She had initially told them not to help because she was worried about waste. They were used to saving money. Only Mrs. Zhao, who had cooked at home longer, was a bit more relaxed. Their mother also felt distressed. Manhwa, it's just oil, just money. Why are you being so wasteful? You should save a little. We're family. Even a little less oil can still make good dishes. Oh, dear. Manhwa knew her mother meant that good dishes could be made by adding water when cooking. She didn't like the bland, water-cooked style that some villagers preferred. Since they had enough pig fat at home, she never added water when cooking. But she understood that life in the village was hard, and some families only ate plain boiled vegetables. She understood her mother's concerns. Our pig fat was made from a wild boar we caught last time. It didn't cost anything, so there's no need to save. Today, we'll cook openly and eat heartily. Mother Lin couldn't stand Manhwa's boastful attitude. She gently slapped her on the back of the head and said, You shouldn't use it all at once. Save some for next year. Why are you wasting so much? Aunt Zhou and the eldest sister-in-law also tried to persuade her, but Lin Manhwa ignored them. She even pulled them out of the kitchen so they wouldn't interfere with the three of them. Second sister-in-law didn't say anything and stayed in the kitchen to help. She wanted to talk to Lin Dasa, but when she saw her eyes, she guessed what she wanted to say. She glared at her, and seeing others in the kitchen, she kept quiet. The chicken soup, duck, bones, and other ingredients had already been cooked before. They just fried a few dishes and cooked fish with tofu that little stone caught in the river. With so many people, work went quickly. Soon, all the dishes were served. There was chicken, duck, fish, ribs, braised pork, eggs, and various vegetables, everything you could want. Everyone ate happily and enjoyed the meal. After eating, everyone worked together to clean up the leftovers and wash the dishes. Then they gathered in the yard to chat. While others weren't paying attention, second sister-in-law quietly moved closer to Lin Manhwa and asked softly, "Little sister, you spent quite a bit on these flowers, didn't you? Your brother-in-law's family only has 2 acres of land, so how come you have so much money?" Looking at this clever but petty sister-in-law, Lin Manhwa, who was busy with her own small family, felt it was a bit ungracious. She replied casually, "Why do you ask about this? Big Chung and I went hunting in the mountains and were lucky enough to catch some big game, which we sold for money. But it was dangerous. If Big Chung wasn't familiar with the terrain, who knows what could have happened?" She didn't say much, just gave a brief explanation and also warned her about the dangers in the mountains. Second sister-in-law knew the mountains were dangerous, but she was still not satisfied. "Did little sister catch something valuable? I heard that Big Cheng's aunt's house was built with his help, and it probably cost a lot of money to settle there. Won't Big Cheng's aunt and grandson want you to take care of them in the future?" Sister-in-law Lin sat nearby, listening to their conversation. Seeing her younger sister-in-law still probing for details, I loudly said, "That's natural. Dachin has no close relatives in the village, so he's close to our 2 families. If anything happens in the future, just let us know. We will definitely help each other." When I said this, everyone around looked over and nodded in agreement. They also interrupted sister-in-law Lin to stop her from speaking. Lin Manhwa naturally started talking to others and was left aside. Sister-in-law Lin had to awkwardly shut her mouth and continue with her work. Mother Lin saw her second daughter-in-law looking guilty next to Lin Manhwa. She knew she was scheming again, but since there were many people around, she held back her anger and didn't get upset. Aunt Zhou saw a little trick, but was wise and didn't say anything. She continued chatting as if nothing was wrong. The group looked happy and friendly. By early afternoon, both families planned to go home. But Lin Manhwa and Zhao Desheng refused to leave. The group argued and played around for a while. A few women started preparing dinner. Many ingredients from the morning hadn't been finished, so only a few dishes needed to be cooked again. While it was still light outside, everyone set up tables in the yard and started eating dinner. While everyone was at the table, Zhao Desheng looked serious and spoke. "Earlier, Lanhua and I heard some news in the city. The world outside isn't very peaceful, and it might get chaotic anytime. So if you have money, it's best to buy and store grain just in case. Don't buy this year's harvest. Also, it's good to learn some skills so you can protect yourselves if something happens. Ergang and Sange are good at martial arts. When you have time, you can practice with Dagong and the second brother, and also with Daling and the other young boys." Everyone knew this was serious, so no one joked around. They discussed plans for the future. Actually, Zhao Desheng and Lin Lanhua planned that if things really got bad, they would go up into the mountains to hide. The Qinglong Mountain is vast and full of forests, so once inside, it's like a needle in the sea, hard to find. But it's also dangerous inside, so they didn't plan to tell everyone right now. It's not that Lin Lanhua is heartless. Both the Lin and Zhou families are very kind. She is willing to bring her here, but both families have daughters-in-law and their own homes nearby. Naturally, people consider their own families first. If news leaks out, or if someone comes demanding to see them, or if someone causes trouble, the situation could become difficult. Such problems could ruin their relationships. However, Zhao Desheng didn't say this with certainty. He just wanted everyone to be aware and to start planning early. Both old Zhou and old Lin are experienced elders, and Zhao Desheng is known to be calm and steady. Since he said this, they trust his judgment and understand the importance of being prepared. Especially this year, with ongoing droughts across the region and floods in Yongzhou's Hangzhou, which is usually a rich and peaceful place, they know they need to be cautious. The Lin family started storing food early. Several daughters-in-law dried wild vegetables to make dried food. The Zhou family also decided to stock up more after Zhou heir returned home. They have many family members and their food consumption is high. If trouble comes, they might not know what to do. Because of Zhao Desheng's words, the atmosphere at the table was quite gloomy. After finishing their meal and tidying up, everyone went home. The next morning, after training, Lin Manhwa and Zhao Desheng left early. They planned to go up the mountain to look for a good spot to dig a cellar or find a cave to hide some food. The village's back mountain is called Xinglong Mountain. It stretches endlessly, with overlapping ridges and countless peaks and valleys. Zhao Desheng doesn't know exactly how deep or wide it is, as he has never been through the whole mountain. Having spent years exploring the mountain, Zhao Desheng is familiar with its terrain. He took Lin Lanhua toward areas with more caves to see if they were suitable for storing food. If they couldn't find a good place, they would dig a cellar in the familiar forest area. They found several caves, but none were very hidden. Some showed signs of animal activity, so they weren't very safe. Also, these caves weren't suitable for living in. If they really needed to stay in a mountain, having a safe and secure shelter was very important. Based on these conditions, the two wandered in the mountains for a long time, but couldn't find a suitable cave. They did catch quite a few wild chickens and rabbits. We've looked at most of the caves nearby, but none are good. Let's check other places. If we really can't find anything, we can dig a cellar at the foot of the mountain. Zhao Dachun wiped the sweat from his forehead. As the sun rose higher, he wanted to look elsewhere. Lin Lanhua also felt tired after wandering for a while. She remembered the water pool where she had previously hunted a wild deer. She noticed that the water in the deep pool came from a cliff above. Maybe there was a good cave nearby. Let's go see the water pool where we hunted the deer last time. It's a bit far, but there's water there. We can try to climb up the cliff and see what it's like. If the location is good, we might even hide there in the future. Zhao Dachun thought about the environment near the water pool. It was quite nice, so they decided to go see it. Afraid of running out of time, they hurried toward the water pool, avoiding animals along the way. I won't marry him, mother.
I don't want to marry that man.
He's short and ugly. I don't like him at all. I just won't marry, Zhou Xiangsao said angrily and sadly. Her father wanted to marry her off for 5 taels of silver to a family from the neighboring Lotus village. That family was quite well off, and they liked Zhou Xiangsao because she was the niece of the village head. Her father, as the village head's brother, had gained many benefits. Their family owned over 20 acres of land, which was considered quite prosperous in the area. Plus, Zhou Xiangsao was very pretty. Zhou Xiangsao didn't like that man at all. The man who proposed marriage was not tall, very thin, with a round face and a flat nose. His looks were average for the countryside, so no wonder Zhou Xiangsao didn't want him. She had previously insisted on marrying Zhao Dachun, but her family refused because Zhao Dachun was poor. She told her parents that Zhao Dachun had earned a lot of money from hunting, but no one in the village believed her. They thought she was making up stories to marry Zhao Dachun. Unexpectedly, not long after, Zhao Dachun spent 5 taels of silver to marry the widow of the second son of Zhou Qingkai. Now his family had bought a donkey and added many things. Even a widow's marriage cost 5 taels of silver. If he married a young girl like her, it would cost at least 10 taels. Now the house is almost finished, and life is starting to get better. The old woman of the Zhou family is known for being very stubborn and stingy. Since she is the mother-in-law, she has no dowry, and the Lin family is also very poor. The money probably doesn't belong to Lin Lanhua. It is likely Zhao Desheng's savings. However, since things have come to this point, Zhou Laokai and his wife believe that Zhao Desheng has earned a lot of money. But he is already married, and they can't let their daughter be interested in him. Seeing their daughter grow older, they found her a good family to marry into. At this moment, Zhou Xiangsao's mother is still kindly persuading her. My daughter. I know that the young man from Manhwa village isn't as good as Zhao Desheng, but he's an honest and hardworking man. He's the only son in his family. If you marry him and have children, his parents will help you, and you won't have to worry. They have more than 10 acres of land, so food and clothing won't be a problem. Such a good life. But Zhou Xiangsao lowers her eyes, thinking about how to make her parents stop wanting her to marry in Manhwa village. She wonders how her sister-in-law Zhao Desheng is doing now, hoping she is causing trouble at home. She hopes the trouble will get worse, so that the other woman will leave. If that happens, she might marry someone else. In the nearby villages, there are no men as handsome as Zhao Desheng. You're such a stubborn girl. You're already 17, and if you don't marry soon, you'll be an old maid. Who will want you then? The family of Huang Dafu in Manhwa village has good conditions. Why are you still dissatisfied? Zhou Laomu, seeing her daughter's stubbornness, angrily patted her on the back several times. I'll think about it and tell you in a few days, okay? Zhou Xiangsao doesn't dare to reveal what she has done to her parents. She makes an excuse to delay. All right, think carefully. Don't keep thinking about Zhao Desheng. Zhou Laomu suspects her daughter still has feelings for him. But he's already married. What's the point of thinking about it? When she remembers this, she feels guilty. If only she had believed her daughter and let her marry Zhao Desheng.
Sigh.
Zhou Xiangsao sees her mother's attitude soften and feels a little relieved. She silently plans something in her mind. Zhao Desheng and Lin Lanhua moved quickly. Soon, they arrived at the deep water pool where they had previously hunted a wild deer. The two first looked around carefully and saw no danger. Zhao Desheng put down his basket, splashed water from the pool on his face, and took a sip. Last time, they discovered that the water in this pool was fresh, tasty, and sweet, which was very good. Lin Lanhua also drank a few sips of water, then sat on a stone by the pool to observe the surroundings. A waterfall rushed down from the mountain top, like a white ribbon hanging on the cliff. The sound of rushing water was loud, and water splashed on the surface of the pool. The droplets scattered with the breeze, making people feel relaxed and happy. The falling water gathered together, and the pool was clear enough to see the fish swimming inside. It was just like a poem described. In the pool, there are about 100 fish, all swimming freely, with no place to rest. The sunlight shines through, and their shadows are cast on the rocks. Green trees and vines grew along the edge of the pool, swaying gently in the wind. The place was quiet and peaceful, deep and serene. Being there made people forget their worries. Zhao Desheng saw Lin Lanhua lost to her thoughts and didn't disturb her. He sat beside her, alert and watching the surroundings. Soon, Lin Lanhua came back to herself. She looked at Zhao Desheng, who was guarding her, and a gentle feeling started to grow in her heart. All right, let's look around and see if we can find a good spot, she said. Zhao Desheng nodded, helped his wife up, and they started to explore nearby. The waterfall came down from the cliff, and both sides of the terrain were higher. In front of the pool was a dense forest. They searched the forest but didn't find any caves. The water flowed toward both sides, where the land was slightly higher. They wanted to climb above the waterfall, either by climbing the cliff next to the pool or by finding a path around the mountain on either side, and then coming back. Lin Lanhua noticed many vines wrapped around the trees near the pool and on the cliff. There were also many vines climbing up the cliff. They decided to use these vines to help them climb up and see what was above. They had trained in outdoor climbing skills before, so now, using the vines, they easily climbed the cliff. On top, there was still a valley between two mountains. The land on both sides of the river looked wider than below, but it was sloped, which made the water flow fast and turbulent. They walked along the river for about an hour until they reached a canyon. Carefully, they crossed the canyon, and unexpectedly, behind it, they found a wide valley, like the legendary Peach Blossom Land. From the entrance of the canyon, a white waterfall flowed down from the distant mountain ridge, merging into a broad river that twisted and turned as it flowed out. Opposite the river was a large, sloped valley filled with various wild grasses and flowers. There were patches of forest in the distance, but the high cliffs surrounding the valley could still be seen, towering into the clouds. The only way out of the canyon was through the steep cliffs at the entrance. A gentle breeze blew, cool and fresh. The grasses swayed, and the air carried a faint earthy smell. Manhwa, smelling the soil, felt no discomfort but happiness. The light scent showed the land was fertile. Manhwa was very excited. She pulled Zhao Desheng forward a few steps. This place is so beautiful. It's perfect. If we face danger outside later, we can come here. It's wonderful. Zhao Desheng also liked the place. He said, we can set up a simple barrier at the canyon entrance to keep out most wild animals. Since the entrance is narrow, building a stone wall can protect us from wolves and other dangers. He continued, inside the canyon, the land is open and the water plentiful, enough for us to drink and grow food. We won't need to find water elsewhere or leave the canyon. I'm so excited. I hugged Manhwa's waist and spun her around on the grass. Startled, Manhwa instinctively held onto his neck. After steadying herself, she also shared her excitement. When Zhao Desheng stopped, Manhwa patted his shoulder. Let me down first. We should check if there are large wild animals nesting inside. If there are, it could be troublesome. It's getting late, and if we don't hurry, we'll have to spend the night in the mountains. Zhao Desheng nodded with a smile and gently set her down. He led the way, exploring ahead, while Manhwa followed behind. They crossed the grassy area at the canyon entrance and headed toward the nearby forest. Although the weeds in the canyon are tall, at first glance, no large wild animals are visible. The place where fierce animals might hide is probably not far away, either in the large forest nearby or in some caves on the canyon walls where animals could be hiding. The two have spent quite some time exploring the jungle and have gained a lot of experience. Now, they carefully observe their surroundings and the tracks on the ground, watching all directions with their eyes, listening carefully with their ears, and sniffing the air to detect different smells. The forest is not very big. In a short time, they finish their search, finding only small animals like wild chickens and rabbits. They see no signs of larger animals or evidence of big creatures nearby, which makes them feel a little safer. However, they do not dare to relax. They set up a few traps in the forest and sharpen many sticks to place inside the traps. Each of them also carries a long, sharp stick. They plan to check the nearby caves. If unlucky and they encounter a large wild animal, they will try to lure it into the trap. They walk along the cliffside, carefully examining the caves for signs. When they find a cave, they carefully search around it. They gently part the thick bushes and vines with their sharp sticks, moving cautiously along the cliff wall. Their hard work pays off. After checking around, they find 6 or 7 caves. Inside, only small animal tracks are visible. No signs of large wild animals are found, so it feels safe. Some caves are very wide and deep, with 2 of them even having smaller caves inside. One of these caves contains a small water pool, which is underground water. Manhwa sees the water pool in one of the caves and feels very excited. She thinks this cave is very good. If they ever need to hide during a chaotic time, she would want to stay there. The cave is big and spacious, with smaller caves inside, a water source, and enough space for washing up. It also offers her private space, which she finds very appealing. As they continue exploring the canyon, their excitement grows. The canyon is very large, but it has only one exit, the river outlet. That exit is narrow because most of the space is taken up by the flowing river, leaving only a small area for people to pass through. When the time comes, just guarding the valley entrance will ensure safety inside. The location of the canyon is already deep in the mountains, so few people will come in easily. Also, the 2 of them just looked around and saw that the land inside the valley is fertile and wide. If they clear it properly, they can farm about 30 or 40 acres. The soil is very good, and it's close to a river, making watering and other tasks very convenient. They can definitely live and survive there. There is also a cave inside that can be used for shelter. They can build a house slowly, or not build one at all. However, during the rainy season, the river might rise, which could be a safety risk. Luckily, the valley slopes downward, and the land near the river's exit is even lower, so the cave won't easily flood. Zhao Desheng looked at everything in the valley, feeling happy and excited. He couldn't wait to plow 2 acres of land right away. Brother Desheng, it's getting late. Let's go home first. In a few days, we'll bring enough supplies. We can stay in the valley for a couple of days, check the outside of the canyon, and make sure everything is okay. If it is, we'll just bring the grain over and hide it here. Yes, yes, yes. It's almost dark. Let's go home first, Zhao Desheng said with a big smile, holding Lin Lanhua's hand as they headed toward the valley entrance. Finding such a good place made Lin Lanhua very happy. She also held Zhao Desheng's hand, and they hurried home together. At home, Grandma Zhao looked at the sky, which was already dark, but still didn't see Lin Lanhua and Zhao Desheng. She was very worried and started to worry and imagine things. Lin Lanhua and Zhao Desheng are good at fighting and moving quickly. They used to come back early from mountain trips, always with a good harvest. Grandma Zhao's fear of hunting deep in the mountains has lessened. Since Lin Lanhua and the others didn't come back by dark, she was very scared. When this happens, she can't help but think too much. She feels that farming is more stable and safe, even though it's tiring and depends on the weather. It's more reliable and steady. She also wondered why Lin Lanhua and Zhao Desheng didn't buy more land. They had enough money to buy good farmland, but they didn't plan to buy any. Instead, whenever they had free time, they went deep into the mountains, which made her very worried. It was so late, and they still hadn't come home. She was worried they might have had an accident. The little stone nearby was influenced by her grandmother. She knew the dangers of the mountains, hugged her puppy tightly, and stared nervously at the mountain entrance of their home. At this moment, Lin Lanhua and Zhao Desheng didn't expect to be stranded in the mountains. Seeing that it was getting late, they hurried back as soon as they left the canyon entrance. Suddenly, they encountered a lone wolf searching for food. They almost collided with it. Although they dodged in time, the wolf noticed them. Afraid it would howl and attract a pack of wolves, they carefully avoided it, trying to escape. However, the wolf was relentless, constantly following and attacking them. Seeing the wolf's aggressive stance, they knew they couldn't escape today. They had no retreat and didn't see any sign of a wolf pack. They exchanged a quick look, clenched their knives, and suddenly, Lin Lanhua turned around and attacked the wolf rushing toward them. The wolf sensed their intention. It leapt lightly to avoid their knives, lunged forward a few steps, then quickly turned around, landing on all fours and cautiously moving, glaring fiercely at the 2 humans. Zhao Desheng charged at the wolf with his knife. The wolf jumped nimbly to avoid his attack. It then turned its head, preparing to bite Zhao Desheng. Just then, someone acted faster. With a sharp, piercing howl, the wolf was knocked to the ground. Ignoring its injuries, it immediately got up, glaring angrily at the human who attacked it, becoming even more ferocious, howling loudly at Lin Lanhua. At the moment Zhao Desheng launched his attack, Lin Lanhua quietly drew her dagger. While Zhao Desheng distracted the wolf, she threw the dagger, hitting the wolf in the belly. The wolf collapsed, then immediately got back up. Lin Lanhua didn't give it a moment to breathe. Without hesitation, she charged forward with her knife. Zhao Desheng saw Lin Lanhua rushing toward the wolf and followed closely. He hadn't wanted to put her in danger, thinking he could hold the wolf off himself. With his skills, defeating the wolf was just a matter of time. So, he kept Lin Lanhua behind him. But he didn't expect the wolf to be so fierce and cunning. He almost fell into its trap. Luckily, Lin Lanhua acted decisively. Together, they attacked from both sides, working in perfect coordination. Soon, they subdued the wolf. However, Lin Lanhua's dagger was stuck in the wolf's belly. During the fight, the wolf bled heavily. When it finally died, Zhao Desheng threw the whole wolf into a basket. They quickly headed down the mountain, not daring to stay longer, fearing other wild animals might come. The deep mountain at night was full of dangers. Rushing and hurrying, After the two of them finally left the deep mountains, it was already completely dark. Luckily, they had reached a relatively safe forest area, and it was a familiar mountain path. Under the faint moonlight, they hurriedly headed home. They hadn't returned yet, so Zhao Dajia and the others must be very worried. Sure enough, when the two of them finally arrived home in the dark, they saw Zhao Dajia and Little Stone anxiously looking out from under the eaves with lamps in hand, both looking very worried. Grandma, Sister Lin, and the others are back. I saw them come out of the mountain pass. Little Stone, with sharp eyes, saw Lin Manhwa and Zhao Dasheng come out of the mountain and immediately told Zhao Dajia loudly. He was holding the puppy and ran toward them. Where are they? Stone, they really came back. What are you doing? Come back and help them wash up. Zhao Dajia, who was old and had poor eyesight, didn't see much but believed Little Stone's words. She watched him run over and stopped him. They're back, really back. Yes, 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 I'll go get water for them, he said. He put the puppy down and excitedly ran to fetch a basin of water to help them wash their hands. After Little Stone finished fetching water, Zhao Dajia also saw the two people returning. She was worried and quickly asked, How is it? Why did you come back so late? The mountain is very dangerous at night. Are you hurt? It's nothing, Auntie. We just encountered some prey on the way back and had a bit of a struggle with it. That's why we're late. We're not hurt. Don't worry, Lin Lanhua patiently explained to the worried Zhao Dajia. What prey did you encounter? It's so late. Don't be brave. Just quietly retreat. We only saw a wolf. It kept staring at us and followed us closely. We couldn't do anything. We finally managed to kill the wolf, but it took some time, so we're late coming back. What? A wolf? Are you okay? That's too dangerous. I didn't expect there to be wolves in the mountains behind us. There probably isn't a wolf pack, right? What should we do? Maybe we shouldn't go into the mountains anymore. Linhua, maybe you and Dasheng should look around the village and buy some land to farm. The mountains are too dangerous. Look at Dasheng's family. He's the only one left. You follow Dasheng into the mountains every day. It's so risky. What if something happens to you? What should we do? When they heard there was a wolf in the mountains, they encountered one. Zhao Dani was very surprised and quickly told Zhao Dachin and the others what had happened. Don't worry, Auntie. When wolves meet us, they usually don't come back, he said, showing Zhao Dachin's basket, which held the dead wolf. Zhao Dani was startled when he saw the wolf in the basket and took a step back. Seeing that Zhao Dachin was frightened by the dead wolf, Zhao Dachin quickly took the basket, greeted everyone, and went to handle the wolf's body. Auntie Zhao took a moment to calm down. Seeing that the wolf in Zhao Dachin's hands was dead, she secretly admired the courage of the couple. They were brave and fearless, even able to fight and kill wolves. Lan Hua, don't underestimate the animals in the mountains. This time you killed it, but if you're unlucky and meet a pack of wolves next time, no matter how good your skills are, you might get hurt. Listen to Andy. It's better to buy some land and live peacefully in the village. Lin Lanhua didn't know much about farming and didn't like it. She preferred to go into the mountains bringing back animals and plants to grow, eat, or sell. But she knew Zhao Daniu valued land more, so she didn't argue with Auntie Zhao. We are also planning to buy land nearby if we find a good place. Don't worry. Also, the area where we usually go in the mountains doesn't have wolf packs. Maybe further in there are wolves, but they usually don't come out. We don't know what happened this time, but next time they will avoid us and won't foolishly attack. That's good. As long as you have a plan. Lan Hua, what will you do with the wolf? Take it to the county to sell tomorrow, Auntie Zhao said, but from Zhao Dachin's stance, it didn't seem like he wanted to sell it. It looked more like he wanted to keep it at home to eat. It's just one wolf, not many. I won't sell it. Since we need to store food, we'll make dried meat and keep it at home to eat slowly. I haven't tried wolf meat before, Lin Lanhua said. She wasn't short of money and enjoyed eating and drinking. She didn't know how to make dried meat, but Auntie Zhao definitely did. Plus, she knew modern seasonings like 13 spice, so adding a little would make it taste great. Previously, Lin Lanhua had bought many spices at home. Tonight, she could try pickling. Aunt Zhao knew how to pickle, so she could help. Lin Lanhua just needed to add a few ground spices during the process. After dinner, Aunt Zhao and Lin Lanhua quickly worked together to pickle the wolf meat. They put it into a jar, covered it, and left it for 6 or 7 days. Once the salt and seasoning soaked in, they would hang it to dry or smoke it. Zhao Desheng carefully removed the wolf hide, but he didn't know how to tan it. He planned to find a craftsman to do it or sell the hide directly. Zhao Desheng didn't want to sell the wolf hide. He thought about having it tanned and saved little by little. Later, it could be used to make clothes or hats to keep warm. After a long day, Lin Lanhua and Zhao Desheng finished tidying up and went to rest early. The next morning, Lin Lanhua and Zhao Desheng woke up early to train. Little Stone had been practicing for a few days. Since there wasn't much work at home, it was a good time for him to build a foundation. He also needed to train in his free time. Zhao Desheng arranged everything for him, and he just needed to follow orders. He was a hardworking boy who understood the importance of martial arts. He was diligent and eager to learn. But he was so hardworking that if Aunt Zhao and Lin Lanhua didn't remind him to rest, he would practice from morning till night without stopping. That would be too much. He was smart and quick-witted. With consistent effort, he was improving very fast. The family's diet was good enough. Over a month, he had grown taller and gained some weight. He was starting to look like a real person again. After breakfast, Zhao Desheng took Little Stone to the county. On the way, Little Stone was pulling the donkey cart. Now he was almost a young man. He also had the responsibility to support his grandmother. Although Lin Lanhua and Zhao Desheng felt sorry for him, they still made him do chores and learn skills. They wanted to train him to become the main support of the family. Zhao Desheng always took him along when doing things. Even if he couldn't do everything himself, he learned by watching. Zhao Desheng personally taught him how to drive the donkey cart. He had driven it a few times in the village and was now doing pretty well. When they arrived in the county, Lin Lanhua asked Zhao Desheng to take Little Stone to buy grain. She herself went to the blacksmith shop to order 2 machetes. The 3 of them quickly parted ways. Lin Lanhua quickly went to the blacksmith to order a machete, then hurried in another direction toward the county town. She found a grain shop she had inquired about before, disguised herself, and bought 2 stones of rice. She also surprised the shop assistant and other customers by carrying out the rice on her shoulder. She quickly carried the rice to a quiet corner, stored it in her space, then went to a general store to buy a stone of salt and many other items. After that, she repeated her old tricks, running around and gradually stockpiling supplies. Time passed quickly. Lin Lanhua was busy running back and forth, trying to avoid Zhao Dachin and Little Stone. Although she tried to move around as much as possible, she didn't gather a lot of things. When it was almost time, Lin Lanhua headed to Zhao Dachin's place. The machete would arrive in a few days. When she arrived, Zhao Dachin and the others were just loading 8 stones of rice onto a donkey cart. Here, I brought you some baked flatbreads I specially bought from the west side of the town. I like their flatbreads the most, so I ordered the machete and went to buy them. Here, I brought some for you too. Eat quickly. Since she had been on the move for a while, Lin Lanhua had already bought the flatbreads earlier and made up a reason for carrying them. The flatbreads from that shop were really delicious. Lin Lanhua had bought about 20, stored most of them in her space, and only kept a few outside to avoid suspicion. The grain prices in the county haven't changed. Why don't we take advantage of these few days when there's no limit and buy a bit more? Zhao Dachin asked without suspicion, taking the flatbread and looking at the grain being loaded onto the cart, discussing with Lin Lanhua. If only the 2 of them were at home, with the grain they already bought and some stored at home, they could probably last nearly 2 years if they ate carefully. But now, not only Zhao Daniu and Little Stone, but also Lin Lanhua's family from her hometown, probably didn't have much strength to buy more grain. Her parents and relatives were all their own, and Lin Lanhua was not short of money, so she was definitely helping to buy. The household's current grain supply was simply not enough. They couldn't buy too much at once, for fear of attracting attention or causing concern in the village. If trouble really happened, and people around the village found out they had grain, it could cause chaos. People might start fighting or stealing. Lin Manhwa thought carefully and decided that she needed to act alone to have a better chance of stockpiling food. After all, she wasn't short of money. Zhao Desheng didn't want Lin Manhua to go to the county alone. "I'll go with you.
Your aunt and little Stone will watch the house," he said.
"It's okay, I can go by myself. When I get home, you can call third brother." "We should dig a cellar at home to store supplies," she replied. The caves in the canyon were suitable, but they were too far away to be useful for storing food, and it was hard to carry everything there. Besides, they weren't sure when trouble might happen or when it might break out. They could only prepare in advance. If they moved the food early and nothing happened, the food would spoil and taste bad. So digging a cellar at home was necessary. In the end, Zhao Desheng was convinced by Lin Manhua. He and Lin Chongqing dug a cellar at home. Over the next few days, Lin Manhua went to the county every day to buy some food, but Zhao Desheng ordered her to bring Little Stone along. The three of them returned home. Zhao Desheng unloaded most of the food from the cart, leaving 2 stones of grain on the donkey cart. Then he took the donkey cart to the Lin family. Since learning about Lin's parents' situation, they had been giving some supplies to the Lin family whenever they bought things. Although Lin Manhua was back home, she had nothing to do. Since Aunt Zhao came to the house, she had been washing the clothes. No matter how many times she told her to stop, she wouldn't listen. She was always busy, so now that Lin Manhua was home, the house was tidy inside and out, and she didn't need to worry about it. With nothing else to do, Lin Manhua greeted everyone and went to rest in her room. She entered her space and started organizing the supplies she had gathered today, sorting everything carefully. Little Stone was outside in the yard exercising with the puppy. Occasionally, he took a break. Aunt Zhao had planned to go to the village to find some different vegetable seeds, but Lin Manhua and the others delayed her a little. Now, she was resting, and the deliveries had been sent out, so she headed to the village. Aunt Zhao first went to Zhou house, but no one was home. Then she went to the village chief's house. Since registering in the village and building a good relationship with the village chief's wife, Aunt Zhao often visited her. Over time, they became friends. Mainly because Zhao Desheng was generous and capable, the village chief and his wife had a good relationship with her. The village chief had also given his approval, and both sides had mutual interest, so their relationship improved naturally. Just as she was about to leave, Aunt Zhao encountered a slightly overweight woman in her 30s. The woman looked at Aunt Zhao with a nose that wasn't quite a nose and eyes that weren't quite eyes. Aunt Zhao was confused, and the woman boldly spoke. "You're probably Aunt Zhao Dachen's sister-in-law, right?" "I'm Lin Manhua's former sister-in-law. You know, your family Zhao Dachen is quite fond of Lin Manhua, that troublemaker. I tell you, Lin Manhua is just a useless hen that doesn't lay eggs, and she even brings bad luck. I heard your hometown was flooded, right? Maybe she caused it. It's better for you to stay away from that troublemaker, so you won't end up in trouble yourself." The woman was Mrs. Liu. She was always bored and loved wandering around the village, chatting with others. Recently, she heard that Zhao Dachen had hunted a wild deer and made a lot of money. Not only did he repair his own house, but he also fixed the house of his unfortunate sister-in-law's family, and he bought many things from the village carpenter. People who had visited Zhao Dachen's house said they now ate pork every day and were living happily. Mrs. Liu was used to bullying Lin Manhua. She thought that since she was eating simple meals every day, she might still have to do chores and cook. But she, a widow who was supposedly cursed, had married into the family and hadn't even had a child, yet she was already eating big fish and meat every day. Mrs. Liu felt jealous. She was glad to have met Aunt Zhao and deliberately spoke badly about Lin Manhua in front of her. She secretly hoped Lin Manhua would be dismissed by Zhao Dachen, so she could vent her anger. Shut up. Natural disasters and calamities are not easy to explain. If what you say is true, then so many people in our area suffered from the flood. Does that mean everyone is cursed? You talk without thinking. Do you want to bring down heaven's punishment? You're just trying to ruin Lin Manhua's reputation. You're truly mean-hearted, Aunt Zhao said angrily, upset by her careless words about the deceased and her attempt to hurt her. What are you saying? You're the one who's cursed by heaven. Otherwise, why did the flood only hit certain places and leave you and that little one behind? Humph. You won't live long, Mrs. Liu retorted. Hearing that this old woman was defending Lin Lanhua and insulting her, she felt she had no brains. She had offended many people in the village, and, since her family had fled here after suffering hardships, she considered herself superior. Now, hearing someone speak ill of her, she was furious and spoke even more recklessly. You, this mean-spirited woman, will not have good fortune, Aunt Zhao said. She was not good at arguing and didn't speak quickly, so she kept repeating the same words. Seeing Aunt Zhao run out of words and looking upset, Madame Liu felt pleased with herself. You just got your comeuppance. Your family still has Lin Lanhua, that troublemaker. Sooner or later, your whole family will fall apart. You. Aunt Zhao's eyes turned red with anger. But she was old and new here, so she didn't want to cause trouble. She ignored Madame Liu and turned to leave. Seeing Aunt Zhao walk away upset, Madame Liu felt even more proud, strutting home like a proud peacock. On the way, Aunt Zhao thought about her husband and son, feeling even sadder. After a while, she managed to hide her feelings and went to the village chief's house. The village chief's wife was home. When she heard the knocking, she opened the door and saw Aunt Zhao, quickly inviting her in. "What's wrong?" asked Mrs. Zhou. She thought Aunt Zhao just wanted to chat, but when she saw Aunt Zhao's red eyes and tearful face, she was surprised. "I'm just here to see if you have any seeds to plant. I want to grow some vegetables at home, so I can pick them later," Aunt Zhao said, her voice trembling a little. Mrs. Zhou looked at her more closely and felt something was wrong. She wondered why Aunt Zhao, usually so honest, was upset. Could it be Lin Lanhua, the troublemaker, causing her trouble? Lin Lanhua's personality was not like that before. What was going on? "What's wrong with you?" "It's nothing," sigh, Aunt Zhao said, tears falling down her face. She couldn't stop crying. At first, Mrs. Zhou was flustered, but soon she calmed down, patted her on the back, poured her a glass of water, handed her a tissue, and softly comforted her. She felt even more confused. After crying for a while, Aunt Zhao couldn't hold back her words and started talking. "I just met Lanhua's older sister-in-law on the way here. We argued a little. I mentioned the family members who have passed away. I feel sad thinking about how I, an old person, have to see my loved ones leave. Our pillar of the family is gone, and I feel very upset." Although Aunt Zhao just endured this anger without arguing with Mrs. Liu in the village, she still mentioned it to the village chief's wife. This way, if such things happen again, she can have a proper reason and explanation for her actions. When Aunt Zhou heard this, she guessed that Mrs. Liu, knowing her personality, would be sharp-tongued and hurtful. She thought that Zhou Qingzai's wife was too unrespectable, especially since she was the eldest son's wife. Aunt Zhou also felt that the old lady at home didn't pay enough attention to her, and having such a daughter-in-law was not good. Seeing Aunt Zhao so sad, Aunt Zhou understood. After the flood, almost everyone in the family was gone, and there was nothing left. They had lost everything and could only rely on their only grandson. Anyone would feel sad in such a situation. Brother Dachen's wife, don't think too much. Mrs. Liu has always been a difficult person. She's rude and sharp-tongued.
Just ignore her, she said.
I'm old now and didn't want to argue with her, but her words are really harsh.
Sigh.
My heart feels heavy, she said, pounding her chest and tears falling freely. Aunt Zhou felt even more certain that Mrs. Liu had said many hurtful things. Dachen's wife, don't be sad. If she says such things again, just scold her back or go to Zhou Qingzai's house and talk to her in-laws. Her family is very proud and cares about face. She'll definitely discipline her. Otherwise, just ignore her and walk away. Don't pay attention to her, she advised. Aunt Zhou kept comforting her for a while. Aunt Zhao finally calmed down and felt a bit embarrassed. You must be laughing at me, older sister. I'm getting old, a lonely widow, and my eyes are not so sharp anymore. I often get tears easily. Sorry to trouble you with comforting me, she said. Hearing this, Aunt Zhou grew more annoyed with Mrs.
Lu.
Such a good person, but heaven just doesn't favor her. Don't be sad. Dachin is a honest boy. I saw that little stone has grown taller and stronger the other day. It seems Dachin is doing well to bring you here. Don't dwell on the past. Just stay peaceful in the village. Things will get better gradually, she said. That's right, older sister. I almost forgot my main reason for coming, looking for vegetable seeds, Aunt Zhao said. Aunt Zhou went inside to find the seeds she needed and comforted her for a while. Only then did Aunt Zhao leave for home. On the way home, Aunt Zhao had already calmed her emotions and tidied herself up. She looked no different from usual, not showing any signs of crying, and greeted Lin Lanhua in the yard as if nothing had happened. De Chung hasn't come back yet? Every time he visits your family, his father-in-law and brothers pull him away and won't let him leave. This time, he probably won't come back until after dinner. Let's not wait around. I'll go to the kitchen and start cooking. We can eat by ourselves first, she said, then headed toward the kitchen. Madam, you've just come home. Sit and rest for a while. It's still early, and there's no rush to cook, Lin Lanhua replied helplessly. Both of them were restless by nature. The older one always found time to tidy up around the house, raising chickens, planting vegetables. The younger one, barely shoulder-high, spent his days fetching water, chopping firewood, or training. Xiao Shirtu had gone to chop firewood again. The firewood pile at home was almost full. Aunt Zhao also tried to persuade him to rest when he had time. In this hot weather, how could he burn so much old firewood?
Don't worry about him.
He's used to doing chores at home. It's not heavy work. Besides, we need to prepare enough food for 3 meals a day. Eating well gives him strength. We can save some firewood for winter. If he doesn't work, how can he be lazy all day? Aunt Zhao genuinely cared for her grandson, but the chores at home weren't difficult. Lin Lanhua and the others were gentle and didn't let him do much. Xiao Shirtu took the initiative to do these things, and Aunt Zhao approved. Being diligent was a good thing, especially since he would be the head of the household someday. Lin Lanhua understood Aunt Zhao's thoughts clearly. She saw Xiao Shirtu handling these chores easily and had told her many times, but no one listened. So, she didn't interfere further. Their house was right next to Lin Lanhua's. It was livable, but since Aunt Zhao and Xiao Shirtu had no land and no source of income, they still ate with Zhao Desheng's family. Aunt Zhao had asked several times to live separately, but Lin Lanhua persuaded her otherwise. She couldn't bear to watch Aunt Zhao and Xiao Shirtu go up the mountain to pick wild vegetables just to fill their stomachs. Things were busy at home, and the house was a mess. Aunt Zhao and Xiao Shirtu were hardworking and good at taking care of the house, which eased Lin Lanhua's worries. Especially since Lin Lanhua and Zhao Desheng's cooking skills were average, but Aunt Zhao's cooking was quite good. Both of them had gained a little weight during this time. Aunt Zhao was busy in the kitchen, and Lin Lanhua also couldn't stay idle. She greeted everyone and went to the backyard vegetable garden to pick some fresh vegetables for cooking. When Little Stone returned carrying firewood, it was getting late. It seemed that Zhao Desheng probably wouldn't come back for dinner, so Lin Lanhua and the others ate first. Sure enough, Zhao Desheng returned home late at night driving a donkey cart in the dark. The people in the Lin family were very warm-hearted and kept urging Zhao Desheng to stay and rest at their house. He almost didn't make it back. Early on, Lin Lanhua had already told Aunt Zhao and the others to go rest, while she waited for Zhao Desheng to return. When Zhao Desheng got home, he saw his wife waiting for him. He was very happy. He quickly tied up the donkey, fed it some water and grass. When he went to the main room, Lin Lanhua had already prepared water for him. He washed up quickly, and then they went to their room to rest. As soon as he lay on the bed, Zhao Desheng hugged Lin Lanhua. She felt something was a bit strange and asked softly, "What's wrong?" Her voice was very gentle. "Nothing much, just very happy." He was happy to have such a good wife, and his parents-in-law were also very kind, caring for him warmly. It was really good he now had a family. Lin Lanhua was not the type to ask too many questions. Knowing that her husband didn't want to talk, she didn't press him. She hugged him back and gently patted his shoulder. "Yes, I'm happy too. Let's sleep now." In the days that followed, Zhao Desheng and Lin Chongqing dug a cellar in the storage room at home. Lin Manhwa took Little Stone to the county to buy food, salt, cloth, and other necessities for survival, just in case. However, Lin Lanhua and her husband made some efforts to disguise themselves. When they bought food and returned to the village, they took a detour and avoided the villagers to prevent trouble. But trouble often finds you if you don't seek it. One day, on a Tuesday, Zhang Dongmei, the wife of Zhou's second son, came to Lin Lanhua's house and talked with Aunt Zhao. When Lin Lanhua returned home, she learned that everyone in the village was gossiping about her. They said she was not modest, that she deliberately fell on the road Zhao Desheng often passed, just to seduce him. Some said she wanted to remarry, and others said that after being married to Zhao Desheng for so long without pregnancy, and that during the years she was married to Zhou's second son, the village was talking about her inability to have children. They also said she would be sent back home eventually. Overall, the gossip was not kind. Lanhua, your sister-in-law is really too much. These rumors are all spread by her and the gossiping women in the village to ruin your reputation. She is also a woman, yet she treats you like this. It's really unfair, Aunt Zhao, after hearing Zhang Dongmei's words, went around the village to gather information. Because she is close to the main characters, many people deliberately approached her to talk. That shameless woman even suggested that she should decide to divorce Lin Lanhua and find someone else for Zhao Desheng. Madam, don't be angry. It's just gossip. I don't bother to pay attention to them. Lin Lanhua is not concerned about those gossiping women. She is independent and confident in her abilities. Even without Zhao Desheng, she could survive in this strange world. So, she didn't care about these rumors. Moreover, she rarely encounters those people. As long as they don't say things to her face, she doesn't bother with them. Foolish people always exist in this world. They lack self-awareness and love to cause trouble. As long as you live well, they will only hurt themselves. Also, thinking about this matter, it might not all be Lu Shi's fault. Lu Shi has not been kind for a long time. Even when Lin Lanhua was still with the Zhou family, she secretly spread many bad things about her in the village. The gossiping women in the village have always been fixated on Lin Lanhua's childbirth. It was those few people who started the rumors long ago. If it didn't explode now, it would have sooner or later. Now, with rumors spreading wildly, as if everyone in the 10-mile radius already knew, something is definitely wrong. Most likely, someone else is behind the scenes causing trouble. Lu Shi is probably being used as a pawn, just a scapegoat. There's no need to worry about her. The ultimate goal of these rumors is to ruin Lin Lanhua's reputation, making Zhao Desheng suspicious and possibly divorcing her. Naturally, Lu Shi is one of the people who want Lin Lanhua to leave. But she is foolish and lacks the cunning and means to cause such a big fuss. She can't manage such a scheme. Besides, other villagers might also hope Lin Lanhua would be sent back to her family. Most likely, the person behind this is Zhou Xiangzao. She is either stirring the pot or the mastermind herself. That girl is crazy about Zhao Desheng. Because of this, she refuses to help herself and even talks badly about her in front of Aunt Zhao, encouraging trouble. Her little schemes are really numerous. It is truly a daydream to think Zhao Dacheng will divorce his wife to marry her. I was too lazy to argue with her before, but now she's pushing her luck. It's strange because her previous actions seemed like she was hiding her strength and waiting for the right moment. So why is she in such a hurry now? That girl seems to be about 17 or 18 years old. According to current customs, she isn't engaged yet and is almost considered an old maid. It looks like her family is anxious and trying to find her husband. She herself is eager to, which is why she keeps making moves. Lin Lanhua sighed. When you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Thinking it over, she decided to let it go for the sake of the village chief's reputation. She wouldn't do anything to upset the girl now, or else the village chief might cause trouble for her later. Anyway, what she's done doesn't hurt her much. Once the girl gets married, she'll probably settle down. In her past life, Lin Lanhua was a soldier with a strong heart. She didn't care about rumors, but she was open-minded. If someone in her family couldn't handle things, Zhao Daniu would be furious. Now she's thinking of different plans. Manhwa, since Lu Shi was your former sister-in-law, you shouldn't argue with her. I'm just an old woman. I'm not afraid. I'll go talk to her, so she doesn't cause trouble all day long. At this moment, Zhao Daniu completely forgot about how Lu Shi had yelled at her before. No need, auntie. Just talking won't be enough. You might not be her match, Manhwa replied. Zhao Daniu hesitated. Besides, Lu Shi is just a foolish woman. This time, she's probably being used as a pawn. The real mastermind is someone else. I have my suspicions, but I'm not afraid. She's just a clown. Auntie, don't worry too much. It'll be over soon.
Then,
What about Dachin? Will he have any thoughts when he hears these rumors? He's already 26, and others are fathers of 3 or 4 children. But he has no children himself. I wonder how he feels. Manhwa, I don't mean to say unpleasant things, but maybe you should see a doctor. If there's something wrong with your health, it's best to treat it early. This is very important. Don't let it delay things. Hearing Zhao Daniu's words, Lin Manhwa understood her good intentions. But she didn't belong to this era. Even if she accepted Zhao Dachin now, she hadn't thought about having children. Besides, she and Zhao Dachin hadn't even shared a bed. She believed things would happen naturally in the future. Mother-in-law, you worry too much. My health is fine and Dachin's body is also good. We're not in a hurry to have children. We prefer to let nature take its course. Besides, I've only been married for 3 months, and I've been busy during this time. As long as you and Dachin have plans, that's good. I just worry that Dachin might have other thoughts, said Aunt Zhao, a local woman who, at her age, had seen many couples argue over having children. She hopes Lan Hua and Dachin can stay happy like this and not do anything regretful because of these worries.
thank you, Auntie.
Dachin wouldn't do that. Besides, I'm not a very patient person. If he ever dares to do something, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. After hearing the news from Zhou Jiagong, Dachin hurried home to comfort Lin Lan Hua. Who would have thought that as soon as he arrived, he would hear his wife say that? This also made Zhou Jiagong, who followed behind, feel very nervous. He didn't dare move, thinking to himself, who am I? Where am I? Why am I here? It felt like he should be cautious. He often trained with Dachin and his wife, and he knew Lan Hua was skilled, capable, quick, and brave. He thought that if Dachin ever mistreated her, she might really fight back hard. Now, it seemed his worries were justified. Dachin, coming to his senses, walked over to his wife, trembling as he spoke. Air gang is here. Come in quickly. We'll eat at home first before leaving. Lin Lan Hua warmly welcomed Zhou Jiagong, ignoring Dachin. Although it wasn't his fault, Zhou Xiangsao's girl was targeted because of Dachin. Her coming here was a trouble caused by him. Dachin didn't understand Lin Lan Hua's thoughts or that Zhou Xiangsao liked him. He thought his wife was angry about the village rumors and was upset with him. Lan Hua, don't be angry. It's just those gossiping women in the village. I definitely wouldn't do that. I only see you as my wife. Really? Lin Lan Hua looked at him with a half-smile. Yes, wife. Please don't be angry, Dachin said, confused but nodded, trying to comfort her. I'm not angry. I don't bother to get upset over small things. Looking at Lin Lan Hua, she truly wasn't angry because of this. Her expression was strange, and her look made Zhao Desheng feel uneasy, leaving him completely confused. Wife, Lin Lan Hua, I'm fine. Let's eat, Zhao Desheng. Everyone peacefully finished their dinner. On Tuesday, he noticed Lin Lan Hua's face looked normal and she wasn't angry. He relaxed and went home feeling at ease. Zhao Desheng was very nervous, but Lin Lan Hua calmly tidied up, washed up, and rested, ignoring him completely. He originally planned to have a good talk with Lin Lan Hua, but as soon as she lay down, she closed her eyes to rest. He felt something was wrong, but didn't dare to disturb her. He was even more angry at the villagers spreading rumors, but also confused. Why did the rumors suddenly spread everywhere? Their house was far from the village, and everything was peaceful before. Why did they start talking about his family? It was very strange. No matter how hard Zhao Desheng thought, he couldn't guess it was because of Zhou Xiangcao. He barely remembered who she was, so he never thought he would be ignored by his wife because of her. Lanhua, are you asleep? Yes, I am. Zhao Desheng. Lanhua, don't be angry. Don't mind the rumors in the village. I will stand up for you. I only like you. Zhao Desheng said this, then pulled Lin Lanhua from her quilt into his bed, holding her waist tightly, and even kissed her on the back of her neck. Lin Lanhua couldn't stand his kisses anymore. She shrank back and, feeling helpless, spoke with a smile. All right, I'm not angry. Stop talking, but Zhao Desheng, tasting success, didn't listen to her. He kept kissing her until she finally fell asleep. There was a knocking sound at the door. Mrs. Zhou from the Changzhen family wondered who it was. Coming so early in the morning? All the households had just woken up, and it was too rude. Who is it? So early. Mrs. Zhou opened the door and saw Zhao Desheng standing there with a knife. She was startled and almost slammed the door shut. Mrs. Zhou was a bit nervous. She wondered why he looked so fierce. He usually seemed quiet and loyal. Today, he looked so intimidating. Mrs. Zhou, I don't have much to say. I just want to buy a big rooster from your house, Zhao Desheng said kindly. He also saw her son and husband come out of the house, and he greeted them. Mrs. Zhou was caught off guard. Zhao Desheng didn't wait for her to respond. He took out 100 coins from his pocket and handed them to her. I'll pay you 100 coins for a rooster. Maybe you'll sell me one. Mrs. Zhou instinctively took the money. When she looked at it, she was still confused. Buying a chicken is simple, but he came early in the morning with a knife. It's quite frightening. Her family didn't know Zhao Desheng well, so she didn't ask many questions. A rooster only costs 60 coins. You don't need to pay so much. Take the extra coins back, big nephew, she said, looking at his determined face. She didn't want to refuse to sell, but she also didn't want to cheat him. In their village, if people found out she sold a rooster for 100 coins, they might gossip behind her back. No need, ma'am. Just consider the extra as the cost of bothering you early in the morning. No change needed, Zhao Desheng said. Mrs. Zhou still didn't want to take the money. After refusing several times, she finally told her daughter-in-law to go to the chicken coop and bring out the biggest rooster. Luckily, it was morning, and the chickens were still in the coop. If it had been later, it would have been harder to catch. The big rooster was clueless as Zhao Desheng held it in his arms. It didn't know how harsh its fate would be. It struggled fiercely, but it couldn't escape from the man holding it. It could only accept its fate. Its sharp calls woke up many families in the village and drew attention. The news of Zhao Desheng buying a chicken caused a big stir. Everyone nearby was alarmed. The neighbor's wife even shouted about it. Paying 100 coins for a big rooster surprised everyone in the village. Decheng, I also have a big rooster at home. It's bigger and prettier than yours. Do you want it? It's in the chicken coop, she said. You can choose freely. Zhou Lapa's neighbor, Aunt Zhou, warmly greets Zhao Desheng. Her husband and Zhou Qingsai's father are grandfathers, so the two families are considered relatives. At this moment, she completely ignores the angry look of Mrs. Liu, who came out to see the commotion and is busy recommending her own chickens to Zhao Desheng. Mrs. Liu hears the noise and comes out to see Zhao Desheng. Thinking about the recent rumors in the village about Lin Lanhua, she feels guilty. She plans to go back and close her door, but is stopped. Zhou's sister-in-law is also here. Zhao Desheng looks directly at Mrs. Liu with a half smile and says this. Mrs. Liu feels nervous, but she doesn't think she said anything wrong. She was just speaking casually, not expecting it to spread widely. It must be that Lin Lanhua offended someone in the village, and they are gossiping behind her back. She thinks that as long as she doesn't admit anything, no one can do anything to her. With this thought, she feels confident. Just came out to see what was happening. So, Zhao Desheng, you're buying chickens. I will go home now, she says, turning to leave. But she is called back again. Zhou's sister-in-law, wait a moment. I have something to say to you, Zhao Desheng calls out loudly. Everyone around looks like they're enjoying the show. Recently, rumors about Lin Lanhua have been spreading, and everyone knows it's because of Mrs. Liu. Now, the person involved has come to confront her, and they are eager to see what happens. Mrs. Liu is not new to being rude. She has offended many people in the village. The neighbors are all standing at her door, watching the drama unfold. At this moment, Mrs. Liu appears fearless, facing Zhao Desheng. What do you want to say? I heard in the village that you are spreading rumors about Lin Lanhua everywhere. I just want to tell you to mind your own business. Don't overreach. If you anger someone, be careful with your claws. Hearing this, Mrs. Liu is jealous. She envies how lucky Lin Lanhua is. But she is not afraid. Her relatives are all over the village. Zhao Desheng, a poor outsider who just came to the village, is alone. Plus, Lin Lanhua's brothers are on her side. There's nothing to fear. Hey, Brother Dachin, what are you talking about? I didn't mean to cause trouble for her. I just said a few words because I couldn't stand it. She married my second brother for many years, but didn't have a child to carry on the family name. Now she's married to you for 3 or 4 months, and there's still no news. I'm just worried for her. Honestly, I care about you, Brother Dachin. Look at your parents. They worked hard to escape here and raised you. If you don't have a son to take care of you in old age, how can you honor your parents and ancestors in the afterlife? It seems Sister Zhou doesn't understand what I just said. Don't overstep. What I do with Lanhua is none of your business. In the future, I hope Sister Zhou will be careful with her words. If any more unpleasant things are said, it will make things difficult for me. Huh. What can you do to me? Why am I afraid to say a few words about Lin Lanhua? She wasn't afraid of this. Zhao Dachin has no relatives or friends in the village. She has her husband, son, and brothers. Who would be afraid of him? Seeing Zhao Dachin approaching with a fierce look, Lu Shi was a little scared. She took a few steps back, trembling, and said, "What are you going to do?" Everyone's watching. Zhao Dachin looked at her with a blank face and didn't answer. Instead, he stepped closer, glanced at the others from the Zhou family who came out after hearing the noise, and coldly said, "Just a reminder to Sister Zhou, don't talk nonsense or interfere." Before he finished, Zhao Dachin suddenly grabbed the chicken in his hand, raised it, and with a quick cut, severed its neck. He skillfully made the blood spray all over Lu Shi. Lu Shi screamed as she saw the blood on her, smelling the strong, foul odor. She shouted at Zhao Dachin, insulting him. "Zhao Dachin, what are you doing? Damn it.
My clothes.
No wonder you married that useless chicken Lanhua. No eggs, no children. No wonder she's dead and no one to send her off." Seeing her still talking recklessly and insulting him so badly, Zhao Dachin threw the chicken at her feet. The still-living rooster flapped its wings vigorously, splattering more blood onto Lu Shi. Zhao Desheng suddenly squatted down, grabbed the rooster by its leg, and with a quick, forceful cut, chopped off its claw. The claw just happened to jump and hit Mrs. Liu's mouth, causing her to scream again. I'm really sorry, Sister-in-law Zhou. I know your mouth smells bad and your words are harsh, but some of what you say makes sense. Lanhua is delicate, so I thought I'd buy her a chicken to help her get better. I just bought a big rooster from Annie Chang'an's house. I plan to kill it now and deal with it quickly, so the smell wouldn't bother Lanhua at home. But I'm not good at killing chickens and blood splattered on you. Plus, the chicken's claws are restless. You shouldn't stand so close. It's so awkward. Sorry about that, Zhao Desheng said sarcastically. People around started laughing, thinking that his skill wasn't bad, but rather too good. Someone who didn't like Mrs. Liu chimed in. "Yes, sister-in-law Zhou, you're so careless. You shouldn't stand so close when someone's killing a chicken. Are you craving the chicken meat? And besides, what's your business with the little couple? You don't need to go around gossiping like a loudspeaker in the village." Mrs. Liu wanted to curse Zhao Desheng, but he glared at her with a sinister look, as if he was about to eat her. She was speechless, unable to say a word. "Mrs. Liu, go home and stop embarrassing yourself here." Her mother-in-law, Granny Zhou, probably understood what had happened. She knew Mrs. Liu's mouth was loose and that she had caused trouble, but seeing Zhao Desheng treat her so harshly because of Lin Lanhua, his former second wife, she was furious. she scolded Mrs. Liu angrily. Mrs. Liu knew her mother-in-law's temper. She didn't care about her clothes getting dirty and didn't dare argue with Granny Zhou, especially since she was in the wrong, which made the villagers laugh at her. She hung her head and went home feeling dejected. Young man from the Zhao family, all those rumors in the village about my daughter-in-law spouting nonsense are just lies. Just ignore her. It'll be over soon. But I have to say, Zhao Desheng, your way of doing things is a bit petty. A grown man arguing with an ignorant woman. Really opened my eyes, she said. Zhao Desheng didn't care about Zhou Posey's teasing. He calmly said, "Lady, you're joking. I hope you mean what you say and take good care of your daughter-in-law in the future. Please don't let me hear any more gossip about us. As for my own small-minded matters, you don't need to worry about them." After speaking, Zhao Desheng carried the freshly bought and slaughtered chicken, looked around, and said with a blank face, "Lin Manhwa is my wife. No matter what happens, I will take good care of her. Our family affairs are none of your business. I hope I won't hear any more behind-the-back talk. If there's anything, just tell me directly." Then he strode away confidently. The women nearby listened to Zhao Desheng's words. They thought he was overreacting but couldn't help feeling a bit jealous. Who wouldn't want their husband to defend them like that? Especially the young women felt deeply envious. Under the strange looks from the others, Zhou Posey kept a blank face and closed the door. She turned around and grabbed a broom from the corner, ready to scold Lu Shi. She was very proud and cared a lot about her reputation. She was upset that Lu Shi had made her look foolish in front of so many people today, and that Zhao Desheng, a young man, had spoken disrespectfully to her. She still saw Lin Lanhua as her daughter-in-law, and her feelings were complicated, angry and resentful. Today, she was determined to teach this lazy fool a lesson. Lazy all day, just gossiping everywhere. You're a good-for-nothing. From now on, you're going to work in the fields. If I find out you're spreading rumors again, I won't spare you, she said, swinging the broom at Lu Shi. Zhou Chengkai knew his wife had caused trouble. He quickly stepped forward to apologize to his mother and promised to control his wife. Usually, he turned a blind eye to his wife, who had given him 3 sons, but now she was getting more and more reckless. She was gossiping around the village, causing trouble and offending many people. If this kept up, how could they maintain their reputation in the village? Zhou Posey hit Lu Shi hard, her anger easing a bit. She looked at her young son and daughter and shouted, "Go and cook. What are you standing around for? Do you think I'll serve you? After dinner, go work in the fields. Don't let your skin get itchy from idleness." She finished and shot a sharp look at Lu Shi. Zhao Desheng had no idea about the chaos in the Zhou family after he left. He simply carried the dead chicken back home. "Decheng, where did you go so early?" "Oh, why are you holding a chicken in your arms?" Zhao Dejian looked at the dead chicken in Zhao Desheng's hands with some confusion. "It's nothing. I bought a rooster in the village. I've already killed it. I'm just tidying it up now. Later, Aunt Zhao, please help me cook it," Zhao Desheng said briefly. Aunt Zhao was not the type to ask too many questions. Seeing that Zhao Desheng didn't want to explain, she wisely didn't press further. Lan Hua already took Little Stone to the county early in the morning. "I asked about you when I didn't see you this morning," she added. Aunt Zhao took the chicken from Zhao Desheng and went to the kitchen to boil water. She handled plucking and cleaning the chicken herself, not letting Zhao Desheng do it. Zhao Desheng was bored. Seeing Aunt Zhao volunteer to prepare the chicken, he went to dig the cellar. With the current progress, it should be finished in a few days. Lin Lanhua had no idea what Zhao Desheng had gone to do that morning. She didn't think much about it when she didn't see him and went to the county as usual to buy grain. Over the past few days, Lin Lanhua had secretly stored enough food, salt, and other supplies for her family to last about a year in her shell space. Because Little Stone was with her, she couldn't buy large amounts of food to put into the space. Fortunately, they had also bought quite a bit of grain openly. Aunt Zhao's house was filled with food, enough for 3 or 4 years. With Lin's family included, they could sustain themselves for about 2 years. Since the items stored in the space didn't spoil over time, Lin Lanhua bought many fruits and vegetables to keep there. She also packed delicious dishes from several restaurants in the county into her space, along with some tasty meat pies and buns she found on the street. Unfortunately, the space couldn't hold living animals, or she would have bought some cattle, donkeys, chickens, and ducks to keep inside. "Hey, little lady, it's you again. What would you like to eat today?" Same as before. The bun and steamed bread vendor, who recognized Lin Manhwa as a regular customer from afar, greeted her with a big smile and friendly enthusiasm. "Good morning, shopkeeper. Please give me 2 meat buns to fill my stomach, and then 20 steamed buns and 20 buns to take away." Lin Manhua never dares to buy too many at once. She usually buys about 40 or 50 each time. The shopkeeper doesn't ask much, and quickly packs everything for her. After eating, Lin Manhua takes the packed buns and, once out of the shopkeeper's sight, quietly turns into a nearby alley to hide the items in her space. Then she heads to the pancake stall to pick up the 30 pancakes she ordered earlier. Next, Lin Manhua goes to a different restaurant, not the one that sells game, but another well-known one in the county. She orders a few dishes to take away and also asks around for news. The second floor of this restaurant has private rooms, while the main hall is filled with scattered customers chatting. "I heard that there were many floods in Tancho this year, and a lot of people died. I have a relative there, and their whole family was swept away by the water. But I heard the court has issued a decree to help with disaster relief," someone said. "Yes, I heard many victims have already returned to Tancho. I wonder how things are now," another replied. "Fortunately, our area is peaceful. Other places are either suffering from disasters or at war." "Sigh, I don't know how people are getting by," someone else added. "I heard from a trader selling leather goods that the northern tribes are also unsettled. They're afraid to go to the grasslands to buy fur," another said. "Sigh, life really isn't easy these days," someone concluded. Lin Manhua listened quietly to the news from all directions, thinking to herself. When she felt enough time had passed, she paid the bill and left. Back home, thanks to Zhao Dacheng and Lin Chongsheng's hard work, the cellar was finally finished. Lin Chongsheng helped Zhao Dacheng carry the grain into the cellar. "Dacheng, you bought so much grain, it could last 5 or 6 years. Even if you're stockpiling, you don't need so much. If it gets moldy later, it would be such a waste." He thought that this was the food for Lin Lanhua and Zhao Dacheng, not counting Little Stone and Zhao Dainiu. He also knew that his sister took Little Stone to the county every day to buy grain, but he didn't know how much they bought. Now, seeing all this, he was surprised. So much was bought quietly. The house where Zhao Dainiu and his family lived didn't even have a basement anymore. "It's okay. If nothing happens, we can sell it later. If something does happen, we can eat it ourselves or sell it to others." Zhao Dacheng didn't tell his brother-in-law everything. Lin Chongsheng knew that the young couple had their own plans. He casually asked a question, as he was honest and straightforward, without much thought. After dinner in the evening, before it was completely dark, Lin Chongsheng was about to go home. Before leaving, Lin Lanhua gave him 10 taels of silver. He refused to accept it, but after her persistent persuasion, he finally took it. When Lin Chongsheng returned to the Lin family, the others were still sitting in the yard, chatting and enjoying the cool evening. Being an honest man, he took the 10 taels of silver from his pocket and handed it to his mother. "Mother, this is for my younger sister. She said it's a thank you for helping us these days." Seeing his mother's somewhat unhappy face, Lin Chongsheng spoke more softly. "How can you accept this money? It's 10 taels. What work did you do to deserve so much? Do you feel guilty accepting it? Your sister's money didn't come from nowhere. And as her brother and sister-in-law going to help her and taking money, what kind of money is that? If others find out, even the big guys will laugh at us," his father said, also showing disapproval. "Yes, third brother, why are you taking so much money from your sister? You should return it quickly tomorrow," added his mother. The other family members also agreed. Lin's second sister-in-law saw the 10 taels of silver and had some thoughts, but she didn't dare speak up because everyone else was against it. Besides, the money didn't seem right to accept, so she just looked on with envy and desire but didn't speak rashly. Lin Chongsheng stammered as he explained why he took the money. especially to his parents, clarifying the reason. My sister insisted on giving it. I couldn't refuse. She even said I shouldn't take it, and that if I had problems later, I wouldn't tell the family. I just couldn't refuse. Lin Chongsheng felt wronged inside. He didn't want to accept the money, but when his sister said those serious and frightening words, he was afraid not to take it. When he got home, he faced another round of criticism. He felt like a pig looking in a mirror, outwardly not himself. Seeing his son, red-faced and embarrassed, his parents looked at the money in their hands and thought that Manhwa must have found a way to get money for the family. After the previous incident with 50 taels of silver, they didn't know where she and her husband got so much money and why they spent so freely. They really thought they didn't know how to manage their household. This money was given by Manhwa because she cares about her family and feels sorry for their hard life. Otherwise, what job could be worth 10 taels of silver? It was her own brother who helped. I will keep this money for now. Soon, the older brother and second brother should go to the county to buy more grain, so life at home can be a little easier. But our family should not be ungrateful or disrespectful. When you eat, you should be respectful. When you finish, don't curse. In the future, if your younger sister faces any difficulties, everyone in the family should help. Also, don't always rely on your younger sister. You 3 brothers are grown men and should take responsibility. The money your sister lent to the family should be repaid someday. Recently, she has been giving money and grain, worried about your hard life. Remember to be grateful. The Lin family listened patiently. Most of them are honest people, and everyone understands their own responsibilities. Zhou Xiangsao returned to her room and sat trembling on the bed. She held tightly to the bedpost with her left hand. She was still scared after what she had just done and felt uneasy. But when she thought about how she hid behind the villagers and saw Zhao Dachin defending Lin Manhua yesterday, she felt jealous and hateful. Her eyes showed a cruel light. She kept insulting Lin Manhua in her mind, trying to justify her own wrongdoings by making excuses to comfort her scared heart. She viciously thought that this time, that shameless Lin Manhua would definitely suffer. She didn't want to hurt her, but who made her block her way? A widow. Why should she be out flirting and marrying the man she liked? She hadn't done anything wrong. Meanwhile, Zhao Dachin's family had prepared the cellar. Besides the daily food, all other grain was stored there. Lin Manhua and Zhao Dachin were not good at cooking, and they often went out together. So, they hired Zhao Daniu to help with cooking at home. Little Stone stayed to guard the house and run errands sometimes. Lin Manhua also arranged a daily meal plan and clothing, but they didn't pay extra wages. They made these arrangements because Zhao Dania's mother knew her boundaries. She never interfered in their affairs. When problems arose, she offered advice, but didn't force them to accept it. This made their relationship very comfortable. Zhao Dania's mother was honest and clean, with good cooking skills. They were used to her cooking, and it was hard for them to face their own cooking, which was often poor. The family only has some food stored at home, and the cellar is locked. Only Zhao Desheng and Lin Manhua can open it. The food is just for daily use. Nothing worth stealing. They decided to have her stay at home to watch over things, so they could look out for each other. Little Stone has already learned to recognize many herbs. Recently, Lin Manhua took him to the county to buy supplies, and afterward, they wandered in nearby mountains, where he found many common herbs. He also learned how to prepare them. Lin Manhua found a book similar to the Compendium of Materia Medica at the bookstore and bought 2 copies for their home. They agreed that the money Little Stone earned from collecting herbs was his own, so he was very careful. Aunt Zhao also learned to identify several common herbs and how to dry them. In the future, she could dry herbs at home, while Little Stone went into the mountains with Lin Manhua or searched nearby mountains safely on his own. As for Lin Manhua's literacy, only Zhao Desheng knows about it. The Lin family doesn't. Every day, Lin Manhua teaches Zhao Desheng to read and write. She plans that once he learns enough, she won't have to hide her own ability to read anymore. A few days ago, Zhao Desheng was busy digging the cellar and hadn't been to the fields for a long time. Early this morning, he carried a hoe and went to work in the fields. Lin Manhwa told Little Stone to stay at home watching the herbs. She disguised herself and took her donkey to the county alone. Lin Manhwa finally had a chance to go to the county alone. As soon as she entered the town, she started buying a lot of supplies: grain, cloth, ready-made clothes, and miscellaneous goods. She gathered a lot of resources, but spent quite a bit of money. She secretly stored most of the items in her space, leaving some large items to hide her activities. She also drove her donkey cart around the streets, buying vegetables, fruits, snacks, and other small goods. After several trips, she stored most of the items in her space, leaving only a few on the cart, then headed back home. To avoid the villagers, Lin Manhwa deliberately took different routes, avoiding main roads. But today, as she was driving her donkey cart along the road, she sensed something was wrong. Her military experience made her alert. She looked cautiously at the dense forest ahead. Nothing seemed there, but it felt like something was hiding in the shadows. She suppressed her doubts and kept her face calm as she drove forward. Inside, her warning bells were ringing. She stayed alert and cautious, waiting for any unknown danger to appear. As expected, at the bend in the woods, there was a fallen tree blocking the path. Lin Manhwa caught a glimpse of movement inside the forest. She quietly stopped her donkey cart, got off naturally, and went forward to check the situation. At this moment, the person hiding behind the tree saw Lin Manhwa stop her cart as expected. He approached quietly, gripping his stick tightly, and moved closer to her. He watched as Lin Manhwa bent down in the middle of the road, trying to lift the fallen tree. His eyes lit up with excitement. Now was his chance. While she was distracted, he reached out his hand. He had already noticed her charming hips, fair skin, and graceful figure. His eyes gleamed with greed. Without hesitation, he raised his stick and aimed it at the back of her head. Hearing faint sounds behind her, Lin Manhwa was prepared. She saw the stick coming and rolled on the ground to dodge it. She then swept her leg to knock the man down. Quickly getting up, she kicked the stick away. The man reacted quickly after falling. He scrambled to his feet, stepped back a few paces, and looked at Lin Manhwa with a mix of confusion and anger. He couldn't believe he was so easily discovered and defeated by this seemingly fragile woman. Filled with rage, he lunged at her. But his poor skills were no match for Lin Manhwa. She clenched her fists and quickly subdued him with a few punches and kicks. The man on the ground couldn't believe it. Lin Manhwa then tied him to a tree with a rope. She walked over to her donkey cart, pretending to take out a dagger, but in reality, she had taken it from her space. Holding the dagger, she approached the man and looked down at him from above. She pressed the dagger against his neck. Her gaze was cold as she asked, "Who are you?" The lecherous man didn't expect Lin Manhwa to be so formidable. Although he was tied to the tree, he wasn't very afraid. At worst, she would just give him a beating. He had been beaten many times before, so he was tough. Besides, women are usually kind-hearted, so he didn't think she would do much to him. Now, he kept silent, waiting to see what she would do. Lin Manhwa snorted softly. She made a few small cuts on his neck with the dagger, careful not to hurt him seriously. "Not going to talk. Let's see whether your neck is tougher or my dagger is sharper," Lin Manhwa said softly as she looked at his bleeding wound. She dipped the tip of her dagger in his blood and waved it in front of him. The man didn't expect Lin Manhwa to really attack him. His wound on the neck was small, but the pain was very clear. He couldn't see well and was afraid that this woman might accidentally cut his throat. Panicking, he shouted, "Wait a moment. Do you dare to hurt me? Killing someone means you have to pay with your life. Aren't you afraid the authorities will catch you and put you in prison? If you let me go now, I won't bother you anymore." Although the man was threatened and his neck was bleeding, he still wasn't willing to give up. He hoped to scare Lin Manhwa with the threat of the law to escape this danger. "You're so strong. I am no match for you. If you let me go, I promise I won't bother you again or look for trouble. But if you dare to hurt me even a little, I will report you to the authorities. Then you won't get away easily." "Really? If I quietly kill you today and bury you somewhere hidden, who would know? I won't turn myself in. You don't seem like a good person either. I bet no one will notice if you disappear for a few days. There won't be any traces left. What do you think? Lin Manhwa looked at the man's pale face and angry eyes, then continued with interest. So, have you thought it over? Do you want to be honest? Answer my questions clearly. Otherwise, my dagger isn't very kind. It just scratched your neck earlier, but who knows where it might scratch next. If you get seriously hurt, I might have to get rid of you to prevent revenge. That would be very troublesome. What do you think? In just a few words, the man looked at this woman who was speaking so cruelly and threateningly, yet showed no fear on her face and even had a faint smile. She looked truly terrifying. The man struggled to free himself from the tight ropes, knowing he was in a tough situation. He reluctantly spoke. My name is Lai Wu. I come from Lotus Village. Cough. Lin Manhwa watched his eyes and facial expressions carefully. She had learned some micro-expressions in her past life and noticed a flicker of cunning in his eyes. She quickly punched him in the stomach and asked firmly, with a hint of mischief, "Say that again."
Who are you?
If you try to trick me again, I won't be so patient. The man didn't expect Lin Manhwa to be so clever. He realized his little plan was seen through and had no choice but to honestly tell the truth. It turned out he was Zhang Lizi from the village, known for being lazy and mischievous, often stealing chickens and sneaking around. He was the one Zhao Desheng mentioned, the one who was secretly involved with the widow. Although Lin Manhwa had married into the Zhou family for several years, she mostly stayed at home working and rarely went out, except for the first year when the second son of the Zhou family was still around. She had heard about Zhang Lizi from others like Lu Shi, but she had never seen him before. When Zhang Lizi saw that Lin Manhwa didn't recognize him, he got nervous and pretended to be someone else, planning to avoid her in the future. But Lin Manhwa saw through him immediately. How did you find out where I was? What are you planning to do today? At this moment, Zhang Lizi thought of Zhou Xiangxao and secretly hated her for tricking him, making him get involved with such a dangerous person. He didn't bother to hide anything now. That wicked Zhou Xiangxao told me. She said you often go to the county to buy things and carry a lot of money. She also told me about this route. She even gave me some silver to ruin you, to make everyone know what you're like, so you'd be ashamed to live. Then, after Zhao Desheng divorces you, I could marry you without spending a penny. I never wanted that. It was all that woman's idea. I won't do such things again. Please let me go. If you want to find someone, look for Zhou Xiangxao. It's all her fault. When Lin Manhwa heard that the mastermind was Zhou Xiangxao, she was surprised by Zhou Xiangxao's cruelty. How could a woman, knowing how people treat women who lose their innocence, still plot against another woman like herself? She was selfish and vicious. Moreover, she and Zhou Xiangxao had no real conflict. Zhou Xiangxao liked Zhao Desheng, and Lin Manhwa was Zhao Desheng's wife. Zhou Xiangxao's actions were not aimed at Lin Manhwa personally, but at Zhao Desheng's wife. This was a woman who lost her temper over love, which was sad and ridiculous, truly frightening. Zhang Lizi looked at Lin Manhwa with a grim face, silent, giving the impression that she might end her own life at any moment. He quickly tried to shift the blame and poured oil on the fire. I was really tricked by Zhou Xiangxao. It was all his doing. Please forgive me. I won't do it again. Also, I think Zhou Xiangxao probably has feelings for Zhao Desheng, which is why she's so vicious. Maybe Zhao Desheng knows too. They've been together for a while.
You.
Cough, cough. He suddenly started coughing violently. His chest heaved, and his throat felt burning hot, unbearable. His face turned red as he looked at Lin Manhwa, who suddenly attacked him. He didn't dare mention Zhao Desheng and Zhou Xiangxao's relationship again, but desperately tried to blame Zhou Xiangxao, shouting, "She used blackmail on me. She said if I didn't listen to her, she'd have the authorities arrest me. I usually steal chickens and do sneaky things, and I'd really get thrown in jail. It's all her fault. I won't do it again. Please forgive me." Lin Manhwa looked at Zhang Lizi with a calm expression, knowing that his words were partly true and partly false. Zhou Xiangxao's malicious intent couldn't be denied. Zhang Lizi wasn't as innocent as he claimed. He was just going along with it. If he didn't have greed and a cruel heart, he wouldn't be standing here today. He had already done it. Did he really think he could fool her easily? He dreamt if he thought a few words would make her let him go. Pretending to be calm, Lin Manhwa took out paper and a pen from the donkey cart. She wrote down everything Zhang Lizi had just said. Then she grabbed his hand, cut his thumb with a small knife, and dipped her finger in his blood to sign and seal the document. Zhang Lizi took out paper and pen from Lin Manhua, and he started to feel suspicious and uncertain. He didn't expect this woman to be literate, and judging by her recent skills, she was quite skilled in martial arts. Usually, 2 or 3 men wouldn't be able to defeat her. However, he had never heard of her practicing kung fu or knowing how to read before in the village. Although Lin Manhua didn't know him, Zhang Lizi knew her. Especially after Zhou Er died on the battlefield, he secretly looked at Lin Manhua and even developed feelings for her. But because the old witch from Zhou's family was too fierce, she used Lin Manhua as a servant but also kept her under control. She never had a chance to get close to her. Later, he started an affair with a widow from the He family in the village and stopped thinking about her. If Lin Manhua was really so powerful, why was she bullied by the old witch from Zhou's family and her sister-in-law so often? The more Zhang Lizi thought about it, the stranger he felt. Before he could figure it out, he saw Lin Manhua standing in front of him with a knife. She slapped the knife against his face and said coldly and harshly, "This is your crime. You've signed and sealed it. Since I see that your crime isn't enough to deserve death, I won't punish you today. I'll let you go, but you'd better behave. If you dare to leak even a word about me, She then tapped the knife on his face again, and the tip of the knife circled bloodthirstily less than a centimeter from his eye. "And if I find out you bully others in the future, I will take your life myself. Do you understand?" Zhang Lizi was so frightened that his legs trembled. He pressed his head tightly against the tree behind him, not daring to move, afraid the knife might stab into his eye. He kept nodding and agreeing. Seeing how scared Zhang Lizi was, Lin Manhua put away her dagger, turned around, and walked a few steps to pick up the stick he had used to attack her. She grabbed the stick and beat him thoroughly. Lin Manhua was not a murderous person, but when someone wronged her, she believed they deserved some lessons. Otherwise, they wouldn't learn anything. She was from the army, so she knew how to strike with precision, targeting painful but non-lethal spots. She beat Zhang Lizi until he was crying and calling for his mother. After catching her breath, Zhang Lizi was nearly unconscious. Lin Manhua put down her stick, cleared the path, and drove her donkey cart home, as usual. Zhao Dachun was still busy in the field. Zhao Deijian helped carry the things off the cart. The items on the cart were the same as always. Zhao Deijian didn't suspect anything. After unloading, she invited Lin Manhua to eat. Lin Manhua didn't tell Zhao Deijian about what she had encountered today. She ate quickly, then went back to her room, locked the door, and entered her space. She first sorted out the messy things inside. In her space, she had 3 large jars she ordered in town, filled with water, and they were quietly sitting there. She had accidentally discovered that the water in the hollowed-out shell of a clam was endless. She fed some to her chickens for a few days without any problem. She tasted the water herself and found it fresh, sweet, and very tasty, completely drinkable. However, the water came out slowly, so she bought 3 large jars to store more water. Since she had a water source, she didn't prepare extra water in her space. Her space had the most food because she liked eating rice. She bought mostly white rice, with some coarse grains and miscellaneous grains, but not many. Next was salt. It wasn't used much, but was essential for daily life. The government controlled the salt trade, so she didn't dare buy a lot at once. She bought small amounts in batches. She had saved enough to last her family and the Lin family for 5 years. But if they wanted to preserve food, they would need more salt. She also stored many other things like seasonings, clothes, quilts, bowls, and chopsticks, especially her menstrual supplies. Without modern sanitary pads, it was very inconvenient. Luckily, she had money to buy plenty of cotton pads wrapped in cloth. Otherwise, She couldn't imagine women of this time using rough cloth strips to absorb blood, or some families using leaves. Even going to the toilet was difficult. The village didn't have many people using toilet paper. Most used leaves or branches. She found it hard to tolerate. So, whenever she had silver, she bought a lot of toilet paper for her home. It was essential. She stored quite a bit in her space, enough for 10 or 20 years. She finished organizing everything and left the space. Feeling a bit tired, Lin Lanhua sat on the bed and couldn't help but think about the news she heard today in the county town. She planned to visit Fuqing with Zhao Dachin in a few days and also wanted to ask Zhao Daniu and the others if they wanted to return to Tanzhou. The thought that they might go back to Tanzhou made her feel a little sad. Before that, she still had to deal with Zhou Xiangsao's matter. That woman was very cruel and kept causing trouble secretly. Since she was the niece of the village head, her obsession with Zhao Dachin and her constant targeting Lin Lanhua were very annoying. Only a thief fears the law, and there is no way to guard against a thief forever. She really was a troublemaker. Lin Lanhua thought she needed to find a way to solve everything in a way that would satisfy everyone. In the village center, at Zhou Laocai's house, Zhou Xiangxiao was watching the darkening sky. There was no movement in the village, which made her suspicious. Has Zhang Lizi not taken action yet? She had already told him the route and time for Lin Lanhua to go to the county town today. It should be easy to catch such a weak woman, so why was there no news at all? Watching the smoke rising from the village, Zhou Xiangxiao held back her rapidly beating heart. This didn't include her previous failure to save Lin Lanhua. This was her first time doing something like this. Her heart was pounding wildly, like raindrops during a storm. She was sweating a lot, feeling guilty, scared, and self-disgusted. But there was also a strange, twisted excitement, as if a demon in her heart was gently knocking on the door of her conscience, which was already fragile and weak. That greed and evil in her could not be suppressed. She waited anxiously in the dark room for the outcome, but unfortunately, it never came. Yet, that demon had already knocked open the door and dragged her into the abyss. When Zhao Dachin returned home from the fields, dinner was ready. The four of them ate as usual, washed up, and then each went to their rooms. Lin Lanhua pulled Zhao Dachin back to their room and told him everything about today, including what Zhou Xiangxiao had done to Zhao Daniu before. She also detailed the times Zhou Xiangxiao had looked for her, telling Zhao Dachin everything in detail. Zhao Dasheng, I didn't expect this. Zhou Xiangxiao is so devoted to you. You've already married, but she still refuses to give up and keeps finding ways to trouble me. Are you feeling proud of yourself? Lin Lanhua thought about what happened before and got angry. All the trouble was caused by Zhao Dasheng, and she had nothing to do with it. It was really annoying. When Zhao Dasheng heard that Zhang Lizi was planning to bully his wife, he was furious and wanted to fight him immediately. He couldn't believe that Zhou Xiangxiao liked him, and now his wife was questioning his sincerity. He felt overwhelmed and mixed with many feelings. He quickly promised, Lanhua, I haven't even met her many times. I can't remember what she looks like. I only know there's such a person, but I don't know her well. Lanhua, please don't misunderstand. I don't like her. I only like you. Zhao Dasheng was also confused and nervously explained to Lin Lanhua, almost swearing. I know that naturally. Otherwise, we wouldn't be talking so nicely now. But you better remember what you say. If you dare to do something that hurts me, I won't, I promise. Don't worry, wife. Zhao Dasheng interrupted before Lin Lanhua finished and immediately showed his loyalty. So, what should we do next? Zhou Xiangxiao is still scheming against you. She might do something sneaky again. It's really frustrating. Lin Lanhua also felt speechless about this. She was still the village chief's niece. In ancient times, the village chief had a lot of power. Taxes and labor duties all went through him. If you offended the village chief, he could secretly cause trouble for you. It was hard to guard against. As the saying goes, the king of hell is easy to meet, but tricky little ghosts are hard to deal with. Life in the village would become difficult. This was also why Lin Lanhua had let Zhou Xiangxiao's schemes go before. But this time, she couldn't forgive her anymore. Don't interfere in this, wife. Let me handle it. Since she's so malicious and has attacked you several times, she must face the consequences. Zhao Desheng thought about her methods and got angry. Even at a young age, her heart was as cruel as ever. Fortunately, Manhwa is skilled. If an ordinary woman had been set up like this, she would have been poisoned. Zhang Lizi knows very well who he is, just a troublemaker with no shame or conscience. The thought that he still covets his wife makes him furious. After this incident, Zhao Desheng still thinks that if they have a daughter in the future, she must learn martial arts so no one can bully her. Since he promised to handle Zhou Xiangsao's matter, Zhao Desheng carefully considered his options. Zhou Xiangshao is really tricky, slippery, and hard to catch. He needs to find a way that benefits everyone. This trouble was caused by Zhao Desheng. Since he said he would take care of it, Lin Manhua didn't interfere and continued her normal life. Zhao Desheng thought that Zhang Lizi, beaten half to death by his wife, probably hasn't had time to contact Zhou Xiangshao. With Zhang Lizi in his current state, he can't go anywhere easily. Zhou Xiangshao hasn't heard anything either, so she might secretly go to find Zhang Lizi. That gives him many opportunities to act. Meanwhile, Zhang Lizi, badly beaten by Lin Manhua, finally dragged his weak body back to his shabby house. He ate some leftover rice from before and collapsed onto his bed to sleep. The next day, around noon, he slowly woke up. His body was sore all over. He had no strength to get up or move, but his stomach was growling loudly from hunger, making it hard to sleep. He managed to find some coarse rice in the house, cooked a little porridge, and hurriedly ate it. Before he could go back to sleep, he saw Zhou Xiangshao sneaking around outside his yard. Anger flared up. This woman. She dared to come here, even though he didn't go looking for her. Does she think she's the niece of the village chief? Is she really that fearless? Zhang Lizi's home was on the other side of the village. There were a few other houses nearby, but not as many or as close together as in the village center. Most people were already working in the fields, so no one was home. That's why Zhou Xiangshao dared to come now. Zhang Lizi, limping fiercely, opened his yard gate and strode toward Zhou Xiangshao. Zhou Xiangshao looked at Zhang Lizi and initially thought he had caused trouble again. She felt annoyed, but when she saw his sneaky way of walking over, she suddenly had the urge to turn and run. However, she held herself back because she still wanted to ask about Lin Manhua. Trash, you still dare to come here? Do you think I haven't suffered enough? She said. Zhou Xiangshao wanted to ask Zhang Lizi about Lin Manhua, but he started insulting her loudly. Feeling confused and angry, she snapped back, Zhang Lizi, you better watch your mouth. Before she could finish, there was a loud slap. Zhou Xiangshao screamed as she was knocked to the ground. She sat there stunned, covering her face and looking at Zhang Lizi in disbelief. When she finally reacted, she was furious and wanted to ask him what was going on, but he spoke first with a fierce tone. Trash, if you tricked me, you better think about the consequences. I'm a bachelor, and I don't care if we both go down together. Are you crazy?
How dare you hit me?
Aren't you afraid I'll tell my big uncle? You'll be in big trouble. Zhou Xiangshao was about to go crazy with anger. This mean little man insulted her without reason, and then he dared to hit her. Her parents had never slapped her before. Go ahead, tell your big uncle. I'll also expose the mess I've been made to do in the village, so everyone can see what a wicked woman you are. Let's see who dares to marry you after that. See if I dare or not. If I have to deal with Lin Manhua, I can't even beat her. She beat me half to death, and I ended up in this terrible state. Don't think you can stay out of it. What did you say? You can't even beat Lin Manhua? You're useless. You can't handle a woman and now you're blaming me? You're good for nothing. Zhou Xiangshao didn't expect Zhang Lizi to be so useless. He couldn't even handle Lin Manhua, and she felt like she wasted some money on him. When Zhang Lizi heard Zhou Xiangshao call him useless, he was so embarrassed and angry that he grabbed her arm. It's all your fault, you wicked woman. I got beaten up because of you. You owe me an explanation. You have to pay me 5 taels of silver, or I'll make sure everyone knows about how you made me bully Lin Manhua. You are asking for too much. I don't have that much money. Don't think that just because you say this, I'll be afraid of you. If you dare to threaten me, my uncle won't let you go. He'll make sure you spend your life in prison, Zhou Xiangxiao said fiercely, though she was actually a bit nervous inside. Zhang Lizi looked at Zhou Xiangxiao's angry face turning red and finally realized that this girl was quite attractive, with a good figure. He moved closer to her neck and sniffed, then said in a flirtatious tone, "If you don't want to pay, that's fine. Sleep with me for one night, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll tell the village that we're involved, and no one will dare to marry you in the future." Zhou Xiangxiao pushed hard against Zhang Lizi, but she was too weak to move him. She also smelled his sweaty body, which made her feel sick. Feeling humiliated and angry, she raised her hand and slapped him across the face, sneering as she said, "You're not worth it. A toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Look at yourself. Do you think anyone will believe you? If you dare to hurt me even a little, I'll have my uncle deal with you and get you killed. Trash, you dare hit me? Do you believe I'll deal with you right now? You think I'm afraid of that old man Li Zheng? If you make me angry, I'll destroy all of you," he said, trying to tear at Zhou Xiangxiao's clothes. Zhou Xiangxiao was terrified and almost fainted. Seeing Zhang Lizi's threatening look, she didn't dare to provoke him further. She quickly thought of a way to calm him down. She didn't know that Lin Manhwa was skilled in martial arts. Zhang Lizi was warned, but didn't tell Zhou Xiangxiao, making her think he was just too weak to fight Lin Manhwa. "Zhang Lizi, what are you doing? Think carefully. If you dare to hurt me, you'll regret it later," she said. Zhang Lizi just wanted to scare Zhou Xiangxiao. He didn't dare to challenge Li Zheng unless it was absolutely necessary. Hearing her words, he was somewhat frightened and stopped his attack. "I don't have that much money. I can give you at most 2 taels of silver. If you want more, I really can't get it," he said. Thinking that even a fly is meat, Zhang Lizi reluctantly agreed and warned her, "You have 3 days. After that, you'd better bring the money to the same place as before. Don't try any tricks or..." Humph. Without waiting for Zhou Xiangxiao to react, he released her shoulders and went back to his own house. Zhou Xiangxiao stayed in place, glaring at his limping figure with resentment. She was lost in thought, her head slightly bowed as she slowly walked home. Not far from where the two had stopped, in a dense patch of grass, there were faint sounds like small animals making noise. But soon, everything went quiet again, unnoticed by anyone. Lin Lanhua took advantage of Zhao Desheng being distracted by Zhang Lizi's trouble. Without saying a word, she sneaked into town to buy food. After a happy shopping trip, she returned home, only to be scolded by Zhao Desheng when he found out. Because of Zhang Lizi's incident, Zhao Desheng didn't trust Lin Lanhua to go out alone and insisted she stay at home. Zhao Desheng watched Lin Lanhua very closely. Not only him, but also Xiao Shirtu and Zhao Damao kept a close eye on her all day. They didn't allow her to go out alone. Seeing their funny behavior, Lin Lanhua felt both amused and helpless. She gave up on the idea of going to the county and stayed obediently at home. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Zhang Lizi arrived early at the agreed spot, a small grove behind the village pond, where he often had secret meetings with Widow He. When he arrived, Zhang Lizi felt a bit excited. He watched Zhou Xiangxiao walking from afar, holding wild grass in his mouth, swaying as he moved. A strange smile flickered at the corner of his mouth, but he quickly hid it. He looked at Zhou Xiangxiao lazily and said, "Did you bring the money?" Zhou Xiangxiao looked at the rough-looking Zhang Lizi. He was dirty, with yellow teeth and bad breath, probably hadn't washed in days. He smelled terrible. She disliked him intensely, wrinkling her nose and biting her teeth as she spoke. "I brought the money, but I warn you, once I give it to you, we're even. If you dare spread rumors about me outside, I won't let you go." Thinking about what happened this time, she was so angry her nose almost crooked. It was a case of losing money after trying to cheat, only to be threatened by a scoundrel she looked down on. "Don't worry. As long as you give me the money, I promise I won't say a word. Just give it to me." Without waiting for Zhou Xiangxiao's response, Zhang Lizi reached into her sleeve pocket. He had noticed her holding her sleeve tightly, and he guessed the money was probably there. Zhou Xiangxiao was startled by his sudden movement and let out a sharp scream. She took a few steps back and then scolded him. "What are you doing touching me?" Zhang Lizi looked at Zhou Xiangxiao's reaction indifferently, with a carefree, mischievous smile, and said, "I didn't do much, just took some money." "Why are you making such a fuss?" At the end, his hand still brushed over the back of Zhou Xiangxiao's hand. Zhou Xiangxiao felt extremely disgusted. She clenched her teeth tightly to prevent herself from losing control. "I warn you, stay away from me. I already gave you the money, so we're even. Don't let me see you again." Humph. After saying that, Zhou Xiangxiao turned and walked away. She didn't want to stay with Zhang Lizi for even a minute. But just a few steps later, she was suddenly caught by strong arms around her neck. A white cloth was quickly pressed over her mouth. Zhou Xiangxiao struggled hard, but soon her strength waned, and she fainted. Zhang Lizi carried the unconscious Zhou Xiangxiao in his arms, brought her to a hidden spot, and laid her on the ground. He squatted down, grabbing her chin, and looked at her. "Thinking you can look down on me, huh? You really think Laozi is afraid of that old fool Zhou Ziyuan? Today, I'll show you how powerful I am." Zhang Lizi cursed loudly, calling out the name of the village chief. After that, he took off his outer coat, then reached out to open the light green shirt Zhou Xiangxiao was wearing, revealing her fair shoulder. Nearby, someone watching this scene remained unmoved, quietly backing away without making a sound, leaving the place silently. A few days later, a shocking event happened in the village. Zhang Lizi died. He was found dead in his house 2 days later. It was because neighbors hadn't seen him for a long time and smelled a foul odor coming from his home. They broke in and discovered his body. The neighbors were terrified and immediately reported to the village chief. Rumors spread quickly among the villagers. Some said he might have died from eating rat poison or poisoning himself. People had different opinions. Zhang Lizi had no close relatives. He was usually lazy, often stealing chickens and dogs, and causing trouble. When he died, his family quickly divided his house and land. No one questioned whether his death was suspicious, and no one sought justice for him. When Zhao Dacheng heard about this, he was also shocked. That night, Zhao Dasheng told Lin Lanhua everything clearly. He explained that after he was asked to handle the matter, he quietly left and went to watch near Zhang Lizi's house. He saw Zhou Xiangxiao walking toward Zhang Lizi's place from afar, so he hid quietly in the nearby grass. Zhao Dasheng listened carefully from his hiding spot as Zhang Lizi asked Zhou Xiangxiao for money. He had been waiting near Zhang Lizi's house since early morning, watching for signs of their meeting. From Zhang Lizi's movements, he guessed they were meeting in a small forest not far from the pond. He ran along a small path early and hid there. Sure enough, Zhang Lizi arrived at the small forest. Zhao saw what Zhang Lizi did to Zhou Xiangxiao, but he didn't intervene. Zhou Xiangxiao had previously planned to ruin her own reputation by setting Zhang Lizi up, but Lin Manhwa, being smart and skilled in martial arts, avoided disaster and prevented worse consequences. Zhang Lizi was a troublemaker, and even a young girl like Zhou Xiangxiao could be tempted by him. His origins were well known. Karma can be avoided if you don't do wrong, but if you bring trouble on yourself, you can't escape. Zhou Xiangxiao was reaping what she had sown, and she deserved it. No wonder others blamed her. After these events, Zhao Dasheng didn't pay much attention to the two of them anymore.
He thought they should fight it out themselves.
But he didn't expect Zhang Lizi to die so suddenly and mysteriously. He always felt that Zhang Lizi's death was connected to Zhou Xiangxiao. Zhang Lizi's death might be related to Zhou Xiangxiao. She's been ruined by him her whole life and must be full of anger. It's understandable she would take revenge. But after all this, it's clear she's got a cruel heart at such a young age. People can be tricky. You never really know what they're thinking. Although this doesn't directly concern us, Zhou Xiangxiao might blame us. We've made an enemy of her now, so we need to be careful in the future. Zhao Dasheng thought anxiously about his wife. She was smart, brave, and skilled in martial arts, but Zhou Xiangxiao was probably crazy now. Who knew what she might do? Zhou Xiangxiao is indeed a big risk, but she's still a young girl who isn't married yet. She's already grown quite old, and I heard her parents are looking for a match for her. From her current state, she probably won't settle down easily. We need to think of a way. Lin Manhwa felt very upset. It seemed that trouble came from nowhere, even though she hadn't provoked anyone. She only got into trouble herself. From what she saw of Zhou Xiangxiao's recent actions, she believed this girl had a bad heart and was beyond help. In her past life, she had seen many people like this. Once their evil thoughts are released, it's hard to control the evil inside. After the first time, there would be a second and third, and gradually they would become more twisted and cruel. At this moment, Zhao Daqin, who was often unlucky, quietly kept quiet. Although he didn't believe that everything was because Zhou Xiangxiao wanted to marry him, his wife believed it. So he was worried that if he said the wrong thing, he might upset her. If we can find proof that links her and Zhang Lizi's death, we might not need to report it to the officials. We could work secretly. The village chief, wanting to protect his reputation and status, might take action to deal with Zhou Xiangxiao. Also, Zhang Lizi's greedy relatives probably won't give up easily for money. Lin Manhua hoped to completely get rid of Zhou Xiangxiao to avoid future problems and living in constant fear. Wife, don't worry. Tomorrow, I will go to the county clinic to ask if Zhou Xiangxiao has bought any medicine recently. I'll also send Xiao Shitu and Tainyo to ask around the village about her whereabouts these days. Zhao Daqin also wanted to resolve the matter quickly. The next morning, after breakfast, Xiao Shitu, following Zhao Daqin's instructions, happily ran to find Tainyo to play. When he reached near Zhou Ergang's house, he saw Tainyo and some other children from the village. From afar, Xiao Shitu shouted loudly, "Tainyo, Zhuanzhu, are you all here?" Seeing his friends, Xiao Shitu had an idea. "I need your help. A few days ago, I was playing in the village, and I lost a small stone pendant that I always wore around my neck. I don't know where I lost it. Can you all help me find it? It's the only thing my mother left me." Actually, the stone was at home and hadn't been lost. Xiao Shitu silently prayed for his mother in heaven, whispering, "Amichuofo. Okay, we'll help you find it." Tainyo happily agreed. The others also agreed quickly. They played and looked for the pendant like a game. "My pendant looks quite nice. It has a string attached to it. Everyone take a close look. Brother Stone, which places did you pass through that day? Let's look along that road. We should be able to find it." Xuanzhu, who is 9 years old, is quick-witted. He quickly identifies the key point, and the other kids agree. Seeing everyone support his idea, Xuanzhu feels very proud. "I went everywhere in the village that day. I remember my pendant was still at Tinia's house. Later, I played on the east side of the village. When I got home, I found the pendant was missing. I checked the road from my house to the village, but I couldn't find it. I think I lost it while playing on the east side. Let's go there and look." Little Stone cleverly guides everyone to go east, toward Zhang Lizi's house. But some kids hesitate. One scratches his head and says, "But my parents won't let us go there. They say there are dirty things, so they told me not to go there these days and not to look for the treasure. My parents also told me not to go." "Mine too, Little Stone." Since Zhang Lizi recently died, and his death was not peaceful, the villagers are superstitious. They think it's unlucky and worry that restless spirits might cause trouble. Kids are most likely to attract these bad things, so the adults in each family warn their children not to play on the east side of the village. After finally finding a reason, the kids still refuse to go. Little Stone starts to use his persuasion skills. "It's okay. We have many people. We're not afraid. It's daytime now, so ghosts and monsters won't dare to appear. We'll be back soon." Kids are naturally curious and tend to do things adults tell them not to. They are at that age where they want to try everything. So everyone is convinced by Little Stone and goes to the east side of the village. A group of kids noisily heads over. As soon as they arrive, they start searching the edges and corners. When they pass by adults, some ignore them indifferently and walk away. Some kind-hearted adults tell the kids to go home quickly and not to cause trouble. When they meet kind-hearted Little Stone, he explains eagerly. He also asks if anyone has seen his stone pendant. But after most of the day, they still haven't found it. Brother Stone, we've searched everywhere around here, but we haven't seen the shadow. Are you sure you remember correctly? Maybe you left it at home, and that's why we've been looking all this time. One of the kids hesitated and said, watching everyone search through the area without success. That's impossible. I checked my house several times, and I didn't find it. I faintly remember that on the day I went home, it seemed to disappear while I was on the way. It probably fell in the village. Otherwise, we can ask the adults nearby. We can find out who passed through here in the past few days and ask if they've seen my pendant. Maybe someone picked it up. What do you all think? Little Stone calmly guided everyone's thoughts. The kids, being simple-minded, believed what he said and agreed to do as he suggested. They went door to door in the east part of the village and actually learned some information. One woman said she saw Zhou Xiangsa heading east that morning when Zhang Lizi died, but she didn't know what she was doing. Also, I want to tell you, the day before Zhang Lizi died, just before it got dark, Zhou Xiangsa came back from that direction. I saw her hair was a bit messy and asked her about it. She didn't say anything and just left. As she spoke, the woman felt suspicious. She was an early riser that day and saw Zhou Xiangsa, but Zhou didn't see her. Her curiosity burned inside her. She thought she had discovered something important. She told her husband and mother-in-law, but they didn't believe her. Now she had an audience, and she shared her story thoroughly. Little Stone learned what he wanted to know and led his friends to continue searching along the roadside in the east part of the village. They searched carefully, but still couldn't find anything.
Brother Stone, don't be sad.
Maybe we can come back tomorrow and help you look again, Iron Bull said, seeing Little Stone silent and thought he was upset. He comforted him, but the naive kid didn't realize that Little Stone had been tricking him all day and was still counting money. Little Stone patted Iron Bull's head and pretended to be sad. It's okay if I can't find it, as long as I remember my mother in my heart, he said. Looking at his friends, who had been fooled all day, Little Stone happily announced, I have some candies I secretly saved up. I'll bring them tomorrow for you to share. Tomorrow we'll also go play at Iron Bull's house. A few friends heard the news and cheered happily, dancing around as they helped Little Stone back to the village. When they reached the fork in the road, they each went home separately. Among these friends was a boy named Zhou Dainiu, the only son of Zhou Fugui. He was quick-witted and lively, with a sharp tongue. After parting from his friends, he jumped and skipped happily back home, excitedly telling his mother about helping Little Stone find something. He even danced with joy, not noticing his mother's changing face. Dainiu, what did Aunt say? Fugue's wife looked at her cheerful son with strange light in her eyes and asked anxiously.
Ah.
Oh, and said that on the morning that person died, she saw Sister Fragrant Grass go past the east end of the village. She also said that the evening before, Sister Fragrant Grass came back from the east side, and her hair was a bit messy or something. That's exactly what Aunt said. I remember it clearly. Dainiu puffed out his chest proudly. Really? She was almost too embarrassed to look at her son.
Yes.
What's wrong? He said proudly. Good Dainiu, are you sure you didn't hear wrong? Fugue's wife held his shoulders and turned him to face her, like a little calf. Mom, I'm sure I didn't hear wrong, and I didn't forget.
Aunt said exactly that.
Even Iron Bull and Xuanzhu heard it. Hearing her son's answer, Fugue's wife felt 1,000 thoughts in her mind. A faint idea was trying to come out, but she shook her head hard, trying to push it away. Still, the thought kept trying to surface. Mom, what's wrong? I'm hungry. I want to eat something. Dainiu felt his mother's strange behavior, but he didn't think much of it. He rubbed his stomach and started asking for food. Okay, Dainiu, be good. I'll go find something for you. Fugue's wife suppressed her thoughts and went to get food for him. That night, when Zhou Fugue and his wife lay in bed, she couldn't hold it in anymore and quickly pulled him over. Fugue thought his wife wanted something and said impatiently, I'm tired today. Let's talk tomorrow. Go to sleep now. After saying that, he shook off her hand, turned away from her and closed his eyes, ready to sleep.
You fool, I'm not thinking about that.
I have something to tell you. Aunt Fugue was both annoyed and amused, but she didn't have time to dwell on that now. Today, after hearing Daniel talk about something, she barely managed to hold back from mentioning it at the dinner table tonight. Let me tell you something, you won't believe it. What is it? Zhou Fugue turned around, facing the ceiling, waiting for her to continue. Today, I heard Daniel say that Zhao Desheng's nephew's mother lost a stone pendant she left him. Daniel and Tainyo helped look for it everywhere, but they couldn't find it. Enough. Such a small thing. Why make it so mysterious? I was wondering what it was. I'm going to sleep. Zhou Fugue impatiently interrupted his wife, pretending to lie down. Seeing this, Aunt Fugue quickly patted her husband a few times. Wait a minute, I haven't finished yet. The important part is coming. All right, go ahead. Zhou Fugue knew his wife's chatter well. She often rambled and never got to the point. It's about that stone pendant. They couldn't find it anywhere, so they asked around the village. It was at the east end of the village. Then, they heard from a woman that, the evening before Zhang Lizi died, she saw Uncle Zhou's herbal plants being carried back from the east side of the village. She said his hair was messy and his clothes weren't tidy. What? Herbal plants? No way. Didn't you say before that girl was always acting proud outside? How could she end up like this? Zhou Fugue didn't believe it at all. Thanks to his wife's gossiping nature and love for gossip, he heard many village stories from her. Plus, he knew that Zhou Lao Kai's herbal girl was quite pretty and was the niece of the village chief. Someone like Zhang Lizi wouldn't dare bully her. Oh, don't disbelieve so easily. Daniel said this is exactly what Aunt said. You know how good Daniel's memory is. If there was no trick involved, why would she go to the east side of the village? Their family usually doesn't let her go out much. The body was tired, and her tone sounded a bit impatient. Then, on the day Zhang Lizi died, Aunt Sun got up early at dawn and saw Xiang Sao sneaking toward the east end of the village. As a result, Zhang Lizi died that day. Do you think she might be connected to Zhang Lizi's death? Also, I've seen Xiang Sao heading east before. Because of Zhang Lizi's troublemaking, the young women and new brides in the village wouldn't go there alone. But she, a young girl, kept going there every few days. Isn't that strange? Aunt Fugue hugged her husband's arm and kept talking nonstop, full of wild imagination. Most gossip in the village starts like this, finding a tiny clue and then adding details, exaggerating, and passing it on. Others do the same, making the story bigger and more dramatic. Usually, a small incident becomes a big rumor because the middle people add unnecessary details. When the truth is finally uncovered, the original story is lost, and the people involved can't find the source of the rumor. Sometimes, they even have to prove their innocence. Many gossiping women in the village judge everyone with the worst intentions. They can't stand seeing others doing better than themselves and often talk behind their backs, spreading jealousy and hurtful words. Aunt Fugue was known to be quite talkative, but she mostly spoke to her husband and didn't offend many villagers. Maybe she went for something important, or to visit someone's house, said Zhou Fugue, listening to his wife. He also found it strange, but didn't believe there was any real connection to Zhang Lizi's death. He thought it was unlikely. That's not possible. It's obvious. Aunt Fugue whispered close to her husband's ear. Do you think Xiang Sao might have been the one who hurt Zhang Lizi? Hearing her guess, Zhou Fugue's eyes widened in surprise. He stiffened and turned to look at his wife, doubting if he heard her right, or if she had gone crazy. Who would have thought his wife could think like that? He quickly scolded her. What are you saying? She's just a young girl. There's no way she could do something so cruel. Besides, it's unfounded. Why would she poison Zhang Lizi? You're talking nonsense. I'll listen to you, but don't spread rumors in the village. Oh, no, it's not that. Auntie, didn't you say that the other day, before it got dark, you saw Fragrant Grass wearing torn clothes coming back from the east end of the village? Do you think she might have been bullied by Zhang Lizi then? And the next morning, she quietly went to Zhang Lizi's house and poisoned him. Aunt Fugue, thinking about how little Zhou Fragrant Grass might have poisoned Zhang Lizi, was startled and shivered. Her small mouth kept chattering. You're saying that a young girl like her is so brave and has such a mean heart. daring to kill someone. Usually in the village, she relies on being the niece of the village head, so she looks down on us. I used to think she was just a bit arrogant, but I never imagined she was this kind of person. Shut up quickly, you're talking nonsense. You're just guessing without any proof. How could it be? She's just a girl. How could she be so bold? And Zhang Lizi, he dares to bully Fragrant Grass. Even if he's not afraid of Old Man Zhou, the village head is still in charge. These troublemakers can tell who they can bully and who they can't. Zhou Fugui didn't believe Auntie Fugui's words. He decided not to argue and closed his eyes, planning to sleep. Before sleeping, he reminded her, "Don't go around spreading these wild guesses. The Zhou family is currently looking for a match for Fragrant Grass, so don't ruin her reputation. If others hear rumors and it gets out, it could ruin her marriage. If the village head finds out, we'll be in trouble. No way, I'm not that foolish. I wouldn't go around spreading rumors. I only talk to you. You might not believe me, but I think I'm right. Fragrant Grass is not simple. There's definitely something fishy about her." Zhou Fugui was too tired of listening to his wife. He turned his back and went to sleep, not noticing that Auntie Fugui was still wide-eyed, her pupils rolling around in her sockets, with a look of disbelief. The more Auntie Fugui thought about it, the more she believed Zhang Lizi had bullied Zhou Fragrant Grass and that she had poisoned him in revenge. She remembered seeing Zhou Fragrant Grass go to the east end of the village before, not knowing if anything had happened then. She wondered if the two of them had been secretly meeting or something. She kept thinking and eventually fell asleep. On the other side, Little Stone shared the news he heard from Aunt Yu-Jen with Zhao Desheng and Lin Manhwa. They exchanged a quick look, probably guessing what had happened. After sending Little Stone away, they started talking about the matter. Based on Aunt Yogan's information, they were pretty sure that Zhang Lizi was harmed by Zhou Xiangzhao. Unexpectedly, it really was her. Ultimately, she brought this on herself, they said. It's unclear whether they meant Zhang Lizi or Zhou Xiangzhao. This outcome was expected by Lin Lanhua, but she still felt helpless inside. Zhou Xiangzhao, a young woman, was only a high school student in modern times. Her actions were driven by love, her one-sided love and imagination. She chose to hurt an innocent woman so easily, and in the end, she suffered the consequences herself. Perhaps this sadness isn't just for Zhou Xiangzhao, but also for women of this era. Due to the rules of male dominance and the idea that men work outside while women stay at home, women couldn't show themselves publicly. They would be seen as unfaithful or not obedient. In the countryside, it was a bit better because people were busy with daily chores and didn't follow strict rules about manners and shame. Unlike women in the city, who were tightly bound by rules and couldn't leave the house easily. Women in this time could only rely on men. They had no right to own land or inherit their parents' property. They followed their fathers before marriage and their husbands after marriage. If they didn't marry by a certain age and their parents passed away, there was no one to support them unless they had brothers or older sisters who hadn't married yet. But women in this era could also be very harsh on each other. Mothers often taught their daughters to be obedient to men and their in-laws. Women were raised to listen and submit with no independent childhood. Their childhood was filled with learning household chores, cooking, sewing, and other skills from a young age. Most didn't have time to enjoy their youth. Instead, they were trained to depend on men and children, becoming little servant girls from a young age. The term mother-in-law was used specifically for the wife's mother-in-law, and it reflected the cruelty women inflicted on each other. Women's own thoughts and feelings were often filled with resentment and oppression toward their daughters-in-law, with little understanding or acceptance. And the continuous acceptance of women's roles in this era by other women also cruelly forces generations of women to live in this way. Lin Lanhua deeply understands the status of women in this time. She knows how different she is from others. This difference comes from her modern knowledge and her strong, independent mindset. It is her confidence and self-reliance. She influences Zhao Desheng with her strength, both in thought and body, without forcing herself to become a traditional woman of this era. Her difference is not because of Zhao Desheng or the times, but because of her own excellence and confidence. If she had modern ideas but lacked strength, no matter how unique she was, she would eventually be shaped by the era. Because the pressure on her comes not just from one person but from many around her, regardless of gender. However, when you are strong enough and have enough power, whether wealth, influence, or strength, society's restrictions on you become smaller. This is only true to some extent because under such a feudal system, no one is truly free, and no one can have complete freedom. For example, Aunt Zhao, who is around her, does not agree with Lin Lanhua in many ways. She doesn't understand why Lin Lanhua is poor at cooking, embroidery, or housework, and she doesn't raise chickens or ducks. She doesn't say much, partly because she knows when to hold back. But a big reason is also because of Lin Lanhua's strength. Since coming into this world, Lin Lanhua has never had grand ambitions to help the world. She sees the sadness of this era, but knows she cannot change much. She doesn't have wealth that can rival a kingdom, nor the wisdom to rule the land, nor the means to control the country. Having big ambitions is out of reach. Being able to take care of herself and those she cares about is already a blessing. That is all she hopes for now. Deep down, Lin Lanhua is not a kind person. Her principle is that if others don't bother her, she won't bother them. But if someone harms her, she will not show mercy. When Zhou Xiangxao did something to her, she felt a desire to kill. Zhou Xiangxao is like a ticking time bomb, unpredictable when she might explode, and how much damage she could cause. Zhou Xiangxao's malicious mind and her obsession with Zhao Desheng make her very dangerous. Lin Lanhua wants to act first to protect herself. She glanced at Zhao Desheng beside her, hesitating whether to share her decision with him. Actually, she didn't need to tell him. With her skills, she could quietly eliminate Zhou Xiangxao without anyone noticing. In this village full of forests and no surveillance, she could act and erase all traces. But since she chose to accept Zhao Desheng as her future partner, she should try to trust him in some ways. After all, she also understood that trusting someone might lead to mistakes, and she was willing to accept the consequences. Zhao Desheng, I've thought about it. Zhou Xiangxao is a big risk for us. Also, I'm not the kind of person who would just stand by and do nothing when wronged. To prevent future trouble, I think I should act first. This was the first time Lin Lanhua spoke so seriously to him and called him by his full name. Zhao Desheng felt a bit nervous. He didn't expect his wife to say such things. Seeing the murderous look in her eyes, he was startled and asked uncertainly, "Lanhua, what do you want to do?" "Come closer," Lin Lanhua signaled him to lean in. She moved close to his ear and quietly whispered a few words. Zhao Desheng was shocked for a moment, then remembered his wife's usual way of doing things. Indeed, He hesitated for a while, thought carefully, and finally agreed. "All right, I'll listen to you." Lin Lanhua also wanted to see how much Zhao Desheng was willing to accept this plan. She was a person who was clear about her likes and dislikes, and she would seek revenge when wronged. Zhou Xiangxao had provoked her several times before. The first few times were minor conflicts, nothing serious, and she had let them go easily. But Zhou Xiangxao kept pushing, becoming more aggressive and overstepping boundaries. She even dared to find Zhang Lizi to bully Lin Lanhua, damaging her reputation to achieve her goal of marrying Zhao Desheng. After things went wrong, Zhou Xiangxao even had the courage to kill Zhang Lizi. Zhang Lizi's death was his own fault, so there was no need to regret it. However, Zhou Xiangxao's heart was too cruel, which was truly shocking. Zhang Lizi was rightfully punished for bullying others, but I won't let Zhou Xiangxao get away with it. This time, I won't forgive her. But don't worry, I won't take her life. As a woman, especially in this historical setting, she was often bound by many restrictions. She couldn't afford to make mistakes, or she would face dire consequences. Zhang Lizi's situation might happen in many places. She believes most women choose to stay silent or are tragically forced to marry someone who mistreats them, and some even end up taking their own lives. If every woman had Zhou Xiangxao's courage to kill those who bully her without getting caught, that would be a good thing. However, as a woman herself, Zhou Xiangxao's actions towards Lin Lanhua made Lin Lanhua unable to tolerate her anymore. Lin Manhwa was thinking of ways to deal with Zhou Xiangzhao, but since Zhang Lizi had just died not long ago, the village was in a state of fear. It was best not to act rashly now, so she decided to wait and deal with Zhou Xiangzhao later. Before she could do anything, a small wave of rumors started in the village. Gradually, this small storm grew bigger and bigger, like a rolling snowball, becoming a big scandal. The center of the controversy was Zhou Xiangzhao. That day, some kids who heard the rumors told their parents. Although most villagers are not very educated and lack detective skills, their imagination was very vivid, and they spread malicious gossip. Some villagers, like Aunt Fugue, also had their suspicions. Over time, these guesses pointed to some clues. People near Zhang Lizi's house also saw Zhou Xiangzhao sneaking around. The villagers didn't care about logic or reason. They just connected the dots and started talking recklessly. The gossiping women in the village didn't hold back. Within days, rumors spread everywhere. People pointed fingers at each other, and the news spread quickly, becoming common knowledge. A few busybodies even went to the Zhang family, who had benefited from Zhang Lizi's death, to stir trouble. The Zhang family initially didn't want to get involved. They had just lost Zhang Lizi, and everyone knew it. People didn't say much openly, but they held some opinions. Since the case involved the village chief's niece, and they didn't have strong feelings for Zhang Lizi or any desire to seek justice for him, they pretended not to know anything. Later, the story spread convincingly. The greedy members of the Zhang family asked a few people who had seen Zhou Xiangzhao visit Zhang Lizi's house. After thinking it over, they suspected that Lizi's death might really have been caused by Zhou Xiangzhao. Even if she wasn't responsible, rumors grew bigger and bigger. With Lizi dead and no proof, they blamed her. She couldn't do anything about it. This was a good chance to ask Zhou Laocai's family for some money, or at least to get a little benefit from the harvest taxes. It was a profitable plan. When someone like Zhang Lizi died, his family didn't even bury him, and their property was quickly divided among relatives. It showed what kind of people the Zhang family were. Right now, Zhang Likai, who had some influence in the family, was talking with a few men from other families about what to do. You all are the heads of your families now. What do you think we should do about this? Zhang Likai had pretended to be blind and deaf before, not believing the rumors about Zhou Xiangzhao and Zhang Lizi's deaths. But the rumors kept spreading and seemed more and more believable, especially with support from several families. Now, everyone knew about it. The village elders and Zhou Laocai's family also knew it was only a matter of time. Since Zhang Lizi was already dead and there was no proof, and since it involved Zhou's family, the Zhangs had to handle it carefully to keep their place in the village. Whatever they did wouldn't hurt them. Zhang Likai wanted to make a big fuss and get more benefits. The men in the house looked at each other. Some older men looked annoyed, while the younger ones stayed silent. Some exchanged glances, but didn't speak up. Zhang Lizi is dead, and the story about his death in the village has become very serious. The village elders and Zhou Laocai probably already know. We need to discuss this carefully and show a clear attitude, Zhang Likai said. Seeing that no one wanted to speak first, he explained himself. Although the person involved was dead, the relatives were still around. They had to show their stance. The village elders might ask them to clarify things later. They couldn't just watch their niece's reputation be ruined, nor let it damage their own family's name. Now, the rumors about Zhou Xiangzhao and Zhang Lizi's deaths were spreading as if they were true. Zhang Lizi might really have hurt someone, which led to his death. Zhang Likai thought that although Zhang Lizi was at fault, he didn't deserve to die. It wasn't right for the innocent niece to easily take the lives of Zhang's family members. They needed to give an explanation. There's no room for discussion. People are dead, the family's wealth has been divided, and now you're thinking about this? Isn't it a bit late? Besides, is it worth offending us so easily? The village gossip isn't worth making such a fuss over. I won't join in. I still have work in the fields. I'm leaving. An older man, a senior in the Zhang family, didn't agree with Zhang Likai and turned to leave. A few other elders also followed him. Uncle Likai, this has nothing to do with our family. We won't get involved, said Zhang Dashan. Zhang Dalong and Zhang, who nodded in agreement. They weren't involved in dividing Zhang Lizi's family property and didn't want to interfere now. Seeing the elders leave, they felt it was not right and chose not to participate. Dashan, how can you say that? Lizi isn't your nephew. He died mysteriously, and you don't want to seek justice for him? That's too cold-hearted, Zhang Dingnyo quickly retorted. He had a stake in Zhang Lizi's property division and was now trying to stir everyone up to go to Zhou Latsai's house to demand compensation. We've already said he died suspiciously. We wanted to report it or ask the village elders to investigate, but no one cared. Now you're acting surprised that Lizi's death was unclear? Why didn't you do something earlier? The property's all divided, and you're still bothering the family. Aren't you afraid he might come back as a ghost at midnight? Zhang Dalong couldn't stand Zhang Dingnyo's words. He suspected Dingnyo was trying to use the village gossip about Zhou Xiangcao and Lizi's death to blackmail Zhou Lakai for money. Everyone knew what he was up to, and he looked as greedy as a wolf. Exactly. If Lizi really bullied a girl and died because of it, he got what he deserved. He was lazy, mischievous, and caused trouble. Our Zhang family's girls have been affected by him, and it's better he's gone. It saves us trouble, said Zhang Hu, who was known for being honest in the village. He believed that if Lizi's death was true, it was his own fault, and others shouldn't be blamed.
Huzi, how can you say that?
Even if he did bully someone, does that mean he deserved to lose his life? Zhang Likai spoke up to support him. Zhang, who really dislikes how Zhang Likai is trying to smooth things over. This old man is also someone who's fallen for money's trap. He probably wants to use this matter to get some benefit from Zhou Laotsai's family or from the local officials. Maybe he's trying to persuade these people to do his dirty work. So, from what you're saying, it's already certain that Zhang Lizi's death is related to Zhou Xiangcao. Do you have witnesses or physical evidence? Otherwise, your words are just empty talk. Is the Zhou family fools? They can recognize the truth. Don't let them accuse you of framing, or you'll end up suffering. Zhou Lijing has been the village head for many years, and he's not a fool. Exactly. Zhang Lizi's death was his own fault. There's no need to believe the gossip in the village. Maybe those who envy us are spreading rumors on purpose. Or maybe it's people who are just after money, trying to get some benefits. If we go to the village head to complain, how will we get along in the village in the future? Zhang Lizi is already dead, but we still have to live here. If the village head starts giving us trouble, I don't want to get involved. Many people in Zhang's family don't care about these matters. Now everyone is talking, but no one wants to get involved in the village gossip. Zhang Lizi is dead, so there's no need to offend the village head over baseless rumors. Right now, both sides are arguing loudly. I think the village head hasn't spoken yet. Let's just pretend we don't know anything. When the village head makes a decision, we'll see how he handles it. Maybe he'll even give us some benefits. Zhang Lizi's death shouldn't be ignored. We're all part of the Zhang family. If the village head's niece can just kill someone like that, what does that say about us? We'd be in danger too. The village head needs to give us an explanation. We still don't know exactly how Zhang Lizi died. How can we jump to the conclusion that it was because of Zhou Xiangcao? If that's the case, then let the village head investigate Zhang Lizi's death. Whatever the result, we'll handle it accordingly. Many people in the village saw Zhou Xiangcao involved with Zhang Lizi. It's probably related to Zhou Xiangcao. What more evidence do we need? And if it turns out to be connected to Zhou Xiangcao, the village head will definitely protect his own family. He won't just stand by and let Zhang Lizi be blamed. He'll try to cover it up as best as he can. None of these options seem good. What do you all want to do? Zhang, who watched as those who supported Zhang Dingnyo kept jumping around, as if they were sure that Lizi was killed by Zhou Xiangcao. They looked ready to go find Zhou Lakai to ask for compensation, and Zhang, who was very angry inside. Zhang Dingnyo saw that the people who just spoke in support of him were silent now. He gave one of them a look, but the person lowered his head and said nothing. He exchanged a glance with Zhang Likai, swallowed hard, and then spoke. I think we should go ask Zhou Xiangcao. Everyone saw her involved with Lizi. Now that Lizi is dead without clear reason, she needs to explain herself. It's only fair to give Lizi an explanation. Zhang Dingnyo believed that if they could scare Zhou Xiangxiao a little, she would tell the truth. He was sure that what the village people said was true. He knew Zhang Lizi's temper and believed he could do such things. Once they confirmed the truth, they could get some benefits from the authorities. Even if it was false, Zhou Laokai would have to help clear things up. They could find ways to make him pay a little. Whatever they did, it would be good for them. The bigger the fuss, the better. People tend to believe only what benefits them and imagine good things for themselves. Actually, the reason this matter spread so widely and became such a big deal was partly because of the Zhang family's actions. At this moment, Zhang Likai also stepped forward wisely, acting like a good person. I think everyone has a point. Maybe we should quietly ask a few people at Zhou Laotsai's house. We don't need to see Zhou Xiangxiao directly. If she can explain where she was at that time, and we quietly find someone to verify it, then if it's false, we'll help clear her name. If it's true, then I'll handle the benefits later. Seeing Zhang Likai so determined, Zhang Dashan and Zhang Hu knew that today's meeting was just a show to gather the main supporters of the Zhang family. Deep down, they had already made up their minds. They knew they couldn't change anything, and no one would listen to what they said. Now everyone was silent, tilting their heads, looking bored. It wasn't that they didn't want to speak, but whatever they said wouldn't matter. On the other side, the rumors in the village spread so badly and so loudly that some families who are friendly with the Zhou family or want to curry favor with them heard the news. A few people told Zhou Laotsai's wife about it, and only then did the Zhou family learn of the rumors. Zhou Xiangxiao's mother cried desperately, vowing to find out who spread the false stories and to silence them. Zhou Laokai sat silently in the house, smoking heavily, his face hidden by the smoke, making it hard to see his expression clearly. In the main room, looking at his tearful mother, Zhou Laotsai's eldest son, Zhou Jinben, was already furious about the village gossip. Now, seeing his mother so upset and his wife standing nearby, helpless and pale, he was even more angry. He gritted his teeth and said, "Who is the brat spreading these rumors? He's ruining my sister's reputation for no reason. If I find out, I'll make him cry and call for his mother." "Mother, don't cry anymore. Crying now doesn't help. The real thing is to find out who started the rumors. When that happens, my eldest uncle will deal with him." Zhou Xiangxiao's younger brother, Zhou Yin, who was 14 years old, was at an impulsive age. Hearing about his sister, he was furious and wished he could go right now and fight those gossiping women in the village. We shouldn't be afraid of them. I say we should go directly to our eldest uncle. If anyone in the village keeps talking nonsense, we should catch them and send them to the county jail. Lock them up for 4 days or half a month, and they'll learn their lesson. It's outrageous. People even dare to bully our family. I've noticed that lately, when I go out, people look at me strangely. Damn it, I think they're talking behind our backs. Zhou Jin looked at his impulsive younger brother and said, "Xiaoyin is right. If we don't show some attitude, people will think we're easy to bully. I think we should ask our eldest uncle to investigate where these rumors came from. Zhang Lizi has been dead for days, and yet these false stories keep spreading. It's all nonsense. My sister is a pure girl, and her reputation is about to be ruined." When Zhou Laonyang heard her son speak like that, she remembered her unmarried daughter and suddenly burst into tears. No wonder no one interested in marrying her daughter in the past 2 days. Probably they all heard the rumors and backed out. Zhou Jin's wife sat beside her mother-in-law, watching her cry more and more sadly. She hurriedly comforted her, feeling very angry at the gossipers in the village. "Mother, please don't be so sad. Dad and Uncle will definitely take care of Xiangxiao. Xiangxiao probably heard these rumors and is very upset. You need to stay strong, or how will Xiangxiao think of you?" "Yes, Mother, don't cry anymore. Xiangxiao is still at home. She hasn't gone out all day. I thought she was feeling unwell, but now I think she might be upset after hearing those rumors. Please don't cry in front of her. For the next few days, don't let my younger sister go out. Just stay quietly at home." Old Zhou, who was usually indecisive, was now watching his 2 sons argue. His wife was just crying and not helpful at all. He sighed, took a couple of puffs of his pipe, and then said, "Second son, stay at home and look after your mother and sister. Big brother and I will go to uncle's house to ask him for advice. Wife, stop crying. Wipe your tears and go with big brother's wife to see Xiangzhao. Talk to her and help her calm down." When Zhou Yin heard that big brother and dad were going to uncle's house, he wanted to go too. He was about to speak, but was glared at by his older brother and had to shut his mouth, feeling unhappy. The family's legal issues and the rumors in the village were things Zhou Xiangzhao knew about. When she heard that people said she was involved in her and Zhang Lizi's deaths, she was very scared. She also found out that some people falsely said she was bullied by Zhang Lizi. She felt both frightened and worried about her future marriage prospects. She was so scared she didn't dare leave her room, trembling inside, unsure if she was angry about being falsely accused or worried about other things. Suddenly, just as Zhou Xiangzhao was trembling under her blanket, a loud knock on the door made her jump. "Who is it?" she asked with a confused voice. "Girl, open the door, it's your mother." She hadn't finished speaking before old Mother Zhou tried to push the door open. She didn't succeed at first, then she spoke again. "Girl, please open the door." Zhou Xiangzhao was very scared today. After returning home, she sat restlessly in her room. She was worried about the rumors in the village and her reputation. As a girl under 18, she lacked the wisdom and calmness that matched her fierce personality. She finally panicked and didn't know what to do. When she heard her mother's voice, it felt like a lifeline. She quickly got up, opened the door, and looked at her mother with tears in her eyes. "Mother. Mother, don't cry, girl. I know you've been wronged. Don't worry. Your father and brother have gone to see your uncle. He will definitely give you justice and make those gossiping women in the village shut up." Because of the rumors, old Mother Zhou was very sad and afraid her daughter would have trouble finding a good family in the future. But since her family had the village leader's support, she believed they could find a way. So now, she tried to stay calm in front of her daughter and didn't want to make her cry. Sister Zhou also came over to comfort her younger sister-in-law. She had married into the Zhou family for almost 2 years and got along well with Zhou Xiangzhao. Now, because of the village rumors, she felt very sympathetic. When Zhou Xiangzhao cried, she couldn't hold back her tears either and choked out, "Yes, Xiangzhao, don't be afraid. Your uncle and father will definitely stand up for you. It's not worth getting angry over those foolish people in the village. They are probably jealous of our family and are spreading rumors behind our backs." Zhou Xiangzhao buried herself like a child in her mother's arms. Her mother's body blocked her emotional expression and face. Only she knew what she was thinking. She held her mother tightly, as if trying to prove something or hide something. But her mother only thought her daughter was scared by the village rumors. Sister Zhou also believed that no one knew the source of Zhou Xiangzhao's fear or what kind of heart she had. Perhaps she had even forgotten herself. A big incident happened in the village. The wife of the village head, being the most respected woman in the village, naturally had people gossiping in front of her. When she first heard about it, she sternly scolded those spreading rumors. Such things happened often in the village, so she didn't pay much attention. But within 2 days, the rumors grew worse and worse until they became uncontrollable, and everyone in her family, old and young, knew about it. How can this be? No proof or evidence. What's wrong with the villagers? They keep spreading these false stories, probably trying to harm Xiangzhao. Now the rumors are everywhere. Even some outsiders know about it. The village's reputation is ruined for miles around. This is clearly against me, the village head. The village head, Zhou, was very angry. He had been the village head for many years. Everyone in the village was polite and respectful to his family. Nothing like this had ever happened before. To have someone bully his younger brother was like insulting him directly. His wife also felt angry. Those gossiping women in the village have no sense of shame. They dare to spread rumors without proof. Are they trying to ruin Xiangzhao? How can our daughter from the Zhou family still have a good reputation? How can we arrange marriages? Those gossiping women just can't stand to see others succeed. With such rumors spreading, no one will want to marry into our village anymore. What about the girls of marriage age? they might be harmed too. It's really harmful, such a bunch of troublemakers with no brains. Even married women, hearing about these dirty family secrets, would worry. The village head's wife was very upset. I think my second brother's family probably already knows. Today, they will likely come to talk to you. What's going on? She knew her second brother's family well. They liked to interfere in her affairs, especially when something big happened. They lacked their own opinions and relied on their husband's ideas. Sometimes, they even used their husband's influence to bully others in the village. They had no achievements and only caused trouble, making her more annoyed just thinking about it. Talking about her useless younger brother, the village head frowned. When they were young, his family was poor, and they could only afford to send one child to school. Since he was older and smart, they sent him. Later, his second brother was also clever, but because the family couldn't afford to send both, he didn't get to go to school. The village head was very tolerant of his younger brother. Moreover, having lived so many years, the village chief also knows that his second brother still has plans in mind. He just habitually seeks help from his older brother. Stop nagging. Since you know that the second brother will come later, go quickly to the kitchen to cook. Remember to make more food. After I discuss with him, tell him to eat first before he leaves. I think Jean will come too. The village chief often helps solve small problems at his second brother's house. Hearing his wife's casual talk, he feels a bit disappointed with his second brother, but since they are siblings from the same mother, he can't really ignore his brother's matters. Besides, he needs to protect his reputation as village chief. It was also because the second brother's family kept causing trouble that his wife only muttered a few words in front of her husband. After all, siblings are connected by bones and tendons. How could they ignore each other's family matters? Hearing the village chief's words, she didn't speak further and turned to the kitchen to start cooking rice. Sure enough, just as the rice was put into the pot, Zhou Lakai brought his eldest son, Zhou Jin, to the village chief's house. As soon as they stepped inside, Zhou Jin couldn't wait to speak. Uncle, I don't know who the wicked person is behind the scenes talking badly about the fragrant herbs. Now everyone in the village is talking about it. If I find that little rascal, I will beat him until he cries and calls for his mother. Before he finished, he was interrupted. The village chief looked at Zhou Jin, whose face was red and neck was thick, shouting and threatening. A flicker of displeasure and impatience crossed his eyes. He spoke at the right moment to stop him. All right, Jin? I've already heard your aunt say everything. Since the matter has already happened, what's the use of saying these things now? We can't solve the problem by talking. Sit down first and let's discuss it. If we let the rumors pass lightly, not only will Fragrant Herb's reputation be affected, but our village's reputation will also be ruined. The village elder knew how much his older brother cared about his reputation and status. He glared at his son, who loved to show off, and agreed. You're right, big brother. This isn't just about Fragrant Herbs, it also involves our Zhou family's girl. On a larger scale, the village's customs could be affected. In the future, matchmakers might stop coming to our village. So, we can't let this go easily. We must find out who is behind this, or it will affect other girls in the village when they look for marriage. The village chief's wife listened to Zhou Lakai speak confidently and properly. Although her words were formal, she was trying to clear Zhou Xiangsao's name. At least, she spoke some reasonable words. Second brother is right. This matter is a bit tricky now. I've heard from reliable sources in the village that you should go home and ask Xiangsao where she was at that time, and if anyone saw her. If possible, ask someone to help confirm it. Although the rumors in the village seemed very convincing, the Zhou family didn't believe their daughter had any problems. They thought it was just gossip from the villagers. At this moment, Zhou Jin was acting very obedient in front of his great-uncle, saying, Yes, big and is right. We will ask around later. Zhou Lakai also nodded eagerly, hoping to hear his older brother's opinion. The village chief was not disappointed. After hearing his wife's words, he frowned clearly. This can't be done like that. If we do it this way, it will just make everyone talk about Xiangsao. A girl's reputation is important. Right now, outsiders only know it's someone from our village, but they don't know who. We can't do it this way. Zhou Laokai understood the key point. So, what should we do? I think everyone in the village already knows the rumors. I will notify the village elders to hold a meeting at the ancestral hall and tell everyone about this. I will say it's for the village's reputation and for the girl's marriage prospects. I'll ask the village leaders to tell their families to keep quiet about Xiangxiao's name, so her reputation won't be damaged. Also, don't speak carelessly outside. After hearing his uncle's plan, Zhou Jin looked unhappy. He wanted to speak but hesitated. Just as he was about to say something, his father kicked him. Little brat, what do you want to say? Listen to your uncle. The village chief knew what his arrogant nephew was thinking. He didn't think he was very capable. If it weren't for the fact that he was the village chief's nephew, no one in the village would listen to him. He didn't do his work and loved to fight and cause trouble. If it weren't for his protection, he would have been in jail many times. He needed to learn to behave. Looking at his uncle who was asking questions, Zhou Jin ignored his father's disapproving look and spoke up. Should we just let those liars go? If we do, people will think we're easy to bully. Everyone will come knocking on our door. I say we should teach those people a lesson. Beat them up so they won't dare to lie anymore. The village chief's wife had just asked her eldest daughter-in-law to prepare the meal. She was listening nearby to the men talking. When she heard Zhou Jin's words, she frowned and looked at her foolish nephew, then at her husband's face. Knowing he was tired of dealing with Zhou Jin, she spoke. Jin, what are you saying? Do you want to ruin Xiang Chao's reputation? This concerns her family's honor. We can't hide it. Making such a big fuss will only make it known to everyone. No one will want to marry her in the future. Are you trying to cut off her future? Madam, I'm not causing trouble. I just want to stand up for Xiang Chao. She's been bullied, and our family is strong. We're not afraid of them. Besides, with our conditions, many people want to marry her. What's there to fear? Zhou Jin argued stubbornly. Hearing him argue back, the village chief's wife also got annoyed and raised her voice. Stand up for what? Everyone in the village is talking about this. Where are you going to go to stand up? Do you want to offend everyone in the village? How dare you make enemies of the whole village? How will you live here after that? Seeing Zhou Jin still stubborn and his father's unhappy face, the village chief's wife gave him a slap on the back and glared angrily. Shut up. You only know how to come up with crazy ideas. Your wife is right. We can't do things this way. Watching her son, who is strong but foolish, Zhou Laokai took out his pipe and started smoking, feeling worried, whether for his daughter, his son, or himself. Zhou Jin looked at his uncle and aunt, who both disapproved, and saw his father's grim face. He had no choice but to shut his mouth awkwardly, but he was still very angry inside. The village chief's wife saw that Zhou Jin was being more honest and not arguing, so she continued, Xiangxiao is at the right age for marriage. At this time, it's better not to make a big fuss. Your eldest uncle should have the family heads go back and give some advice. Once the fuss dies down, talking about marriage will be easier. If you do what you did, everyone in 10 miles and 8 towns will find out, and it will be hard to arrange a proper marriage. Not to mention, the families who were upset will be very angry. They might spread rumors everywhere, and it will be hard for Xiangxiao to behave properly. She's a young girl, and if her reputation is ruined, our family won't be respected in the village. Old Zhou took a puff of his pipe and nodded. That's right. Your uncle is thinking carefully. Since the village chief's wife had spoken, the rest was easier to say. Let your eldest uncle give some advice, or else people might think we're easy to bully. The gossiping women in the village will get more aggressive. Usually small fights are fine, but now everyone in 10 miles and 8 towns is talking about it. It's really not right. Luckily, outsiders don't know exactly who in the village is involved. If we give some warnings to the villagers, once the rumors die down, no one will remember this anymore. Second brother, I know Xiangxiao is wronged, but when it comes to a girl's reputation, we have to swallow this loss quietly. It's not good to make a big fuss. You should go back and comfort Xiangxiao and your wife. Recently, let Xiangxiao stay at home and not run around, so she won't hear those rumors and feel upset. The village chief spoke kindly, then turned to remind Zhou Jin, who was a bit rebellious. Jin, you also need to stay put these days. Don't go out wandering. Don't act impulsively when things happen. Think more about the consequences. Your eldest uncle is the village chief, but he doesn't have absolute power. Everything should be done in moderation. Besides, as long as you are honest and have a clear conscience, you don't need to worry too much about what others say. Think more about your sister. Zhou Jin nodded gloomily. Old Zhou saw this clearly and reached out to give his son a big pinch on the nose. Your uncle is right. You're a troublemaker. Be good and don't cause trouble for your sister. Then he turned to reassure his older brother. Big brother, don't worry. I'll keep an eye on him at home. He won't go out and cause trouble. All right, since everything has been settled, let's start eating. Meanwhile, the people in the Zhang family, who are quite cautious, have already made many preparations. During this process, they noticed many suspicious details and firmly believe there is something fishy between Zhou Xiangxiao and Zhang Lizi. They are actively gathering resources to negotiate with Zhou Liji's family, while Zhou's family members are unaware of the impending danger and are only focused on dealing with the negative effects of rumors. After hearing the news, Zhao Desheng and Lin Manhwa were greatly surprised. They had been trying to find a way to handle Zhou Xiangxiao's trouble, but now, with this incident, they don't need to worry about it for the time being. Their current plan is to wait and see, to respond calmly to any changes, especially to be careful that the trouble doesn't come back to their own family, since they are indirectly involved in this matter. The village chief acted very quickly. That night, he instructed his two sons to notify the village elders or main officials of several families, asking them to go door to door to inform the heads of their clans. The meeting was scheduled for the next afternoon at the village shrine. Zhao Desheng's family is the only household in the village. The village chief's eldest son, Zhou Kongwen, personally informed them. Zhao Desheng promised to arrive on time the next day, and then saw Zhou Kongwen off. Lin Lanhua came out of their room. She had just overheard Zhou Tsungwen's words and was surprised at how quickly the village chief responded. I'll go see tomorrow and listen to what the village chief has to say. Then I'll tell you. Lin Lanhua nodded calmly. Now is not the time for any small tricks to avoid attracting the village chief's attention. She was just watching to see how the village chief would clear Zhou Xiangxiao's name. By late afternoon, close to the scheduled time, Zhao Desheng arrived at the village shrine with a stool. Most of the main pillars of the village households had already arrived. They had brought their own stools. However, some people were still dragging their feet and hadn't arrived yet. He entered and found Zhou Ergang, his father Zhou Kongwen, and Zhou Dagong among the crowd. He went over, placed a stool beside them, and exchanged greetings. The shrine was noisy, with familiar men gathering in groups chatting. After chatting for a while, the village chief had not yet arrived. Meanwhile, some men from the Zhang family were whispering among themselves, creating an odd atmosphere. Zhao Desheng paid special attention to the Zhang family members. Sure enough, he noticed that their mood was different from the others. Whether it was his imagination or not, he felt a strange excitement lingering among them. After a while, the village chief came over and looked around. Several families who often delayed their arrival still hadn't shown up. The village chief spoke seriously. Let me see which family's men haven't arrived yet. What's going on with the Zhou Yong family? They're always late. I already told them last time, but they still don't remember. Do they think I, the village chief, am not paying attention? The village chief silently noted who was missing, feeling annoyed. It was always these few families who were late. Today, I called everyone here to talk about the good behavior of our village. As soon as he started, several men exchanged glances. Zhao Dachun secretly watched the men from the Zhang family, sensing something was wrong. Then the village chief continued. I've heard all the rumors going around lately. Even I, the village chief, have heard them. Do you think I've forgotten my job? Are you all just gossiping to fill your time? Does it help you in any way? I think you just want the girls in our village to never get married. Now outsiders are also talking about us, making fun of Yao Tang village. Do you all think you're just joking? Actually, you're the ones being laughed at. Our whole village is almost becoming a joke in Lin Shui County. Do you really think ignoring everything and just gossiping is okay? Everyone looked at the angry village chief as he spoke. Some young women whose marriage plans had fallen through were also very upset. They wondered why they had to suffer because of the crazy rumors in the village. How can you say such things? Zhou Cheng's marriage fell through, and now you want to keep messing with other families' plans? Are you planning to never find a girl for your family again? The man in charge of Zhou Cheng's family also spoke up in support of the village chief. Exactly. All day long, they just eat and do nothing. They spread rumors and cause trouble, even making the village girls suffer. It's really frustrating. Other families with suitable young women also responded one after another. The village chief timely stopped the noisy gathering at the ancestral hall, looking serious and sharp. His gaze swept over the women in the village, and especially men who liked to gossip. The men whose eyes the chief looked at quickly lowered their heads, afraid to meet his gaze. Only then did the chief continue speaking. Our village has become a joke in the surrounding 10 miles because of this matter. Today's meeting is to ask everyone to control their women and not let them gossip outside, which damages the village's reputation and also affects the young women here. Zhou Cheng's family led the support, and others quickly agreed. These days, the situation had indeed gotten a bit out of hand. Rumors spread everywhere without knowing if they were true or false. I see some men not speaking. Are you disagreeing or what? If you can't control your women, tell me. I will go personally and talk to them. Don't be ashamed. Young women in the village are getting married. Under the sharp gaze of the village chief, a few quiet and serious men nodded repeatedly and agreed. If I find anyone gossiping in the future, I will ask the head of the family directly. A grown man should be able to control his own wife. If there are young women of marriageable age and someone is spreading rumors outside, come tell me, the village chief. I will go listen. Everyone understood. By the way, I want to remind everyone harvest season is coming soon. Each family should prepare their fields early so they won't miss this year's taxes. Some sensible families knew this wasn't just a simple reminder. Harvest was still about 2 months away, so why remind now? It was clearly a warning to those in the village who weren't paying attention. Be careful, or they might face trouble later. The village chief manages the village's taxes, corvée labor, and other duties. He is the link between the villagers and the government. Although he doesn't have absolute power, it's easy for him to cause trouble if he wants. For example, during tax collection, he might deliberately withhold grain, demanding only the best quality. Or he might assign the hardest labor to certain people. These tasks are often very heavy. Normal people would be exhausted or even injured. They can't rest even if they are sick. The men who understood the hidden meaning behind the words exchanged glances, each already thinking about going home to talk with their wives or mothers. They advised everyone to speak carefully and not to provoke the village chief's bad mood. This matter had indeed caused quite a stir. The person involved was the village chief's niece, and her reputation had been ruined in the neighboring village. No wonder the village chief was angry. After saying what needed to be said, the village chief dismissed everyone. Zhao Dacheng quietly left with old Zhou and big Zhou. On the way, they casually chatted about unimportant things. It's really strange. The stories and rumors suddenly spread everywhere, and now everyone in the village knows. I don't understand what's going on. Yes, it's very odd. Zhao Dacheng acted as if he knew nothing, chatting casually with the 2 Zhou men. The Zhou family members looked a bit surprised. Since the village chief said not to spread rumors, they didn't say much. Luckily, their wives weren't the type to gossip, so they didn't get involved in village affairs. They just needed to be more cautious when they got home. Since it didn't concern their family much, the Zhou father and son didn't take it seriously. Soon they started talking about other things, mainly farm work. The 3 of them happily headed home. Other families, who weren't interested, had similar reactions. Only the Zhang family had some people who were cautious before. Some were frightened by what the village chief said, thinking that since Zhang Lizi was already dead, there was no need to offend the village chief over small gains. They figured they would have to live in the village for a long time, so they hesitated. Some families, feeling they could gain nothing or worried about the trouble, decided to withdraw and not get involved, even if others called them traitors. However, some brave individuals, driven by greed, took risks. They believed they had solid evidence and used the excuse of seeking justice for Zhang Lizi to cause trouble at old Zhou's house, hoping to seize some ill-gotten gains. Within the Zhang family, disagreements arose. Those who wanted to withdraw, those who didn't care, and those who believed Zhang Lizi's death was justified all decided to go to old Zhou's house to cause trouble. Zhang Likai looked grimly at the four families who stayed behind. Among them, Zhang Dingniu was only interested in small immediate gains and was determined to cause trouble at old Zhou's house to get some advantage. Two other families felt the same. The last family was indecisive, only thinking about benefits and not willing to put in effort, showing some cunning. The situation had reached a point where the village chief's words also carried a hidden warning. Zhang Likai felt a twinge of hesitation in his heart. After all, offending the village chief was risky, but in the end, his greed overcame his fear. Zhang Likai still hoped to use this matter as leverage against the village chief to control him. If the village chief refused to admit guilt and dared to act recklessly, they would report him to the authorities. Let's see if the village chief could still hold his position. Thinking this way, Zhang Likai felt more confident. Since the others are all cowards, as relatives of the troublemaker, we must seek justice for him. Come closer, and here's what we will do. A few people whispered together, planning their next move. Zhao Desheng returned home and recounted everything the village chief had said today to Lin Manhwa. Her reaction was calm. Since it involves Zhou Xiangcao's reputation and the village chief is good at changing the subject and shifting focus, we shouldn't worry about it for now. Zhao Desheng nodded, looked at his wife, and was about to say more when he heard Aunt Zhao loudly call out, "Manhwa, Desheng, dinner is ready." Before he could speak, he was interrupted. He had to hold back his words for now and wait until the evening. At the dinner table, Zhao Desheng explained the purpose of today's village meeting and advised Aunt Zhao and Little Stone not to mention the rumors about the village outside. Fortunately, Aunt Zhao and the others weren't very talkative. Their home was quite far from the village, with few neighbors nearby, so there was no one to overhear. Zhao Desheng felt reassured, but he was still worried about his wife. Finally, evening came. Zhao Desheng and Lin Manhua had some time alone. Recently, because of Zhou Xiangcao's matter, Lin Manhua had been distant from Zhao Desheng. They used to hold hands before bed, and sometimes he could sleep hugging her. But now, it seemed like there was almost enough space for another person between them. Zhao Desheng lay on the bed, turned his head to face Lin Manhua, and looked at her intently. He had many things he wanted to say, but tonight, under the bright moonlight shining through the window, illuminating Lin Manhua's body, she looked like smooth jade, calm, elegant, and captivating. He gazed at her fair neck, and his mind went blank for a moment. His Adam's apple moved up and down. His throat felt dry, and he licked his lips, swallowing hard. Lin Manhua lay peacefully on the bed, eyes closed, ready to sleep. Zhao Desheng also got into bed, but didn't react until she clearly felt his gaze on her and heard him swallow. She awkwardly pulled the thin blanket up to her neck. It was very hot, and Zhao Desheng didn't bother to cover himself. Only a thin blanket was on the bed, which Lin Manhua occasionally used. Now it served a different purpose. Her body, which was restless, was covered, and Zhao Desheng's gaze returned to his wife's face. Lanhua I. His deep, gentle voice was a bit tempting and slightly flirtatious. Hearing this, Lin Manhua felt a shiver run through her. She thought to herself, this kid, coming up with this again. Does he really think I'll just fall for him? In fact, Lin Manhua was quite taken by Zhao Desheng. The main reason was that Zhao Desheng had become very close to her, especially at night, being quite bold and daring. He took advantage of her not paying attention, quickly pulling her into his arms along with the blanket. He swiftly stretched out his long legs to trap Lin Manhua under the blanket. She was held like a silkworm in his arms, unable to move, only able to let him do as he pleased. "What are you doing?" Lin Manhua gently struggled, feeling a bit uncomfortable. She was now close to Zhao Desheng, no longer as shy as before, but still a little awkward. "Wife, are you angry with me? You haven't talked much to me these days, and I feel like you're not very happy. Zhao Desheng said softly, burying his head in her neck. His warm breath brushed against her skin. She felt a tickle on her neck and the presence of his large head. Lin Lanhua slightly tilted her neck, pursed her lips, and finally spoke. Where do you think? It's just that these past few days, things have been a bit busy and complicated. I feel a little tired. Recently, Lin Lanhua's mood had been somewhat inexplicably down. When she first arrived in this world, she hadn't fully experienced the reality of this new realm. Her main focus was on surviving here, which was perhaps still unbelievable and fresh, especially since she had been given a second chance at life. She naturally cherished it. Her life afterward was calm and uneventful, with various surprises that kept her amazed, leaving little time for overthinking. Recently, Zhang Lizi's death and Zhou Xiangcao's situation have happened. These things don't really matter to someone like her. She could easily stay calm and handle it well. But for some reason, she feels an unprecedented loneliness and sadness inside. It's not about Zhang Lizi or Zhou Xiangcao specifically, but more like a delayed realization of being in this world. The impact of these events made Lin Lanhua fully realize that she truly belongs to this world. Every person here has blood, flesh, and their own stories. She is just a small part of it. It was like a slap that woke her up. She suddenly saw her own attitude of looking at everything as a bystander, feeling superior. She had been observing this era from a third-person view for so long. She was deeply involved but didn't realize it. She tried to stay clear-headed and only focused on survival, ignoring everything happening around her. When she finally realized she was caught in the situation, she felt an indescribable loneliness inside. She tilted her head slightly, resting her chin on Zhao Desheng's head, and looked back at herself over the past few months. She saw herself alone, helpless. That moment felt like a sudden awakening, like the after-effects of a hangover, uncomfortable and exhausted in body and mind. Zhao Desheng, perhaps sensing her fragile moment, lifted his head and moved closer. He let her bury her head in his chest, wrapping one arm around her back and gently stroking her soft hair. He hoped this would give her strength to resist the loneliness that scared him. "De Cheng, I feel a bit sad inside, but I don't know why." "I don't know how to tell you," she said, then sniffed. She reached out from under the blanket and hugged Zhao Desheng's neck. Zhao Desheng didn't know what was wrong with his wife, so he held her tightly and comforted her. "It's okay, Lanhua. I'm here. You still have me. I'll stay with you. Don't be sad. Lin Lanhua, you're so strong and amazing. Sometimes I wish you could rely on me, but I also like your strength. I hope you keep shining like this." He kissed Lin Lanhua's hair and was about to speak to comfort her when he felt her lift her head. He slightly lowered his head to see what she was going to do, but suddenly, the girl in his arms reached out both hands to hold his face and then pressed her lips against his. Zhao Desheng was momentarily stunned, as if he heard the sound of fireworks exploding and his heart was pounding. He gently placed his hand behind Lin Lanhua's head, softly probing with a few light kisses while watching her reaction. Not being rejected, Zhao Desheng felt very happy. He carefully kissed Lin Lanhua, so gentle and soft, like snow falling lightly on her lips during winter, making her feel lost in the moment. Gradually, this gentle kiss changed. Zhao Desheng turned over and pressed himself against Lin Lanhua, pinning her to the bed. He held her face with both hands and kept kissing her non-stop. Lin Lanhua was lying on the bed, her chin slightly lifted as Zhao Desheng kissed her. She started to feel a little short of breath, her heart pounding fiercely inside her chest, and her chest rising and falling with each breath. While Zhao Desheng was catching his breath, Lin Lanhua's voice, husky and tempting, sounded, "Desheng, Hearing Lin Lanhua's slightly pleading voice, Zhao Desheng stiffened for a moment. He took a deep breath, slightly lifting his body so Lin Lanhua wouldn't notice his change. He slowly buried his head in her neck. Lin Lanhua softly gasped and did not stop Zhao Desheng's continuous kisses. Instead, she seemed to enjoy it, until his hand, which was originally on her waist, slowly moved up and gently covered her rising and falling chest, Lin Lanhua shivered slightly and unconsciously struggled. Zhao Desheng naturally noticed this, slowly withdrew his hand, and his lips moved along her neck to her chin. He then kissed her lips again, licking and nibbling for a while before taking a deep breath and releasing her slightly swollen lips. He pressed Lin Lanhua's head against his strong chest, where her heartbeat was pounding wildly for her. He rested his head on top of her, holding her to adjust their breathing and enjoy this close moment, which felt even more intimate after being apart for so long. Buried in his chest, Lin Lanhua felt his firm muscles and his heaving chest. She swallowed hard, feeling a bit dizzy. Just then, Zhao Desheng's voice came from above her head. "Go to sleep now," he said softly, patting her back gently and stroking her smooth hair. Lin Lanhua closed her eyes obediently, stopping her thoughts from wandering to confusing things, and soon fell asleep. Zhao Desheng looked at his sleeping wife, tightening his arms, feeling an indescribable happiness in his heart. Meanwhile, on the other side, some families in the Zhang household, who harbored secret plans, quietly began to act. They carried the evidence they thought was useful and headed toward Zhou Laocai's house. There were 5 families in total, led by Zhang Laocai. Under the cover of night, they quietly arrived at Zhou's house without disturbing others. When they reached the door, Zhou's family had just finished dinner. Zhou Jin's mother and wife were busy feeding the chickens, ducks, and pigs, preparing to lock them in the pen, while another was tidying up the dishes in the kitchen. Due to rumors in the village, Zhou Xiang's had been staying in her room after meals these days. The family was understanding, so they didn't mention any worries at the dinner table. Zhou Laomama also didn't make Zhou Xiangxao do chores. She and the eldest daughter-in-law took care of everything. When Zhou Laocai saw the visitors, his eyes narrowed slightly, showing a strange expression. His son, Zhou Jin, looked much more straightforward, showing dislike and displeasure. Before he could speak, Zhou Jin asked gruffly, "What are you here for?" "Nothing good ever comes from visiting. Please bring a stool for Uncle Zhang and the cattle herders." "Come in quickly and sit down." Old man Zhou interrupted his boss at the right moment, signaling him to be quiet. Although Zhang Lizi is part of the Zhang family, the purpose of their visit was unclear, so there was no need to offend them rashly. "Things have been a bit slow these past few days, so we finally have time to come visit you. We've been busy all day and haven't achieved much. Since we haven't seen each other in a long time, we thought we'd come by for a chat," Zhang Laocai said with a friendly smile, not wanting to be direct at first, but talking about other things instead. Old man Zhou thought to himself, coming to my house to boast at such a sensitive time, he's really just bragging. But he didn't dismiss their visit outright. Since they didn't mention their purpose, he pretended not to notice and replied with a slight smile, "Yes, that's right. A few days ago, the rice in my fields had some pests. It was hard work to reinforce the dikes and change the water several times. Now it looks better, and the pests are fewer. That's why I had some free time these days. In a couple of days, the rice will start to grain, and then I'll be busy again." Old man Zhou casually chatted about farm life, trying to see how long Zhang Laocai and the others could keep up the act. He knew Zhang Laocai well, just a selfish, two-faced little man who pretended to be kind on the surface. Zhang Dingnyo watched the two talk idly, rambling without getting to the point. He was getting anxious because he couldn't hide things. His face was turning red with frustration. Old man Zhou smoked as if he saw nothing. Zhou Jin, however, frowned and kept glancing at him. Watching Zhang Laocai and the others chattering on, he started to realize their true intentions and looked increasingly unfriendly. Zhang Laocai naturally noticed this. Since the visitors had arrived, leaving now would only make him look foolish. Since he was in a difficult position, he had no choice but to speak up. Everyone in the village has probably heard the rumors these days. Zhou Jin immediately stood up, glaring angrily. Old man Zhou remained calm, grabbing Zhou Jin and sitting steadily on the bench. He took a couple of puffs of his cigarette, spat on the ground, and then said, "Those who spread rumors and stir trouble are just idle talkers. We conduct ourselves properly and honestly, so we're not afraid of anything. Are you here to find me because you believe those false words?" Being stared at directly by old man Zhou, Zhang Likai felt a bit guilty, but tried to stay brave. That's not true. I used to not believe it, but before he could finish, Zhou Jin burst out angrily. But what? I don't get it. Why are all you Zhang family members gathered at my house? I heard some rumors outside, and now you're here to confront us. To hell with that. Humph. At this point, old man Zhou didn't stop Zhou Jin from speaking. He took his last puff of cigarette, put it out, and looked up, eyes dangerous, at Zhang Likai. Zhou Yin, hearing his brother, also realized what was going on. He glared at the Zhang family and spat. Pa, since we've come this far, I'll be straightforward. The rumors in the village about this aren't nice, but I've asked around nearby. Many saw Xiang Sao often go past the day Laozi died. Anand even saw Xiang Sao sneaking out early that morning. It's suspicious. We're here today to ask what she was doing that morning. Why did she need to go to the east side of the village so early? You're talking nonsense. My sister never went to the east side of the village. It's just you and the villagers trying to frame her. Don't think a few words can ruin her reputation. If I weren't so old, I'd have already beaten you up, Zhou Jin said angrily, furious at the shameless attempt to blame Xiang Sao. Zhang Likai, being scolded by Zhou Jin, also felt angry but had to respond politely. This is about Laozi's death. We're just here to ask questions. As long as Xiang Sao explains herself clearly, we can clear this up. We don't want the village to keep talking nonsense. Don't talk to me like that. Don't make things hard for my sister, Zhou Jin said fiercely, standing up to fight. Old man Zhou quickly reached out to stop him and shouted, Xiaoyin, hold your brother back. At this moment, Zhang Lightsai's companions, Zhang Gengnyo and others, stood behind him, facing off. Zhang Gengnyo's temper was even more explosive. Keep your damn mouth clean. Instead of acting tough here, you should ask what your sister has been up to. Maybe she's feeling guilty and afraid to admit it. You're talking nonsense, damn it. Seeing that a fight was about to break out, Zhang Likai and old Zhou both pulled people apart and shouted, Everyone stop. Shut up. Zhou Jin was still angry, but old Zhou whispered to him, Do you want to hurt your sister? Hearing this, Zhou Jin barely managed to control his temper. Zhang Gengnyo, sensing Zhang Lightsai's gaze, reluctantly shut his mouth. Old Zhou, our Lizi died mysteriously. Many villagers saw Xiang Sao often go there. Your family doesn't have much land or close relatives nearby. It's really hard to understand. We just want Xiang Sao to explain clearly, clear up everyone's misunderstandings, and stop the rumors in the village. Xiang Sao can go wherever she wants. She doesn't need to explain to you. It's up to those who saw her to come and tell us. You're not clear about things, and we can't just let you question Xiang Sao with a few words. Old Zhou was still angry. He didn't want to be forced into accepting this. If they gave in, those bullies would come and take Xiang Sao. So, you disagree? Right now, we're trying to talk nicely. If you keep this attitude, we'll have to report to the authorities. I wonder if those officials will also be as polite as us. Seeing that they refused, Zhang Likai started to act tough, waving the official banner and threatening them. Are you trying to take my daughter's life? Old Zhou's wife, standing nearby, watched them almost come to blows and was already crying. When she heard Zhang Likai say such things, she cried and asked. Zhou Jin's wife supported her mother-in-law, her eyes red with anger. Nowadays, a woman's reputation is everything. The Zhang family deliberately tarnished Xiang Sao's name to cause trouble, making their family afraid to speak out. They could only discuss privately. If they fought openly, Xiang Sao might never get married in the future. The Zhou family also considered this point, so they didn't argue loudly with them. Otherwise, they would have fought long ago. Now, it is common for families in the village to fight over small matters. For example, Zhao Desheng, who was about 26 or 27 years old and still unmarried, couldn't find a wife because no one in his family lived in the village, no siblings, and his parents had died early. He was tall, good-looking, and hard-working, but many families in the village didn't want their daughters to marry into his family. Back then, families valued having many children and brothers, because with more siblings, they wouldn't be easily bullied. When it was time for marriage or elders' birthdays, they had help from relatives, and in fights, they had allies. There were many disputes in the village. Some families fought over land, others over water for irrigation. There were numerous conflicts, including a serious one where two families fought over land. One family even sneaked out in the middle of the night to set fire to the other family's property, burning their pigs and cattle, almost causing deaths. The fire was so serious that the authorities were called, and the family that set the fire paid a few silver coins as compensation. Now, those two families refused to speak to each other. The family that was burned had a father with 4 brothers and 4 sons. They usually didn't get bullied in the village. But families like Zhao Deshang's, with fewer members, were much more vulnerable. They could be easily bullied. When families arranged marriages, they looked at a man's character and his siblings. Families with many brothers had help if trouble arose, and both families could support each other. Otherwise, they risked being bullied. There were many fights in the village. When Zhang Laikai came looking for trouble, Zhou Jin would have already fought him if it weren't for his sister. No one wanted to waste words with him, so they avoided him. Old Zhou looked at Zhang Laizi and the others with a strange expression and asked, "What exactly are you here for?" Zhang Laikai, with a smug smile, replied, "You see, there's a misunderstanding. We just want Xiang Sao to explain her whereabouts these past few days, to help clear up the rumors in the village. It's not like we're enemies or anything." Old Zhou, seeing Zhang Laikai still acting casually, looked angry and said, "We have nothing to explain to you. It's getting dark. You should go home quickly. As for the rumors in the village, Xiang Sao, didn't do anything wrong, so there's nothing to fear. If you really have proof, report it to the authorities. Don't come here to embarrass yourselves again. We won't back down. Just a reminder. Good things come around, and the night is slippery. Be careful." Without waiting for Zhang Laikai and the others to respond, he pushed them out the door. Brothers Zhou Jin and his brother also hurried to chase them away. Zhang Gengniu struggled free and pushed back against Zhou Jin. The two almost fought again, but 2 other members of the Zhang family held them back. "Just get out of here." Zhang Laikai and his group were pushed outside. His mask of a smile almost broke, and he looked at old Zhou with a half-smile. "It seems you won't cry until you see the coffin. If you really want us to go to the village and help you, you're not afraid your daughter might get involved." They were met with loud door slamming. The 5 people at the door looked at each other. Zhang Lightsai's face was grim. "Let's go back first, and come again another day. I don't believe they really won't care about Zhou Xiangcao. At worst, we'll just tear our faces apart." He left first, followed by Zhang Gengniu. The other 3 households behind them looked on with uncertain expressions. When they arrived at the village chief's house, his family was in the main hall, washing up by the firelight and preparing to rest. The villagers were not wealthy. Even those with some money used it mainly for essentials like buying supplies or saving for building houses and marrying. Items like candles and oil lamps were considered luxury goods and were rarely used. The village chief's family was the same. Most families used fire for lighting. The village chief's family was relatively better off, with a separate kitchen called a firehouse, where they cooked, dried grains, and did other chores. In the evening, the family gathered inside, using the firelight for illumination, which didn't cost much money. Fortunately, it was summer, and the moonlight was bright at night, making everything very clear. Old Zhou and his son hurried straight to the firehouse. The village chief saw that the father and son looked upset and sent the women and children back inside, leaving only his 2 sons. "What's wrong? Coming here so late at night?" the village chief asked. Old Zhou started speaking first, to avoid embarrassing himself in front of his son, who was full of foul language. "Brother, tonight Zhang Laikai brought some members of a Zhang family to our house. They said they checked with some villagers and saw that Xiang Cao had been going to the eastern part of the village often. They also saw Zhang Laizi on the day he died. They want to ask Xiang Cao directly. We didn't allow it and almost started a fight. They even said they would report to the authorities." The village chief listened, feeling both angry and amused. The Zhang family was really bold. For rumors in the village, they even came to his door and threatened his second son. Just after he held a village meeting, they showed up. It was clear they didn't respect him as the village chief. Did they really say that? He asked. Yes, they did. They even insisted on giving Zhang Lizi an explanation. I think they're just talking nonsense. The village chief almost laughed out loud. He knew who Zhang Likai was, pretending to be honest, but actually willing to do anything for money. Fake kindness and false appearances. Trying to get justice for Zhang Lizi? Zhang Lizi's land was mostly taken by him. I helped him with official documents. Now, they suddenly want justice? What kind of justice? Zhang Lizhua is no good either. When Zhang Lizi died, he was the most aggressive about fighting over property. Now he has the nerve to ask for justice? These greedy little people just want to use Zhang Lizi's death to squeeze some money out of you. Old Zhou Jin was very angry and kept cursing. These damn bastards, they really have no shame. They're just greedy for money. I think they deserve a good beating. If we hit them a few times, they might finally behave. The village chief looked at his nephew, who was full of foul language, with disapproval. Enough. Cursing won't help. Zhang Likai is just trying to scare you, probably just trying to extort some money. They wouldn't dare report us officially. People like them are clever and shameless. Old Zhou Kai also knew this, but his brows remained tight. They even said they'd go around the village beating drums to spread the news. What if they do that? Do you think they'll really go ahead just because they say so? If they dare, remember I warned everyone. The villagers won't openly talk about it anymore. If they do, it's just gossip behind their backs. We can pretend we don't know. They just want to use the fame of Xiangsao to control you. Don't listen to them. Let's see if they dare to come true. But what if something really happens? What do you want to do then? Let them ask for too much, Old Zhou Kai smoked a couple of cigarettes in silence. Zhou Jin thought his uncle was right. Dad, why are you hesitating? Let's ignore them. If they come knocking again, we'll fight back. If they spread rumors, we'll go to their door and tear their mouths apart.
The Jin is right.
If the Zhang family keeps bothering us, don't pay attention. If it gets too much, let them come talk to me. If they want justice, I'll listen. If they have real proof, I, the village chief, will take them to report it. They say it's about Xiangsao. I think they're just making it up for money. Maybe they're the ones spreading rumors in the village. Exactly. That sneaky old fox. Maybe they're just spreading gossip around the village. No wonder they came so quickly. Damn it, these bastards. Second brother, listen to me. Don't pay attention. In a few days, those little troublemakers from Zhang's family might just disappear on their own. This will all blow over. We'll settle the score with the Zhang family later. They made their decision and talked for a while longer in the kitchen before leaving. As expected, Zhang Likai came back to look for them, but old Zhou completely ignored him and wouldn't even let him into the house. They had no choice but to accept this. Initially, there were 5 families, but now only Zhang Likai and Zhang Gingnyo remain. They watched old Zhou and his family completely ignore them and didn't care about their threats. They felt a bit frustrated, especially since only the 2 of them were holding on, while the other Zhang family members in the village didn't support them. Now, they were stuck in an awkward position, unable to continue arguing with Zhou's family. Even if they went to apologize now, it wouldn't be convincing, and others might not believe them. There was no point in making a fool of themselves. The Zhang family had been embarrassing themselves the whole time. Zhou's family was confident they wouldn't cause big trouble and didn't take them seriously. Zhang Likai was greedy, but a little clever. He was also cowardly. Zhang Gingnyo was brave and reckless. He wanted money at all costs. He didn't care about safety and wanted to make a big scene in the village, but cowardly Zhang Likai held him back, so he didn't dare confront Zhou's family directly. Because of Zhou's warning, everyone seemed to stop talking about Zhou Xiangsao and Zhang Lizi. People who had seen Zhou Xiangsao now denied it. Zhang Likai and his brother felt trapped, like clowns caught in a dilemma. Later, they didn't go to Zhou's house again, and the matter was left unresolved. The only thing was that old Zhou no longer went to Zhang's house. Zhao Desheng had previously sensed something unusual about the Zhang family in the ancestral hall. He observed them for a while and noticed their actions, but he didn't expect them to give up so easily after making a big fuss. It seemed that publicly, Zhou Xiangsao's reputation was safe, but privately, who knew what was happening? For Zhao and his wife, Zhou Xiangshao was still a problem. The issue hadn't been solved. In fact, it had become more complicated. Also, Zhou Xiangshao's reputation was bad now. The people who had shown interest in her before had lost interest. She might have to stay in the village for a long time, and the longer she stayed, the more unpredictable things could become. We should observe for a while. Things are tense now. If something happens to Zhou Xiangshao, the village chief might really start investigating. Let's leave this matter for now. We should tidy up and go to the capital city tomorrow to gather some information. I feel uneasy about all this. The next morning, Zhao Desheng and his companions finished their chores at home and took a donkey cart to the city, mainly to avoid village gossip. They still had some free time and could gather news. Once the harvest season started, they wouldn't have time for this anymore. This time, they planned to disguise themselves a bit. Because of their previous experience, they stayed overnight in a small town between the county and Yongzhou Prefecture, instead of camping in the wild like before. After a bumpy ride, they finally reached the county town. It took almost 3 days, and they traveled slowly. Lin Manhwa and her companions didn't rush to find out news right away. Instead, they looked for an inn to rest. Honestly, after being used to modern comfortable cars and planes, riding in a donkey cart was really uncomfortable. It made her butt sore, especially since she only occasionally got off to walk. Otherwise, it would have been worse. Zhao Desheng also felt uncomfortable. He had been driving the whole way. He had never left the county before, only sometimes overnight in the mountains. Now, they were resting comfortably in an inn, taking a bath and relaxing. The next day, after arriving at Yongzhou Prefecture, they set out feeling energetic. They first wandered around the city and noticed that the number of refugees and beggars hadn't decreased. The small vendors in the market were fewer. They spent some money to ask a fish merchant about the situation. Sir, you're asking about business? Things haven't been good lately. The traders who used to come often haven't been coming much. The inns in the city are also doing poorly. Our mountain goods and herbs can't be sold, so there's no money. I have a distant relative who's a mountain villager, and he's been saving mountain products, but this year, no traders came, and no one wants to buy. If you're serious about trading, I suggest waiting a bit longer. Thank you, sir. Lin Lanhua and Zhao Desheng exchanged glances, unsure what was happening outside. They wandered around again. By noon, they went to a restaurant for a meal and to gather more news. The reports confirmed that the current situation was quite grim. Later, they went to a tea house and rented a private room to ask more questions. Zhao Desheng said, I heard that the court sent relief supplies to Tianzhou. Why are there still so many refugees here? Sir, you're asking about old news. The officials and funds sent to Tianzhou haven't even arrived there yet, a merchant replied. Zhao Desheng looked puzzled. How is that possible? Hasn't it been over a month? Are you not there yet? Or did something happen? Hey, sir, what are you saying? If that were true, we would have already reached. But the officials in charge of relief efforts and the grain supplies were robbed along the way. Some say the king of Hunan was planning to rebel and took the supplies for his army. Others say it was General Fuyuan from the west who stole them. It's said the court hasn't sent any military pay for over a year. If they have nothing, they might have stolen it. Some also say the relief funds and supplies were never real. They were replaced before reaching the city. Did they ever find out where the money and supplies went? Not at all. The thieves ran away with everything, leaving no trace. Things are chaotic in Tanqing now. Many victims have gone back home. When they heard this news on the way, they couldn't stay calm. The nearest city, Shenzhou, is surrounded by desperate people, and they're trying to organize porridge for everyone. But with so many people, it's not enough. Zhao Desheng and Lin Lanhua looked at each other, both shocked. This is bad news. The tea house's waiter, who was listening carefully, didn't say anything. Instead, he poured himself a cup of water and sipped it slowly. In their line of work, besides being quick with words and knowing the news, it's also important to read people. The man looked tall and strong, very imposing, but his eyes were clear and honest. The woman didn't speak when she entered. She showed no change in expression after hearing such big news. He couldn't tell what she was thinking. Zhao Desheng, noticing the waiter's behavior, politely took out 10 copper coins and placed them on the table. The waiter smiled and accepted the money without making a fuss. Then he continued, Shangzhou City has troops stationed there. The latest news is that the victims are just gathered around, not acting rashly yet. But what will happen next is uncertain. The court is still arguing about where the relief funds should go, but there's no sign of new grain being collected. The victims in Tancheng are probably in trouble. Any other news? I have a piece of information that others don't know. I don't know if you two can afford the price, but don't worry. If you're willing to pay, I promise it's worth it. Hearing this, Zhao Desheng pursed his lips and looked at Lin Manhwa. What is it about? This information can only be shared after you pay. Bao Dating didn't want to discuss or negotiate with Zhao Desheng. He simply asked directly, how much silver do you need to tell me this? Bao Dating slowly held up 5 fingers. Zhao Desheng, 5 taels? Bao Dating, sir, you're joking. 5 taels isn't enough. If it were only 5 taels, I wouldn't bother hiding anything. 50 taels. Think about whether you want to buy this information. But this news is worth that much. Fortunately, since they planned to gather information today, both had brought enough silver. When Zhao Desheng heard 50 taels, he hesitated. But Lin Manhwa reached under the table and handed him a small bag. Pretending to find the money himself, he took out 50 taels and paid Bao Dating. Now, can you tell me? Bao Dating first opened the door to the private room, looked around to make sure no one was eavesdropping, then closed the door and returned inside. You're generous, sir. This is actually information I overheard from someone in the army. To prevent eavesdroppers through the wall, I suggest you lean in close. Of course, only Zhao Desheng could lean in. Bao Dating quietly whispered a few words into his ear. Zhao Desheng's expression changed, and his lips pressed tightly together. So, sir, was the money worth it? The people above probably already know this news. Go out first. If we need to ask about anything else later, we'll find you again. After dismissing Bao Dating, Zhao Desheng quietly told Lin Manhwa what he had just heard. He said that the disaster victims have been besieging Xingzhou for half a month. Not long ago, with no food in the city, they started distributing porridge outside the city walls. The officer guarding Xingzhou, Liao Chun, ordered all city gates closed to prevent the victims from approaching within 50 meters. Anyone who disobeyed was shot. Outside the city, many disaster victims were killed or wounded. Then some of the victims led a riot. 7 days ago, Xingzhou fell. After the disaster victims entered the city, they took out their anger on the residents, burning, killing, looting, doing all sorts of evil. Liao Chun led his remaining soldiers and fled. The prefect of Xingzhou and his entire family were slaughtered. What? The commanding officer responsible for defending the country ordered the execution of innocent civilians suffering from disaster, which also caused harm to the innocent people in the city. Lin Manhwa was deeply shocked by this. This news was brought by a messenger from Xingzhou, who traveled day and night. The messenger saw the message carrier outside the city, followed secretly, and overheard soldiers discussing it near the camp. That's how we learned about it. The news hasn't spread widely yet, and we don't know if the officials can keep it secret. Rumor has it that the leader inciting the disaster has already taken over the city lord's residence and led a rebellion. We're too close to Xingzhou. Only Liuzhou is in front of us. After being shocked, Lin Manhwa began to analyze the current situation. Since they have already taken over Xingzhou and the leader of the rebels is in charge, they will likely gather their forces. The disaster leader probably plans to loot everywhere, hoard food, and recruit soldiers. Our area produces a lot of grain, but doesn't have many soldiers, so we could easily become their target. Hangzhou is even closer to them, and might also be in danger, possibly suffering first. If the imperial army arrives in time to suppress them, it might stop the flow of refugees. But now, everywhere in the Summer Kingdom is tense, and we're worried that the surrounding soldiers might just watch from afar. Although Zhao Desheng isn't well-educated and doesn't understand military strategy, he has improved a lot in martial arts and insight thanks to Lin Manhwa's teaching. Even if the refugees and displaced people gather, they are just a disorganized crowd. They rely on numbers to cause trouble, but most of their weapons are simple tools like knives, sickles, or hoes. They don't have enough stable food supplies either. Shangzhou was besieged for a long time before it fell, so there probably isn't enough grain inside for tens or hundreds of thousands of people. Exactly. Even if these refugees have a leader, their resources are limited. They won't be a match for well-trained imperial troops. But I worry that Shangzhou was besieged for so long, and the other nearby armies didn't come to help. Now, everyone is watching and waiting. The capital can't control the local situation anymore. If the surrounding armies don't act, the refugees in Tanzhou will either die, join the rebellion, or try to escape elsewhere. The people in Xingzhou and nearby villages face the same fate. Zhao Desheng nodded. He realized he really needed to start planning early. If a war or bandit trouble happens, many families will be destroyed, and chaos will follow. No one knows what the situation will be then. Right now, there is about a month before the autumn harvest. Most families don't have much leftover food. Once news of the rebellion in Xingzhou spreads and the city falls, food prices will likely rise. Our future days. Zhao Desheng sat nearby, looking worried. His family isn't short of money because Lin Manhwa found some pearls, but other families don't have extra cash to buy a lot of grain. Even now, they can find out news with a little money. Big landowners and merchants will also hear the news. Merchants who often profit from disasters will find it hard to buy grain, even if they have money. If refugees really come here, what will happen to Yongzhou Prefecture? What will be the fate of the common people? When there is chaos, the people suffer. When there is destruction, the people suffer. The two return to the inn feeling heavy-hearted, trying to process what they just learned. The situation is serious. They decided to buy what they need in the city tomorrow and plan to return to Yaoding village the day after. They want to go to the canyon they found earlier and make arrangements. If anything unexpected happens, they will hide immediately with their people. Fortunately, there is no news of trouble here yet. This year's harvest looks good, and there should be plenty of grain. Jizhou and Yuzhou in the east and Guizhou in the south are major grain-producing regions. Even if merchants stockpile grain, prices probably won't skyrocket suddenly. Their family has already bought a lot of grain. As long as they keep selling steadily, they shouldn't worry about food. The main concern is safety. How can a large group of people hide the grain from villagers? How to transport it into the mountains while avoiding wild animals? Even though they found the canyon, they can't be sure others haven't discovered it too. Danger is unpredictable. They can only take one step at a time, plan carefully, and do their best. Unless absolutely necessary, they won't leave their homes, as that would only make things more dangerous. Lin Lanhua took out her previously drawn blueprints of a military shovel and a combat knife. She still held the proud banner of the female general's memory and explained to Zhao Desheng how to use both weapons and their strengths. They plan to go to a blacksmith shop tomorrow morning to have 2 of each weapon made for self-defense. In case they need to stay in the mountains later, these could also be used to defend against wild animals. They also intended to buy a few machetes at the blacksmith shop to carry with them just in case. Since her wife's items, skills, and knowledge are all related to military matters, and because Lin Manhua remains calm and confident, Zhao Desheng no longer doubts her memory of being a female general. He is now curious about what kind of world her memories describe. Women can join the army, and from Lin Manhua's description, even if Zhao Desheng has never served in the military, he can tell that the 2 weapons she showed are sharper than most current weapons. Moreover, he learned that adding lime to refined iron can remove impurities, making the blades sharper and more durable. He has seen blacksmiths at work, but never heard of adding lime to the process. The next day, after asking around, they found a somewhat remote blacksmith shop. Inside, there was only one blacksmith. He was standing by the charcoal fire, a tall and strong man holding an iron hammer. His build was quite intimidating, with muscular arms. He was holding tongs in his left hand, gripping a red-hot iron bar, and in his right hand, he wielded a large hammer, striking the iron on the anvil with force. The sound of the hammer hitting the iron echoed loudly. When the man heard the noise, he turned around. Lin Manhua and the others finally saw his face clearly. He had a bright, clean face, wheat-colored skin, Thick eyebrows, large and deep eyes, a high-nosed bridge, a look of strong determination and uprightness, with a very pure and honest aura. Lin Lanhua had a very good first impression of this blacksmith. After all, many people she met in the army looked like this, and she felt very familiar seeing him now. "Are you here to buy something?" At this moment, Lin Lanhua was disguised as Zhao Desheng's younger brother. She dressed as a man and carried the commanding presence of a soldier from her past life, making her look very convincing. However, she didn't speak up suddenly. She quietly followed behind Zhao Desheng. Blacksmith Huicheng didn't notice anything unusual. He thought Lin Lanhua was a handsome, young master, but since they didn't look much alike, he wasn't sure about their relationship. Still, he wasn't interested in finding out. Zhao Desheng asked, "Master, we want to order 2 knives and 2 shovels. Here are the drawings. Can you make them?" He handed the drawings over. Huicheng took the drawings, looked at them, and his eyes lit up. Upon closer inspection, he thought the knife design looked very strong and powerful. The shovel, however, was oddly shaped, and he wasn't sure what it was used for. "Can you make them, master?" "I can, but I still have some iron tools to work on today. I need to finish those first, then I can make yours. You can come to pick them up tomorrow afternoon." Huicheng glanced at them and estimated the time needed. Zhao Desheng looked at Lin Lanhua and continued, "Master, we have urgent business tomorrow and need to leave town. These are for self-defense. We're willing to pay extra. Could you make them for us now? We can come early tomorrow to pick them up." Huicheng frowned, but since they didn't seem to be lying, he thought for a moment and agreed. "All right, I'll make them for you today. If not, I can work late tonight. Come early tomorrow to pick them up. It'll cost you 20 taels of silver." Zhao Desheng had no objection to the price and nodded in agreement. He looked at the strong-faced blacksmith and tentatively asked, "Can we stay in your shop for a little while to look around? If you don't mind, please forgive my boldness." Huicheng thought they wanted to test his forging skills and agreed. Then, as usual, he calmly took out the refined iron from the house, put it into the furnace, and began to smelt it. The two of them just watched silently, neither speaking to each other nor to the blacksmith. After a while, perhaps feeling bored, they separated to look around. Zhao Desheng picked up various finished iron tools nearby and asked the blacksmith some curious questions. Lin Lanhua took advantage of the blacksmith being distracted by Zhao Desheng to quietly pour a bag of prepared lime into the melting furnace. Although Huicheng answered some very simple questions from Zhao Desheng, he kept his eyes on the furnace and the fire below. He naturally saw Lin Lanhua pouring something white into the furnace, but he thought since they were making something for others and deliberately doing this to hide it from him, he would pretend not to see and continue talking normally with Zhao Desheng. Lin Lanhua lingered by the furnace for a while, then walked over to Zhao Desheng and winked twice. Zhao Desheng caught her signal, asked 2 more questions, then pretended to be bored, closed his mouth, and stopped asking. After lingering a bit longer, Zhao Desheng casually led Lin Lanhua away. Huicheng glanced at their backs, carefully observed the furnace for a while, but saw no obvious changes. He didn't bother to worry further and continued working on his own iron. They left the blacksmith shop, and Zhao Desheng took Lin Lanhua to a place where they could eat wontons. He ordered 2 bowls. Zhao Desheng used his handkerchief to wipe the table and chairs, then signaled Lin Lanhua to sit down. When the owner brought the cooked wontons, he took 2 pairs of chopsticks from the basket and handed one to Lin Lanhua. "Lanhua, didn't you say at home that their wontons are very tasty? Eat more." Lin Lanhua looked at Zhao Desheng with a happy feeling in her heart, took the chopsticks and ate slowly. Zhao Desheng watched his wife eat delicately, feeling satisfied as he enjoyed his own bowl of wontons. At night, in a quiet blacksmith shop in the city, Huicheng stared at the knife in his hand, which shimmered with a cold light. He was very surprised and unsure what the person had added to the furnace today, as it produced such a sharp and high-quality knife and shovel. He knew that his previous master was a government-controlled blacksmith who had made swords, knives, and spears for the army, but none of his recipes could produce such weapons. During the day, the 2 people he saw had such rare items. He took the knife handles that Zhao Dachin and the others had chosen earlier and attached them to the knives. There were 3 knives laid out on the table. He put one aside, covered the other 2 with leather sheaths, and then started making shovel handles according to the blueprint. The most important parts were finished quickly. Ho Cheng assembled the shovel handle swiftly, following Zhao Dachin's drawings. He then tested it by swinging it in the air a few times, hearing the sharp sound of the shovel cutting through the air. He nodded secretly. This was indeed a sharp weapon. "Ah, Cheng, I've heated some water for you. Hurry and wash up. You've had a long day," his wife called softly. Hearing her gentle voice, Ho Cheng put the knives and shovels aside, opened the door, and saw his wife at the entrance.
I'll go wash now.
2 customers ordered tools today, and they need them by tomorrow morning. It's just a little late. You go back to your room and wait for me. Ho Cheng's wife was a beautiful young woman 5 years younger than him, only 19. She had clear, dew-like eyes, a small delicate nose, pink lips, fair skin, and a graceful figure. She was not tall, only reaching Ho Cheng's shoulders. When they stood together, unless Ho Cheng's face was decent, she looked like a beauty next to a beast. Her name was Zhao Tao. Her mother was originally a concubine of a wealthy family. Because of her beauty, she was favored but was secretly betrayed by the main wife and ended up sold to a broker. Fortunately, she did not fall into the dirtier places. She eventually went to Yongzhou, where Zhao Tao's father bought her as a wife. She gave birth to Zhao Tao in the first year. For the next 3 or 4 years, she was pregnant but did not give birth again, which caused some gossip in the village. However, Zhao Tao's father treated her well. They didn't have a son, but they didn't take a concubine either. In the 5th year, she became pregnant again and finally gave birth to a son. The family was doing quite well. Zhao Tao and Hu Cheng are childhood sweethearts. Hu Cheng's parents died early, so he left home at a young age to explore the world. He met his blacksmith master, learned the craft of blacksmithing, saved some money, and returned to his hometown to open a blacksmith shop. When he found out that the girl he liked was not married, he asked someone to propose marriage for him. They married smoothly and together managed the shop. They had been married for just a year and had no children yet. Every time Zhao Tao visited her parents, her mother would ask about her. Zhao Tao felt a little anxious, but Hu Cheng was not worried. They were newlyweds and very happy, never arguing. One day, after washing up, Hu Cheng returned to the room and saw his wife bending over to make the bed. Her graceful figure moved gently, her waist swayed, and her skirt fluttered slightly. Hu Cheng was so captivated that he suddenly rushed over, hugged his wife, and pushed her onto the bed. He eagerly kissed her lips. He played with her earlobe for a while, teasing her. His hands were restless, igniting sparks on her body. Feeling excited, Hu Cheng turned his wife over, pulled her into his arms, and before she could react, he kissed her soft lips, nibbling and sucking. His hand reached for her waist, gently unfastening her belt. Soon, the room was filled with the sounds of heavy breathing and soft moans from both. The next morning, before dawn, Hu Cheng woke up. He looked at his wife sleeping peacefully in his arms, her hair scattered on the bed. He gently brushed her hair back and laid it behind her. Zhao Tao was still exhausted from last night and hadn't woken up. Hu Cheng knew she was truly tired. He reached out, pulled Zhao Tao closer, held her head, and stroked her hair. His mind drifted to the events of the previous night. He didn't know their identities or what they did, but he was glad to have a peaceful life with the woman he loved. He didn't want any trouble. Since those 2 people had secretly brought things yesterday without telling him, he could only pretend he didn't know. He hoped they weren't dangerous or violent, capable of doing harm or killing to cover their tracks. He thought this in his heart, but he still prepared for both good and bad outcomes. He made up his mind and unconsciously kissed his wife's forehead. His hands also gently rubbed her body until he felt softness, causing the woman in his arms to moan softly, alluring and charming. Feeling a bit excited, he looked at the sky outside. With a firm hold on his still sleeping wife, he decided to take advantage of last night's lingering feelings and began a new pursuit. Finally, after the couple finished, Huicheng carefully washed his wife, not letting her sleep any longer. He dressed her and helped her wake up. They had a quick breakfast. Then Huicheng found an excuse to let Zhao Tao stay at her parents' house for a night, promising to pick her up tomorrow, and personally saw her off to her father-in-law's home. The two families lived not far apart. After seeing her off, it was not yet noon. Huicheng then went about his usual day of blacksmithing. Zhao Daqin and Lin Manhwa disguised themselves at the inn and headed toward the blacksmith shop. When they arrived, Huicheng was working on making tools. He saw Zhao Daqin and Lin Manhua, but didn't ask many questions. He calmly handed them 2 knives and 2 shovels. The items are ready.
Check if they're what you wanted, he said.
Zhao Daqin examined the fighting knives and shovels. Since they were made by Huicheng, he knew their quality well. Noticing that Huicheng didn't ask about the material change, he and Lin Manhua didn't hide anything. They tested the knives and shovels, which cut through iron easily and had sharp edges. Zhao Daqin remembered his wife saying that adding lime would make the blades even sharper, but he didn't expect them to be this sharp. Still, he kept a neutral expression and said, "Not bad, they'll do," then glanced at Huicheng. Both of them silently agreed, not to mention the change in material. Yesterday, Zhao Daqin paid a deposit of 5 taels of silver. Now that the items were finished, he took out the 15 taels of silver he had prepared and handed it to the blacksmith. Huicheng looked at the knife in Zhao Daqin's hand, took the silver, and said nothing. After paying, Zhao Daqin and Lin Manhua packed up their things and left. Huicheng, feeling a bit relieved, didn't fully relax. It wasn't until several days later that he finally relaxed, as there was no further news. But that's a story for later. The fighting knives and military shovels were packed by Zhao Desheng, and the two of them headed to the grain shop. As expected, they learned that the shop had informed buyers that each person could only buy 1 share of grain at a time, and the price had increased by 10 coins per dough. Now, the grain cost 110 coins per dough. The prices of other coarse grains had not changed. Most people buying grain were complaining loudly, but they still had to buy some to take home. Zhao Desheng and Lin Manhua did not go into the grain shop. Instead, they first went to the general store, bought some salt, and also purchased dried food on the street to eat on the way home. Then they returned to the inn, checked out, and drove a donkey cart to the grain shop. They each bought 2 shares of grain and also bought some rough rice and mixed grains, hiding them under the others to avoid drawing attention. They decided to leave quickly and return to Yaotang village to prepare for future plans. The journey back was long, and they felt sorry for the donkey, so they didn't buy too many things. Once they reached the county town, they planned to buy a little more. After shopping, they set off with the donkey cart at noon. The knives and shovels were hidden on the cart. They smoothly left the town, not stopping along the way, and jogged slowly on the official road. They kept track of time and, with some effort, finally arrived at a town where they had stayed before, just before dark. They went straight to the same inn, booked a room, and settled in. Zhao Desheng followed the young waiter to the donkey's area, gave the donkey some grass, poured water, and handed the waiter a dozen copper coins. He asked the waiter to carefully watch over their belongings. Although the inn would take good care of guests' things even without payment, such personal gestures were important to avoid unnecessary trouble. Actually, Lin Lanhua's space could hold all their belongings, but she didn't want to reveal it yet. She kept quiet, thinking it was only a few things, and losing them wouldn't be a big deal. Fortunately, the inn was well arranged. The next morning, everything was intact, donkey and belongings, with no problems at all. It was a false alarm. Zhao Desheng got up early, asked the young waiter to prepare 10 steamed buns to take along, then went to feed the donkey, tied up the cart, paid the room fee, and set off again with the buns. They traveled along the official road. It was the rice grain filling period in the fields, so there were very few travelers. They walked for a long stretch without seeing many people. Walking through a stretch of fields, on the distant dirt road lined with wild mountains and forests, during the rainy summer season, the plants grow lush and thick. When people go inside, they disappear from sight. The donkey cart moves steadily along the road. After crossing a hill, there are several more hills ahead before reaching the plains. Zhao Desheng is focused on driving the donkey cart. Lin Lanhua looks at the dense woods on both sides. Suddenly, a dull gray figure flashes quickly through the bushes ahead. It passes in a blink, but Lin Lanhua's sharp eyes catch it. Calmly, Lin Lanhua turns her gaze away, keeping an eye on the nearby area with her peripheral vision. She sits steadily and lowers her voice. Is there an ambush ahead? Be careful. Hearing her warning, Zhao Desheng's face changes. He feels alarmed inside. His whip stiffens for a moment, but he quickly recovers, his expression returning to normal. He looks at the green road ahead and asks in a steady voice, Lin Lanhua, there are bushes under the green trees on the left side, and there might be some on the right too. The number of people is uncertain. We'll pass normally for now. If they have more than 20 people, don't fight them. Find a chance to run immediately. Losing the donkey is okay. Zhao Desheng, if they have too many people, I'll block them. You run quickly. Lin Lanhua, what are you blocking? You're not as skilled as me. If things get bad, don't hesitate. Find a chance to run immediately. Hesitating and looking around will only stop both of us. If there are few people, we can fight them directly. Zhao Desheng. It sounds like they're being robbed, but it's strange to describe it as if they're the ones attacking. Still, Zhao Desheng understands clearly. No matter how good their skills are, they can't beat a large group. Even a hungry tiger fears a pack of wolves. And right now, they don't even know what kind of people they're facing. If they're vicious and dangerous, saving their lives is the most important. Okay, if there are too many, we split up and run. We'll meet at Qingshan Town. If something really happens, nothing is more important than life. We can give up money and valuables. The two agree on a plan. Lin Lanhua sits at the back, using Zhao Desheng and the donkey cart to hide herself. She gently taps a long wooden stick she took from inside the cart, which is hidden in a secret compartment. She then takes out 2 military shovels. She uses her body to shield one of the shovels, placing it beside Zhao Desheng. She holds the other in her hand. Zhao Desheng's palms were sweaty, but he acted calm on the outside. Occasionally, he would turn around and pretend to talk to Lin Lanhua. As they approached the hiding spot where Lin Lanhua saw someone, he raised his whip and suddenly struck the donkey several times. The donkey, startled by the pain, immediately kicked and ran wildly. The ambushers saw this and gritted their teeth, saying, "Damn it, this man has sharp eyes. Brothers, let's attack now." Before they finished speaking, 4 or 5 people grabbed a thick branch, ready in advance, and threw it forcefully into the middle of the road. The startled donkey reared up on its front legs. Seeing the road blocked ahead, Zhao Desheng quickly turned east toward the forest, but soon the cart had to stop because there was no way forward. Lin Lanhua kept watch for the hidden enemies behind them. When she saw a group of ragged, hollow-cheeked, and fierce-looking refugees, she was shocked. Where did these refugees come from? About 30 refugees approached from 3 directions, surrounding Lin Lanhua and the others. Lin Lanhua steadied herself and jumped down from the cart, pulling out a military shovel. She stood confidently beside the cart. Zhao Desheng stopped the donkey and quickly took out his own military shovel. The two of them stood back to back, alert and ready for the encircling enemies. The refugees, having traveled a tough journey, were experienced and quickly realized that the couple was skilled fighters, not just show-offs. Especially the woman. They had killed many people before, and each carried some fierce aura. They could tell that the woman was extremely deadly, as if she had truly seen blood and killed. The man, though calm on his face, showed a hint of fear in his eyes. Probably he had never seen blood. Watching the two move so skillfully, wielding strange, gleaming iron shovels, some of the timid refugees instinctively stepped back. One refugee, approaching the strongest man among them, swallowed hard and asked, "What should we do?" Big Brother, the refugee leader, with a face full of flesh and a fierce look, sized up the couple and thought to himself, "This man is probably a coward, pretending to be tough. The woman is strong, but what can she do?" He sneered on the outside. "Thinking these fancy tricks will help? Fists can't fight 4 hands. Do you really think just the two of you can scare us off?" Zhao Desheng said, "Whether we scare them or make them retreat depends on whether we have the skills. But bringing a few backup fighters is no problem." After speaking, Zhao Desheng glared fiercely at the people surrounding him. Lin Manhwa looked serious, with a murderous look in her eyes. Seeing this, the frightened refugees began to hesitate, their sticks trembling in their hands. The refugee leader was somewhat clever. He quickly saw through their plan. He raised his large knife and shouted, "Everyone, attack now. There are only 2 of them. We're about 30 people. We can handle them easily. If we let them escape, the officials and soldiers will come after us." He pointed to the food and donkeys on their carts, saying, "There's enough food and drink for us for days." "And this woman," he added with a lewd smile. Hearing the refugee leader's words, the smaller fighters who were hesitant now found confidence. They had gone through many hardships, hiding and running here. They had taken lives along the way and had no way out now. They could either kill, steal, and feast, or live like beggars, relying on others' charity, facing cold stares, hunger, and cold. "Charge! Kill the man, spare the woman," the refugee leader shouted loudly. He raised his knife and rushed toward Zhao Desheng first. The others followed, gripping their sticks tightly. Zhao Desheng and Lin Manhua quickly swung their weapons, shovels, at the fastest rushing refugee. The enemy was alert and raised his stick to block. But Zhao Desheng's shovel was very sharp. The refugee's stick snapped in 2 instantly. He watched in horror as the strange shovel stabbed toward his chest, blood splattering on his face.
He was kicked away.
In their first move, Zhao Desheng and Lin Manhua efficiently took down 2 refugees. Seeing this, the remaining frightened refugees slowed down and fell behind the others. Taking advantage of their distraction, Zhao Desheng charged at the refugee leader with his shovel. Lin Manhua was busy dealing with the refugees trying to block Zhao Desheng and those attempting to sneak attack. "Stop him!" the refugee leader shouted angrily when he saw Zhao Desheng and Lin Manhua quickly take down 2 of his men. He roared loudly. A few stronger refugee followers swung their sticks at Zhao Desheng. He rolled away, escaping their attack. Then he kicked the 2 closest enemies to the ground with a sweeping kick, quickly got up, and charged at the refugee leader. The leader of the refugees was not weak. When he saw the machete, he immediately fought Zhao Desheng. Meanwhile, Lin Manhua moved quickly and skillfully among the refugees. She was fierce and deadly with every move, making it impossible for few refugees to get close to her. While fighting, she gradually approached Zhao Desheng. Just as she reached him, Zhao Desheng kicked away a refugee and swung his shovel at another person's shoulder. He then grabbed Lin Manhua and pushed her forward. "Go ahead, run quickly." Lin Manhua turned around and saw Zhao Desheng blocking other refugees with his shovel. Remembering their plan, she didn't hesitate. Using her agility, she dodged the refugees' big hands and swinging sticks, running toward the west without looking back. 7 or 8 refugees saw her and immediately chased after her. "Quick, catch her. Don't let her escape." Lin Lanhua ran very fast. She looked back and saw some refugees couldn't catch her. They threw their sticks, but she sped up, dodging the sticks with the wind rushing past her ears. She was only hit lightly on the back by 1 stick. Damn it, how is this girl running so fast? Enough, enough. I'm about to run out of breath. Some refugees couldn't keep running and stopped halfway. A few others, attracted by Lin Lanhua's beauty, kept chasing her despite their exhaustion. After running a while, Lin Lanhua saw only 3 or 4 refugees behind her. She stopped, leaned on her knees, and took deep breaths with her head lowered. It was a hot summer day, and the heat was intense. The tattered clothes of the 4 refugees chasing her were soaked with sweat. They were about to give up when they saw the girl stop and catch her breath. Feeling good about themselves, they picked up their pace and continued chasing her. "I'll be the first to catch this girl," one of them thought. While panting, Lin Lanhua noticed the approaching refugees behind her. When they got close, she struck lightning fast, swinging her shovel and hitting one of them in the neck. Blood splattered onto another refugee nearby.
She didn't stop.
She kicked away a refugee, pulled out her shovel, and attacked the others. Lin Manhua's eyes showed determination and fierce resolve. She fought fiercely with her shovel. In a short time, she defeated all 4 refugees. She didn't stay in one place. She ran back along the path she had just come from, watching carefully as she ran to avoid being ambushed by other refugees. After running a short distance, she stopped halfway and sat down to rest. There were 2 refugees sitting on the ground, resting. They saw her and quickly picked up sticks nearby, standing up. They exchanged a quick look and raised their sticks, rushing toward Lin Manhwa. Previously, she was outnumbered and at a disadvantage. Now, with only 2 refugees, Lin Manhwa was not afraid. She dodged to the side and approached one of them. She swung her shovel and hit the back of his head, knocking him out instantly. The other refugee saw this and, frightened by Lin Manhua's fierce look and holding a blood-stained shovel, probably from chasing her attackers, hesitated. He recognized that fierce look because it was the same one they all had when killing and looting, an expression that said, "If I don't fight back, I will die." Terrified, he threw his stick at Lin Manhwa and immediately turned around and ran back desperately. With a loud thud, the shovel pierced through his ragged clothes, breaking the skin and flesh, and stabbed into his back. The force of the shovel going into his back made him fall forward uncontrollably, unable to defend himself. The sharp pain in his back made him grimace, but he dared not stop. He wanted to live. Using his hands and feet, he crawled forward. He looked back with difficulty and saw the lively young woman approaching him. He had no choice but to speed up, blood spreading on the ground behind him, creating a gruesome trail. Lin Manhwa reached the refugee's side and pressed her palm on the handle of the shovel. He let out a heart-wrenching scream as the shovel was driven deep into his back, then was forcefully pulled out without hesitation. It was too painful, too bitter. The refugee collapsed on the ground, facing the pale, yellow earth. He seemed to think of something, and his face showed a mix of tears and smiles. Lin Manhwa watched the weakening breath of the refugee lying beneath her, the bright red blood spreading out beneath him. She looked away, feeling a complex mix of emotions. But she didn't have time to feel sad. She turned and ran toward the way she came, because there were people she cared about ahead. After running for a while, Lin Manhwa caught up with the other 2 people she had been chasing earlier. They had become tired halfway and stopped to rest. Seeing that the others had disappeared from sight, they decided to head back. Fortunately, when Lin Manhwa was approaching, she stayed alert. Whenever she saw the figures of the refugees ahead, she would quietly slow down and get closer, throwing her military shovel silently. The 2 refugees were joking and walking back when suddenly one of them collapsed forward. Behind him, a strange-shaped shovel was stuck in his back. The nearby refugee hadn't reacted yet when a sudden whooshing sound came from behind. He instinctively crouched and rolled forward twice. He quickly looked up at the attacker. It was the woman they had been chasing earlier, holding a knife. She looked fierce, with a cold gleam on her weapon, just like the shovel. The refugee watched calmly as Lin Manhwa pulled the shovel out of the weakly breathing refugee on the ground. It made a muffled sound. The injured refugee screamed painfully, his chest heaving, gasping heavily, blood pouring from his back. Lin Manhwa threw the military shovel into her space bag right in front of the injured refugee, then grabbed her fighting knife and charged forward. The refugee was stunned to see the shovel disappear in an instant. Before he could think much, Lin Manhwa was already close. He hurriedly gripped his stick to defend himself. His stick was grabbed, and he saw the knife flash past his eyes. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach. The knife was quickly pulled out. He clutched his belly, screamed, and rolled on the ground. He gradually lost strength, fell to the ground, and looked up at the blue sky turning gray. Memories of the man he had killed over food and the kind uncle who once brought grain to a village after losing his son flooded his mind. Sadly, he knew he could never go back. Huff, huff, Zhao Dachin panted loudly as he ran forward desperately. He looked back at the refugee leader and his gang chasing behind him, trying to escape. He had seen Lin Lanhua run away earlier and felt relieved, but about 20 refugees still surrounded him. He dared not let his guard down and fought hard to avoid defeat. However, the refugee leader took the chance to cut his arm. Now, he was holding his bleeding wound with one hand and ran forward with effort, trying to escape. Although Zhao Desheng had been trained by Lin Lanhua for several months and had often gone hunting and killing animals before, he had never truly killed a person. When fighting the refugees earlier, he didn't fully intend to kill them. After a long fight, he only managed to take down 3 or 4 refugees. He was also injured, with several strikes on his back and legs. Finally, he found a gap and a chance to escape, but the group of refugees kept chasing him, determined to kill him. He had no way out and had to run desperately. Now he couldn't even tell which way to go. All he could do was pray silently for Lin Lanhua's safety. Lin Lanhua barely managed to run back to their ambush spot, but Zhao Desheng and the others were gone. Only 8 bodies lay on the ground, and the donkey cart was missing. She searched around, following the trail left on the ground. Along the way, she saw many bloodstains and quickened her pace. When she finally arrived, she saw Zhao Desheng surrounded by 7 or 8 refugees. He was clearly overwhelmed, struggling to defend himself. For more bodies lay on the ground nearby. Zhao Desheng was badly injured, with blood soaking his left arm and stains on his clothes, though the blood seemed to belong to others. Without hesitation, Lin Lanhua grabbed a shovel and attacked. She quickly took down 2 refugees and rushed into the circle, helping Zhao Desheng to his feet. Zhao Desheng was gasping for breath, with a look of blame in his eyes, but he didn't have time to speak. The 2 of them continued fighting. Lin Lanhua was more skilled and fierce, having military experience in her past life, so she fought decisively and lethally. Suddenly, a refugee fell to the ground, crying out in pain. He was clutching his broken right leg and rolling on the ground. As he called out, he looked up and saw the delicate, beautiful woman approaching, Lin Lanhua with her shovel. He looked up at her, then at her weapon, and saw her staring at him like a fierce demon. Fear filled his face and he begged, "Please spare me, miss. I know I was wrong. I won't dare do it again. Please forgive me." Lin Lanhua swung her shovel and ended his life, cutting off his pleas. She turned coldly and looked at the only remaining refugee leader, who was confronting Zhao Desheng. Seeing Lin Lanhua kill his last follower, he looked terrified. The leader of the refugees looked at Zhao Desheng, who was covered in wounds, and Lin Lanhua, who was safe and sound. He knew he had chosen the wrong target. No one expected that among this couple, the woman was also a skilled fighter with powerful techniques. His face and body were still stained with his little brother's blood. Seeing that the woman was unharmed, the 7 or 8 men who chased her probably didn't fare well. The men blocking the donkey cart had also died, 7 or 8 of them. Now, fewer than 10 people were left lying on the ground, and the remaining few had likely taken the chance to run away during the chaos. In the blink of an eye, most of his original group of over 30 men had been killed. Only a few timid ones managed to escape with their lives. The refugee leader wiped the blood that was about to cover his eyes from his face. He could no longer tell which of his men was which. Most of them had probably been involved. The 2 brothers who had been with him had just been killed by the couple's subordinates. They had all been wicked and evil, but now they had fallen at the hands of this couple. It was truly a bitter injustice. He looked at Lin Lanhua again, estimating her strength. In the end, for the sake of his pride and his natural contempt for women, he decided not to run. Damn it, if he could just take out this woman and then deal with the injured man, it would be easy. The clash of weapons echoed as they fought. After 2 rounds, the refugee leader realized he had chosen the wrong opponent again. Damn it, this woman was even more formidable than the men he had faced before. During the fight, Lin Lanhua deliberately showed a flaw, catching the refugee leader's eye. He swung his sword toward her waist, aiming to cut her in half. She seized the opportunity, spinning quickly to dodge the attack. Because he was using all his strength, the momentum caused him to turn sharply. Lin Lanhua took the chance to stab her shovel into the exposed back of his neck. The refugee leader was thrown forcefully to the ground, still in disbelief. He clenched his sword tightly, trying to get up, but Lin Manhwa pressed down hard on the handle of her shovel. He stared wide-eyed, unable to believe that he had been defeated by a woman and lost his life because of it. He didn't have time to learn more about the couple's background. He died with his eyes wide open. After finishing off the refugee leader, Lin Manhua casually wiped the blood-stained shovel on his body and then returned to Zhao Desheng, who was injured. He was covered in blood, with the most serious injury being a knife wound on his arm. At that moment, it was a life-and-death situation. If Zhao Desheng hadn't reacted quickly and noticed the danger, and if he hadn't dodged sideways to avoid the knife of the fleeing mob leader, his head or entire arm could have been cut off. There was also a cut on his lower back, and other injuries included bruises and swelling from being hit with sticks. Zhao Desheng looked at Lin Manhua, who was unharmed, and smiled at her.
I'm fine.
Don't worry. Lin Manhua glared at him. You rest for a bit. I'll go and come back. After saying that, she ran back along the way she came. When Zhao Desheng couldn't see her anymore, she took out a bundle from her space, exactly the same as before. Inside were healing ointment and bandages. Lin Manhua was the one keeping the bundle, and Zhao Desheng didn't know exactly what was inside. It was just right now to use as a cover story. She took the supplies, hurried back, and reached Zhao Desheng breathlessly. She calmly explained, I dealt with the people chasing me.
Phew.
When I came back to find you, the donkey cart was gone. Luckily, I saw the ambush earlier and quietly threw the bundle into the grass beside the road, hiding it behind the donkey cart. Otherwise, we'd have nothing now. Although she said this, her hands moved skillfully, stopping Zhao Desheng's bleeding and dressing his wounds. She had taken the bundle directly from her space, which contained the leftover cold buns from this morning, medicine, and 2 sets of clothes bought in the city, and their silver. Lin Manhua had been the one keeping it all. When she saw the ambush, she quietly stored everything in her space, except for the other things on the cart, which were hard to move. Lin Manhua looked very calm, so Zhao Desheng didn't doubt her. He only thought his wife was very clever. After treating Zhao Desheng's wounds and eating 2 cold buns, Lin Manhua told him to watch over things here. She then went nearby, found a large hole, and dragged the bodies into it one by one. Using a military shovel, she filled the hole with dirt and buried the bodies. Zhao Desheng watched her actions without asking much. He silently worked alongside her, dragging the bodies. He realized he had truly killed quite a few people. He felt a mix of relief for surviving and fear after his courage was exhausted. Zhao Desheng silently watched Lin Manhua's every move. He noticed that she remained calm and steady, even when facing many bodies. She showed little emotion, unlike him, whose mind was a mess of thoughts and feelings. He quietly lowered his head and continued to handle the bodies without saying a word. Together, they repeated their old routine, finding places to bury or dig pits for the bodies along the way. There are 27 refugees in total. A few took advantage of the chaos and ran off, and they also stole our donkey. Now, we can only go to Qingshan Town to see if we can buy or rent a vehicle to return to Lin Shui County. Zhao Desheng touched his dry hands, clenched his lips, and felt a bit annoyed. He blamed himself for being useless, which caused Lin Manhua to suffer with him. Seeing Zhao Desheng looking tired and weak, Lin Manhua thought he was injured and lost too much blood, so she went over to support his healthy hand. I'll help you walk. If we leave late, we really won't make it to Qingshan Town today. If we're lucky and meet a passing donkey cart, we can ask for a ride. Yes, okay. Fortunately, their bad luck had run out for the day. Halfway there, they met a family of 3 traveling to Qingshan Town to visit relatives, riding a mule cart. Lin Manhua asked Zhao Desheng to stand aside while she approached the driver. Seeing a pretty young woman stopping the cart, the driver glanced at Zhao Desheng behind her and stopped the mule cart, but didn't speak immediately. Big brother, my husband and I are going to Qingshan Town. The weather is really hot, and we're too tired to walk. If it's not too much trouble, could you give us a ride? We'll pay you for it. The man driving the mule cart felt the heat from the sun and the ground. He looked at Zhao Desheng and asked cautiously, Why isn't your husband asking? Why are you, a woman, doing this? Lin Lanhua looked back at Zhao Desheng. My husband was hunting and got hit by some animals in the mountains. He hurt his arm and back, and he's not feeling well. We're also going to the town to see a doctor. Seeing Zhao Desheng's pale face and uncomfortable posture, the man's doubts eased.
Get on.
It's 5 cents per person. Usually, he charged 3 cents in the village, but now he asked for 2 more. Lin Lanhua cheerfully agreed and turned to help Zhao Desheng, who was sweating quite a bit, get into the car. The man's wife listened to their conversation throughout. Seeing the small amount of money involved, she held her child and made some space for the 2 of them. After they sat down comfortably, she asked about their background. Young lady, where are you from? Your husband is injured, so why don't you find a vehicle to go to the town? Why rely on walking? We're mountain folk. As I think you might not know, we are poor and no one can afford to buy animals or carts. That's why my husband and I left home in the middle of the night, hoping to reach the town early. But the weather is so hot, and now we can hardly lift our legs. If we hadn't met kind people like you, we wouldn't know how long we'd be walking. Hearing Lin Lanhua praise her, the woman nodded repeatedly and agreed. I'll tell you, our family is honest and straightforward. My husband often drives a mule cart and helps passing travelers. If he sees someone going the same way, he gives them a ride. When villagers ask for his help, he always agrees. Today, meeting you is just good luck for us. Lin Lanhua looked at her sincerely, shifting the conversation from their background to boast about how honest and helpful her family was, how they helped villagers. Her 3-year-old son, who was in her arms, looked around with big eyes, observing the 2 strangers. He stayed quietly in his mother's arms, occasionally trying to break free but was held tightly and didn't quite understand. Lin Lanhua praised her child for being obedient and cute. The woman then shifted from praising herself to praising her son for being obedient and easy to care for, and how happy her in-laws and husband were. She also asked Lin Lanhua and her husband if they had children. When Lin Lanhua said no, she enthusiastically shared some tips on having boys. So, the journey, though long, was not boring. Lin Lanhua soon realized that the woman across from her was quite talkative, chatting non-stop. She had to muster her energy, smile politely, and continue to listen politely, occasionally observing Zhao Desheng. Seeing Lin Lanhua patiently listening and appearing sincere, the woman became even happier and kept talking, sometimes pulling Lin Lanhua's sister-in-law along, and sometimes letting her go. The man driving the car not only didn't stop his wife, but also acted very proud and arrogant, as if he was proud of himself, even though he wasn't the cautious man from before. This strange couple really surprised Lin Lanhua, but she also found them quite interesting. Finally, they arrived at Qingshan town. Lin Lanhua paid for the car and was glad to leave the couple behind with Zhao Dacheng. Because they had a smooth trip, when they parted, the woman firmly told Lin Lanhua her home address and invited her to visit someday. Her enthusiasm was almost too much. Lin Lanhua thought, is it okay to share your address so easily with strangers? The man driving the car also looked much calmer than at the beginning. Lin Lanhua was a bit surprised. This couple really was. They didn't wander around the town but went straight to the inn where they had stayed before in Qingshan town. They booked a room upstairs, asked the waiter to prepare some food and 2 buckets of hot water. When they returned to the room, Lin Lanhua quickly helped Zhao Dacheng sit down. The inn kept the hot water boiling, which was convenient. Soon, the waiter brought it up. Lin Lanhua went behind the screen to wash herself because her hair was also stained with blood. She had wrapped her hair with a cloth before, but now she let it down and carefully washed it clean. Her clothes from the morning, stained with the blood of the refugee, had been discarded after she buried him. Now she only had the clean clothes she had just changed into. She didn't mind wearing them. She used a towel to dry her wet hair until it was no longer dripping. Then she called Zhao Dacheng over, who was sitting at the table. She moved a stool next to the water bucket, helped him take off his coat, and sat on the stool. Usually, Zhao Dacheng would tease her when faced with this kind of situation, but Lin Lanhua thought, today, it's unusually quiet. Now, she was busy with her own things, and everything was surprisingly peaceful. She first washed the man's hair. At this time, the man also had long hair, which was very difficult to wash. Moreover, Zhao Desheng's hair had some dark brown bloodstains, making it even more troublesome. Lin Manhwa scrubbed the man's hair with her hands. As she washed, she really wanted to cut his long hair into a modern short style. It was her first time washing a man with long hair, and she was a bit clumsy. She didn't apply much force, but she also didn't handle it gently. Sometimes, she accidentally pulled a strand of Zhao Desheng's hair, but he didn't react at all. He kept his eyes closed and said nothing, looking very lifeless. She began to wonder what was wrong with him. If it were his usual self, he would have acted pitiful by now. His calmness today felt strange and unfamiliar. "Brother Desheng, are you tired?" she asked, knowing that his arm was injured and bleeding quite a bit, and he had walked a long way. It was normal for him to feel exhausted physically and mentally. Zhao Desheng still kept his eyes closed, but he gently pinched the corner of Lan Hua's clothes. He didn't use much strength and didn't disturb her. He softly replied, Lin Lanhua didn't ask any more questions. Hearing his response, she believed him and didn't bother him further. Her movements became more careful and gentle, making sure not to pull out any more of his hair. She washed his hair twice with soap nuts, then rinsed it with clean water. Finally, she used a towel to dry his hair until it was no longer dripping. Next, she took off his outer clothes, leaving only his long pants on, exposing his bare chest. Holding the towel, she carefully and quietly wiped him down, avoiding his arm wound and the wound on his lower back. Her movements were gentle and her expression calm and tender. She was confident and graceful. Meanwhile, Zhao Desheng, who often liked to tease his wife, now looked a little shy and awkward, feeling embarrassed. Seeing the light blush on his face and his ears turning red, Lin Lanhua looked at his exposed upper body, showing his strong build. She then looked at her hand resting on his shoulder and the towel in her other hand as she wiped him. Because the inn stool was a bit low, she squatted beside him for convenience. Her mind was racing with thoughts, and she felt a little shy herself. But she still diligently washed the towel and wiped his upper body thoroughly. With a soft plop, she threw the towel into the water bucket and said as she walked out from behind the screen, "Now you can wash the rest yourself. I will wait outside for you first." Zhao Desheng blushed, reached out with his uninjured hand, took off his pants, and saw a certain part that was eager to move, feeling a bit shy. His injured hand gently rested on the edge of the wooden tub. He then reached into the water to grab a cloth floating inside. After he calmed down a bit, he started cleaning himself. Once Zhao Desheng finished cleaning up, the food was almost ready on the table. Today, the two of them fought off more than 20 people and ran a long way, plus dealing with the dead bodies, which exhausted them quite a bit. The bread they ate earlier had long been digested. Now, their stomachs were empty. Seeing the food on the table, although it wasn't very fancy, it tasted good enough. The two of them finished all the dishes they ordered. They then asked the servant to clear the bowls and chopsticks and poured out the water behind the folding screen. After a tiring day, neither of them went out. They sat at the table, each pouring a cup of tea. Talking about today's events, I just asked the servant, and there's no news of refugees occupying the mountains and becoming bandits here. The people we met today were probably just scattered refugees, not a large group yet. It's also possible that refugees came from the city, gathered to rob travelers, but it's not serious yet, so we just happened to meet them. They talked about today's events, still feeling a bit uneasy. Right now, it's peaceful here, and there are few refugees. But if more refugees come in the future and they're starving and resort to theft, it will happen more often. When people are in desperate situations, they often develop a kind of courage just to survive. No matter what, we should go back to Yaoding village as soon as possible. There aren't many refugees now, but the flood in Tanzhou has left many people homeless. The fall of Xingzhou means more and more refugees. If they can't survive in the city, they will spread to nearby counties and towns. If the government doesn't help settle them, the number of bandits occupying the mountains will only grow, and the situation will become more dangerous. It's better to go home quickly, make arrangements, and survive in this world. All right, tomorrow morning we'll go to the town and see if we can buy a mule. She looked at the mules today. They're stronger than donkeys, can carry more weight, and can also pull carts. Buying a mule would be more practical. In the evening, the two of them went to bed early. Because Zhao Desheng's left arm was injured, he slept on the outside of the bed to avoid touching his wound. Of course, he usually slept on the outside anyway. Lin Lanhua looked at Zhao Desheng, who seemed less talkative today. Under the cover of night, she suddenly asked, "Brother Desheng, what's wrong with you today? You don't look very well." Zhao Desheng looked at the dull, dark bed curtain and listened to the occasional noisy sounds outside the inn. He sighed deeply but decided to speak honestly to Lin Lanhua. "Lanhua, do you think I'm useless? I can't protect you. Why would you think that? I never think you're useless. Today, because you helped hold back the refugees behind us, I was able to escape smoothly. If not, we both could have been in danger. But I was soft-hearted and got myself into trouble. I needed you to save me. Did I really hate myself for being so weak?" Lin Lanhua said, "If all those refugees had attacked together today, just the two of us couldn't handle it. If you hadn't delayed them, giving me a chance to fight back, the outcome could have been terrible. So, it's not just my achievement. Your role was very important." She continued, "When facing killing for the first time, no one can stay completely calm. Everyone feels soft-hearted. Besides, I am not a fragile woman. I can take care of myself. In such a chaotic world, no one can guarantee they'll survive. No one should rely solely on others. We must become stronger ourselves. You should be happy that I am strong enough to not need your protection. Not sad that I can't be weak and rely on you, because only then can we support each other and do our best to stay alive in this dangerous world for the people we care about." Zhao Desheng was silent. Lin Lanhua is a rational and strong person. She wouldn't flatter men just for their pride or face. She simply wouldn't do that, and she couldn't. So now, she spoke honestly without worrying about Zhao Desheng's pride as a man. She shared her true feelings. She came into this world and met this man. She liked him, but that didn't mean she would give up her principles and reason for him. If one day, this man doesn't deserve her affection, she might feel sad, but she would never compromise. Because she is Lin Lanhua. Zhao Desheng. Lanhua, I didn't mean it that way. I fear that someone as extraordinary as you will one day leave someone as ordinary as me. Lanhua. What do you want to say? Zhao Desheng. Lanhua, do you dislike me? You're so good, and Lanhua. Feelings are not about pride but about self-doubt, I don't think I've been this impressive from the very first day, and you probably haven't been like this from the start either. Zhao Desheng. So, it's all my own unnecessary worries, but when I think carefully, it's true. When Lanhua first met Zhao Desheng, she was always very capable. However, in this male-dominated world, she was often held back. Because Zhao Desheng's family lives relatively far from the village and isn't influenced by the traditional expectations of women, Lanhua also doesn't like to mingle with the women in the village. So, she lives freely and happily now. This also made Zhao Desheng realize how special his wife is. He always knew that if she ever truly wanted to leave him, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Lanhua, I know I was petty today, but I was just scared. Today was the first time I killed someone. I feel a bit upset, but seeing you, a woman, not afraid and charging ahead makes me feel ashamed and useless. Lanhua. Everyone fears when facing dangerous bandits. Fear doesn't depend on gender. It's normal to be scared when you see blood for the first time. Many soldiers on modern battlefields also suffer psychological scars from killing enemies. No one is born a ruthless killer. When Manhwa killed for the first time, she had nightmares for a long time before she finally recovered. Listen to what you're saying. You still look down on women. In this world, there are men as timid as mice and women who are gentle on the outside but strong inside. Zhao Desheng didn't continue speaking. He felt that no matter what he said, Manhwa wouldn't be happy. Because of her, he no longer looked down on women like he used to. But there's no denying that most women need protection from men. Many women are gentle but strong inside, and women like Manhwa, who are skilled in martial arts, are very rare. She is strong, unique, and wise. Maybe he only met her because she hadn't met someone better yet, so she didn't leave.
She chose to stay.
If one day she meets someone better. Zhao Desheng had been worried, but never said a word or had the right to say anything. Lin Manhua knew that his long-held beliefs, formed over more than 20 years, couldn't be changed with just a few words. She also believed he was right. Women in this era are indeed at a disadvantage, whether in physical strength or social status. They didn't continue discussing this topic. Brother Desheng, don't force yourself. If you're scared, I'll hold you and sleep. Hearing this, Zhao Desheng slowly moved toward Lin Lanhua, reached out with his uninjured hand, wrapped his arms around her waist, and buried his face in her embrace. He felt a bit fragile now because he had killed someone for the first time during the day, and many people at that. It made him uncomfortable, but as a man, he was naturally supposed to be strong and not show weakness. Still, he couldn't resist Lin Lanhua's hug. So, hearing her say that he truly wanted to stay close because he needed her, Lin Lanhua reached out to avoid his injury, pulled him into her arms, and gently stroked his hair, which was dry and had a faint soap-like smell, rough and coarse to the touch. She held him like a baby, softly patting his back to lull him to sleep. In Lin Lanhua's gentle embrace, Zhao Desheng gradually calmed down and fell into sleep. In the middle of the night, Zhao Desheng had a nightmare. He saw the blood of the refugee leader pouring out endlessly, like an unending stream, until it overwhelmed him. The feeling of drowning and losing control made it hard to breathe. He struggled to wake up from the nightmare. On this hot summer night, he was covered in cold sweat. Next to him, Lin Lanhua also sweated, but it was just because of the heat. Still, she held Zhao Desheng tightly. Looking at Lin Lanhua, who was restless from the heat, Zhao Desheng ignored his own sweaty body and continued to nestle into her soft embrace, pushing away the image of the refugee leader's face and blood in his mind. He closed his eyes again, truly feeling the person in his arms, listening to her heartbeat and shallow breathing. In his heart, he silently vowed to become stronger, so he could protect the people he cared about and keep this happiness. In her sleep, Lin Lanhua, with a faint awareness, felt the person in her arms. Instinctively, she reached out and hugged him, then drifted back to sleep. The psychological shadow left by his first murder was heavy, and Zhao Desheng hadn't fully adapted yet. But after his wife's stern comfort, he felt much better. The next day, the two first took a walk around the town. They didn't see any mules or donkeys for sale. Since they were heading back to Yaoding village, they didn't want to stay too long in Qingshan town. Fortunately, Qingshan town is not far from Linshui County. They had enough money, so they asked around and rented a donkey cart to Linshui County. It cost 60 coins. An old man drove the cart. He looked old but was actually in his 40s. In this time, people did heavy manual work, ate poorly, and didn't live long. Many men became grandfathers in their 30s because they married and had children early. The old man had a kind face. He often transported people and goods in town and did pretty well. Sometimes he got long-distance jobs to nearby counties, which paid more. Today, he was very happy to get this job. Although it would take some time, and they wouldn't return until tomorrow morning, Zhao Desheng and the others paid generously. The money he earned on this trip was equal to 2 or 3 days of his usual income. Seeing the young couple sitting happily in the cart, he asked with a smile, "Where are you from? Are you visiting relatives in Linshui County, or doing something else?" "Sir, we're locals from Linshui County. We just went to the city to visit relatives and have come back." "Oh, you have relatives in the city? What do they do?" Zhao Desheng replied, "They run small businesses. It's a small trade. These days, many refugees and beggars are in the city, so business isn't good. I even tried to persuade him to farm at home, but he didn't want to." The old man nodded. "Yes, these days, the world is very chaotic. It's better to stick to farming. At least you have food to eat. Otherwise, even if you have money, there's nowhere to spend it. I only go out during the farming season to earn some food." After this trip, I need to go back and help with the harvest. Zhao Desheng said, That's right. The harvest season is coming soon. This year, it looks like it will be a good one. You should be careful when driving the cart. I heard in the city that some refugees rob travelers on the road outside the city. Be cautious. The old man asked, Really? Where do they rob? How many people? Are they bandits? Zhao Desheng replied, I don't know exactly how many. Probably refugees who can't survive and have turned into bandits, attacking along the road from the city to here. Are they coming to our area? Most of the people here are ordinary folks with no money or food. Even if bandits come, they probably won't do much. Zhao Desheng said, Who knows? I heard that places like Tanzhou and Shenzhou are very chaotic. It's better for the old master to keep some extra food at home. Zhao Desheng isn't naturally cold-hearted. He hopes more people can survive during these troubled times. He doesn't mind sharing some news he heard from the government, but how to choose is up to each person. The old man said, Young man, you're right. No matter what, it's proper to store some extra food at home, or else the whole family will suffer. Later, Zhao Desheng and the old man who was driving the cart talked about farm work. Lin Manhwa stayed silent. She didn't need to speak now. She didn't even know how to do the farm work. She listened to their words, understanding only parts of it. They chatted back and forth a little while, so the trip wasn't boring. But the donkey cart was uncomfortable, and Lin Manhua couldn't get out and walk like she did when they first set out to stretch her legs. She sat for a long time, and her half of her butt started to go numb. She couldn't rub it herself, so she just kept sitting steadily on the wooden board of the cart. From her face, you couldn't tell she was uncomfortable. She sat calmly, hardly moving at all. Zhao Desheng looked at the old man driving the cart and quietly leaned close to Lin Lanhua's ear, whispering, Lanhua, if you're not feeling well, you can lean on me and rest for a while. Lin Lanhua turned her head and looked at his injured arm. I'm fine, really. Zhao Desheng couldn't tell much from her face, and since there were others around, he didn't want to be too bold. He didn't insist further. Instead, he gently stretched out his uninjured arm, wrapped it around Lin Lanhua, and slowly massaged her lower back to help her feel better. Lin Lanhua looked at him again, but didn't refuse. They traveled a long way. The sun was high in the sky, and the air was hot and stuffy. All three of them were sweating heavily. Lin Lanhua's head was wrapped with a cloth, which helped, but Zhao Desheng's face was red from the sun. Along the road, there were many trees, and the sun was shining down. The old man couldn't stand the heat either. He stopped the donkey cart under a shady tree and told the others to get off and rest for a while. The old man tied his donkey, sat in the shade of a tree, took off his straw hat, wiped the sweat from his face with his sleeve, and fanned himself with the hat. He reached for the gourd at his waist, took a sip of water, and saw Zhao Desheng holding a bun and offering it to him. No need, no need. I brought some dry food myself. Don't trouble yourself, the old man said. Zhao Desheng replied, Here, take this and eat. We bought it this morning in town. There's more. The weather is so hot, and if we don't eat it soon, it will spoil. It's a pity to waste it. Before the old man could refuse, Zhao Desheng firmly pressed the bun into his hand and then turned back to Lin Lanhua. The old man touched the white bun in his hand, sat on the ground, and carefully took a small bite, cherishing it. Although the bun was cold, it was filled with meat and smelled very good. The old man thought he might buy some for his grandson to try someday. The journey afterward went smoothly, without any trouble. The two arrived in Linshui County before dark. However, they didn't rush back to Yaoting village. Instead, they found a guest house in the county to stay overnight and planned to buy some supplies before returning home. The next morning, Lin Lanhua woke up early and went to the livestock market in the county. Luckily, she picked out 2 tall, strong mules, which cost 15 taels of silver in total. They led the mules and wandered around the county. The items they bought in the city had been stolen, so they decided to buy some grain in the county before heading back to the village. At the grain shop, it was late morning and many people were waiting in line to buy grain. The price hadn't increased yet, but each person could buy up to 2 shur, a traditional measure, which was 1 more than in the city. Most of the people buying grain were residents of the county, carrying grain bags, and didn't buy much at once. Only some families who suspected trouble or had other plans bought a little more. Fewer farmers came to buy grain, mostly some coarse grains and miscellaneous grains for a meal. They didn't buy much because new grain would be harvested in about a month. Most farmers didn't want to spend extra money unnecessarily. Zhao Desheng and Lin Manhwa weren't in a hurry to buy grain. Instead, they first went to a general store to buy salt and other supplies. When it got a bit later and many people had gone home to prepare meals, the grain shop had fewer customers. Only then did they each buy 2 share of grain, packed in large baskets they bought earlier, and tied onto the sides of the mules to carry home. After they led the mule out of the county town, they rode around the main road of the village and returned to their small home at the village's end. They arrived home around noon, not during the busy farming season. Many families had gone back to rest for the afternoon, but some were still working in the fields. Even though Zhao Dachin and his wife took a detour around the main street, they were still seen by villagers. Mainly because riding a mule was very noticeable and hard to ignore. The mule was eye-catching, and the people riding it were even more noticeable. The couple riding 2 mules made them stand out even more. Currently, only the village head's family had cattle, and Zhang's family had donkeys. Zhou's family also had donkeys. The village was not far from the town, and usually people went to market on foot. Only occasionally did they borrow a donkey cart from neighbors when going to Linshui County. Most families weren't wealthy and didn't want to spend a lot of money on livestock. They had enough to marry off a daughter and buy a house. Unexpectedly, Zhao Dachin, who was usually quiet and kept to himself, managed to buy 2 mules. Livestock weren't cheap. Each mule cost about 6 or 7 taels of silver. Buying 2 at once cost over 10 taels. It was like he had suddenly made a big fortune. Moreover, didn't he already have a donkey? Why buy 2 more mules? His family didn't have much land either. Fortunately, the villagers, though surprised, were quiet and reserved. They didn't talk much openly. When Zhao Dachin got home, he only mentioned it briefly to his wife. His wife didn't believe him at first, thinking he was just hot and dizzy, mistaking things. They already had a donkey cart, so why buy mules? She thought he was dreaming in the daytime. The villagers' gossip, under the village chief's reminder, didn't become too loud. Still, people whispered behind their backs. As they talked, the topic shifted to Xiao Shirtu looking for a pendant, which led to rumors about Zhou Xiangsao often going to the east side of the village. A few families close to the old village had heard about this and didn't like Xiao Shirtu and Tainyo. Some took the chance to visit the disliked families, even putting medicine on the door of the Zhou family last week. But Zhou Laokai was clever. Once the village was peaceful again, he didn't want trouble. He avoided stirring things up and even advised those who complained. Only he knew what he was really thinking inside. Because of these events, over the past 2 days, Iron Bowl and Little Stone have been kept at home by the adults, not allowed to go anywhere, to prevent trouble for the family. Grandma Zhao lives at the foot of the mountain. Usually there aren't many people around. Even if Little Stone is at home, he can run around freely. Sometimes Iron Bowl also comes over to play with him. For a long time, Zhao Desheng and Lin Lanhua were away. At night, Grandma Zhao looked at the dark mountain around her, feeling uneasy. In the past, when there were many people at home, she didn't feel this way. Now only she and her grandson are left. If any bad people come, it would be very easy for them to do harm. Little Stone hasn't been completely idle at home these days. When the sun is out, he takes the herbs he picked and dries them in the sun. Lin Lanhua had Zhao Desheng build a drying rack early on and also asked the village carpenter, Old Zhang, to make several baskets for drying herbs. This makes it much easier. The herbs don't take up much space, and Little Stone can spread them out to dry at home. Right now, he and his grandma just finished eating and are turning the herbs over. Suddenly, he looks up and sees 2 people riding mules coming from afar. They are too far away to recognize. Little Stone feels nervous and hurriedly calls out to Grandma Zhao, but he doesn't want to shout too loudly. Grandma, someone is coming. They're riding mules. Hurry and come see. When Grandma Zhao hears her grandson's anxious voice and learns someone is coming, she was in the kitchen tidying up. She didn't even have time to throw away her cloth, and she ran outside, thinking they might be some strangers. But as soon as she reaches the gate, she hears Little Stone cheerfully shout, "Oh, it's Sister Lin and the others. They're back, and they're riding 2 mules. How impressive. I want to go see." Then he runs out to the yard.
What?
Riding 2 mules? What about our donkey? Donkey. Finally, someone remembers me. Lin Manhwa and Zhao Desheng naturally saw Little Stone running over from afar. Their small black dog was also chasing after him desperately, wagging its tail as it ran. By the time they reached the gate, they both dismounted from their mules and led them forward. Little Stone hadn't reached them yet. He looked at the 2 people coming down, panting but still asking eagerly, "Sister Lin, why aren't you riding anymore?" "You look so impressive, Lian Lanhua. We are too lazy to walk, so we rode the mules." "We're already at the doorstep." Xiao Shirtu saw the 2 mules and suddenly had an idea.
Ah!
"Where did our donkey go? Why didn't it come back with us?" "Zhao Desheng, the donkey cart is gone. We'll talk about it later. Let's go home first." Xiao Shirtu wanted to ask more, but he heard his grandmother's voice from afar. "Lan Hua, we just finished eating.
The food is still hot in the pot.
I made 2 dishes for you. Hurry up and eat." Xiao Shirtu, "Yes, you haven't eaten yet. Go home and eat." But he was still worried about the donkey. What does it mean that it's gone? Why is it gone? He usually fed the donkey at home, so he had some feelings for it. Besides, that donkey was worth a lot of money. But now he was sensible and didn't ask further. He felt a little sad. When he turned around, he saw He Hu, the black tiger, running back in fear from the 4 big figures he hadn't seen in a long time. His twisted, swaying back made him want to laugh. "Hey Hu, why are you running away?" Hearing the familiar voice, the little dog stopped and turned around to look at them. Suddenly, one of the mules sneezed loudly. It was so scared that it got up and ran home, calling softly as it ran. Lian Lanhua and Zhao Desheng led the mules into the yard. They first took off the loads on the mules and piled them in the yard. Then they led the mules into the pigsty, which was used to keep donkeys, and tied them up. Meanwhile, Xiao Shirtu kept circling the mules, feeding them some leftover grass and giving them water. Lian Lanhua looked at everything with emotion. She and Zhao Desheng had become lazy because of this home. It was always the old and the young busy outside. From Xiao Shita's look, it seemed these 2 mules would also be under his care in the future. Xiao Shirtu. "No one asked for my opinion." After settling the mules, Zhao Damao loudly called from the kitchen. "Xiao Shirtu, pour some water for Sister Lin and the others." Mules know to drink water, but people go home and forget. Xiao Shirtu. "Okay. Got it." Lian Lanhua. "Auntie, no need to be busy. We'll just eat a little. We ate in the county. We're not very hungry now. We also bought some meat buns in the county and brought them back. We'll steam them tonight and eat together." Grandma Zhao. "Buying meat buns costs 2 coins each. It's a waste of money. Does your family have nothing to eat? I see the rice in the pot is a bit short. Maybe I can steam 2 buns for you both and prepare some vegetables to get through today's lunch." Lin Lanhua. "No need. Save the buns for dinner. We're not hungry yet. We can just eat the leftover rice from the pot." She takes the oil paper wrapping the buns into the kitchen. Since they planned to go home later and have other things to do, they bought quite a few buns, about 20. The shopkeeper saw they bought a lot and even gave them 2 steamed buns. She opens the cupboard door and puts the meat buns inside, then closes it. Turning around, she sees the leftover mixed grain rice in the pot. There are hardly any grains of rice left, mostly beans and other grains. Lin Lanhua. "Auntie, you've been eating this kind of food at home these days." Grandma Zhao also finds it hard to speak. Lin Lanhua and her family have been taking care of her and her grandson. She, who is only half buried in the ground, has nothing to fear if she passes away suddenly. But she just can't let go of Little Stone. Her husband, 2 sons, daughters-in-law, grandchildren all gone. It's because of Little Stone that she's still holding on. No matter what, She wants to take care of Little Stone for a few more years. If something happens to Little Stone, the Zhao family's roots will be gone. So she allows herself to be shameless and cling to Lin Lanhua's family, but she also doesn't want to take too much advantage, worried that their relationship might suffer later. Little Stone is all alone and without support.
We can just eat this.
When things were better at home, we ate like this. I've been dragging Little Stone along, being shameless to stay here. Before she finished, Lin Lanhua interrupted her. I've told you so many times. You and your family work hard for what you have. You do all the cooking at home.
Don't keep saying that.
Lin Lanhua isn't a kind-hearted person. The work Grandma Zhao does is similar to what modern-day nannies do, meals and chores, but she doesn't get a single coin. In today's terms, that's like a greedy boss exploiting their workers. Of course, Grandma Zhao doesn't think that way. The work Lin Lanhua mentions is all for their family. She's just saying it on purpose. Otherwise, Lin Lanhua could do the chores herself. There are only 2 people in the family, and there's not much work on the stove. Lin Lanhua, no, I can't. After dinner, a few people sat under the eaves to rest. Lin Lanhua and Zhao Desheng talked about what happened during their trip to the county town. They didn't mention the situation in Shenzhou City being taken over by refugees for now. They only talked about how the disaster relief grain in Tanzhou was stolen, and now Tanzhou is full of starving people, with 9 out of 10 houses empty. They also mentioned meeting refugees on the way back, and their donkey being stolen.
What?
Refugees from our area are also coming, and they're stealing things on the road. How many people are there? Zhao Desheng. Not many, about 10. Lanhua and I didn't fight them. We just ran after losing the donkey. The refugees didn't chase us. We hurried away with the cart probably because they were starving and had no choice. Madame Zhao. Sigh. Money and possessions are just things. Life is more important. It's just bad luck, running into refugees. We lost our donkey for nothing. She felt heartbroken. But after hearing about the tragedy in Tanzhou and the refugees stealing, she couldn't help but feel worried, like a fox losing its prey, uncertain about the future. Older sister, don't worry too much. Lanhua and I looked, and it's probably just some scattered refugees. They can't survive long if they gather together to do such things. Our area is still peaceful for now. We'll deal with future problems when they come. Everyone, don't worry unnecessarily. Madame Zhao still felt uneasy. She couldn't help but worry. Although Lin Lanhua and Zhao Desheng treated her and her grandson very well, they were still living under someone else's roof, with an uncertain future. She couldn't risk her life just to rely on their kindness. Besides, if they only held them back, she wouldn't feel right asking for help. Xiao Shirtu had also experienced the hardships of fleeing from famine. He knew how dangerous it was. He frowned and unconsciously pinched Xiao He, whose neck. Xiao He, who didn't resist and sat quietly, letting him squeeze and pinch. His tail swept the ground gently, very obedient. Lin Lanhua and Zhao Desheng looked at each other. They understood the worries of the grandparents and grandchildren, and they knew how uncertain and fearful they felt about the future. They promised again and again that such anxiety was unavoidable. They also knew that unless absolutely necessary, they wouldn't abandon these grandparents and grandchildren. Grandma Zhao thought for a moment and smiled bitterly. She said, "This world, I don't know when it will end. Last year in Tanzhou was hard, but our family of 10 was all together. Now only I and Little Stone are left, and my daughter and son-in-law are missing, their lives unknown. Most of the people in the village are gone, even if some remain." Sigh. She didn't continue, knowing deep down that life was either death or survival. During times of disaster, the elderly, children, and women are the most vulnerable. The young men, with their strength, might have a slim chance, but most of them look like ghosts or walking corpses, wandering through this world. If they ever need to escape again, Little Stone. Grandma Zhao stopped her thoughts, afraid to think further. To avoid her mind from wandering, she didn't want to sit idle, fearing that if she did, she might scare herself into madness. She greeted Lin Lanhua and prepared to go to the back half of the sweet potato field to pull weeds. It had rained a few days ago, and the weeds in the field grew wildly. The sweet potato vines were covered, and now was the best time to pull weeds while the soil was still soft. Otherwise, the vines might be smothered. Little Stone, come with me. You two just got home. Rest well at home. Zhao Desheng said. No need, Auntie. I'll take Little Stone to Gang's house first. Tonight, I'll ask Uncle Zhou, Gang, and my father-in-law to come over. When they arrive, please prepare more food and steam some buns. No trouble at all. Go quickly. Grandma Zhao watched Zhao Desheng and Little Stone walk toward the village, then hesitated and said, Manhwa, is something else going on? Otherwise, why call two families over? Lin Lanhua didn't want to reveal much. She said calmly, we'll talk tonight.
Don't worry about it now.
Aren't you going to pull weeds in the sweet potato field? I'll go with you so we can come back early. There's no need for you to go. Just half a plot. I can handle it alone. You just got home. Rest for a bit. It's fine. I'm not tired. Let's go. Without waiting for Grandma Zhao to persuade her further, she turned and headed to the backyard, carrying a basket on her back. Grandma Zhao saw she couldn't stop her and quickly followed with another basket. The weeds in the sweet potato field are really thick and lush, growing densely and tall. The sweet potato leaves are covered by the weeds, making it hard for the sweet potatoes to form lumps and grow bigger. When the two people went into the field, they each took one side and started pulling weeds. They didn't throw away the weeds. Instead, they shook off the soil from the roots and carried them home to feed the chickens or use as bedding in the chicken coop. A few days ago, it rained, so the soil was still soft and easy to pull weeds. If the weather had been dry, the ground would have become hard and cracked, making it difficult to pull the weeds out. This land was gradually cleared by Zhao Desheng's father, and now it is quite large. Half of it is planted with sweet potatoes, and the other half with potatoes. However, the harvest of potatoes and sweet potatoes isn't as big as in modern times because they don't have many fertilizers. The sizes of the vegetables are smaller, and there are many antholes in the soil. Compared to beans, sweet potatoes and potatoes still produce more and are filling to eat. They taste good too. So many families plant them in their dry fields. Pulling weeds in the sweet potato field is a bit harder because the vines are tangled and intertwined. When pulling weeds, special care is needed not to break the vines. Lin Lanhua had worked on farms in the army before, but not much. Since her family had little land here, she didn't worry much about farming. This was her second time pulling weeds. The first was in the potato field. Pulling weeds is purely physical work, so Lin Lanhua quickly got the hang of it. She just had to bend her waist or squat on the ground, which was hard on her back. The sun was very strong, but luckily she brought a straw hat to block the sun. Old Lady Zhao was very careful when pulling weeds. She would pick out the edible ones to take home and cook. Lin Lanhua didn't care about that. She pulled down the rows quickly, making good progress. Zhao Desheng first went to Zhao Ergang's house with little Shirtu. They sat and talked for a while. Then he seriously told Uncle Zhou and Second Zhou to come see him that evening. Seeing Zhao Desheng's serious face, they felt worried and uneasy. Old Lady Zhou was at home, muttering nervously. What's wrong? Desheng looks so serious. Did he hear some bad news in the city? Or is something else happening? Old Man Zhou said. Stop guessing and stirring up trouble. We'll find out tonight when we go.
Don't worry so much.
Finish your meal and get back to work. Zhao Desheng also visited old Zhang, the carpenter, to order 2 wooden carts for mules, which would be ready in a few days. After finishing these tasks, they didn't rush to the Lin family. Instead, they returned home first. Zhao Desheng let out a mule, carefully placed Little Stone on its back, and then climbed on himself, half carrying Little Stone. As soon as Little Stone was on the mule, he became very excited, his eyes shining brightly. He started touching the mule here and there, full of wonder. When they reached the road, he held his head high, like a proud rooster, feeling very impressive. Zhao Desheng sat behind him, watching the well-behaved little boy in his arms, feeling amused but not spoiled. He thought everyone dreams of being a great general riding a tall horse someday. They rode the mule slowly toward the Lin family. When they arrived, only Lin's mother and some children were there. Seeing Zhao Desheng and Little Stone on the mule, Lin's mother smiled happily. Desheng, you're here. Zhao Desheng was the first to get off the mule, then carefully helped Little Stone down. Little Stone politely greeted. Hey, Little Stone is here too. Come inside and sit. Whose mule is this? Why didn't Manhwa come with you? Zhao Desheng replied. Manhwa is at home. We bought this mule in the county. Why buy another mule? We already have a donkey cart. Why do we need so many animals? Isn't that a waste of money? Before Zhao Desheng could answer, Little Stone started chattering nearby, explaining how they encountered refugees and how their donkey was stolen, telling the story as if pouring out beans. Lin's mother listened, feeling both relieved and distressed. That's good. No one was hurt. If things are lost, we can earn them back. Sigh. This world is so cruel. Why are there bandits? What are we supposed to do? More than 10 years ago, during the summer of the Kingdom of Xia, the country was also unstable. The emperor died, and the throne was uncertain. Several princes fought each other, causing chaos. Ordinary people were displaced. Many lost their families and homes. Later, the current emperor finally took the throne, but after a few good years, everything changed again. At that time, Lin's mother also saw refugees, mostly young and strong, all gaunt from hunger, dressed in torn clothes, with fierce eyes. When fighting broke out, they fought desperately, risking everything. At that time, many refugees had fled to their area, stealing chickens, animals, and fighting often. Later, the government arranged for them to settle nearby, which helped reduce the chaos. Their village was quite lucky. Only a few refugee families were settled there. Most of these families were small, with only 1 or 2 people, and there were no full families. The Lin family had many relatives in the village, so conflicts were fewer. Unlike Lin's maternal family, where many refugees had been settled, they were united and often fought over land and water, being very fierce and unruly. They argued frequently, and even small disagreements led to fights. When Lin's parents were alive, she didn't dare visit her mother's house alone because she was afraid of the refugees there. Zhao Desheng said, Mom, tonight I want you to call Dad and my older brothers to my house. I have something important to talk about. Seeing Zhao Desheng's serious face, Lin's mother felt a sudden worry. She suspected there was more to it, or she wouldn't look so serious. If you're free, Mom, you can also bring the sisters-in-law. We won't need to cook at home. Everyone can come to my place to eat. Zhao Desheng interrupted her thoughts. What's going on? Tell me first, Desheng. It's nothing much. Just a family dinner to talk about buying some grain from the county and storing it at home, Lin's mother said, not fully convinced. She couldn't see anything unusual on Zhao Desheng's face, and he didn't say more, so she didn't press him. All right, if you don't want to say, I'll talk to the third brother and the others later, she said. After that, Zhao Desheng didn't stay long. He prepared to leave with Little Stone. Why are you leaving so soon? Why not wait until after dinner and go with the older brothers? It's easier that way. Zhao Desheng refused and insisted on taking Little Stone home. When Zhao Desheng and Little Stone returned home on their mule, Lin Lanhua and the others were still working in the fields. Little Stone quickly jumped off the mule, helped Zhao Desheng tie up the mule, then happily ran to feed the grass and water to the mule. Watching the mule quietly eating grass in the trough and hearing the soft gagja sound of chewing, Little Stone smiled. He reached out to pet its head, feeling its warm, soft fur. It felt really nice. He didn't forget the other mule left at home either. He petted its head and fed it water and grass as well. 2 mules are lowering their heads to eat grass. He picks up the small dog that has been circling at his feet, grabs its 2 paws, and reaches out to pet the mule. The dog, frightened, lets out a sharp, fierce yelp, using all 4 paws to struggle desperately, but still cannot escape from the old man. The dog tilts its head and shivers, ready to face the consequences of provoking this huge creature. However, its owner quickly pulls back its paws and starts laughing happily. Dog. Xiao Shirtu holds the small dog and turns to himself, saying, Hey Hu, from now on, I will also let you ride the mule. How about that? The dog is restrained, its tail wagging in the air. It whines softly, with tears in its eyes, looking adorable beyond words. Good, you're happy too. Next time, we'll all ride the mule together.
The dog.
The dog softly whines again. Xiao Shirtu loves it so much that he happily leans in and touches the dog's head. Ignoring the dog's struggles and yelps, he forces Hu to touch the mule.
Dog.
Woof woof woof, let's all be destroyed. After the instigator laughs, he casually says, "Come on, I'll take you to see Grandma and the others." Xiao Shirtu carries the small dog out of the yard and heads toward the field behind. Zhao Dachin has already gone after them as soon as he got home. Since there are many people, the weeds in the field are hard to pull. After pulling the weeds in the sweet potato field, they see it's still early, so they also pull the weeds in the potato field. At this time of year, the potatoes can soon be dug up. Because they've been well cared for, the weeds haven't grown much, only a few scattered ones. By the end of the evening, all the weeds in the field are pulled. Zhao Dachin has injuries, so Lin Manhwa doesn't let him carry anything. She and Zhao Nyang each carry a basket of weeds back home. There are still quite a few weeds left in the field. After 3 or 4 trips, they carry all the weeds back and pile them under the eaves near the chicken coop. It's not yet dark, and the chickens haven't gone back to roost. When they see someone dumping things near the chicken coop, they all rush over. Once the two leave, the chickens at home scramble to find food in the weed pile. They place the baskets near the back eaves, then go to wash their hands. Lin Manhua can't stand the dirt on her clothes, so she wipes herself down and changes into a clean outfit. Lin Manhua had noticed that Zhao Dama hadn't taken a bath for several days and asked her about it. Zhao Dama explained that everyone in their village did the same. Many people only bathed once every 5 or 6 days in summer and once every half a month in winter. Some who didn't care much for cleanliness only bathed once a month. It was unlikely that they bathed every few days, since they had to fetch water and boil it. With a family of about 10 people, it would take a lot of firewood and effort to boil water. Only Lin Lanhua had enough money to use an iron pot for boiling water. Most families in the village use simple methods. In the village, people usually collected water early in the summer mornings and left it to sun-dry. By evening, the water was warm enough for women to wash themselves directly, while men could rinse off with cold water. In winter, they looked for sunny days to wash children in the yard during warm afternoons. Elderly people paid extra attention because cold could be dangerous for them. Furthermore, no one had time to wash bedding and clothes every day. During busy farming seasons, men, women, and children had to work in the fields, chop wood, or gather pig grass. Only children under 8 could run around freely in the village. Older kids had chores like chopping wood or helping with farm work. People like Lin Lanhua, who liked to stay clean, were rare because they lacked the conditions. Many women used wooden basins to wash themselves. Most common folks didn't use bathing tubs because they were old and wasteful of water, and rural families rarely used them. After washing her hands, Zhao Dama went to the kitchen to cook. Little Stone was busy helping to pick and wash vegetables. Today, Lin's family was coming over, so Lin Lanhua helped Zhao Dama and even steamed the meat buns they brought. In the evening, old Zhou and his sons arrived first. Zhao Desheng lit an oil lamp in the main room and exchanged greetings. Soon after, Lin's family also arrived. Lin's second brother didn't come because he was watching the house, and the whole family, including the elderly and children, was worried about him. Seeing most people had arrived, Zhao Dama quickly brought out the dishes and placed them on the table, along with the meat buns. However, it turned out that everyone had already eaten at home. Zhao Dama and Zhao Dachin tried to persuade them, and Zhao Dachin quickly handed a meat bun to each person. Only then did everyone start eating together. Lin Chongxing took a bite of the bun and exclaimed, "Wow, this meat bun smells so good." Seeing Lin Chongxing take a big bite and smell the meat aroma, the others swallowed hard and looked at their own fathers, not daring to eat. Old Zhou glanced at Zhao Desheng, blinked, and said, "Just eat casually. There's no need to serve meat buns. You can keep yours for yourselves." As he spoke, he put his meat bun back in place. Meat buns cost 3 cents each in the county, and he had nearly 10 of them. The young people were careless and still took them out to serve guests, which was quite bold. When Zhou's family members put their buns back, Lin's father also nodded to his son, signaling him to do the same. Lin Chongjun obediently put his bun away. Only Lin Chongsheng had already taken a big bite and hadn't swallowed yet. He was caught in a dilemma, chewing or not, putting it down or not. Lin Chongsheng thought, "No one told me in advance. I really thought it was just a steamed bun." Zhao Desheng said, "These meat buns are for everyone to share. One per person. If it's not enough, just take more." After saying that, he started handing out the buns again. Seeing Zhao Desheng's firm attitude and his genuine intention for everyone to eat, the others accepted it. Lin's father took the first bite, and the others relaxed a bit, eating their own buns. Seeing his father also eating, Lin Chongqing chewed and swallowed his bun, saying, "It smells so good. I've never had this before." Thanks to Desheng, Zhou Ergang also agreed, saying, "This stuff is delicate. People in the village usually don't buy it. Most of us have only eaten plain buns made from coarse grains, but no one was shameless enough to keep eating after finishing their own. Even if it was tasty, no one reached out again." They all finished eating, and when they picked up their bowls again, they had eaten quite a bit. It was not harvest season yet, and most of last year's grain was already eaten. They needed to save some for the busy harvest season, so a meal would fill them only halfway. As the meal was nearly finished, a group of men started talking about recent events at the table. Lin Manhwa and Zhao Daniel listened quietly nearby. Zhao Desheng glanced at everyone and said, "We heard some news in the town. Shenzhou was attacked by refugees from Tanzhou. They even chose a leader and have rebelled there. How could that happen?" someone asked. Zhao Desheng looked down, his eyes full of worry. No one else spoke, all silent. He continued, "I heard that the government's relief grain was robbed halfway through delivery. The refugees surrounded Shenzhou. There was still some food inside the city, and they set up stalls outside to give out porridge. But now, the food is probably gone and the city gates are closed. The soldiers inside shot at some refugees, but the crowd pushed forward. Shenzhou was broken. Blood everywhere, a terrible scene. Everyone looked at each other, unsure whether to feel sorry for the refugees or the people inside the city. The room was silent, heavy like death. Zhao Dania's mouth was wide open in shock, and her head buzzed. Little Stone tugged at her sleeve, but said nothing. Zhao Desheng's deep eyes moved slightly. He looked at Lin Lanhua and then spoke again, breaking the heavy silence. "After the refugees in Shenzhou rebel, they will probably gather their forces and attack nearby towns and counties. We are too close to Shenzhou, and it produces a lot of grain. The harvest is coming soon," and then, he didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood. They all felt worried about what might happen next. What should they do then? Run away? But their roots were here. They couldn't leave their homeland. Without the land, how could they survive? They didn't know where to go. If it came to that, how many of them would survive? If they didn't run, their food might be stolen, and the strong men and women could be taken too. Even their daughters-in-law might not escape. What could they do? Zhao Desheng said, "Luckily, we haven't heard any news yet. First, we should go to the county and buy as much grain and salt as possible. If we have extra strength, we can buy some knives or weapons for protection. If chaos spreads here too, we should take our food and hide in the mountains for a while," Old Joe said, "but the wild animals in the mountains can eat people. I've heard old folks say there are wolves, jackals, tigers, and leopards. Going into the mountains might be a dead end." Lin's father felt uneasy. He packed his pipe, lit it, and smoked quietly, his face hidden in the smoke, unreadable. Few people want to leave their homes unless absolutely necessary. In ancient times, when people valued their land deeply, land was their life. Without land, they had nothing and couldn't survive. Zhao Desheng said, "In the next few days, I will go into the mountains to look around for a safer place. When the time comes, it will be easier to settle everyone there. If something happens, we will hide in the mountains first to protect ourselves." He also mentioned that their donkey cart had been stolen by wandering refugees. Right now, there aren't many refugees in our area, just a few scattered ones. Some came from Tanzhou and haven't gone back. After that, it's hard to say. Whatever choices everyone makes, Be prepared in advance. Zhao Desheng was on good terms with two families and shared this news with them, explaining his own decision. If they wanted to join him later, he wouldn't refuse. But if they had other options or preferred to stay with their own relatives, that was understandable. In times like these, families stick together, and Zhao Desheng couldn't guarantee they would survive in this chaotic world. Lin Manhwa turned to look at her father. Just then, her father was looking at her. Her eyes were firm and calm, and she didn't look away. Her father looked at his daughter, who had changed a lot since her childhood. Despite experiencing the refugee raid and shocking news, she showed no fear or weakness. Instead, she was calm and sharp-eyed. He then looked at his two sons, lowered his gaze, thought for a moment, and slowly spoke. Our family will hide in the mountains with Desheng. Wild animals in the mountains will eat people, and in these chaotic times, people will do the same. Sigh, Zhou Er just looked at his father and older brother, then at Zhao Desheng. Zhao Desheng also looked at him and nodded. The men understood each other without words.
He didn't speak.
He knew Zhao Desheng wanted to take their family with him because of him. He clenched his fists. In such a life-and-death matter, no one could decide easily, and everyone was afraid. Zhao Desheng looked down at Zhou Ergang and then turned to his silent father, Zhou Laoyi. Uncle Zhou, there's no need to rush to conclusions. These are just my guesses. If the court sends troops to suppress the unrest, the refugees will have no food, no weapons, and no discipline. It will be chaotic, and it might be hard to resist. Maybe everything will turn out fine in the end. Father Zhou replied, Desheng, you're right. This is a big matter. I need to think carefully, and we can talk more later. Zhao Desheng didn't dwell on this issue anymore. Instead, he reminded everyone of something else. This news hasn't spread in the city yet, so after you go home, please keep it a secret. Don't talk about it openly. If someone maliciously spreads rumors, they could get into trouble. Also, I am a selfish person, so I hope you all, including the wives and sisters-in-law, won't say anything. We're all close family, and no one wants to see their own family suffer. Everyone understood the importance of discretion. They knew they were just minor relatives of Zhao Desheng and didn't want to cause trouble for him. Hearing this, they all agreed without hesitation. That's right. Dehan and Ergan, once you get home, keep your mouths shut. Don't let your wives talk too much and cause trouble. Zhou Dehan and Zhou Ergan quickly promised they wouldn't say anything careless. Zhao Desheng said, of course, it's fine to tell them about the refugees and the flood in Tanzhou, and to warn them to buy grain early to prevent price hikes. These messages are already spreading in the city. But don't mention the fall of Xingzhou or our plan to hide in the mountains. Hearing this, everyone felt a little relieved. They were relatives, and no one wanted to see them in danger. Father Zhou said, that's enough talk for now. If something really happens, they'll be alert. Smart people will know how to save themselves. Foolish ones, even if they try, it won't help. Lin's father nodded nearby, looking at Zhou Laoyi while biting on his pipe. He thought to himself that Desheng's family was honest and straightforward, and he trusted them to handle things wisely. Let's eat first. Later, I'll go wake up Xiangzi. I think the village has been peaceful these days. Xiangzi sometimes goes out, but it's nothing serious. The villagers don't dare to talk nonsense in front of her. Later, I'll ask the eldest daughter-in-law to come along. She sleeps at home all day and doesn't do much. Her temper is getting lazy. She was already damaged by the village's gossip before. If she gets a reputation for being lazy, it might be hard to find a good family for her in the future. Old Mother Zhou said, you are the mother, you should take care of things. A young girl shouldn't be so lazy. Get up quickly and do what needs to be done. Are you going to sleep at home all your life? Seeing that her parents finally spoke, sister-in-law Zhou picked up her porridge bowl, took a sip quietly, and didn't say a word. Inside, she felt a little relieved. It had been about 10 days since the rumors spread in the village. Her younger sister-in-law stayed at home all day, not doing anything. She had to wash clothes, clean the house, feed the animals, go out to cut grass, and cook when she returned. She and Zhou Jin had a 2-year-old son, and they needed help taking care of him. Sometimes, she even had to work while carrying the child, which made her back sore. It wasn't that she didn't understand her sister-in-law, but she didn't dare complain about her sister-in-law in front of her husband. Her mother-in-law was busy too. Besides, her sister-in-law had gone through something like this, and her husband must have felt sorry for her. She could only bear it. Fortunately, her parents-in-law were reasonable and didn't want her to speak out, avoiding unnecessary trouble. Everyone finished eating quietly. The men of the Zhou family prepared their tools. Some carried hoes, others sharpened knives, and got ready to go to the fields in an orderly way. Sister-in-law Zhou tidied up the dishes and chopsticks obediently. Old Mother Zhou took a bowl of thick rice porridge and a coarse cornbread she had prepared early that morning for her daughter-in-law. She went to Zhou Xiangsao's room. She pushed the wooden door with her elbow. The door creaked open easily. Old Mother Zhou looked at the scene in front of her and shouted in alarm, "My daughter," her voice sharp and distressed, and she rushed inside. The father and son of the Zhou family, who were preparing to go to the fields, heard the sharp cry of their mother and hurried over, frowning with concern. They saw Zhou Xiangsao fainted on the bed, a stool knocked over beside her foot, her head hitting the bedpost, with some blood seeping out. It looked like she had fallen after kicking over the stool and tripping, and she was unconscious. Old Mother Zhou quickly placed the porridge bowl and cornbread on the cabinet inside the room. She knelt beside her daughter, gently held her head, and checked her wound at the back of her head. It looked serious. She gently shook Zhou Xiangsao's shoulder, but got no response. Then she softly slapped her face and kept calling her name, but there was still no reply. "Big brother, hurry and carry your sister to bed. Xiao Yin, go to the village and ask Uncle Zhou to come and see her." When Zhou Jin entered the house and paused for a moment, he heard his father's command. He carefully carried the girl to the bed. Xiao Yin was stunned for a moment, then quickly ran out of the yard to invite Uncle Zhou, the village healer. Zhou's eldest sister-in-law had just seen the scene at the door and was startled. However, she quickly responded by running into the kitchen to bring a basin of hot water into Zhou Xiangsao's room. Seeing her mother-in-law bring in the warm water basin, Zhou's mother shooed the two men out. The mother and daughter carefully checked Zhou Xiangsao for other injuries. Fortunately, only the wound on her head was serious. Zhou Xiangsao had a large bump on the back of her head from hitting the bedpost, and she was bleeding quite a lot. Her right leg also looked unnatural, probably twisted. The mother and daughter gently cleaned her body and the blood near her wounds, then changed her into a clean set of clothes. During this time, Zhou Xiangsa had not yet regained consciousness. Zhou's mother was very upset, muttering to herself as she took care of her daughter. Uncle Zhou was a local healer. According to the family hierarchy, Xiao Yin still had to call him uncle. He knew some techniques for treating bruises and injuries, as well as a few remedies for minor illnesses and many local herbal medicines. He could prepare some medicinal packs at home. When villagers got sick, they would first come to him. Only if he couldn't treat them would they go to the town or county doctors. Uncle Zhou had just gotten up. Although he was a village healer, he didn't earn much. Most villagers preferred to endure their illnesses and only seek medical help when absolutely necessary. Still, he was a native of the village, with a few acres of inherited land, enough to provide food for his family. After dinner, the family was about to go to the fields when Xiao Yin hurriedly ran over. "Uncle, my sister fell off the bed and hit the bedpost. She fainted. My father asked me to ask you to come and see her." Uncle Zhou. The rest of the Zhou family. "Young man, do you even listen to what you're saying? It's quite shocking." Although he was a bit annoyed inside, Uncle Zhou responsibly picked up his medicine box, greeted his family, and hurried to Zhou Laocai's house. "Uncle, can we go faster? My sister is still waiting at home." Brother Zhou's beard was slightly curled, and he glared with wide eyes, glancing at Zhou Yin. "How fast can you go? You still have to take one step at a time. I'm an old man with weak bones, and I can only walk this fast." "Sir, just speak your mind. Don't stop walking, keep going." "My family is really anxious." Brother Zhou nodded. "Got it. Let's go quickly." At this, Zhou Yin didn't dare rush the stubborn old man anymore, fearing he might throw a tantrum. Otherwise, it would take forever to walk just a few steps. Fortunately, they lived in the same village, not far apart, just a few steps away. When Brother Zhou entered, he was immediately taken to Zhou Xiangsao's room by old Zhou. As soon as he entered, he saw the whole family, men and women, old and young, gathered in Zhou Xiangsao's room. He immediately frowned and said harshly, "Old sister-in-law and the daughter-in-law of Jin can stay here. Everyone else, get out and wait. Why are you all crowding around? Things are getting spoiled." No one argued about Brother Zhou's bad attitude. Following his words, old Zhou told him a few words and then took his two sons outside. The little grandson was still sleeping peacefully at home, undisturbed by the loud noise. "Big brother, pay attention to the noise in your room. If that little guy wakes up and starts messing around, it could be dangerous." Seeing how their sister was doing, the family became more alert. They didn't want a repeat of this kind of trouble, especially with their precious children. Zhou Jin nodded obediently and didn't argue with his father. News from the capital city was mostly in. After Zhao Desheng shared his plans, "It's not harvest time yet. If your family isn't busy, in 4 or 5 days I'll take Air Gang and the others into the mountains for a couple of rounds. It will help us gain experience. Then, when we really go into the mountains, we'll have some idea." Lin Chongsheng immediately got excited and responded, "Good. I'll finish up the work in the fields these 2 days. When the time comes, I'll go into the mountains with you. I've been practicing for a long time, and now I can finally use what I've learned." Zhou Ergang also smiled and said, "I'm the same. Brother Desheng, remember to call me when the time comes." Zhao Desheng teased him, "All right, don't get too happy too early. The mountains aren't as easy as you think. If you come back empty-handed, don't cry." The two brothers answered together. Lin Chongsheng and Zhou Ergang had more contact with Zhao Desheng and had a good relationship. They spoke freely, without hesitation. Lin Jun and Zhou Dagong didn't speak, watching the three of them happily chatting. Zhao Desheng also didn't hold back, saying, "Later, big brother, second brother, and Dagong can take turns." As the older brother-in-law, Lin Chongjun was naturally polite and didn't act distant. Zhou Dagong smiled shyly and looked grateful. The two of them hadn't trained as much as Lin Chongsheng and Zhou Ergang, nor did they have Zhao Desheng's guidance, but at least they had become stronger physically. They also wanted to go into the mountains to explore. When most things were settled, everyone went home. When Lin Manhwa saw the Lin family off, she pulled Lin's father aside and whispered a few words. Lin Chongsheng watched Lin's father scratch his head, looking helpless and embarrassed. He crossed his arms, gently nudged his older brother's shoulder, and subtly nodded toward their direction, then quietly said to his brother, "Do you think my little sister and dad are talking about? They look so anxious, like monkeys." With a crisp slap, Lin Chongjun heavily hit his younger brother's shoulder, glaring at him. Lin Chongsheng still looked unconvinced. "Why did you hit me?" Lin Chongjun looked at him coldly. "No manners, what are you saying? That's our dad. I was just joking." His voice was softer, feeling a bit down. While they were talking, Lin's father, with a slightly flushed face, came over. He didn't dare look at Zhao Desheng's face and left with his two useless sons. Lin Chongjun saw this but didn't ask questions, unlike Lin Chongsheng, who was straightforward and honest and blurted out, "Dad, what's wrong? Your face is so red, are you hot?" "Stop talking nonsense, let's go home," he said.
Hot?
"No way, I'm just embarrassed." After they finished discussing, Zhao Dania's family tidied up the main room. The atmosphere was a bit tense. Zhao Daniu kept sighing, lamenting the world. Xiao Shirtu also looked downcast, not as lively as usual. Lanhua said, "The matter hasn't even come up yet. Everyone should relax. We can only do our best, and the rest depends on fate." Of course, some problems still needed solving, or they'd have to stay alert for a while longer. It was really troublesome. Late at night, the dogs in the village kept barking one after another. The loud barking woke many families, making them think something had happened in the village. Several careful families checked their yards during the night, but found nothing. After a while, the dogs' barking gradually stopped. Nothing seemed wrong, so those who had checked went back to sleep. In the dark night, faint sounds and events were hidden by the dogs' barking. The debts owed were slowly collected during the night. Old Zhou was suddenly awakened from his sleep by his wife, who shook him hard. His mind was still fuzzy. His wife spoke. "Did you hear any sounds?" He listened carefully for a while, then pulled the corner of his thin blanket, turned over to find a comfortable position, and muttered, "It's just the dog barking, no other sounds." Listen carefully again. "I feel like there's some movement. It sounds like it's in our yard." "Listen closely," she said, then saw the old man turn to sleep again and pushed him gently. After waiting a moment, Old Joe was already half asleep. With a soft grunt, he drifted into dreams, not hearing what his wife said. Old Joe's wife saw her husband looking like a pig and turned over in disgust. Still, she paid attention to the outside sounds, listening carefully. She didn't hear anything and thought she might have imagined it. She decided to ignore it and go back to sleep. But she was older now, often had trouble sleeping and dreaming, and would wake up in the middle of the night. Once awake, she couldn't fall asleep again. This night, she woke up in the middle of the night, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Finally, as dawn approached, she forced herself to close her eyes for a little while. Not long after, the village chicken started to crow. Drowsily, she lay for a while longer before getting up. Following her usual habit, she first lit the fire in the kitchen. Soon after, her eldest daughter-in-law finished dressing and came out of her room. Seeing the smoke rising from the stove, she hurried into the kitchen to help her mother-in-law. The mother and daughter-in-law worked together. One carried firewood, the other chopped pig feed. They quickly cooked the pig's meal, fed the pigs breakfast, and then began preparing the family's breakfast. Old Joe's family was relatively well off in the village. Backed by the eldest brother, they had accumulated about 20 to 30 acres of land over the years. The family was not large, and they often had more grain than they could eat. For breakfast, they had thick porridge and steamed cornbread. Cooking porridge is cheap and easy, just add water and boil it. Making steamed bread is a bit more complicated, but luckily, Aunt Zhou isn't someone who criticizes her daughter-in-law. She is a hardworking person and takes care of household chores every day. No one else in the family works as hard as her daughter-in-law, who manages the meals for the whole family. The main reason is that the eldest daughter-in-law gave birth to a big, healthy boy shortly after moving in. It's been 2 years, but she still hasn't had any other children. Aunt Zhou has some thoughts about this, but since they already have one son, she doesn't press her daughter-in-law too hard. While they were shaping steamed bread in the kitchen, the rest of the family started to wake up. Only Aunt Zhou's daughter's room was still quiet. She looked at her daughter's peaceful room and frowned slightly. Aunt Zhou naturally wants to support and understand her daughter. But it's been over 10 days since the village's incident, and she still sleeps until late every day. She doesn't help with meals, doesn't wash her clothes, and makes her mother do everything. No other girl in the village behaves like this. She worries about her daughter-in-law, and her eldest daughter-in-law probably feels the same. Although she isn't a petty person, if this continues, it will become a problem. Everyone is getting lazy and idle. Zhou Laotsai's house is large, with the main door facing the main house. On each side, there are small rooms. Zhou Jincheng lives in the left side room after getting married. The right side room is now occupied by Zhou Yin and Zhou Xiangcao. When Zhou Xiangcao gets married in the future, the two brothers will each have a room on opposite sides, which is enough space. Zhou Xiangcao's room has a wardrobe used for clothes and bedding, and a small table that can hold 3 or 4 bowls. On the table, there is a bowl of thick porridge and a steamed bread. Zhou Longzhong reached out and moved the bowls aside a little, so he could place his medicine box on the small table. He then went to the bed, gently lifted Zhou Xiangcao's head, and checked her back wound. As he examined her, he asked softly, How did you get hurt? Who saw it first? Tell me what happened. Aunt Zhou, hunched over and worried, said with a worried face, I saw it this morning when I brought her breakfast. By the time I saw her, she had already fainted. She had fallen in front of the bed and hit her head on the bedpost. I think she got up at night, didn't see clearly, and tripped over a stool. Last night, when I was half asleep, I heard some noise at home. I was worried I might have fallen again. I am a poor girl, and the village just got a little better. Why did this happen now? What should I do? I hope it's not serious. Dr. Zhou checked the injury on her head. It was scraped and small, but since it was on the head, it's hard to tell how serious it is. He also felt her right leg through her pants. He frowned. Her right leg is broken, but how did she fall? Usually, even if she fell, it wouldn't be this bad. I'll check her pulse first. He sat on the stool where she had fallen, calmed down, and carefully checked her pulse. He pressed his fingers on her wrist. His brow furrowed. Her mother watched nervously, worried about his expression. After checking her pulse, Dr. Zhou didn't say anything. Her mother asked anxiously, "How is she?"
Don't worry, sister-in-law.
"I'll give her an injection first to see if she can wake up," he replied. Her mother nodded quickly. "Okay." Dr. Zhou opened his medicine box on the table. He took out a small package of silver needles. It was called a silver needle pack, but inside were only 2 thin silver needles. He treasured this item very much.
It was hard for him to get.
He carefully took out 1 silver needle and inserted it into her middle point on her forehead, then pulled it out. Suddenly, her eyes fluttered open weakly. She took a shallow breath and slowly blinked. Her head moved sluggishly. When she saw Dr. Zhou beside her bed, she was frightened and shrank back. She opened her mouth to shout but couldn't make a sound. Only breathing sounds came out, and her throat felt dry and uncomfortable. Her eyes widened. She grabbed the blanket and jumped out of bed. Seeing her mother standing nearby, she tried to speak but couldn't. She realized she was actually talking, which made her even more frantic. Her mother kept watching her daughter closely. She noticed something was wrong. She was shocked and called out nervously, "Daughter, what's wrong?
Say something."
Quickly." Dr. Zhou's nostrils twitched slightly. His eyes showed doubt. He faintly smelled a faint sweet and bitter smell on her, like some herbal medicine. But when he sniffed carefully again, it was gone. It might have been just his imagination. Zhou Longzhong still remembered where he was and did not speak carelessly about unverified matters. "Did Jin's wife come over and help your mother-in-law to the side first? I want to check on Xiangsao's condition." Did Jin's wife was also frightened and panicked by Zhou Xiangsao's inability to speak. Hearing Zhou Longzhong's words, she snapped back to her senses. "Oh, okay." She quickly went to help her mother-in-law to the side. Zhou Longzhong first comforted Zhou Xiangsao's emotions. Once she was quiet, he examined her tongue, the back of her throat, and her voice box. He didn't find anything unusual. He asked Zhou Xiangsao to try speaking several times, but she only managed faint, hoarse sounds like and ah. Seeing this, her mother, already crying heavily, suddenly burst into loud sobs, collapsed into her eldest daughter-in-law's arms, and tearfully grabbed Zhou Longzhong's sleeve, crying out sharply, "What should we do? Big brother, please look at my daughter. What will happen to her in the future?" Earlier, the men in the house had heard some noises, but didn't pay much attention. Now, hearing their mother-in-law's frightened cry, they were confused and surprised. They all hurried to Zhou Xiangsao's room. They saw Zhou Xiangsao on the bed, wildly gesturing and crying out, repeatedly, her face full of fear, looking like she had gone mad. Her mother was crying in her sister-in-law's arms, and Zhou Longzhong looked surprised with a furrowed brow. They immediately recognized that Zhou Xiangsao was abnormal, full of shock. Old Zhou, the eldest son, stammered, his wife, tears streaming down her face, said, "My little sister can't speak now. She can't make any sound, and she's acting crazy." Old Zhou looked at his crying wife and his disheveled daughter, his eyes full of disbelief. He looked bitterly at Zhou Longzhong and said, "Is there any way? Our Xiangsao is just a girl, not married yet. What should we do?" Zhou Longzhong also felt confused. According to their words, even if Xiangsao was slightly injured, her condition shouldn't be this bad. How could this happen? "Brother, I'll be honest with you. I'm just a simple village doctor with limited skills and little experience. I've never seen a case like this before. I'm at a loss and dare not give her medicine. You should take her to the county clinic as soon as possible. Maybe they can treat her." Old Lady Zhou's tears flowed more fiercely when she heard this. The rest of the Zhou family also felt heavy-hearted and sad. Only Zhou Xiangxiao on the bed was still crying out, "Ah, ah," trying to gesture something with her hands. Standing beside her, Zhou Yinman thought she was excited. He held Zhou Xiangxiao's hands tightly, feeling very sad. His neat and tidy sister, who cared about her image, now looked disheveled and wild, like a mad person. Dr. Zhou looked at this sad family and felt powerless. He sighed deeply and said, "Old me will leave now. If you can, take her to the county town to see a doctor soon." After saying this, he didn't ask for money and quietly left. No one in the Zhou family wanted to see him off. Old Zhou Kai looked at his sad wife and said, "Stop crying. Let's get ready and discuss. We should take Xiangxiao to the county to see a doctor." When Zhou Jin's wife heard this, she raised her eyelids and blinked twice. Finally, she lowered her eyes without saying anything and quietly took the water basin outside. Old Lady Zhou, hearing this, forced herself to get up. The family gathered in the main hall after leaving Zhou Xiangxiao's room. Zhou Yin was responsible for taking care of Xiangxiao and was not there. Old Zhou Kai looked at his wife, sighed quietly, and smoked a couple of cigarettes. Old Lady Zhou wiped her face and silently returned to their room. From a small, unnoticed hole in the corner of the wall, she reached in and pulled out a small bag of money. She first took out a 5-ounce gold ingot, hesitated, then added another 5 ounces. She packed the silver and coins back into the bag and placed it in its original spot. After fiddling with it for a while, making the corner look normal again, she left with the silver. Seeing 3 pairs of eyes staring at her, she said nothing and simply walked into the main hall. Everyone understood what old Lady Zhou was doing when she went to get money. No one said anything. Old Zhou Kai subtly looked at his eldest daughter-in-law. Seeing her face full of sadness but no unusual signs, he looked away as if nothing was wrong. "Your wife and your mother will stay home to take care of Xiangxiao. I and the eldest son will go to the older brother's house to borrow a cart. We will take Xiangxiao to the county to see a doctor." The eldest daughter-in-law nodded repeatedly and replied, "Okay, quickly. I'll clean up the house for the vanilla." Old Man Zhou and the others didn't argue further and hurriedly left. They quickly arrived with a cart pulled by oxen from the main house, accompanied by Zhou Zongwen, Old Man Zhou's eldest son. On the way, Zhou Zongwen had heard Old Man Zhou and the others talking. Now, seeing his sorrowful aunt, he comforted her with a few words. He also glanced at Zhou Xiangxiao, who was being helped to the room door by Zhou Yin. She had calmed down, but there was no obvious sign of her condition. Zhou Xiangxiao kept gesturing wildly, but the people around couldn't understand her meaning. She was exhausted from struggling, and thinking about her current state, her heart felt hopeless. She also remembered what happened last night, and she was like a frightened bird. Zhou Jin carried Zhou Xiangxiao to her door, then carefully placed her on the ox cart at the courtyard gate. Seeing his obedient younger sister with a sad expression, he gently patted her shoulder and comforted her. "Xiangxiao, don't be afraid. We're going to the county now. Don't worry, it can be cured." Zhou Xiangxiao only trembled slightly, as if frightened. She couldn't make a sound now, and her leg was broken. What should she do? The people around looked at Zhou Xiangxiao, who was curled up tightly against old Lady Zhou, trembling as if facing some terrifying danger from all directions. Her whole body shook involuntarily, and her eyes were full of fear. Sometimes, when she heard certain sounds on the road, she would twitch again. The men who cared about her watched her in this terrified state. They exchanged glances and saw the pain and pity in each other's eyes. Old Lady Zhou held her daughter close, feeling her trembling and panic more directly. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she couldn't hold them back. She didn't want Zhou Xiangxiao to see her crying, so she occasionally wiped her tears with her sleeve and turned slightly, with her back to the 3 men. Zhou Xiangxiao felt her mother crying and tears falling on her shoulder, but she was completely immersed in her own world at the moment, with no time to care about her mother's feelings. Zhou Jin watched from the side, clenched his fists, and didn't know what to say. If someone bullied him, he could fight back. But now he had tripped himself. It made him both angry and heartbroken. He didn't keep staring at his sister. Instead, he turned his gaze to the lush fields and forests around him. Frustrated, he roughly tugged at his hair and weakly lowered his hands, feeling a strange mix of emotions inside. He sat nearby, feeling restless, scratching his head and sighing now and then. Old Zhou sat beside him, watching his eldest son's uneasy behavior. Feeling annoyed, he took out his portable pipe, packed it, and started smoking. Zhou Wenwen was driving the cart ahead. Noticing the heavy atmosphere, he felt speechless and unsure how to comfort his uncle's family. He only hoped that the city doctor could cure his cousin. In the village, when Zhou Yin went to find Zhou the doctor, he shouted loudly. Many villagers heard him, and some came out to see what was happening. They also faintly heard Zhou Yin mention that Xiang Cao had fainted. Adding to the rumors in the village, now that Zhou the doctor had returned from Zhou Laocai's house, everyone was very curious. Their eyes and heads followed him everywhere. A few brave women, without hesitation, asked loudly, "Dr. Zhou, I heard Xiao Yin came to see you this morning. What was it?" Oh, was Xiang Cao feeling faint? Did she get sick? Seeing that these women were known for gossip, Zhou the doctor looked annoyed and impatient. "It's nothing serious. Xiang Cao just had a careless moment. She fell and hurt her leg while getting up at night. I went to check on her, but the woman didn't believe him. She kept asking, how could she fall and hurt her leg at night? She's not a child anymore. Dr. Zhou, are you lying to us? Is she? She made a strange face and even touched her stomach on purpose. The crowd around her saw her actions and, combined with the rumors earlier, their eyes showed mixed feelings. Some women with bad intentions exchanged secret glances and giggled behind their hands. An honest and straightforward auntie in the crowd saw Zhou's wife, making obvious hints that Zhou Xiangcao was pregnant. Seeing everyone seem to understand, she couldn't stand it and said loudly, "Thick-skinned wife, what are you talking about? Spreading unclear rumors here, just causing trouble for the girl. She didn't do anything to you. You're just relatives who are being sneaky, and you don't even act like elders." After speaking, she glared fiercely at the crowd. A few women with bad intentions lowered their heads, afraid to meet her gaze, while some nodded in agreement. Zhou's wife was upset by this harsh scolding, but since the other woman was her husband's uncle's wife, she didn't dare to argue or offend her. She just rolled her eyes, silently. Seeing she still looked unhappy, the auntie continued, "The village chief is watching us. If you want to keep spreading rumors, be prepared to face consequences. Some people are so mean-spirited, they don't care about heaven's punishment or bad endings. I need to go to the fields now and don't have time for nonsense. Otherwise, I'll sit here and watch those who like to act big, and what they say will be just nonsense." Without waiting for a response, she carried her basket and turned around, walking away without looking back. Since it involved her daughter's reputation, she decided to check on her own. She couldn't let the villagers spread false rumors or scare her, especially since the accusations were baseless and vulgar. Dr. Zhou looked serious and spoke honestly. "Xiang Cao only accidentally hurt her leg. It's quite serious. My medical skills are limited, so I suggested they go to the county hospital." Everyone stopped guessing blindly and causing trouble for the girl's reputation. Seeing the serious expression on Dr. Zhou's face, everyone believed he was telling the truth. They wondered if she had really fallen and broken her leg. Such bad luck. Usually, children bump into things, but no one's leg was this badly hurt, and they needed to go to the county clinic. Some thought her leg might be broken, and their minds started to wander in other directions. Dr. Zhou didn't realize his words had led everyone to think differently. He returned to his home, and the others went their separate ways to tend to their fields. Later, old Zhou's family was pulling an ox cart back from the city. Many people saw them, especially Zhou Xiangcao, curled up in her mother's arms on the cart. Some villagers, either out of concern or just to watch a joke, asked about the family's trip to the county to see the doctor. The Zhou family kept silent, refusing to say anything. Those who understood the situation quickly changed the subject or walked away, not wanting to press further. There were some busybodies in the village who kept asking questions, which was quite annoying. In the morning, Zhou Hotsai's wife had just scolded Zhou Xiangsao for some strange behavior. Coincidentally, she saw Zhou Xiangsao's family returning from the county. She shamelessly stopped them, asking questions about everything. But today, the Zhou family was very quiet, either not talking or giving vague answers. She looked at Zhou Xiangsao with a suspicious eye. She saw her sitting in the cart, her face buried in her mother's arms, so she couldn't see her expression. Her sitting posture was normal, but her right leg looked unnatural. A glint appeared in her eyes. Is Xiangsao's leg seriously hurt? There's a village doctor in my hometown who's good at treating broken bones. Maybe Xiangsao should go see him. Old Zhou's mother was annoyed with this well-known chatterbox in the village. She looked displeased and said straightforwardly, Hotsai's wife, we've been busy all day. We need to go home now, so please don't bother us. Move aside. Hotsai's wife wanted to say more, but Zhou Kongwen spoke up. Auntie, please move aside. My ox doesn't recognize anyone. Since the eldest son had spoken firmly, she didn't dare to argue further. She moved out of the way. Once they had driven the cart away, she spat on the ground, rolled her eyes, and thought to herself, serves you right. You fell down. Serves you right. You broke your leg. What's so special about you? She was also curious about what really happened to Zhou Xiangsao, but couldn't figure it out. She twisted her body and went home. Within a couple of days, the story spread that Zhou Xiangsao had tripped over a stool at night, hit her head, and become mute. The local clinic couldn't help either. After the Zhou family returned home, they took Zhou Xiangsao's birth date to see a fortune teller. The fortune teller said she was haunted by an evil spirit and needed a ritual to drive it away. Otherwise, she would never be safe and it might harm the family. After some thought, the Zhou family invited a priest to perform the ritual at their home. The story that Zhou Xiangsa had become mute spread around. People also said her leg was broken, and it might take 2 or 3 months to heal. A healthy girl like her, already haunted by an evil spirit, might bring trouble to her family. No one would want to marry her now. Everyone in the village knew what was happening. The Zhou family understood it well. When it first happened, Zhou's eldest sister-in-law didn't get angry right away. She just quietly thought that if her younger sister-in-law couldn't marry, she would be a burden to the family in the future. People who were close to the Zhou family visited to see Zhou Xiangsao. Wealthier families brought a chicken or duck, while others brought a few eggs. They all shook their heads and sighed when they saw her. Some kind-hearted people even told Zhou's mother some old remedies, suggesting she find certain herbs to try and help Zhou Xiangsao. At least it gave them some hope. Zhou's mother didn't refuse. Since returning from the city, she didn't want to go out. Her daughter was like this, and sometimes she got upset and gestured wildly, but no one in the family understood what she meant. She could only watch helplessly. The fortune teller had predicted her daughter's fate, but her husband didn't say much, probably worried about it, and their eldest daughter-in-law also felt the same. In the past few days, Zhou Xiangsa had become very wild and crazy. She refused to stay alone at night and stayed awake all night. Her mother was exhausted from staying up with her. She couldn't manage everything at home. Because of her condition, the Zhou family didn't dare to let her go out. Plus, her leg was broken, so she was kept inside. They forced her to drink a lot of herbal medicine, and gradually she stopped her hysterical outbursts as before. Zhou's mother loved her daughter very much. She took care of her herself, paying attention to every detail. But she often secretly shed tears when she saw Zhou Xiangsao in her wild, crazy states. Wang Xiangsao was lying on her bed in the room. On the bedside table, there was leftover rice from lunch. Over the past few days, her mind was less panicked than before, but she still dared not think about what happened that night. That night, when someone was choking her and forcing medicine into her, she was suddenly awakened by the choking. When she opened her eyes, she saw a blurry figure at the bedside holding her and forcing medicine into her. She was so scared she almost fainted, struggling desperately. She tried to pull away the hand that was gripping her neck, but it was too strong, and she couldn't move it. In the dark night, everything was hard to see clearly. Wang Xiangxiao used the moonlight coming through the window to see the face of the shadowy figure in front of her. When she saw the face, she nearly fainted from shock. The face was deathly pale, so white it looked frightening even in the dark, like a ghost from hell. The lips were bright red, like blood, and when the figure smiled, Wang Xiangxiao was afraid her own blood-red mouth might suddenly spit at her. Even more terrifying was that the black-clad figure with a bloodless face was smiling sinisterly. Its big, round, black eyes stared at her with a blank, terrifying look. Wang Xiangxiao was now too scared to look at that face again. Just thinking about it made her shiver. She shook her head desperately, as if trying to shake the images out of her mind. She was so terrified that she hadn't slept well for days and nights. Every day, she was suspicious and paranoid, often waking up in the middle of the night, feeling like someone was by her bed, coming to take her soul. No matter how her mother comforted her, it didn't help. Sometimes she could only sleep for a little while in her mother's arms during the day. Even in her dreams, she saw that terrifying face. In fact, Zhao Desheng was also startled when he first saw Lin Lanhua's appearance. He almost thought he had encountered a ghost and nearly turned around to run away. Fortunately, Lin Lanhua spoke up in time. Zhao Desheng's reason returned, and when he heard her voice was his wife's, he barely managed to calm down. But he kept his eyes lowered and didn't dare to look directly at Lin Lanhua. On the way to the village, he felt nervous and kept turning his head to watch the surroundings, afraid of the shadows and movements in the dark. He didn't dare speak to Lin Lanhua, worried he might mistake a real ghost for something else in the night. At this time, the villagers still believed strongly in ghosts and spirits. Many performed rituals to pray for protection and to drive away evil. If Lin Lanhua encountered someone timid like Zhao Desheng, she might have fainted from fright. The two of them tried to avoid the houses in the village, especially those with dogs. At this time, the village dogs were mainly there to prevent theft. The dogs had very sharp noses and ears, and they were quite fierce. As soon as they sensed any movement, they would bark loudly. Despite being careful, the dogs still noticed the movement and started barking. Other dogs in the village joined in. Fortunately, they had already reached Zhou Xiangxiao's house. Zhao Desheng was outside keeping watch, paying close attention to the surroundings. If there was any problem, he would make bird calls to alert Lin Lanhua. Lin Lanhua, who was light and quick, silently slipped into Zhou's yard and quietly reached Zhou Xiangxiao's room. Lin Lanhua had already discussed her plan with Zhao Desheng. The medicine she used was bought at a high price when she was in the city. It could make someone mute, and most doctors couldn't detect it. Lin Lanhua didn't want to kill Zhou Xiangxiao, but she couldn't forgive her unconditionally. So she chose to give her the medicine. If Zhou Xiangxiao couldn't speak, she wouldn't be able to cause trouble or spread rumors. She broke Zhou Xiangxiao's leg to prevent her from running around. Otherwise, if Zhou Xiangxiao was shameless enough to cling to Zhao Desheng and come to their house, it would cause trouble. As for her own appearance that day, in a society that highly respects spirits and gods, she would have been scared to death. She had suffered enough. Now, her leg needed at least 2 or 3 months to recover. By then, the world might have changed completely. From Lin Lanhua's observations since arriving in this world, it seemed like the big building was about to collapse. But she wondered what the first big problem for ordinary people would be: forced labor? Conscription? Taxation? War and chaos? Of course, she knew that removing the root of the problem was necessary, but the situation was complicated. Zhou Xiangxiao was just a high school student, still underage. In her previous life, she was a soldier. Her education was always about saving lives, protecting the homeland, and serving the people. Her weapons and guns were aimed at enemies, never at her own people. She never used deadly force on her own side. Her punishments were enough. What happened next depended on each person's fate. She was confident in her disguise skills. Even Zhao Desheng, a grown man, was terrified of her. She still remembered that day when they returned home after finishing their work. Zhao Desheng went to boil water for her. To avoid disturbing Zhao Daniu and others, she quietly walked behind him, patted his shoulder lightly. He turned around, startled, jumped, and waved his hands, almost fainting from fright. She knew her outfit was very successful. To ancient people who believed in worshipping spirits and gods, it was very impressive. As the saying goes, if you do nothing wrong, you won't fear ghosts knocking on your door. Those who do many wrong things naturally worry about being haunted. Zhao Desheng had already ordered the wooden planks for the mule cart, and Carpenter Zhang had finished making them and brought them over. Since mules can carry heavier loads than donkeys, the planks were made larger than those for a donkey cart. He checked the planks and found them very well made, with smooth edges. Zhao Desheng paid quickly. He was still recovering from his injury, applying medicine every day. Lin Manhwa also stayed at home most of the time, only occasionally going out with Aunt Zhao to look around. Their 2 acres of rice fields were next to Zhou Jiagong's land. Zhou Jiagong knew about Zhao Desheng's injury. During the rice's grain-filling period, they flooded their fields and also flooded Zhao Desheng's 2 acres. So Lin Manhua didn't need to worry much about their 1 1/3 acres of land. Plus, with Aunt Zhao's experience, everything was under control. Now that the cart was ready, Aunt Zhao, feeling a bit bored at home, wanted to go to the county town to buy some grain. Their food supplies were actually enough, but she kept thinking about possible future problems. She often wanted to go to the county town to buy grain, thinking it was better to be safe than sorry. When the time comes, she didn't want to run out of food. Also, money that isn't used is as useless as stones. However, Zhao Desheng firmly refused to let her go alone. If she wanted to go, he insisted on going with her. Seeing that he still wanted to go despite his injury, she gave up. She stayed at home for 2 days. Luckily, although she couldn't go to the county town, she could still move around the village. She took Little Stone to look for medicinal herbs near the woods and water channels, and also taught Little Stone how to dry and prepare herbs at home. Fortunately, Zhao Desheng's wound was healing well, with no infection or pus. The medicinal ointment worked well. Luckily, they bought a lot more medicine when they went to the county town this time. It had been 6 days since the injury. The scabs on his lower back had formed a few days ago, and the scabs on his left arm had also formed. But because the wound was large, it could tear open, if not careful. Zhao Desheng felt he was healing quite well. After discussing, they decided to take Zhou Jiagong and Lin Chongqing to the mountains tomorrow for a walk. In a few days, once Zhao Desheng recovered more, he would go alone with others to help everyone get used to the mountain environment. The 2 of them made a plan. Zhao Desheng took Little Stone and rode a mule to the Lin family. This time, Little Stone asked for Zhao Desheng's opinion and carefully carried Little Black Tiger onto the mule, ignoring Little Black Tiger's fierce growls. He forcibly lifted it onto the mule, holding it tightly so it wouldn't fall. He was also worried Little Black Tiger might fall off, so he kept a firm grip on it and didn't let it move. Little Black Tiger. Old 6, are you afraid I'll run away? Zhao Desheng's wife had just gone to inform the Lin family. Lin Manhua was resting at home. Lin's father hadn't been feeling well these days. Since the chores at home were light, he didn't go out. He sat under the eaves, watching the beans they had just harvested and laid out to dry. He mainly worried about the chickens coming over and scratching the beans, which were for their own food. He also worried about chickens pooping on them. Although the beans could still be eaten, it made him uncomfortable. While watching the beans, Lin's father didn't move much. He had previously asked his grandsons to chase away the chickens. Now that no one was nearby, when the chickens came over, he picked up a loud bamboo stick to scare them away. The bamboo was cut at one end into several strips, and he used the intact end to hit the ground. The loud clacking sound was enough to scare the chickens away. He was sitting leisurely at the door, casually watching the beans, his mind busy and complicated. Suddenly, he saw Zhao Desheng riding a mule with Little Stone walking behind him. Her words were more polite, but Mr. Lin saw it as just trying to get extra support for his family. He was soft-hearted and really spent his daughter's money. It turned out that day, Lin Manhua advised Mr. Lin to use the money they had saved to buy grain. Mr. Lin had already been warned by Zhao Dacheng to save grain. He only told his family to be frugal and buy some coarse grain to store at home. The family was struggling financially, and worrying wouldn't help. They hadn't touched the money Lin Manhwa gave them. Mrs. Lin kept the 60 taels of silver carefully. If it weren't for the news brought from the city and Lin Manhwa's advice, Mr. Lin wouldn't have dared to hope or think about using that money. He wouldn't have even considered it. After thinking it over, Mr. Lin told his wife. They took out a few taels of silver they had saved and also took 20 taels from what Lin Manhwa had given them. They privately explained to their 3 sons where the money came from and told them to buy grain. They advised the brothers to go to the county together, 2 at a time, and to be careful to avoid villagers so they wouldn't cause trouble. The 3 boys carried baskets and covered them with cloths to hide the grain. They didn't buy a lot each time, so no one suspected anything. As they saw Zhao Dachin getting closer, Mr. Lin hurried to the gate. Before he could speak, Little Stone cheerfully called out, "Grandpa, we're here. I'm learning to ride the mule." Mr. Lin said, "Oh, Little Stone is learning to ride the mule. Have you learned yet? When you do, Grandpa will wait for you to drive the mule and carry me to the town." Little Stone excitedly said, "Almost. Then I can drive the cart and take you to the town to buy delicious food." "Hey, okay. After cheerfully greeting Little Stone, Mr. Lin looked at Zhao Dachin with a hint of awkwardness in his eyes. Why is Dachin here at this time? The eldest and 3rd brothers went to the county town to buy grain. The 2nd is working in the fields, and Lanhua's family isn't here either. Come in and sit for a while." Zhao Dachin replied, "I won't sit. I'm teaching Little Stone how to ride a mule. I just wanted to let you know that I plan to go into the mountains tomorrow if I have time. I want to see if the 3 brothers are free. If they are, we should leave before dawn, at the early hour." On his way here, Zhao Dachin suddenly had an idea to teach Little Stone how to ride a mule. He started showing Little Stone the skills halfway there. Little Stone was very excited and learned very carefully. If in a few days the brothers are free and want to learn, they can come over to practice with our mules. Riding, driving carts, anything. We've already prepared the cart. During the harvest, bring the mules home to save effort. Mr. Lin was very happy to hear this. "All right, I'll tell the brothers. Tomorrow they'll go into the mountains first with Chongsheng. Your eldest and 2nd brothers can decide later." Zhao Dachin had no objections. After saying goodbye to Mr. Lin, he rode away with Little Stone on the mule. Since Little Stone was learning to ride, he couldn't hold Little Black Tiger. So, Little Black Tiger was placed in Zhao Dachin's hands. The little animal didn't like Zhao Dachin and was very restless in his arms. It was also very timid, scared even by a sneeze from the mule. When frightened, it would struggle and even bite Zhao Dachin with its tiny teeth. At first, Zhao Dachin held it by the back of its neck. But when it kept moving around, he got impatient and grabbed it roughly. He then took the corner of his shirt and tied it under the puppy's front armpit, like carrying a child, to keep it from falling off the mule. Despite all this, Little Black Tiger still couldn't stay calm. It used all 4 paws to scratch, sometimes scratching Zhao Dachin's sturdy chest. The scratching made him itch terribly. He gently patted its head, and it calmed down for a while. But soon it started fussing again. Little Stone was riding ahead, fully focused, and didn't notice the interaction between Zhao Dasheng and Little Black Tiger. After walking for a while, Zhao Dasheng couldn't stand Little Black Tiger's antics anymore. He got off the mule, put Little Black Tiger on the ground, and since he wanted to leave, he decided to go home himself. Little Black Tiger followed the mule from afar, running toward home. Zhao Dasheng looked back to see if it was following, and although the little creature was small, it moved quickly with its short legs, twisting and wagging its tail as it caught up. Zhao Dasheng didn't get back on the mule. Instead, he stood beside it, letting Little Stone ride the mule slowly forward to learn how to control and steer it, giving him a few tips now and then. Little Stone was brave and clever because he was a boy. By the time they reached home, he looked a bit more confident. After a few more tries, he should be able to ride alone. Just as Little Stone reached the corner of the path near the house, he called out loudly from afar, "Grandma, Sister Lin, come out quickly." No one responded or came out. Little Stone called again loudly twice. Lin Manhwa had already heard his calls and slowly came out. She saw Little Stone sitting on the mule, slightly lifted off the ground, happily waving at her. Zhao Desheng stood nearby, holding the reins of the mule. Sister Lin, look. I can ride the mule now. Lin Manhwa nodded and said, Good, good. Hearing her praise, Little Stone proudly shook his head and swung his body on the mule. Zhao Desheng couldn't stand to see this little brat showing off in front of his wife. He patted the mule's rear and said, You haven't learned yet, and you're already showing off. Keep practicing. Ride slower. Little Stone stuck out his tongue, obediently closed his mouth, and continued riding the mule along the dirt road at the door. Zhao Desheng saw that the mule was quite gentle and didn't follow closely behind. Instead, he couldn't help but move closer to Lin Manhwa. After leaning beside her, he felt a bit shy and hesitant, looking at her with words caught in his throat. Lin Manhwa glanced at him sideways and asked, Are you so afraid of me? What are you doing? Zhao Desheng forced an awkward smile and scratched the back of his head. Manhwa, I just didn't react in time, he said with a vague tone and a half-smile in his eyes. Zhao Desheng swallowed hard, glanced at the small stone focused on riding the mule nearby, then moved closer to Lin Manhwa. Lin Manhwa crossed her arms and looked at him, trying to see what he was planning to do. Using his body to block her view, Zhao Desheng reached out and gently placed his hand on Lin Manhwa's waist.
Lanhu, I'm sorry.
I really didn't respond that day, he said, softly scratching her waist. Afraid of being tickled, Lin Manhwa straightened her back, trying to get away from Zhao Desheng's hand. But his hand was like a sticky patch, impossible to shake off. She shot him a sharp look. Stop tickling me, let go. No, she hummed with a smile she couldn't hold back. Since discovering that Lin Manhwa was very ticklish, Zhao Desheng sometimes teased her. Now, after a small disagreement, he was even more playful. Actually, Lin Manhwa wasn't really angry. She just felt a little upset like a young girl. That day, after they played tricks and took revenge in the village, Zhao Desheng didn't dare look directly at her. Especially after Lin Manhwa scared him stiff with a deadly move he was still reacting to it that night and the next day. As their feelings grew closer, Lin Manhwa inexplicably disliked his behavior and became a bit impatient with him. Fortunately, Zhao Desheng was thick-skinned and, pretending to be hurt, kept fussing and acting silly to make her laugh. She couldn't stay mad at him for long. In fact, Lin Manhwa enjoyed the fun, and Zhao Desheng seemed to too. Lin Manhwa lowered her arms from her chest and reached behind her, trying to grab Zhao Desheng's hand. But he was still scratching and didn't let go. His big hand didn't come off easily. Instead, he caught her small hand and held it tightly. His large, warm hand firmly grasped her delicate, fair hand from behind, holding it in place. His big hand was warm and strong, holding her tightly. Lin Manhwa glared at him, about to speak. Lin Jia, look at how I'm riding. Lin Manhwa turned around, not wanting Xiao Shirtu to see the couple being close. She looked calmly at Xiao Shirtu riding past on a mule. His bright eyes were fixed on her, and Zhao Dachin held her hand tighter. She casually smiled and replied, Not bad. You can ride a few more rounds. Xiao Shirtu shyly smiled with pursed lips and happily led the mule to start a new round of riding, not noticing their little secret gestures. Zhao Dachin saw Xiao Shirtu turn around and disappear from view. He squeezed Lin Manhwa's hand and gave it a little shake. Sweetheart, what do you think of me? Lin Manhwa raised her eyelids and looked at him with a half-smile, her lips slightly parted. What do you think? Seeing her determined look, Zhao Dachin stared at her lips, swallowed nervously, and looked at her with a slightly embarrassed expression. She noticed his awkward reaction, tilted her head back a little to keep some distance, then quickly turned her head to Xiao Shirtu, feeling a bit shy, with her ears turning faintly red. Seeing his wife's reaction, Zhao Dachin also felt a bit embarrassed. He really wanted to kiss her. What should he do? Not long after, Zhao Dania's mother returned. The two of them had dinner as usual. Since they planned to go into the mountains tomorrow, Zhao Dachin's arm injury hadn't fully healed. They didn't stay up late that night and went to bed early to rest and prepare. The next day, Tuesday, he got up before dawn. Yesterday, Zhao Dania's mother didn't meet him at home, but his mother later told him. His father wanted Zhou Digong to go first, and the two brothers could go together later. Zhou Daigang's mother thought they would be in the mountains all day and wouldn't return until evening. She got up early to prepare some pancakes or something to take along so they wouldn't go hungry. After tidying up, he went to the kitchen, where his second wife was already up, preparing breakfast for Zhou Digong. When she saw her mother get up, she quietly asked, "Mom, why are you up so early?" "It's still early. Shouldn't you go back to bed for a while?" "Ergon, I will handle it here," he said. Old Lady Zhou looked at her hardworking daughter-in-law with satisfaction and smiled slightly. "It's okay. I'm getting old and sleep less. We still have some coarse flour at home. I'll make 2 pancakes for Ergon to take along." Mrs. Zhang agreed in her heart that her husband was friends with Zhao Dachin. Although the mountain is dangerous, the benefits are good. If luck is on their side, not only can they add some meat to the family, but they can also sell some for money. Moreover, Dachin is a steady person. He hasn't had any trouble over the years, so she feels a bit more at ease. 5 or 6 grown men going into the mountain together is quite safe. She naturally enjoyed this, busying herself with her mother-in-law. Soon, she finished making the pancakes. Besides Zhao Dachin's breakfast, she also prepared enough for 2 people to eat, as the family couldn't afford more. If more people come later, everyone can share and eat until they're half full. That's enough. Zhou Ergon ate 2 pancakes for breakfast, feeling about 70 to 80% full. She packed a jar of water, took the family's chopping knife, and with the prepared pancakes, left the house. Her figure disappeared into the gray dawn. Grandma Zhou watched her gradually disappear, looked at the eastern hill turning red with the rising sun, and muttered silently, "Looks like a clear day. The whole family will be safe and sound." Feeling emotional, she turned around, closed the courtyard door, and went inside to help her second daughter-in-law and the already-up eldest daughter-in-law prepare breakfast for the family. When Zhou Ergon arrived at Zhao Dachin's house, Zhao Dama and Lin Manhwa had already gotten up. Zhao Dama was also making pancakes, which are easy to carry and don't take much effort. Zhao Dachin and Lin Manhua's breakfast was also pancakes. Zhao Dachin ate 4, Lin Manhua ate 3, and Zhou Ergon was persuaded to eat 2 more. Later, Lin Chongsheng arrived a bit late. The sun was already up and the sky was bright. Lin Manhua packed the food and water she was taking, handed 3 pancakes to Lin Chongsheng, and told him to eat while walking. The group then set out. They started very early into the mountain. Dewdrops sparkled on the lush grass and trees beside the road, falling to the ground or sticking to clothes when touched. All the men were used to farm work. They weren't afraid of a little dew. They didn't mind at all. They walked on the road as if nothing was happening, not bothering to dodge. Lin Manhua doesn't like shoes or damp pant legs. So, when passing through grass or similar areas, she stays at the back, letting the 3 big men in front walk through the dew first. That way, she feels more comfortable afterward. Fortunately, the dew outside the forest is heavy, but once everyone enters the woods, the trees grow tall and thick, blocking the sun. The ground under the trees is almost dry, just a bit damp and shady. Originally, Zhao Desheng was walking behind Zhou Rigong and Lin Chongsheng, but now, after entering the forest, he takes the lead to guide the way. Lin Lanhua still stays at the back of the group. The forest is full of the sounds of insects and birds.